We absolutely cannot sell the factory. This is old Zu's life's work. It's been less than a month since old Xu passed away, and you want to destroy the Tianyu brand he founded with his own hands. What are you plotting? If we don't sell, what do we do? Our factory is small, our purchase volume is low, and our profit margins are thin. How can we compete with Ima and Yadi? They drop prices by 100 today, 50 tomorrow. If they keep dropping, our bikes will be sold at a loss as soon as they leave the factory. What do you suggest? Maybe we should just sell. It's really getting hard to hold on. The clamor of voices reached Xu Chen's ears, jolting him awake. He opened his eyes to find not the cramped, dimly lit rental room, but a spacious, bright conference room. On both sides sat several middle-aged men in suits engaged in heated discussion. Their mouths opened, and out came a torrent of foul language like spring arriving with birds and flowers. Where's this? Is it a dream? I swear I shouldn't have eaten that midnight takeout. It's dragged me into hell. Xu Chen secretly pinched his thigh. SSS. That hurts. Damn, this is not a dream. Memories began flooding into his mind. Blue Star, China, Nanha Province, Guide City. Tianyu Travel Co. Ltd. Mainly engaged in manufacturing electric tricycles. The original owner was also named Xu Chen, a Zhejiang University mechanical engineering graduate, a typical second-generation factory owner. Tianyu Travel. Essentially an assembly plant that bought parts from others, put them together, and sold them for the difference. Life was decent. The Xu family could split about $1 million in profit each year, a respectable household in Guide City. But this year, big brands like Yadi and Ima began to infiltrate the low-end market, launching a brutal price war. The profit per tricycle for their assembly plant dropped from 150 to 80, then to 50, and was heading toward a loss. Xu Chen's father held on for 2 months, then on his way home from work, he met with a fatal accident. He was gone on the spot. Xu Chen hadn't even finished the funeral arrangements before he was thrust into the role of Tianyu's head. Well, it's normal for a son to inherit his father's business. Now the big price cuts are underway. Tianyu's assembled tricycles only earn about 70 to 80 yuan per sale. If the competitors drop another 50, it's a direct loss. According to investigations, those big factories are indeed planning further price cuts. After all, the electric vehicle supply chain is now mature. Anyone with some capital can enter the assembly business. Xu Chen understood clearly. The big players are using economies of scale to suppress costs, wiping out small factories with low prices to expand their market share. The Tianyu brand was only known around Guide City. Not even nationally. Within all of Nanha province, it was a nobody. As for how he got here, Xu Chen strongly suspected it was that takeout he ate before bed that did him in. Damn it, that takeout boss has no conscience. Xu Chen was about to cry. As a mere wage slave who lived on cheap takeout, how could he handle this situation? Even with his past lives' memories, Tianyu's current predicament was extremely thorny. Say come what may. Xu Chen's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, and a middle-aged man beside him, seeing his furrowed brow, quickly spoke up. President Xu, say something. If you don't speak, this company is doomed. These words instantly drew everyone's attention, all eyes turning to Xu Chen. He cleared his throat. He recognized the speaker. Zhou Qingshuan, the general manager of Tianyu, a veteran who had worked for Xu Chen's father for a decade, considered a senior to the original owner. Ahem, I think Manager Zhou is right, Xu Chen said firmly. We can't sell. This is my father's life's work. If we really sell it, I won't be able to sleep at night. As soon as he finished, someone across the table slammed the table. Then what do we do if we don't sell? The factory's funds are getting tighter, and the books are about to go into the red. Old Xu is gone, and there's only a little over 3 million left in the account. How can we fight a price war? Xu Chen's head was spinning listening to all this. Rubbing his temples, he analyzed the situation. Since big factories like Yadi cut prices, sales had skyrocketed. The suppliers who worked with Tianyu had all switched to making parts for the big brands, raising prices for factories like Tianyu, or else they wouldn't supply parts. If they dragged on, Tianyu would be finished. The best way would be to sell Tianyu cheap, like Jia Yuding did, and run off with a few million. But since it was his father's life's work, he had to at least put up a fight. What to do? How to break through? As Xu Chen's heart burned with anxiety, he suddenly heard a voice ding-dong. Detected that the host company is facing a life-or-death crisis, triggering the newcomer gift pack. Obtain technology artifact Z research. Xu Chen was stunned. Wait, this familiar formula. A system. I knew it. What's the point of a time traveler without a system? He barely restrained himself from yelling, holy shit, during the meeting, trying to keep his expression normal. Everyone go back, Xu Chen said, standing up, his tone as steady as possible. Let me think it over. I'll give you a solution by tomorrow at the latest. The others exchanged glances, seeing Xu Chen's earnest expression, not like a joke, so they got up and left the conference room one by one. Zhou Chengxian walked out last, turning back to glance at him, as if wanting to say something, but eventually closed the door. The conference room finally fell silent. Xu Chen made sure the door was closed tight, then plopped back into his chair, a grin spreading across his face. System. Are you there? Come out, system. System, serve your guest. The system was silent, but the next second a pale blue light screen appeared before Xu Chen's eyes with text dancing on it. Technology artifact system, name Xu Chen Company, under name Tianyu Travel Co. Ltd. Company employees 121 company revenue, 24 million yuan company profit, 2 million yuan company funds 55 million yuan technology artifact Z. Research seeing the system still silent, Xu Chen had to focus on the newly acquired artifact. He clicked on it. Technology artifact Z research artifact effect 1. When you choose self-research, your employees automatically gain a research efficiency boost, greatly increasing development speed. Artifact effect 2. When you choose self-research and there are existing technologies available for reference, the RD team automatically gains a development cycle reduction boost, significantly shortening the cycle. Artifact effect 3. When you choose self-research and continuously invest funds, the project automatically gains an inspiration burst boost with a chance to trigger unexpected technological breakthroughs. Artifact effect 4. When you name the new technology, the market promotion automatically gains a user approval boost, greatly increasing market acceptance. Xu Chen stared at the system description, pupils contracting sharply, his mind blank for a moment. Holy shit. He almost couldn't stop himself from jumping out of his chair. Research efficiency greatly increased. Development cycle significantly shortened. Continuous investment could trigger unexpected breakthroughs. Even just naming a technology could make market acceptance directly explode. This wasn't just self-research. This was the real deal. In his past life, car companies boasting about full self-research sounded like PowerPoint startups. But now the system had handed him a cheat code. He tried to calm his heartbeat, his eyes scanning down. A line of information appeared. Unlocked. The next technology artifact requires profit reaching 1 billion. 1 billion. Xu Chen felt his throat go dry. Tianyu's current annual revenue was only 24 million. To reach a profit target of 1 billion, how many tricycles would he have to sell? But then again, Xu Chen took a deep breath, looked back at the buff effects, and a smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. Although the technology artifact had his back, the current situation. He glanced at the financial report on the table, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping twice. All right, step by step. Xu Chen's smile gradually faded. 3 million in the account. Battery suppliers raising prices, motor factories about to increase costs, and the big factories still in a price war. This was a pitfall right from the start. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. Wait. No. There's an opportunity. Xu Chen bolted upright, his eyes suddenly lighting up. A thought flashed through his mind. Just make delivery vehicles. To be precise, they are called end-of-line logistics delivery vehicles. In his previous life back in 2015, Xu Chen was still working in delivery transportation. At the station, he overheard the boss mention that the state had issued new regulations. Delivery vehicles must have unified styles, unified licensing, and unified management, and all the vehicles at the station would have to be replaced. He had only glanced at it back then. Now as he recalls, those numbers are as clear as if carved into his mind. A compliant delivery vehicle normally costs 4,500 yuan. Based on Tianyu's current tricycle production cost, the profit per vehicle is 2,000 yuan. This is outright profiteering. Xu Chen gasped, feeling the temperature in the conference room rise by another 2 degrees. Is this the benefit of transmigrating into a parallel world? I love it. He curled his lips. This time advantage is mine. I don't understand in Fenghua accent how I could possibly lose. He pulled out his phone, opened Baidu, and started searching. To his surprise, China Post had already released the regulations on March 10th, only 2 days ago. In his previous life, he remembered the announcement came out in June. In this parallel world, the timeline had shifted forward. The time window is this narrow. He must build the vehicles before anyone else and quickly seize the market. Xu Chen knew too well. Non-compliant delivery vehicles would lead to endless fines and confiscations. This is a tens of millions market with potential demand of at least 1 million vehicles. He immediately pulled out paper and pen from the drawer and began drawing from memory. This turned out to be an unexpected bonus. His original Bodis drawing skills were no joke. The sketches were neat and precise with accurate proportions. In his time, he would have been a failed art student, but here he excelled. In a short while, he had finished the front, back, left, and right views. Xu Chen smoothed the draft, took out his phone, and called Xu Chengxian. The phone rang twice and was answered. It's done. Uncle Zhou, it's done. Xu Chen couldn't stop grinning. Tell everyone who just left to come back to the meeting room quick. Click, he hung up. On the other end of the line, Xu Chengxian stared at his phone screen for 3 seconds, looking baffled. Done. What's done? This kid hasn't cracked under pressure, has he? Muttering to himself, he still obediently called everyone back who had just left the meeting. When the meeting room door opened, everyone saw Xu Chen sitting at the head of the table, several A4 sheets spread out before him covered in drawings. They exchanged glances full of questions and took their seats. Xu Chen swept his gaze across the room, his smile confident enough to be annoying, yet somehow reassuring. He opened his phone, found the page with the China Post announcement, and handed it to Xu Chengxian. Uncle Zhou, take a look at this first. Xu Chengxian took it, looked down, and then couldn't tear his eyes away. His gaze seemed glued to the screen. The people next to him, seeing his reaction, instantly became curious. After the phone was passed around, everyone's expressions went through the same process: confusion, seriousness, shock, elation. Finally, the phone returned to Xu Chen, who smiled and asked, finished reading? You know what I'm going to say. President Xu. Zhou Chengxian shook his head with a wry smile. I didn't expect you to actually succeed. You really found a way out of the dead end. A tiger father has no dog sons. President Xu's move has the flavor of old President Xu leading us to conquer new territories. President Xu tell us what to do, well, follow your lead. Yadia and Ima are probably still sleeping, huh? The group burst into chatter completely different from their earlier demeanor. Xu Chen didn't waste time, he pushed the sketches forward. This is the delivery vehicle design I've drawn according to the new regulations. Design department, take it. I want a real vehicle within a day. Any problems? No problem. Gao Feng thumped his chest and promised. President Xu rest assured the design department will get it done. Xu Chen nodded, then turned to procurement manager Xu Yan. Source the parts according to the new regulations. Push for a lower price. These are special vehicles, not ordinary tricycles. There's room for negotiation. Xu Yan nodded. Understood. RD department, prepare the things I mentioned earlier. Wait for my notice. The RD engineer, Qian, nodded to indicate receipt. All right, all departments coordinate with design and procurement. Same time tomorrow, I want a prototype vehicle. Xu Chen paused. Meeting dismissed. Manager Zhou, stay a moment. Once everyone had left, Zhou Chengxian came closer. President Xu, what is it? Xu Chen's smile faded, and he said seriously, Uncle Zhou, there are a few things I need you to handle. Seeing his expression, Zhou Chengxian sat up straight. First, recruit people. We need talents in the 3 electric field with a focus on lithium batteries. If funds are short, get a loan from the Zhongyuan Bank. Zhou Chengxian pulled out a notebook and started writing. Second, hire engineers who can tune 4-wheel chassis to pave the way for the future. Xu Chen raised 3 fingers. Third, after the prototype is ready, contact the heads of major delivery companies directly and sell the vehicles. That's it for now. They'll find you if there's more. All right, leave it to me. Zhou Chengxian closed his notebook, stood up to leave, but turned back for a glance at the door. Xu Chen was already looking down at his phone. The sharp lines of his profile looked exactly like his father's when he was young. Zhou Chengxian's nose tingled. He gently closed the door and stood in the corridor, murmuring to himself, Old Xu. Your son has grown up. With him here, Tianyu won't fall. After leaving the meeting room, Xu Chen returned to his office, sat down at his computer, and began searching for what he wanted. With the Z research database as a crutch, self-development costs and time were greatly reduced. Not doing full-stack self-development would be a waste of resources. In his previous life, Yu Dazua's phrase far ahead became a hit across the internet. In this life, he wanted to shout those 4 words before the world's eyes, directly intercepting Yu Dazue. Start by accumulating expertise in the 3 electric system, then move on to building cars. With 10 years of memory from his past life, his direction would never go wrong. After all, in a couple of years, all sorts of strange companies would rush to make cars. Why couldn't a tricycle manufacturer do the same? He clicked the mouse furiously and finally found the information he wanted. Print, bag it, and leave. As he walked out, he scrolled through his contacts, a smile curling on his lips. His original Buddhist Zhejiang University mechanical engineering background was good for more than just drawing. The real gold was his network of connections. Hello, Dean Li, it's me, Xiao Su. Are you on campus? Are you free now? I'd like to visit you about something. Great, see you soon. Hanging up, Xu Chen climbed into his father's old Audi A6 and drove out of the factory. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Guide Normal University. He walked to the School of Electronic and Electrical Engineering, arriving at an office door. Xu Chen took a deep breath, straightened his collar, and knocked with a smile. Come in. Xu Chen pushed the door open, beaming. Old Li, do you want a partnership? In the office, a middle-aged man with glasses was intently staring at the computer screen. Hearing Xu Chen's voice, Li Yiheng didn't even lift his head, replying irritably, Old Li is what you call me. Even your father never called me that. No respect for elders. But it shows closeness. Xu Chen chuckled as he approached Li Yiheng, naturally placing his hands on the other's shoulders and gently massaging them. Uncle Li, I'm here on serious business this time. Ha, so that's why you were so serious on the phone earlier, waiting to spring this on me. Li Yiheng set down his work and swatted Xu Chen's hands away like shooing a fly. Standing up, he poured himself a glass of water and asked while drinking, all right, what's so important that it requires President Xu to make a personal visit? Xu Chen pulled documents from his briefcase and handed them to Li Yiheng. Uncle Li, it's a matter of life and death. It concerns the survival of Tianyu. Is that serious? Li Yiheng gasped, a look of surprise crossing his face as he took the documents. Exactly, Uncle Li. Yadia and Ima are fighting a price war to the death, and the path is nearly obliterated. Our small factories are on the verge of being wiped out too. Li Yiheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the leaders in the electric vehicle industry have been slashing prices recently. But coming to me about this problem won't do any good. The last word caught in his throat as Li Yiheng stared at the documents in shock. A new regulation from the postal department, and I missed it. After reading through, he said, thoughtfully, you want to make electric delivery vehicles, don't you? Hi, you're a genius, old man. Xu Chen gave a thumbs up, deliberately feigning astonishment. Get lost, you disrespectful brat. Li Yiheng laughed and scolded. I didn't expect you to find this niche. You're quite the genius yourself. So what do you need my help with? Xu Chen chuckled, guiding Li Yiheng to the sofa and pouring him a fresh cup of hot tea before speaking. Uncle Li, I have just 2 requests. Li Yiheng took a sip of tea. First, I need you to find a few professional teachers technically proficient to guide the development of a dedicated motor for delivery tricycles at Tianyu. No problem, I'll get them on board. But regarding the fees, Li Yiheng began. Xu Chen quickly interjected, don't worry about the fees. Our teachers won't be shortchanged. Second, I need some of your capable students to work as engineers here with top-tier salaries for guide. Hearing this, Li Yiheng hesitated. After all, he couldn't dictate the students' choices. That would depend on their own decisions. Thinking this, he said, I can't control the students' minds either. They'll introduce you, but whether you succeed is up to you. They'll send you some contact info, you can reach out to them yourself. They'll also notify them. Perfect. When it counts, you are the one who delivers. Xu Chen beamed, knowing that once Li Yiheng said that the matter was as good as settled. Alright, I'll have someone contact you. Now scram, don't bother me. Li Yiheng's tone was impatient, but the faint upturn of his lips showed that Xu Chen's words had an effect. Got him out of here. Watching Xu Chen leave, Li Yiheng smiled, a trace of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Old Xu, your son is just like you. Xu Chen left Guide Normal University and returned to Tianyu Travel, heading straight to the RD department to find Engineer Qian, instructing him to gather the team for a meeting in the 3rd floor conference room. 10 minutes later, 6 engineers sat in the conference room, 3 responsible for motors, 2 for electronic control, and Qian as the chief engineer. Looking at the RD team, Xu Chen smiled. Everyone should know the company's direction from now on, right? Yes, developing specialized delivery vehicles. Good, then I won't beat around the bush. I called you here for one thing. Xu Chen pulled over the whiteboard and wrote a few words. A dedicated motor for delivery. We need to create something professional, something customers can immediately feel the difference. Xu Chen spoke seriously. And we have 5 days to build the first prototype and test it on a vehicle. Seeing the team's troubled expressions, Qian couldn't help but say, President Xu, isn't 5 days too tight? And we're short on manpower. Xu Chen waved his hand. Don't worry, I've already arranged for teachers from Guide Normal University's relevant departments to guide us, and university students will assist you. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Then we have no problem. By the way, Qian, do you have any friends in chassis design? Either for 3-wheelers or 4-wheelers. Our company is recruiting in that area. Xu Chen mentioned. Chassis design. Qian stroked his chin, his eyes thoughtful. Hey, I think I do know a few. That's great. Ask them if they're interested in a job switch. Competitive benefits. Sure, I'll ask around for you, President. Xu Chen agreed readily. After giving some specific instructions, Xu Chen let them leave. Sitting in his chair, his mind raced with thoughts. Now Tianyu's entire company was focused on delivery electric vehicles. Delivery EVs were just one type of 3-wheeled special vehicle. Xu Chen knew of several such models. Common ones like garbage trucks, sanitation vehicles, flatbed transporters, patrol cars, and sightseeing vehicles. Special vehicles had high demand worldwide. It seemed no manufacturer specialized in this field. They only produced custom orders when clients came knocking. So let's set a small goal: first, become the king of the special vehicle sector. This thought suddenly struck him. Could all these 3-wheelers share a common chassis? The rear axle could be customized with different modules for various models. This would greatly reduce production line and customization costs. Lost in thought, he left the conference room and arrived at Zhou Chengshuan's office. He knocked, and hearing a response, pushed the door open. Zhou Chengshuan was preparing loan documents. Looking up to see Xu Chen, he smiled. President Xu, I was just about to look for you. I've just spoken with the people at Zhongyuan Bank. They have a program this year supporting small and medium enterprise loans. Given our company's strength and government policy support, we can borrow about 8 million yuan. The funds should be fully available by the end of March. Really? That's great. Xu Chen exclaimed in surprise, having expected only 3 to 4 million. Now the funding problem is solved too. With such ample funds, it would greatly aid his future plans. Since we have so much money, let's hire more talent. Prioritize fresh graduates. Fresh graduates. Zhou Chengshuan was puzzled. Why not hire experienced engineers? But as a competent general manager, he knew to follow the boss orders. Alright, I'll inform HR. At Guide Normal University, after Xu Chen left, Li Yiheng gathered the heads of various majors in the School of Electronic and Electrical Engineering. These heads were also faculty members. He briefed them on Tianyu Travel's basic information and salary packages. He asked them to recommend several graduating seniors and notify their advisors so interested students could contact Tianyu's HR. With the dean himself giving the order, no one dared to slack off. They handled it on the spot. Tianyu Travel. Never heard of it. Not even a dog would take that job. Chen Yifei was surprised to receive a call from his advisor recommending an internship at Tianyu with a promise of full-time conversion, but had never heard of the company and had already planned to work as an engineer at IMA. See, you're impatient. Let me finish, the advisor said helplessly. Tianyu says it's a 3 electric RD position. Internship salary is 3800-4800 after conversion with free accommodation and meals and full social insurance. Chen Yifei slapped the table. Not even a dog would take it. He'll take it. Advisor, my most beloved advisor, you absolutely must let me go. See, you're rushing again, the counselor said with a chuckle. Don't worry, I've already submitted your name. HR from Tianyu will contact you today. Your kindness is beyond my repayment, counselor. Chun Yifei's face instantly lit up with a broad grin. Alright, I have things to do. Goodbye. Take care, counselor. Chun Yifei hung up the phone, letting out a long sigh of relief as the graduation anxiety that had weighed on his heart dissolved into thin air. Just as he turned to pack his luggage, his phone rang again. He picked it up, an unfamiliar number. HR from Tianyu. That efficient. Hello, is this Chun Yifei? A gentle female voice came through. Speaking. Hello, I'm from HR at Tianyu Mobility, Ltd. I assume your counselor has already informed you. You've passed our internal review. Would you like to come for an internship with us? Before the HR lady could finish, Chun Yifei blurted out, Sister, I do. I very much do. The HR lady paused, taken aback by his enthusiasm. Alright, Chun Yifei. Our company's car has already departed and will arrive at the gate of Guide Normal University in about an hour. If you have other matters to attend to, you can also come to the company on your own. The company address will be sent to you via text shortly. Looking forward to seeing you at Tianyu. Goodbye. Holy crap, what kind of company is this sending a car to pick me up? Chun Yifei stared at his phone, utterly bewildered. Tianyu Mobility. Never heard of it before. Calming himself, he dialed his family. What's up, Fei? Short on money, a deep middle-aged male voice came through. Chun Yifei's nose tingled. Every time he called, his parents asked the same question, whether he needed money. But now I can earn money too. Not short, Dad. I've got good news. What good news? His father asked, skepticism in his tone. My teacher recommended me to a company. Internship salary is 3800, and after probation, it's 4800. It's in Guide, and they provide room and board. Holy smokes, his father's voice shot up an octave. What company is that good? It's not a scam, is it? Working in a factory down south, he only made $2,000 or $3,000 a month. He knew what the situation was like back home. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left his hometown. Dad, it's not a scam. Chun Yifei said, half laughing, half crying. It's a legitimate company, and I got in through my teacher's internal recommendation. Oh my. His father, reassured upon hearing it was a teacher's recommendation, beamed with joy. That's wonderful. Your college years weren't wasted. Well done, well done. He'll tell your mom. Don't call anymore. It's a waste of money. They chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up. Chun Yifei gazed at the dark screen, the images of his parents' hard-working figures flashing through his mind. He silently resolved. He would work hard and make something of himself. He put down his phone and turned to pack his luggage. Tianyu Mobility's Xu Chen's office. HR was reporting on the recruitment at Guide Normal University. Mr. Su Dean Lee recommended 12 people in total. 10 agreed to intern with us. The other 2 declined due to family reasons. Xu Chen nodded. 10 people, all with solid professional skills. Good. Workhorses. No, how could he say that? They were his good employees. When can these 10 start? 6 are coming on our company car. The other 4 will report tomorrow. HR replied. Alright, go ahead and arrange it. Get the contracts done as soon as possible and have logistics prepare the dormitories. Handle it today. Xu Chen instructed. These were the talents he had poached from Old Lee, so he had to treat them well. Losing even one would torment him. Understood, Mr. Su. HR nodded and left. Once she was gone, Xu Chen collapsed into his executive chair, letting out a long sigh. Being a boss wasn't as easy as he had imagined. But this long-lost sense of fulfillment was quite addictive. In his past life, after working as a wage slave for so long, he felt like a soulless zombie. His biggest daily entertainment was opening a novel app to read some light-hearted web fiction, and when the mood struck, he'd delve into the hidden treasures in his browser, carefully select a few, and then after a burst of fervor fly high and sleep soundly. Except for rest days, it was almost the same routine every day. Now that he had transmigrated, he had to do things he wouldn't have dared to dream of in his past life, while also enjoying the pleasure of being a boss. But for now, the priority was to weather this crisis. Xu Chen flipped through the profiles on his desk from the headhunter, a crucial part of another plan. Just then someone knocked. Come in. Zhou Chengxian entered holding a stack of documents. Mr. Su, regarding the tasks you assigned aside from the bank loan, which still needs to go through the process, these are the talents that meet the requirements. He handed over the documents. Take a look. Xu Chen looked surprised. Results so fast. When did recruiting RD personnel become this easy? I thought the same, Zhou Chengxian said with a sigh. After asking around, I found out that Yedea and Ima's price war had crippled several factories. They had to downsize their relatively less critical RD departments, planning to become mere OEMs in the future. If it hadn't been for Xu Chen's new venture with courier vehicles, Tianyu would have been on the same path. This is an opportunity. Xu Chen waved his hand. Hire as many as you can. If they're suitable, don't be too strict on compensation. Alright, I understand. Zhou Chengxian nodded. For Tianyu's path of specializing in special-purpose vehicles, RD personnel were indeed indispensable. Though Xu Chen's vision was even grander. By the way, Uncle Zhou, Xu Chen said seriously. Let's set a rule for Tianyu from now on: hire more RD staff, offer them good benefits, and when they achieve results, don't skimp on rewards. As a transmigrator, he knew all too well that for a tech company to go far, RD strength was its lifeline. Huawei's reputation. Well, those who know. But in terms of RD investment, it was indeed among the top in China. Same for DJI and BYD. Now that Tianyu was still small, establishing this principle early would benefit its future development in every way. Alright, I'll go make arrangements. Xu Chen acknowledged. They discussed a few other matters about Tianyu, and then Xu Chen left the office. Xu Chen put down the documents and rubbed his temples, his mind racing with scattered thoughts. How was the prototype of the electric courier vehicle coming along? Was the specialized motor development on track? With the assistance of the keyword, it should be fine. But he still needed to push for progress. Wait. Xu Chen suddenly sat up straight. He had forgotten something important. The dashboard of the three-wheeled vehicle. He had been so focused on the three electric components that he had nearly overlooked this. Yes, the dashboard. A flash of inspiration struck Xu Chen's mind. The current three-wheeled electric vehicles still use those outdated pointer-type dashboards with battery level shown by a few red dots and the rest left to guesswork. What if he installed a digital LCD display on Tianyu's express delivery electric vehicles? Not only would the quality be instantly elevated, but speed, battery level, and fault codes would be clear at a glance, giving the user experience a tremendous boost. He immediately opened Baidu and started searching frantically. The more he searched, the more delighted he became. The technology for digital LCD dashboards was already mature, and the cost was only about 20 to 30 yuan more than the pointer-type ones. Raising the selling price by 100 or 200 yuan wouldn't be too much, would it? No wonder big manufacturers were reluctant to update. Home-use three-wheelers had razor-thin profit margins to begin with, and adding this feature would only make each vehicle even less profitable. But what did home-use three-wheelers have to do with his express delivery vehicles? Added. It had to be added. Xu Chen pulled out his phone and called Su Yin from the procurement department, asking him to come to the office. 5 minutes later, Su Yin pushed the door open. President, Su, what's so urgent? I was just contacting a supplier, and I still need to make a field trip later. Xu Chen didn't answer and directly turned his computer screen toward him. Take a look at this. Su Yin leaned and read through the lines and frowned slightly. President Su, you want to use a digital LCD dashboard on the express delivery vehicles? Exactly. Xu Chen nodded. If we want to sell our product, even make it a hit, we have to create differentiation. He paused and said each word deliberately. We must offer what others don't and excel where others do. Su Yan's eyes lit up. Brilliant insight, President Su. As it happens, I have a friend who deals in electronic components. He'll contact him right away. Good, take care of it. This is Tianyu's first product in its transformation. Make it a resounding success. Understood. He'll get on it. Su Yan turned and left, his steps noticeably quicker than usual. The next day, the 10 students from Guide Normal School had all arrived and were told to gather in the conference room. They were all from the same college and already knew each other, being of similar age, and now colleagues. The atmosphere was lively. Xu Chen pushed the door open, saw the scene, and smiled. Seeing you all chatting so warmly puts my mind at ease. Chen Yifei immediately recognized the young boss, stood up abruptly, and said, Hello, President Su. The other 9 also reacted, rising in unison to greet him. Everyone sit down, no need to be nervous. Su Chen took his seat at the head of the table. I'm here to give you the big picture. Everyone sat down. I'm very glad you all chose to join Tianyu. From now on, you'll be the backbone of this company. Xu Chen got straight to the point. Let me first outline Tianyu's upcoming plans. In short, work hard. In terms of compensation, Tianyu will not let you down. As soon as he finished, Chen Yifei suddenly stood up and declared in a booming voice, If President Su does not disdain, I would like to pledge my allegiance as your adopted son. Su Chen nearly choked at this outburst and waved his hand repeatedly. No, I'm still young. I can't be your adopted father. Just do your job well. Ha ha. The conference room was instantly filled with cheerful laughter. Xu Chen smiled and ended the conversation. After all, these were the first batch of college graduates to join the company. It was necessary for the boss himself to personally chat with them and give them a sense of belonging. But he only needed to show his face once for this kind of thing. From now on, HR would handle it. He had the HR staff member take them to complete the onboarding procedures and then go directly to the RD department to report to Engineer Qian. Just as he stepped out of the conference room, he ran into Xu Chen. President Su, I've finally found you. Xu Chen said excitedly, pulling him along. The prototype express delivery vehicle is ready. Come take a look. Xu Chen was delighted. It hadn't even been a full day, and the efficiency was impressive. The two of them walked out of the office building and headed straight for the production workshop. On the newly opened production line, a pure white express delivery electric vehicle sat quietly. Xu Chen circled the vehicle, growing more satisfied with every step. Not bad, exactly what I had in mind. Gao Feng approached, sporting dark circles under his eyes, and boasted, As per your requirements, our design department pulled an all-nighter and finally got this prototype out. Su Yin, standing nearby, wasn't happy. What do you mean your design department pulled an all-nighter? Didn't our procurement department pull one too? We were the main force. Enough. Xu Chen quickly interrupted the two old rivals. Stop arguing, you two. How many years have you been bickering since you met? Aren't you tired of it? They exchanged glances and wisely shut up. Su Chen turned to Su Yin. How's the negotiation for lead-acid batteries going? We can accept a slightly higher price than before. The express delivery vehicle's selling price is high enough to leave plenty of profit margin. It's settled, Xu Yan promptly reported. The first batch of 500 units, 10% deposit paid delivery, starts in 3 days. Xu Chen nodded, then looked at Engineer Qian. Engineer Qian, the talent and equipment are in place. All that's missing is your motor. Based on the data from this prototype, set the full load working conditions and develop a dedicated motor. Rest assured, President Xu. Engineer Qian thumped his chest in assurance. Within 5 days, I guarantee you'll see results. The RD progress over the past 2 days had astonished even himself. No major issues encountered. Efficiency had doubled compared to before. Not just him, but the entire RD department seemed to be on fire. After much thought, he could only attribute it to the excellent working atmosphere at Tianyu recently. By the way, Engineer Qian, Xu Chen added, when developing the motor, consider the needs of other models down the line. Household cargo vehicles, sanitation trucks. We're not just making express delivery vehicles, but a whole series. Understood. Engineer Qian nodded. Finally, Xu Chen addressed Wang Zheng from the production department. Have the workers familiarize themselves with the assembly process of the express delivery vehicles over the next few days. Don't drop the ball when formal production starts. Wang Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Watching the busy workers in the workshop, Xu Chen felt a mix of emotions. When the mass-produced vehicles rolled off the line in a few days, he had no idea if they would sell smoothly. He shook his head, tossing aside the anxiety, and strode out of the factory. Vehicle Industry Guide Branch. Manager, should we lower the price further? The head of the marketing department asked cautiously. If we go any lower, there'll only be a little over 100 yuan profit per vehicle. General Manager Wang Rui exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone tinged with helplessness. No choice. It's the company's strategy, we can only execute. But we've been working overtime and rushing lately, and the workers are complaining. Also, the quality control department reports that recently many vehicles coming off the line have issues and need rework. Wang Rui stubbed out his cigarette and said flatly, ignore minor issues and send them out directly. The dealers are pressing hard. Only major problems need rework. But the marketing department head opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally nodded. All right, I'll take care of it. In an already fiercely competitive market, IMA's price cut directly hit the accelerator. Small factories went bankrupt one after another. Those that remained either transformed or obediently became contract manufacturers. If Xu Chen hadn't pivoted to express delivery vehicles in time, Tianyu would likely have met the same fate. Inside the RD workshop of Tianyu Mobility, several engineers gathered around the test bench, barely daring to breathe. On the bench, a motor was running steadily, emitting a low uniform hum. Engineer Qian crouched nearby, holding a multimeter, his eyes fixed on the data displayed on the screen. After a long moment, he suddenly slapped his thigh, stood up, and grinned broadly. It's done. All indicators have met the targets. The motor development is a success. The workshop immediately erupted in cheers. Without bothering to wipe the dust off his hands, Engineer Qian pulled out his phone and called Xu Chen. President Xu. The special motor for the delivery vehicle is ready. The test data is excellent. Please come and see it right away. Upon receiving the call, Xu Chen's spirits lifted. He immediately called Zhou Qingshuan, and the two quickly walked to the RD department. As soon as they entered, Engineer Qian pointed at the motor on the test bench, his tone unmistakably proud. President Xu, Manager Zhou, take a look. It's a permanent magnet brushless DC motor compatible with 48 to 60 volts, rated at 500 to 800 watts with a speed of around 2,800 revolutions per minute. Most importantly, its measured efficiency is nearly 10 higher than mainstream models on the market. Engineer Qian continued, this motor has been specifically tuned for the delivery scenario. It covers an average daily mileage of 80 to 100 kilometers with frequent start-stop cycles, demanding high reliability, and it complies with national speed limit standards. Additionally, as per your request, the motor's interface has been redesigned, allowing it to be fully compatible with different types of three-wheeled electric vehicles. Seeing Xu Chen nod approvingly, Engineer Qian asked, President Xu, this motor doesn't have a name yet. Would you like to give it one? Xu Chen thought for a moment and said, let's call it TYDJ, KD001. We'll categorize it further based on different vehicle models later. Using the initials makes it simple and easy to remember. Both Engineer Qian and Zhou Chengxian nodded in agreement. Engineer Qian arranged for the RD and production departments to work overtime and assemble the first production vehicle as soon as possible, Xu Chen instructed. Also, make sure the adaptation of the LCD dashboard is done properly. Don't let anything go wrong. Once the delivery vehicle is officially launched, everyone in the RD department will receive a bonus. Xu Chen understood the principle of rewarding hard work. Yes, President Xu, I guarantee we'll complete the task. Hearing about the bonus, Engineer Qian's eyes lit up as he readily agreed. After finishing the arrangements, Xu Chen and Zhou Chengxian left the RD department. March 18th, clear skies. Inside the Tianyu Mobility factory, 5 brand-new pure white delivery electric vehicles had just been completed, neatly lined up on the open ground. Looking at these vehicles, Xu Chen and the management team of Tianyu Mobility all beamed with smiles. This was the first and most critical step in Tianyu's transformation. Previously, the prototype delivery vehicle equipped with the self-developed motor and LCD display had undergone continuous testing demonstrating excellent stability, which fully validated that Xu Chen's direction was correct. Xu Chen called Dong Jin, the marketing manager, aside and earnestly instructed him, "Manager Dong, whether this vehicle can sell depends on you. The company's loan has been approved. We have ample ammunition. You should understand what I mean." "I understand. Rest assured, President Xu, I won't let you down." Dong Jin looked as if he fully understood. Previously, he had been worried about how to approach the heads of various delivery stations. Now, with sufficient funds and the product's solid performance, he was confident the vehicle would sell. "President Xu, what price are we planning to set for this vehicle?" Dong Jin asked. Xu Chen thought for a moment and asked Su Yan from the procurement department for a cost sheet. After calculating the total vehicle cost, including the self-developed motor and LCD dashboard, it came to roughly just over 1900 yuan. Xu Chen thought for a moment and said to Dong Jin, "Set the factory price for dealers at 4800 yuan and the retail price at 5200 yuan. For the first batch of 500 units, offer a 3-year warranty. As for the discount margin, you can negotiate with them yourself." With a factory price of 4800 yuan, the profit per vehicle was roughly 2900 yuan. If all 500 units in the first batch were sold, the gross profit would be over 1.4 million yuan. According to previous market research, just in Guide City alone, the estimated demand for delivery vehicles was conservatively between 300 and 500 units. Adding the surrounding cities of Zhengzhou, Luoyang, and Nanyang, the market was enormous. Making specialized vehicles was indeed far more profitable than producing ordinary household tricycles. Xu Chen also recalled the boosting effect of the technological artifact. As long as he personally named it, market acceptance would increase significantly. With the system backing him, he was confident that this vehicle would sell like hotcakes. Thinking of this, Xu Chen felt that Tianyu's current production capacity might not keep up. He turned to Zhou Chengxian and said, "Uncle Zhou, keep an eye out for any small tricycle factories that have gone bankrupt nearby. Try to poach their skilled workers. The loan has come through. We're not short on money. We must increase production capacity immediately. Once this vehicle hits the market, it will sell out." Zhou Chengxian thought for a moment and immediately agreed. "Yes, we do need to ramp up production. He'll arrange for HR to start recruiting. By the way, President Xu, the people you asked me to recruit have arrived today. They are all talents in chassis development and the 3 electric system." "Really? Take me to see them." Xu Chen's eyes lit up. Zhou Chengxian led Xu Chen to another RD office where about 5 or 6 new recruits had gathered. Given Tianyu Mobility's reputation and strength, to be honest, these people's abilities were not outstanding. They were merely average. However, having them was better than none, and with the effect of the technological artifact, their RD capabilities would surely be greatly enhanced. Xu Chen exchanged a few words with them, encouraging them to boldly research in the direction he had specified. They were to contact Zhou Chengxian for any needs focusing on the 3-wheeled chassis direction with requirements for modularization and standardization. The new RD personnel exchanged glances, and one of the lead engineers couldn't help but ask, "President Xu, are we going to develop a modular chassis for tricycles too? Wouldn't the initial development cycle be too long? Usually only major automobile manufacturers do this." Xu Chen waved his hand, his tone firm. "Don't worry about the cycle and cost. As long as we develop a universal chassis, no matter what kind of tricycle we make in the future, we can just slot different modules onto it. In the long run, it will definitely save a lot of money. Just go ahead and do it. I want to see the preliminary chassis drawings." After giving his instructions, Xu Chen and Zhou Chengxian left. On the way back, Xu Chen kept thinking, now that the delivery vehicle had been made, what should the next vehicle be? Wait, why should I agonize over which model to build? I can simply manufacture the entire special series of 3-wheeled electric vehicles. Xu Chen suddenly felt his thinking broaden, and it was just the right time to implement the universal chassis concept he had been pondering. Taking the chassis of the express delivery electric vehicle as the base, he modularized the design to produce different types of 3-wheelers through various modules. With this in mind, Xu Chen immediately headed to the RD department to put the plan into action. If successful, Tianyu Travel would become the leading enterprise in the special 3-wheeled vehicle sector. Dong Jin first contacted the longtime dealers of Tianyu. Dealer Lao Wu ran a 3-wheeler hypermarket and guide selling almost all brands. He used to sell motorcycle 3-wheelers, but in recent years, as electric 3-wheelers rose, he found this sector promising and switched to it. Dong Jin led his team to Lao Wu's shop. At that moment, Lao Wu was explaining a newly arrived cargo 3-wheeler to a customer. The brand was one Dong Jin had never heard of. However, these generic brands also had their advantages. The price was 1 or 200 yuan cheaper than branded vehicles. Never underestimate the difference of 1 or 200 yuan. It could truly determine a rural person's willingness to buy. Lao Wu also spotted Dong Jin, handed the customer over to a shop assistant, and came over with a smile. He pulled out a pack of Lacune cigarettes, offered one to Dong Jin, and said with a grin, "Manager Dong, what brings you to my place today?" "Hey Lao Wu, don't say that. I'm here on business, of course." Dong Jin took the cigarette, tucked it behind his ear, and replied cheerfully, "Take a look." He then handed the promotional brochure to Lao Wu. What's this? Lao Wu took the brochure with a bewildered look. He had been selling Tianyu's products all along. How could there be a new product he hadn't heard of? Oh my goodness. Since when did Tianyu make this kind of vehicle? As soon as he flipped open the brochure, Lao Wu couldn't take his eyes off it. He hadn't expected Tianyu to quietly develop a delivery van. From the pictures, it looked quite impressive. Seeing Lao Wu's expression, Dong Jin chuckled. Lao Wu, this is our Tianyu's latest product, the Tianyu Express 001. It's produced strictly in accordance with national regulations. In all of Guide, we're the only ones that have it. Good, I think it's good. Lao Wu put down the brochure. The brochure had already explained the new postal regulations. Previously, many couriers had come to ask if he had any delivery vehicles that met the regulations. Many couriers rode modified vehicles and were often pulled over by traffic authorities and fined. Alternatively, express station owners would go to factories to customize delivery vehicles, and the customization cost alone was not low. What about the price? How much is Tianyu's factory price? Lao Wu asked the most critical question. The vehicle was good, but if the price was too high it wouldn't sell, and he would be stuck with it. Dong Jin explained, not expensive. Our factory price is 4800 yuan. The first batch of 500 units comes with a 3-year warranty. If there's any problem, just come to us directly. Lao Wu nodded. It wasn't expensive after all. Ordinary household three-wheelers at that time cost over 300 yuan, and big brands, even over 400. Tianyu was a well-established brand in Guide, and Lao Wu was confident in its quality. Alright, give me 5 first. Follow the same model as before. Lao Wu asked. This time the company has a rule. Payment must be settled on the spot. If they don't sell, our company will buy them back at the original price. Dong Jin shook his head with a smile. Lao Wu thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Fine then. I'll arrange the transfer this afternoon. You hurry and send the vehicles over. No problem. Dong Jin was overjoyed. A great start. The first dealer had already sold 5 units, which boosted his confidence for the next steps. After signing the contract, Dong Jin left with his team to head to the next dealer. At 2 p.m., a Tianyu travel truck arrived at Lao Wu's shop. The brand new delivery van attracted some attention, and people came over to examine its construction. Wow, my goodness. What kind of dashboard is this? How so advanced? An elderly man in simple clothes pointed at the dashboard in the delivery van and exclaimed in surprise. Lao Wu was also a bit surprised. The quality of this vehicle was quite good. He inserted the key, gave it a slight turn, and the LCD dashboard flashed numbers. At the same time, a voice announced Tianyu travel quality guaranteed. Looking at the numbers on the dashboard, Lao Wu explained to the elderly man, this is the latest LCD dashboard. The 0 in the middle is the speed. You can see exactly how fast you're going. This is the battery level. You can see exactly how much power is left. My goodness, so advanced. What kind of vehicle is this? What brand? How much? This is Tianyu 5,000 yuan, specially made for delivering packages. Specially for deliveries. It looks so advanced, but how's the quality? The elderly man asked, voicing the most common concern of rural customers. You can rest assured about the quality. Tianyu offers a 3-year warranty on this vehicle. Just think about it, the quality can't be bad. Is there a version for rural use, like for hauling grain, with the same kind of dashboard? The elderly man had a 3-wheeled electric vehicle at home that he had used for several years. Now the dashboard didn't work at all, so he couldn't tell if it had power, forcing him to charge it after every trip. Very troublesome. Not yet, but the manufacturer says it will be out soon. Why don't you wait and leave your phone number? I'll call you when it arrives. What do you say? Lao Wu saw that the elderly man was a potential customer and couldn't let him go. He could simply submit feedback to Tianyu later. Alright, make sure to call me then. Having seen the high-tech dashboard, the elderly man now found the old pointer Randrodot dashboards instantly displeasing. Xiao Wang was a courier who had been working for 3 years. With the flourishing of e-commerce, his salary had increased considerably. However, recently he was troubled by the fact that his modified delivery vehicle kept getting inspected, and he had already been fined 100 or 200 yuan, which really stung. But there was no way around it. He went to the station boss, but the boss couldn't find a compliant delivery vehicle for him either. Moreover, after the modifications, minor problems kept cropping up, forcing him to constantly visit the electric vehicle repair shop. It not only delayed his deliveries, but also ruined his mood. Passing by a 3-wheeler shop, Xiao Wang's eyes instantly caught a pure white delivery van. The driver's seat was semi-open with a transparent canvas awning that didn't obstruct the view. In summer, with the awning up, it wouldn't be as stuffy as a fully enclosed cabin. Tempted, he stopped his modified delivery vehicle. He walked to the shop and approached the Tianyu delivery van. Peeking into the cabin, he saw, wow, an LCD dashboard. That was really nice. The 3-wheeler shop owner saw Xiao Wang checking out the Tianyu van and noticed the delivery vehicle parked nearby. He knew a real customer had arrived. He picked up a Tianyu brochure and walked over, smiling. Brother, what do you think of this vehicle? Let me tell you, this vehicle fully complies with national regulations. You won't have to worry about traffic police pulling you over. Want to give it a try, eh? Half an hour later, Xiao Wang took his seat in his new vehicle. Never did he imagine that 3 casual remarks would make him spend 5,000 yuan on a man. Gazing at the pristine dashboard and feeling the absence of that irritating rattling noise, Xiao Wang experienced a surge of satisfaction. As for his old companion, the shop owner took it for 300 yuan, mainly because the new battery still held some value. Riding along, Xiao Wang never expected the new vehicle to operate so smoothly. Acceleration and braking far surpassed those of his old one, delivering an exceptionally silky experience. Returning to the courier station, the resting staff spotted Xiao Wang dismounting from a new delivery tricycle, instantly sparking their curiosity as they crowded around. Xiao Wang got a new ride. This one looks pretty good. How much did it cost? How does it handle? 5,000 yuan over at Lianyuan Market. I tell you, this tricycle is really something. Xiao Wang stepped aside with a broad smile, allowing them to see the interior of the cabin. Whoa, an LCD screen. You got that for 5,000. The middle-aged man in a white Tianyu Express uniform exclaimed in astonishment. If you don't believe me, go check it out yourself. Lianyuan Market. Remember the brand Tianyu. The manufacturer even said the first 500 units come with a 3-year warranty. Miss out, and they'll be gone. Xiao Wang rolled his eyes in exasperation. The men each took turns riding the tricycle for a few laps, and clearly felt the improved driving experience. Without even pausing to rest, they rushed off to Lianyuan Market to upgrade their own vehicles. For a courier, a good tricycle meant earning considerably more money. Word spread, and within just a few days the first 500 Tianyu units were completely sold out. Inside the conference room of Tianyu Travel Co., Ltd., Xu Chen, beaming with delight, said, "Let's invite our marketing manager Dong Jin to report on the sales of our Tianyu Express 001. Dong Jin rose with a smile. "Everyone, thanks to our marketing department's efforts, 30 dealers have chosen to sell our products and 15 courier stations have purchased our delivery tricycles. As of now, the first batch of 500 Tianyu Express 001 units has been completely sold out, all in cash. The total sales revenue is 2,300,000 yuan. Additionally, we have 300 pre-orders with deposits already received in our account." Hearing Dong Jin's words, the faces of those present lit up with smiles. Now Tianyu no longer had to worry. Xu Chen lightly clapped his hands. "All this is thanks to everyone's hard work. Now that our capital has returned, we can launch the next phase of the plan. Manager Dong, continue expanding the market. Push toward Zhengzhou, Kaifeng, Shuzhou, and beyond. Let the team work boldly and confidently. There will be no shortage of bonuses. Also develop our own dealership network in those regions." "No problem, President Su. Leave it to our marketing department." Dong Jin thumped his chest, brimming with confidence. Xu Chen then turned to procurement manager Su Yan. "Manager Su, you need to negotiate with suppliers to drive down procurement costs and secure long-term supply contracts. By the way, how is the procurement task I assigned you progressing?" Su Yan stood up. "Rest assured, President Su. The components you requested have been fully procured and handed over to our design and R&D colleagues." Xu Chen nodded approvingly, then looked at engineer Qian and design manager Gao Feng. "Manager Gao, engineer Qian, we must accelerate the design and development of the special vehicle series. Adapt the existing delivery tricycle platform and complete all tests within a month, then launch mass production." "Yes, President Su." Engineer Qian and Gao Feng exchanged glances before responding. "All right, everyone, get to work. The future of Tianyu lies in each of us, and I will not keep this glory for myself," Xu Chen declared solemnly. With capital flowing back and the previous loan, Tianyu's account now had ample funds, triggering an aggressive expansion. The Tianyu marketing team, unleashed like wild beasts, stormed the market and contracts rained down on the headquarters. The production factory ran at full capacity with 3 shifts, strictly adhering to an 8-hour workday with night shift subsidies. Employee morale soared, production issues were minimal, and any problems were swiftly resolved. As the volume of purchased components increased, Su Yan negotiated lower prices with suppliers. Tianyu's 30-day settlement policy was irresistible to any vendor. In the R&D and design departments, good news kept rolling in 7 days the 3-wheeled sanitation vehicle reached mass production standards, 6 days for the patrol vehicle, 5 days for the garbage truck, 4 days to upgrade the motor power for the engineering dump truck, and the final 3 days to complete the flatbed transport vehicle. In less than a month, most special 3-wheeled vehicles on the market had been designed by Tianyu and met mass production standards. The universal chassis Xu Chen had planned earlier was also developed and named TYDPTY1. By connecting different modules via standardized interfaces, the production line could be quickly reconfigured, reducing part count and lowering employee training costs. This further reduced Tianyu's overall vehicle costs. After a month of sales, Tianyu's 3-wheeled delivery tricycles had appeared in several cities around Guide and were spreading to Luoyang, Nanyang, Anyang, and beyond. Cumulative sales reached 3,000 units with total revenue of 13,500,000 yuan and net profit of 6,200,000, equivalent to 3 years of Tianyu's previous profits combined. Thanks to Tianyu's thorough preparation, it had already seized most of the market before other manufacturers could react. After a month of use by the first batch of customers, brand recognition gradually took hold. In Guide, the brand Tianyu was synonymous with delivery tricycles, and brand building in other cities was steadily advancing. After mass production of other special vehicles, the city of Guide happened to be preparing to apply for a national sanitary city, and several neighboring cities were also pursuing the same title. Demand for Tianyu's sanitation vehicles and garbage trucks was substantial. This time Xu Chen personally met with the relevant officials. The leaders were very pleased with his proactive attitude. They had heard of Tianyu's excellent quality and its status as a local guide enterprise. The leader waved his hand and placed an order for 30 units, though the formal procedures would naturally be completed. The electric sanitation vehicle had a unit price of 5,200 yuan, totaling 156,000 yuan, albeit with a longer payment term. However, these sanitation vehicles were not only for government agencies. Large enterprises and even residential communities needed them. The marketing department truly pulled out all the stops, leveraging every connection they had. Sales of all vehicle models were quite impressive. Just as Xu Chen was delightedly reviewing the sales report, inside the Guide branch office of IMA Vehicle Industry in the general manager's office. Have you gathered the information on Tianyu? Wang Rui asked, cigarette dangling, his expression dark. The head of marketing quickly handed over a dossier. Tianyu was a small brand over a month ago, mainly assembling three-wheeled household electric vehicles and earning a few million in annual profit. Over a month ago, Su Weigua, head of Tianyu Travel, died in a car accident, and his son Xu Chen hastily took over. Under Xu Chen's leadership, the company pivoted to manufacturing delivery tricycles. Now the delivery tricycle market in Guide is essentially dominated by Tianyu, and they hold about half the market in neighboring cities. Wang Rui glanced at the dossier on Xu Chen, 26 years old, a graduate of Zhejiang University, and narrowed his eyes. He dismissed the thought the delivery tricycle market was only so big, there was no need to adjust production lines specifically. For now, don't pay it any attention. It's just small-time stuff. Wang Rui tossed the dossier aside and stopped thinking about it. But he had no idea how much this decision would haunt him later. Inside Tianyu's conference room, the team gathered once again. Dong Jin from the marketing department took the floor. This time we sold a total of 3850 vehicles with total sales revenue of approximately 18.8 million and gross profit close to 11.8 million. This proves that our strategy of self-developed motors LCD instruments has been recognized by the market. Delivery tricycles remain the absolute mainstay, with 320 units sold, contributing 14.4 million in sales and 8.76 million in gross profit, accounting for 3/4 of total profit. The pricing of 4500 yuan has held firm, and the recognition of the Tianyu brand in surrounding markets is gradually increasing. Although the volume of special vehicles is small, their profit is astonishing. Only 50 garbage collection trucks were sold, but each earned a profit of 1620 yuan, with a total gross profit of over 8000 yuan and a gross margin exceeding 80%. The most profitable product. Sanitation cleaning vehicles, engineering dump trucks, and patrol vehicles also performed well, with gross margins above 60%, collectively contributing over 2 million yuan in profit. Now our product line has expanded from delivery tricycles to 6 categories, including sanitation, municipal, and engineering. We have shipped to places around Guide such as Zhengzhou, Luoyang, Zhoukou, and Boizhou. Our next steps are simple: stabilize the delivery tricycle segment, seize opportunities from the Create a Healthy City campaign to secure more government sanitation vehicle orders, and push engineering vehicles toward the building materials market and rural construction. As Dong Jin finished speaking, applause erupted. Over the past month, they had devoted all their efforts to this and finally saw results. Xu Chen stood up, looked around, and said with a smile, "A month ago we were still arguing here, whether to stick with the brand or sell it. And what a heated debate it was." Hearing Xu Chen's words, everyone laughed in unison. Indeed, the argument had been fierce back then. Who would have thought that a month later they would have sold so many vehicles? Many of you here are my elders. Thank you all for your hard work. Xu Chen bowed deeply. Seeing this, the crowd had complex expressions. Among them, Zhou Qingshuan, for instance, had been working with Su Weigua from the very beginning and had watched Xu Chen grow up. Straightening up, Xu Chen beamed. "Of course, mere thanks won't do. He'll have the finance department issue bonuses. I certainly won't let you down." A note here: Tianyu Mobility was not built by Su Weigua alone. Managers like Zhou Chengxian and Su Yan hold some shares, though Su Weigua is the controlling shareholder. The year-end dividends were the main attraction for them. After the meeting, President Su returned to his office to refine Tianyu's next steps. He had just sat down and taken a sip of water when Dong Jin and Zhou Chengxian hurriedly burst in. Dong Jin wiped away sweat and said hurriedly to Xu Chen, "President Su, all our dealers in Guide have come." What's going on?" Xu Chen stood up in shock. "Bro, it's not every day that dealers come knocking together." "Well," Zhou Chengxian and Dong Jin exchanged glances, smiling awkwardly. "You'd better go see for yourself." Xu Chen followed them to the reception room. Pushing open the door, he saw a dozen men gathered chatting animatedly. Seeing Xu Chen, they quickly stood up and called out, "President Su, you're finally here. President Su, don't forget us old partners." Xu Chen's head spun. He pressed his hands down, saying, "Everyone, let's take things slowly. Old Wu, you speak. You're the oldest." At Xu Chen's words, the dealers fell silent. Old Wu, who was called upon, spoke up. President Xu, when we were selling delivery tricycles before, many customers were very interested in vehicles with LCD instruments. Just this week, 10 people have come asking if we have such models. Yes, President Xu, Tianyu should hurry up and produce a household tricycle with an LCD instrument. It's okay if it's a bit more expensive. An old man has asked me several times, saying his eyesight is poor and he can't read the analog dial, but he can see the LCD clearly. Xu Chen gave a helpless smile, thinking it was some major issue that brought all the dealers. It seemed the market demand for this was indeed considerable. After thinking for a moment, he said, I've heard your concerns. Tianyu already has experience manufacturing household tricycles. According to my estimate, we can supply them in about 5 days. You can sign the contracts today. How about it? What about the price? Old Wu asked the core question. On the price, of course, we won't let you lose out. It will be 200 yuan higher than the previous Tianyu household tricycle, covering the cost of technological upgrades. The dealers did a quick mental calculation. Tianyu's vehicles were already good quality, and customers who bought them spoke highly of them. It was reasonable to raise the price by 200 yuan for the technological upgrade. Old Wu was the first to speak. I'll order 10 first, and see how they sell. Seeing Old Wu take the lead, the others chimed in. I'll take 10 too. I want 8. Don't worry, Tianyu's production capacity is sufficient. Please sign the contracts with our marketing colleagues. After resolving this matter, Xu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that an LCD display would have such a big impact on people. It seemed he needed to seriously consider the plan for household tricycles. After all, household tricycles were the mainstream market and the segment that big manufacturers like Yidea and Ima were fiercely competing for. Xu Chen spoke to Zhou Chengxian about this matter, asking him to implement it. He especially instructed the R&D department to focus on the electronic control system for the rural market, striving to extend the range by about 10% through the electronic control. Then the advertising could call it an intelligent system that improves range, and so on. Now that the funds were nearly accumulated, it was time for Tianyu's next move. To truly make money, household tricycles were nothing. The market was already brutally competitive with Yidea and Ima. Even Tianyu could only rely on intelligent features to break out, but it could never catch up to Yidea and Ima in sales volume, especially in terms of offline stores. Tianyu couldn't even come close. He was thinking about the market for low-speed four-wheeled electric vehicles, commonly known as old people's scooters. From what he knew, the profit margin for these vehicles was extremely high, comparable to that of special vehicles like delivery tricycles. But what was the market size of special vehicles like delivery tricycles? The old people's scooter market was worth tens of billions, no comparison. They could also produce three-wheeled enclosed cabin cars, which also had good profit and market potential. 5 days later, the first batch of upgraded household tricycles rolled off the production line. The R&D department had made tailored optimizations based on rural road conditions and grain transportation needs. With guidance from professors at the normal college, Tianyu successfully developed its own electronic control system, effectively increasing the range by about 5 kilometers. This was optimized based on the supplier's lead-acid batteries. If Tianyu's own batteries were used in the future, the range could be increased by at least another 5 kilometers. As Tianyu household tricycles were loaded onto trucks and dispatched to various dealers, a change that no one had anticipated was quietly taking place. On the 5th day of the launch of Tianyu's home-use upgraded tricycle, Old Wu's shop, the last silver new vehicle was also driven away, bought by an elderly man who had failed to snatch the cyan one yesterday and couldn't wait for tomorrow's restock. 10 vehicles cleared in 5 days. Old Wu crouched at the shop entrance, staring at the empty doorway, his heart in turmoil. On the one hand, there was almost no need for salesmanship. Customers would glance at the bright LCD dashboard, hear the sales assistant say, Tianyu's self-developed motor, the intelligent system, can run several more miles. Then circle the vehicle twice, and the price was roughly settled. It was much easier than selling any vehicles he had before. More strangely, the word of mouth was incredible. That second uncle from the outskirts had bought the vehicle only 2 days ago and had already brought 4 or 5 batches of villagers to him, each insisting on Tianyu's one with the TV. On the other hand, the stock was gone. The phones had been ringing for restocking since morning from township distribution points, from other shops, inquiring from customers who had paid deposits and were waiting for pickup. WeChat messages were dense. He had just called Manager Dong at Tianyu, his voice hoarse with anxiety. Manager Dong, this is Old Wu. Send another 30, no 50. All in cyan. On the other end of the line, Dong Jin's voice carried both exhaustion and excitement. Old Wu slowed down. All 50. My phone is nearly blown up. The production line would smoke and still can't keep up. You'll have to queue. The first batch of 10 arrives in 3 days. 3 days. And queue. Old Wu's vision darkened, as if he saw banknotes sprouting wings and flying away before his eyes. He gritted his teeth. Fine, 10 it is. But you have to put me at the front. After hanging up, Old Wu took a fierce drag of his cigarette. Tianyu, this time it might really take off. He had to seize this opportunity. At Tianyu Chuxing's Xu Chen's office, Dong Jin slapped a stack of order statistics onto Xu Chen's desk, dark circles under his eyes, his voice fervent. Boss Xu, it's exploding. Dealer additional orders exceeded 200 vehicles in half a day. All home use upgraded versions. We can produce at most 120 a day, and that's not counting the capacity taken by other models. Xu Chen glanced at the report. The data was blazing, but he frowned slightly. The market feedback was within expectations. The concept of LCD dashboard plus intelligent range was a dimensionality reduction attack on the 2014 rural market. But the problem came faster, the bottleneck of production capacity. Any news from Manager Zhou about the new factory? Xu Chen asked. The development zone is looking into it, but that's far to quench our immediate thirst, Dong Jin replied urgently. Equipment workers' raw materials. None of them can be ready right away. Xu Chen tapped his fingers on the desk, a rapid rhythm. The time window waited for no one. Giants like Yadea and Ima had simply not reacted, yet once they followed suit, Tianyu's first mover advantage would quickly vanish. We need to walk on two legs. Xu Chen looked up, his eyes sharp. First, dig deep internally. Tell Wang Zheng in production all tricycle production lines give full priority to the home-use upgraded version. Reduce output of other models. Overtime subsidies for workers should be paid at the maximum rate, and logistics support must keep up. I want to squeeze out another 20% of capacity on the existing basis. But let me be clear, anyone who cuts corners on quality due to rush work will be fired. Understood. Second, look externally. Xu Chen continued. Go immediately and scout around guide for any tricycle assembly factories that have decent quality but are currently idle. We outsource part of the frame welding, painting, or final assembly. We provide the core components, motor, electronic control, dashboard, and quality inspection standards using their capacity and labor to ship quickly. Dong Jin's eyes lit up, borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. That's a great idea. I know the ropes will do it right away. Be fast, be steady, Xu Chen instructed. We can concede on profits, but quality and delivery schedules must not be relaxed. The contract must be tight. Understood. Dong Jin turned to leave. Wait, Xu Chen called him back. Keep up the market promotion. Focus on 3 points: LCD dashboard, clear visibility, intelligent electronic control, longer range, Tianyu quality, replacement no repair. Don't just stay in the shop. Go to local newspapers, radio stations, and those traveling movie projectionists in the countryside. Get the ads out to the fields. We need to engrave Tianyu equals good vehicle into the villagers' minds before the competitors wake up. Understood, Boss Su. Dong Jin charged out, full of energy. The office fell quiet. Xu Chen walked to the window. The factory area below was bustling with activity. Trucks lined up, machines roared incessantly. This feeling of being pulled violently by market demand made his blood surge. Though the capacity crisis was a trouble, it also proved that Xu Chen's path was correct. The explosion of home-use tricycles would not only replenish cash flow, but also drive the Tianyu brand deep into the countryside. This was the foundation for everything in the future. He looked out the window toward the distant city, as if he could see the massive silhouettes of the giant companies, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Enjoying the price war? Go ahead. At IMA Vehicle Industry Guide Branch. Market Department Manager Li Yin, holding a freshly produced data brief, hurried into General Manager Wang Rui's office, a puzzled expression on his face. Boss Wang, the recent tricycle market data is a bit strange. Our share and Yadea's are both slightly down, though not much. But feedback from below indicates that some scattered purchasing power seems to have flowed away. Wang Rui was looking at his computer, not raising his head. Fluctuations are normal. Probably those no-name brands clearing inventory, a final few jumps. Our focus is on the high-end two-wheeler market and channel syncing. For tricycles, just keep steady. Any movement from Yadea? They seem to be clearing old models as well, no new products seen. Li Yin replied. Then no need to worry. Wang Rui waved his hand dismissively. After this price war washes out the small fish and shrimp, the market will still be ours. Oh, by the way, that company we mentioned last time. Tianyu. They seem to have come up with some new dashboard. Yes, they say it's an LCD dashboard that can run a few more kilometers, Li Yin recalled. A gimmick, Wang Rui sneered. Rural folks buy vehicles just for cheapness and durability. Add a screen, costs go up. Would they be willing to buy? Let's wait and see. If sales don't take off, it's all in vain. Focus on the movements of Yadea and Taeog. Don't pay too much attention to the others. Yes. Li Yin nodded and withdrew. The faint unease in his heart under his leader's certainty gradually subsided. Perhaps he was just overthinking. He never imagined that the gimmick and small fish and shrimp he spoke of were at this very moment like a silent catfish burrowing into the bottom of the pond they regarded as their base, but had never truly tended and beginning to churn furiously. Meanwhile, the giant companies above the water were still staring at each other, calculating how much the other had cut. At the same time, Yadea, at the Yachty Guide branch, the conference room was hazy with smoke. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table spoke. First, tell me now that Tianyu has upgraded to digital dashboards, what should we do? The production manager replied. General Manager Li, we at Yachty can't manage it for now. We still have 3,000 pointer-type dashboards in inventory. We have to finish producing those before we can upgrade. But by the time those 3,000 are produced, Tianyu will have taken over the market, and the peak sales season for this year will be over. The marketing manager let out a cold laugh. The room fell into silence. They had to consider inventory and the production line adjustments. Manager Li was irritated. This Tianyu doesn't play by the rules. We all agreed. Neither of us would change, and everyone would be fine. Suddenly they launch a surprise attack. How can anyone tolerate that? At that moment Xu Chen had no idea that his Tianyu had become the manufacturer that rivals called unethical and malicious. What guide really needs are entrepreneurs like President Xu. Song Kai, deputy director of the Economic Development Zone, grasped Xu Chen's hand with gratitude, praising him. Oh, not at all. Director Song, you're the one serving the people. Xu Chen replied modestly, exchanging mutual flattery. Song Kai patted Xu Chen's shoulder with a smile. President Xu, if you need any help, just say the word. Helping enterprises solve problems is our responsibility. Don't worry, Director Song. I'll speak up if I need anything. Good. I have matters to attend to at the office, so I'll be going now. Song Kai glanced at his watch, smiled, and bid farewell to Xu Chen. Xu Chen nodded. Take care, Director Song. Watching Song Kai drive away in his Passat, Xu Chen turned to look at the newly rented factory, building a surge of pride rising in his heart. This factory was slightly larger than the original Tianyu facility, covering 10 mu, which should suffice for a while. Once funds were sufficient, he would definitely buy land to build his own factory. He said to Zhou Chengxian, beside him, Uncle Zhou, please take care of procuring equipment and the like. But leave 2/3 of the space free. Do I have plans for it? Zhou Qingshuan, though curious, nodded. Yes, President Xu. I'll arrange for equipment and staff to move in as soon as possible. With the new factory in place and new production lines set up, the number of three-wheelers rolling off Tianyu's lines increased daily. The marketing department had already been expanded, and their footprint now spanned the entire Hunan province. Dealers of Tianyu had appeared in several cities around Guide, and they had even penetrated cities in Jiangsu, Shandong, and Anhui provinces. This caught the attention of many electric vehicle brands who noted the sudden rise of this enterprise. Numerous brands began formulating targeted plans to slow Tianyu's expansion. At Tianyu Mobility headquarters in Xu Chen's office, Dong Jin was reporting the latest sales figures while Zhou Qingxian stood by. President Xu, today is April 30th. It's been a month and a half since our delivery vehicles hit the market. Our current product lineup has expanded from delivery vehicles to sanitation trucks, engineering vehicles, and other categories. These products are growing steadily, but our main growth driver is the household cargo three-wheeler. In the past 10 days alone, we shipped 400 units. At an ex-factory price of 3800 yuan, total sales revenue is 152 million yuan, with a gross profit of about 8800. The increase in gross profit is mainly because we produce our own motors and other components in-house, so that portion of profit has risen. Upon hearing this, Xu Chen thought to himself, indeed self-research is the way to go. In the past, making a gross profit of 2000 on these vehicles would have been considered good. Everyone has worked hard. May Day is coming. Those who wish to work overtime will receive double pay. We must not shortchange our employees. Xu Chen recalled his previous life when his boss forced employees into voluntary overtime, paying only regular rates, even on holidays, never mentioning statutory holidays. Since he had been reborn as a boss, he was determined to do something different, like letting employees choose for themselves, work overtime if they wanted or rest if they preferred. Very well, President Xu. I'll have HR issue the notice this afternoon, said Zhou Chengxian. After Dong Jin left, Xu Chen asked, Zhou Qingshuan, Uncle Zhou, how much money do we have in the account now? I checked with finance this morning. We have 2 million yuan in liquid funds. Zhou Chengxian had developed a habit. Given Tianyu's rapid growth, he asked finance every 3 days to keep a close eye on the liquid funds. 10 million. If we don't spend it, it's a waste. Xu Chen stroked his chin, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. All right, Uncle Zhou, call a meeting with RD Design and Procurement. It's time for Tianyu to enter the next phase of our plan. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xu Chen's mouth. The next phase? Zhou Qingxian murmured to himself, I wasn't aware of that. All right, I'll go notify them now. Half an hour later, except for a few employees on business trips, the key members of the 3 departments had all arrived. Xu Chen stood at the head of the table, scanning the room. Everyone's spirit was excellent. He announced in a clear voice, everyone, after a period of development, it's time for Tianyu to enter the next phase. Tomorrow is May Day. Those who want to rest. Those who want to work overtime, Tianyu will never treat you unfairly. Thank you, President Xu. Someone cheered from the crowd. Chen Yifei, don't try to hide. I see you. Have you decided? Will you work overtime or rest tomorrow? Xu Chen pointed a pen at a young man sitting in the back. Chen Yifei, embarrassed at being singled out, stood up. Report, President Xu. I'll definitely work overtime. Tianyu is my home, and even on holidays I'm at home. Good, very spirited. Xu Chen clapped, praising him. He had a vivid impression of Chen Yifei. The first time he entered the company, he dared to call him Godfather, which was far bolder than Xu Chen had been in his previous life. Returning to the main topic, Xu Chen said seriously, the next area Tianyu will enter is 3-wheeled enclosed vehicles. He paused, then added, as well as 3-wheeled passenger vehicles and twelve-wheelers. These were the segments that truly drove volume in the electric vehicle market. With 10 million yuan in funds, this was entirely sufficient, and the newly rented factory could accommodate additional production lines. Engineer Qian, I've already arranged for the purchase of the top-selling four-wheeled electric vehicles on the market. They'll arrive in a couple of days. When they do, have the chassis team study them thoroughly. If we're going to do this, we do it at the highest level. Engineer Qian nodded. Yes, President Xu. I'll arrange for the willing colleagues to study them as soon as I return. Design Manager Gao. Gao Feng stood up. I'm here, President Xu. Survey the market for three-wheeled passenger enclosed vehicles. Summer is coming, and this type of vehicle sells well. After the meeting, come to my office. I'll give you a few reference images. Yes, President Xu. Gao Feng felt relieved. He trusted Xu Chen's aesthetic judgment. Xu Chen then arranged a few more matters, and the meeting adjourned. In the market, as Tianyu's household and cargo three-wheelers sold better and better pressure mounted on other manufacturers. Finally, a factory of a similar size to Tianyu's original couldn't hold out any longer and upgraded from pointer-type dashboards to digital displays. With the first upgrade, other manufacturers followed suit. Eventually, even major brands like Yadiyama and Jinping made the switch, or else their cargo three-wheelers simply wouldn't sell. Xu Chen probably never imagined that his simple desire to give users a better experience would force the entire industry to upgrade. In his previous life, the industry didn't start upgrading until 2016. In this life, Xu Chen had pushed the entire industry forward by 2 full years. In the new factory of Tianyu Mobility, a dedicated area of over 200 square meters was partitioned off as a competitive product teardown zone. At this moment, 7 or 8 enclosed three-wheeled carriages freshly purchased from the market were parked in this area. Some were fuel-powered, some electric, and others hybrid. When Xu Chen pushed open the door and walked in, Engineer Qian was leading a few chassis engineers in studying a red Zhufeng electric three-wheeler. Nearby were also parked popular models from brands such as Jinping, Zongshan Fulu, and Shenghao. President Xu, you're here. Engineer Qian stood up, brushing the dust off his hands. How is it? Having seen all the mainstream models on the market, what are your thoughts? Xu Chen walked over to the red Zhufeng three-wheeler, reached out, and knocked on the door, which emitted a flimsy clanging sound. Engineer Qian sighed, pointing at the parts on the ground, and said, President Xu, to be honest, after looking at these vehicles, I can only say that our country's common folks are too willing to settle. Look at this Zhufeng Standard with 4 batteries, dealer price between 6,800 and 7,200 yuan. Next to it, that Jinping 3-door fully enclosed model, last year's household sales champion, uses 4 water batteries, and the on-road price is generally around 7,500 yuan. If you add a larger battery, it directly goes to 8,500. He walked to the other side, pointing at a boxy Zongshan and a roundhead Fulu A7. These two are fuel-powered and hybrid. This Zongshan fully enclosed J5 hybrid model sells for over 1,200 to 1,350 yuan. The Fulu A7 is even more exaggerated. Single-cylinder 175 water-cooled steering wheel version with standard central console and heater directly sells for 1,300 to 1,450 yuan, and the high-end twin-cylinder version even approaches 2,000. Xu Chen looked at these vehicles, his brows slightly furrowed. He pulled open the door of that Jinping carriage priced over 7,000 yuan and sat inside. The cabin had a pungent smell of cheap plastic. The dashboard was bare, with the most prominent feature being an outdated pointer instrument panel in the middle, not even a digital LCD display. The door inner panel was as thin as paper, and it caved in with a slight press. With this kind of craftsmanship and configuration, they can sell for 7 or 8,000 or even 10,000. Xu Chen stepped out of the car and casually closed the door. The door made a flimsy slap sound which felt brittle to the ear. Exactly, Engineer Qian shook his head helplessly. The chassis is just an ordinary cargo three-wheeler chassis with a welded iron shell. Shenghao sheet metal is slightly thicker, but not much better. As for the instrument panel, forget about LCD. Some small factories' cars costing 5 or 6,000 yuan can't even display the battery level accurately, so drivers have to guess by feel. Xu Chen walked around these vehicles, his thoughts becoming clearer. Engineer Qian, have you noticed? This is a huge profit margin. Xu Chen stopped looking at the others. Why are common folks willing to spend 7 or 8,000 or even over 10,000 yuan on these cars? It's for shelter from wind and rain, to pick up and drop off children, to go out without enduring cold or heat. But what do these big manufacturers provide them? A wheeled iron box. Lousy design, rough craftsmanship, unwilling to even give a basic LCD instrument panel. Xu Chen turned to look at Gao Feng, the design department manager, who had just entered the workshop. Manager Gao, take a look at the appearance of these cars. Gao Feng walked over, glanced at the round head of the Fulu and the boxy head of the Zongshan, and shook his head. President Xu, these designs are basically stuck in the aesthetics of the early 2000s, with no sense of lines. Just iron sheets crudely pieced together to enclose a person. Exactly, Xu Chen snapped his fingers. So our three-wheeled passenger carriage is going to teach this market a lesson from start to finish. Xu Chen walked to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and quickly wrote down several core requirements. First, the exterior must be redesigned. Gao Feng, I don't want this boxy or byground head design. The front should be streamlined, the waistline raised, and the front and rear lights should have an integrated design sense. Within the cost budget, the appearance should look like a small car, not a three-wheeler with a lid. Gao Feng nodded repeatedly. Understood, President Xu. He'll go back and produce a few sketch versions focusing on a modern microcar style. Once the drawings are ready, apply for a national design patent immediately. Second, interior and configuration. Xu Chen looked at Engineer Qian. Our own LCD instrument panel is already mature technology. Oh, just make it standard. I want the driver to glance down and clearly see the remaining battery level, speed, and fault codes. Also, in summer under the sun, the inside becomes like a steam oven. Air conditioning is too costly, so we won't install it, but a small fan must be standard. Design a fixed slot on top of the center console for a 12V silent oscillating fan. Also, all roofs must be die-cast to reserve a sunroof position. Add a manual mechanical sunroof that can be pushed open for ventilation. A small fan plus a sunroof adds less than 100 yuan in cost, but the user experience is completely different. Engineer Qian listened while jotting down notes in his notebook, his eyes growing increasingly bright. Third, the chassis and the door closing sound. Xu Chen slapped the door of the nearby Jinping heavily. I don't require expensive soundproofing materials, but inside the door vibration damping plates must be added, and the door frame sealing strips should be of better quality. I want the user to hear a dull thump when closing the door, not a slap of metal colliding. The chassis should use the same one as our delivery vehicles, with thicker shock-absorbing springs sturdy enough so that it doesn't feel like it's falling apart on bumpy roads. Xu Chen put down the pen, looking at Engineer Qian and Gao Feng. Our first passenger carriage will benchmark against the best-selling Jinping 3-door fully enclosed model on the market. Use our self-developed motor. They'll keep the ex-factory price at 6,500 yuan and the retail price at 7,500 yuan. Can we do it? Engineer Qian and Gao Feng exchanged glances and said in unison, no problem. In the following days, Tianyu's research and design departments became completely busy. Gao Feng led the design team through 3 all-nighters, producing 5 versions of exterior sketches. Xu Chen finally approved a design. The front head adopted a dolphin-like streamlined low-drag form flanked by round lens headlights. A waistline ran from the front door all the way to the rear. The rear was a vertical cut design to maximize headroom for rear passengers. Once the drawings were ready, they hired a lawyer and submitted a complete set of design patent applications covering the body proportions, headlight styles, grille structure, and even wheel hub styling. Engineer Qian, meanwhile, led the team in tuning the chassis, specially die-casting a base for the small fan on the center console and stamping the installation holes for the manual sunroof on the roof. 15 days later, Tianyu's first prototype of the 3-wheeled passenger carriage officially rolled off the trial production line. Xu Chen, Zhou Qingshuan, Qian Gong, and Gao Feng stood before the vehicle, appraising the newly assembled car. The paint was classic pearl white, accented with a sea blue side stripe. The streamlined front made it stand out among its peers, exuding a refined modernity rather than a crude roughness. Xu Chen stepped forward, opened the driver's door, and climbed in. The door closed with a solid thud, far more substantial than the Jinping parked beside it. He inserted the key and turned it. A color LCD dashboard in the center lit up, instantly displaying battery level, speed, and total mileage clearly. Xu Chen pressed a switch on the right side of the center console, and a small black fan fixed above began to spin, sending a cool breeze to his face. He raised his hand and pushed open the mechanical sunroof, dissipating much of the stuffy heat inside the cabin. The seats, though upholstered in artificial leather, were thickly padded. Xu Chen gripped the steering wheel, started the car, and drove 2 laps around the factory's open area. The self-developed motor delivered a remarkably smooth power output, without the jerky sensation common to ordinary electric tricycles. When crossing the speed bump at the factory gate, the reinforced suspension springs held the body steadily, giving a solid chassis feel with no extraneous rattles. Xu Chen brought the car to a stop, pushed open the door, and stepped out. Well done, he said to Qian Gong and Gao Feng, offering unreserved praise. This is exactly the car I wanted. Zhou Chengxian smiled and remarked, President Xu, with this car on the market at 7,500 yuan, won't the rural folks snatch them up? The quality and craftsmanship are simply on another level. Not just rural areas, Xu Chen said, patting the roof. Parents in county towns who pick up their kids from school will also be a major customer base for this model. It's safer than a 2-wheeler and cheaper and easier to park than a 4-wheeler. Xu Chen turned to Zhou Qingshuan. This car is named Tianyu Mobility 01. Finalize all the specifications and immediately arrange for the supply chain to start mold production. The first batch will be 2,000 units. Zhou Chengxian nodded. Understood. I've already notified the supply chain. They're ready to place large orders. But President Xu, there's something I need to report. What is it? Because of the added vibration damping plates, LCD dashboard, sunroof, and small fan, the total cost per vehicle is slightly higher than expected. Zhou Chengxian flipped open his notebook. The per unit cost is roughly 4,500 yuan. If your factory price is 6,500, the gross profit is about 2,000 yuan, which is lower than the profit margin on our previous delivery tricycles. Xu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Passenger tricycles rely on volume. Once the volume picks up, component procurement costs can be further reduced. Moreover, we will use this model to penetrate the lower-tier market and firmly establish Tianyu's brand reputation. A slightly lower profit is fine. I want to force all those manufacturers still selling overpriced boxy cars at high prices to change. Xu Chen felt a surge of excitement. He knew the market situation well. Those big factories relying on brand advantages used the oldest molds and the most basic configurations, selling a car for 700 to 800 yuan arbitrarily. Now with the launch of Tianyu's Leda 01, it would be a complete game-changer. President Xu notified Dong Jin immediately to deploy all the marketing team members. Xu Chen nodded, gazing at the sleek, white canopy car, his tone calm, yet resolute. Go. Tell Dong Jin, tell all the dealers. From today onward, Tianyu will redefine the market standard for three-wheeled canopy vehicles. Old Wu was chatting in his shop when he received the call from Dong Jin. What? Go to the factory to see a car. Old Wu was taken aback. Did Tianyu release a new model? You'll know when you come, Dong Jin chuckled on the other end. Old Wu drove to Tianyu's factory with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Upon entering the workshop, he saw several brand-new three-wheeled canopy cars parked in the center. The bodies were a vibrant cyan with a much rounder silhouette than the square, boxy metal shells on the market. A roof rack was added, giving the overall lines a sharp, clean look. This is your new enclosed tricycle. Old Wu walked around the vehicle, twice reaching out to touch the door. The sheet metal was solid, lacking the cheap, flimsy feel that would buckle under pressure. Dong Jin proudly patted the roof. What do you think? Tianyu Leda 01. We specifically tuned it for rural road conditions. The motor is also our own design, powerful and energy efficient. Old Wu swallowed hard, pointing at the control panel. How much will this thing sell for? Factory price is 6500, retail at 7500, Dong Jin announced. Old Wu quickly did the math in his head. Enclosed tricycles from brands like Jinping and Shenghao generally ranged from 700 to 8500. Tianyu's price of 7500 was within a reasonable range. Perfect. Old Wu, why don't you bring out that Jinping car too, and we'll compare them, Dong Jin said with a smile. Old Wu's interest was piqued. The two cars were parked side by side on the flat ground. He first climbed into the Jinping. As soon as he entered the cabin, a pungent plastic smell hit him. The dashboard was bare with a needle gauge embedded in the middle. Battery level had to be checked by looking at a red light, which would often malfunction after a few years. He started the engine. The handlebars felt as heavy as lead, requiring a strenuous effort to turn, leaving his arms sore after a short while. Then Old Wu climbed into the Tianyu Leda 01. The moment he entered, the experience was different. There was a manual sunroof above, and a thoughtfully designed card slot was left on the side of the center console, where a silent, oscillating small fan was mounted. The breeze it blew was slightly warm, but far better than being trapped in a metal box. What impressed him most was the LCD dashboard. Old Wu inserted the key. With a soft beep, the dashboard lit up, displaying speed, battery level, and fault codes in clear digital numbers. For elderly rural residents with poor eyesight, this was practically high-tech. He casually gripped the handlebars and gave a gentle twist. The front wheel turned effortlessly. Wow, so light. Old Wu was astonished. He shook it vigorously a few more times. The steering system was smooth and responsive, requiring none of the brute force needed to steer older tricycles. We've added a steering assist compensation. Effortless and easy to handle, Dong Jin added at the right moment. Old Wu got out of the car, staring at the gleaming Tianyu Leda 01. The fire in his heart was fully ignited. At the same price point, Tianyu's model was indeed leagues ahead of other enclosed three-wheelers on the market. Manager Dong, I want this car. Give me 10 first. Old Wu decided on the spot and placed the order. If sales went well, he planned to become a dedicated Tianyu dealer. The next day, Tianyu's truck delivered 10 Tianyu Leda 01 vehicles to Old Wu. He unloaded them and parked them on the vacant lot at the entrance. Compared to the other brands nearby, the aesthetics instantly stood out, like a genuine alpha wolf appearing among a pack of huskies. Its appearance and aura were indeed captivating. Not long after they were displayed, someone came to inquire about the price. Boss, you there? Old Wu heard the call and quickly responded, coming. What car are you looking at? What brand is this car? It looks so nice. The elderly man pointed at the Tianyu Leda 01. Old Wu smiled and replied, this is Tianyu's new Leda 01. It just arrived today. Tianyu. I know that. The old man's eyes lit up at the mention of Tianyu. A while ago, Chui Ying from the east end of our village bought a Tianyu three-wheeler. She said it drives like a dream. Uncle, that three-wheeler you mentioned, I sell it here too. Old Wu pointed to the right side of the shop door, where a brand new cyan Tianyu three-wheeler was parked. It really is. Let me see this car first. Old Wu quickly opened the door to let the old man check the interior. The old man's gaze first landed on the small fan mounted above, and he exclaimed in surprise, this car even has a fan. This fan comes with the factory design. Don't underestimate its size. The wind it blows is strong enough. Old Wu turned on the fan as he spoke, and a cool breeze rushed over them. The old man felt it carefully. The airflow was indeed powerful, and the fan could even oscillate. You see, as the weather gets hotter, having a fan makes a big difference. This is factory installed, not an aftermarket add-in, so it's definitely durable. Look above, there's even a sunroof. When summer comes after a tiring noon, you can turn on the fan and open the sunroof. I'll be much cooler. The old man nodded repeatedly. What old Wu said was true. It was indeed much more comfortable. He looked at the interior again and compared it to the Jinping next to it. It was noticeably better. He then tried driving it himself and found it required much less effort than the Jinping. Not bad, not bad, the old man was tempted. He asked old Wu, this car is so good it must be expensive, right? Hey, don't worry, it's not expensive. This car is the same price as the Jinping, 7,005. Good heavens, same price. Is Tianyu even making money? The old man marveled. Such fine craftsmanship, a small fan included, yet selling at the same price. He decided then and there by this Tianyu Leta 01, not the Jinping. The old man had actually been to several shops and had his eye on the Jinping. He had brought 8,000 yuan intending to buy a car today. His family had no vehicle that could shield them from wind and rain. Originally, he had added a canvas canopy to his old three-wheeler, but it fell apart within 2 years. Not durable at all. After discussing with the family, they decided it was better to just buy an enclosed one. That way, rain or snow, they wouldn't have to worry. The old man took out his wallet, counted out 7,500 yuan, and handed it to old Wu. He'll take it. All right, Uncle, I'll write you the receipt. He'll also throw in an umbrella and a set of floor mats. Old Wu was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected to sell a car in less than half an hour. Partly it was because the Tianyu Leta 01 was such a strong contender, partly it was because the other brands' enclosed three-wheeled carts were so lackluster. The old man took the receipt, placed the umbrella and floor mats in the back, and cheerfully inserted the key. He turned the steering handle, and the car glided smoothly out of old Wu's shop. On the way, the cool breeze from the small fan blew on him, and he felt incredibly pleased. This money was well spent. When he reached the village entrance, the old man honked the horn. The crisp sound drew the attention of people cooling off by the roadside. The car came to a steady stop in his own yard. It happened to be the weekend, and his eldest daughter and her family along with his younger brother-in-law had come bearing gifts for a visit. The eldest daughter had just stepped out of the house and immediately spotted the new cyan car. Dad, when did you buy this new car? The color looks so stylish. The younger brother-in-law also came over, circled the car, and knocked on the door. Brother-in-law, this sheet metal feels really thick, much better than the one I have. What brand is it? Tianyu. Arrived today, and I took a liking to it at first sight. The old man opened the door and proudly pointed inside. Look, there's even a fan up here and a sunroof above. Sitting inside, you don't feel cramped at all. The younger brother-in-law leaned in for a look and was stunned. Wow, really? And the dashboard is a digital screen. My Jinping still has a red needle. I can't even read the battery level accurately. Your steering handle looks way more advanced. Go ahead, take it for a spin, the old man said with a smile. The younger brother-in-law sat in the driver's seat and turned the steering handle left and right. He was amazed. Oh, it's so light. My car takes a ton of effort to turn, but this one turns with almost no force. The boss told me the steering handle has been specially tuned with power assist, the old man explained. The eldest daughter standing nearby was also tempted. Dad, this car must be expensive, right? It looks much more upscale than the three-wheelers sold in town. About 8 or 9,000. The old man held up 7 fingers, then made a 5, 7,005. Same price as those old brands. 7,005. The younger brother-in-law jumped out of the car and slapped his thigh. I paid 7,005 for my Jinping too. No features at all. Sitting inside in summer is like being in a steam oven. This Tianyu has a fan and a sunroof also for 7,005. Exactly. I bought it at Old Wu's shop in Lianyuan Market, paid on the spot, the old man said, pointing at the front of the car. As soon as the younger brother-in-law heard this, regret filled his heart. He turned to the eldest daughter. Daughter, weren't you saying the other day you wanted to buy an enclosed three-wheeler to pick up the kids? I think this car is perfect, safer than a two-wheeler, and you won't get wet in the rain. The eldest daughter nodded repeatedly. This car really looks comfortable, and the price is right. Dad, where's Old Wu's shop? He'll go check it out this afternoon. The younger brother-in-law rubbed his hands together. Brother-in-law, do you think Old Wu would take my old Jinping as a trade-in? I really don't want to suffer driving that thing anymore. Old Wu takes anything. Come on, I'll take you to ask. The old man was always happy to help. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Old Wu's shop in Lianyuan Market, Old Wu had just finished lunch when he saw the old man who had taken the Tianyu Leta 01 that morning arriving with a whole crowd of family members. Behind them followed a half-worn red Jinping cab. Oh, uncle, why are you back? Is there something wrong with the car? Old Wu hurried over. The car is perfect. I brought my daughter and brother-in-law to buy a car. The old man waved his hand grandly. The eldest daughter walked up to the cyan Tianyu Leta 01 at the shop entrance. The more she looked, the more she liked it. She pulled out her phone. Boss, my dad said it's 7,005. He'll take one too. Can I drive it away right now? Yes. Plenty in stock. Old Wu beamed with joy. The younger brother-in-law parked his old Jinping to the side and asked a bit sheepishly, Boss, I've only had this car for a year, but it's really hard to drive. Can you do a trade-in? I want to switch to a Tianyu too. Old Wu walked over, circled the old car, and tested the battery and motor. Yes, we can trade. The car is in decent shape and the battery is passable. By the rules, it'll give you 1,500 for it. You pay the difference of 6,000 and you can drive this brand new Tianyu Mobility 01 right away. Also 3-year warranty and free umbrella and floor mats. The younger brother-in-law thought the trade-in value was fair and much easier than selling it secondhand. He immediately slapped his thigh. Deal? He'll pay now. In one afternoon, thanks to the old man's family old wood shop, sold 2 Tianyu Mobility 01 vehicles in a row. Several neighbors who were watching the commotion and customers browsing the market saw the trade-in event, and upon closer inspection of Tianyu's features and craftsmanship also gathered around. Boss, do you have this car in other colors? Boss, can you trade in an old two-wheeler? Old Wu was drenched in sweat writing receipts and responding to inquiries, but the smile on his face could not be. That afternoon, the spectacular scene at Old Wu's electric vehicle shop in Liangyuan Market spread like wildfire through the dealer circles of Guide City. Those in the electric vehicle business were the most well-informed, and news of which store had a hit model or which vehicles sold well could circulate through industry groups within half a day. Old Wu had managed to move 5 or 6 Tianyu Mobility 01 units that afternoon through trade-ins and cash purchases, a feat that couldn't be concealed. The next morning, just as the factory gate of Tianyu Mobility opened, market director Dong Jin's phone was bombarded with calls. Manager Dong, this is Old Lee from Nongguan. I heard you've got a new canopy car with a fan and a sunroof. Send me 20 units. Cash payment. Old Dong, you're not being fair. New models go to Old Wu first. No way, you must send me 30 Mobility 01s today. I've already transferred the payment. Dong Jin, holding his burning phone, tried to soothe the local dealers on the line while hurrying towards Xu Chen's office. As he pushed open the door, his phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID, answered, and put it on speaker. A gruff voice came through. Old Dong. You've released a new 3-wheeled canopy car and didn't even notify me first. Am I still the largest distributor in Zhoukou City? I tell you, I just saw the video from a colleague in Guide. This Mobility 01 is incredible. Send me 300 units immediately. The rural market in Zhoukou is huge, and this car will sell like hotcakes. The caller was Zhao Guangming, a distributor from Zhoukou City. Zhoukou, adjacent to Guide, was a major agricultural city with numerous counties and towns boasting a formidable demand for 3-wheeled vehicles. Dong Jin smiled bitterly. General Zhao, it's not that I won't send you units. We simply have no stock left. The first batch of 2,000 units has already been snapped up by dealers in Guide, and the production line is nearly running red hot. I don't care. Zhao Guangming shouted impatiently. I sell 3-wheelers well, and I can handle 4-wheelers too. Within 3 days you must squeeze out 100 units from me, or I'll drive straight to Guide and block your factory gate. Zhao Guangming hung up brusquely. Dong Jin sighed and looked at Xu Chen, who sat behind the desk. President Xu, you heard everything. The Mobility 01 has exploded. Dealers' calls haven't stopped since last night, and this morning they're all here scrambling for stock. The first batch of 2,000 units we planned, before they're even fully off the line, their shares have already been divided among dealers in Guide Zhoukou and Kaifeng. Xu Chen was reviewing the production report on his desk. He wasn't surprised by the news, but simply looked up and asked, have they paid the deposits? Deposits? A few deep-pocketed ones have even paid the full amount. Afraid we won't ship their orders. Dong Jin wiped his sweat. President Xu, 2,000 units are barely a drop in the bucket. Dealers from neighboring cities have caught wind and are all pressing for orders. Xu Chen clasped his fingers and said calmly, Uncle Zhou is already handling the capacity issue. The skilled workers from the small factories we acquired and merged have been integrated. Starting tomorrow, we'll add 2 more final assembly lines for the Mobility 01 and implement 3 shifts. But we can't rely solely on this one model. Xu Chen stood up. Come with me to the RD department. The two arrived at the RD workshop. Engineer Qian and Gao Feng from the design department were discussing something in front of several sample vehicles covered with dust cloths. Seeing Xu Chen and Dong Jin, they immediately approached. President Xu, Manager Dong. Engineer Qian, Manager Gao, how are the new models I assigned you progressing? Xu Chen asked directly. A hint of excitement appeared on Gao Feng's face as he pulled off a dust cloth on the left. President Xu, thanks to your foresight. When we designed the Mobility 01, we used a universal chassis. With that foundation, developing new models has been incredibly fast. Under the dust cloth was a longer, more spacious 4-door enclosed 3-wheeled canopy car than the Mobility 01. This is the 4-door extended version, Gao Feng introduced. The chassis is still the same. We just slightly lengthened the wheelbase on the universal module and added a 4-door design. Inside there are 2 rows of seats accommodating 4 to 5 people, and the rear seats can fold down to carry plenty of cargo. The interior is the same as the Mobility 01 with a standard LCD instrument panel, a small fan, and a sunroof. Engineer Qian added. We've also fine-tuned the powertrain, swapping in a rear axle gear with higher torque, so it can climb slopes effortlessly even when fully loaded. Crucially, since the chassis and many components are shared, RD and tooling costs have been kept to a minimum. Xu Chen sat inside to test the space and nodded approvingly. This 4-door model targets families with many members or people running small passenger transport in townships. What's the cost per unit? Around 4,800 yuan per unit, engineer Chen reported flipping through his notebook. Good. Xu Chen pondered briefly. Set the ex-factory price at 7,000 yuan and the retail price at 8,000. At that price, ITLL dominate the four-door canopy car market. Next, Gao Feng uncovered another dust cloth beside him. This was a very compact, cute, two-door micro canopy car with a shorter front end and a narrower body. This is the two-door compact version, Gao Feng said, patting the small vehicle. It's mainly for elderly folks in rural areas or for mothers who just go out to buy groceries or pick up a child from school. The chassis is shortened, the battery is reduced, and the body is lighter, so it's more agile, easier to park, and can slip into any alley. Engineer Qian said, this small car has even lower costs. We removed the roof rack and slightly reduced the motor power, bringing the cost to just 3,800 yuan. Xu Chen's eyes gleamed as he looked at the compact canopy car. This lightweight model will be incredibly popular in the down market. Ex-factory price at 5,000, retail at 6,000. For 6,000 yuan you get a brand new canopy car with a fan, a sunroof, and an LCD instrument panel. Those sellers of second-hand refurbished vehicles and shoddy small brand cars can just shut down. Dong Jin's eyes lit up as he listened. President Xu, your approach is brilliant. A universal chassis, and just swapping the shell gives you a new model. At this RD speed, competitors can never catch up, even if they kill themselves. That's the power of modular design, Xu Chen said, patting Dong Jin's shoulder. Manager Dong, the Leta 01 is the vanguard, and now the four-door and compact versions are ready. Immediately arrange for new product brochures and market these three models as the Tianyu canopy car family. Xu Chen's gaze was sharp as he addressed the team. I want the showrooms of dealers in neighboring cities to be filled with our Tianyu canopy cars of all types. If customers want large space, we have the four-door version. If they want cost-effective commuting, we have the compact version. If they want balanced practicality, they can buy the Leta 01, covering high, medium, and low tiers completely, leaving no breathing room for other brands. Understood. Dong Jin replied, loudly, feeling a surge of energy. News spread quickly. When the canopy car family brochure from Tianyu Mobility was distributed to major dealers in neighboring cities via WeChat groups and sales representatives, the micro-vehicle market in the entire Central Plains region was once again shaken. Zhao Guangming in his office at Zhoukou City gleefully slapped his thigh as he read the internal notice and catalog sent by Tianyu. Oldly, come take a look. This Tianyu boss is definitely a mastermind. Zhao Guangming pushed the tablet to the store manager. Universal chassis, new cars by swapping shells, tight cost control. This strategy is incredibly mature. Quickly send out a notice to all the township outlets below. Fully promote Tianyu's three-wheeled enclosed vehicles. Clear out all the outdated three-wheelers from Jinping and Zongshan at reduced prices. From now on, our store will only sell Tianyu for three-wheeled enclosed vehicles. In Shaoxian Shandong, adjacent to guide. Wang Jinpeng of Jinpeng Auto, looking at the four-door and two-door compact versions in the catalog, was absolutely stunned. Leta 01 just hit the market a few days ago, and now there are two new models. Wang Jinpeng grabbed his phone and quickly sent a voice message to Tianyu sales rep, brother, reserve 50 of those 6 Sandyuan two-door cars for me. Rural elderly ladies love these small cheap ones. And for the four-door version, give me 20. As Tianyu's production capacity gradually ramped up, heavy trucks loaded with Leta 01, the four-door version and the two-door compact version rolled out of Tianyu's factory in Guide City, heading to the downmarket areas of Zhoukou, Kaifeng, Hezi, and beyond. Those traditional big manufacturers who had been relying on their channel advantages to slowly squeeze the three-wheeled, enclosed vehicle market were now completely caught off guard. They couldn't figure out how a small local factory in Guide, which started as an assembler, could deliver three mature models with superior specs and lower prices in such a short time. While they were still in meetings debating whether to replace the pointer dashboard with an LCD screen, Tianyu's vehicles had already occupied the prime spots in electric vehicle stores across all surrounding towns. On June 10th, at 2 p.m., the meeting room of Tianyu Mobility was packed with people. Dong Jin from the marketing department was the first to speak, his voice brimming with irrepressible excitement. Everyone, in the first half of the year, we sold 13198 basic three-wheelers. The room buzzed with low murmurs. 5568 express delivery three-wheelers, 6388 household cargo three-wheelers. Household models have surpassed express ones. That's a huge signal. The market for ordinary people buying for personal use is much larger than we imagined. He flipped a page and continued. 98 sanitation vehicles, 102 garbage trucks, 454 flatbed transport vehicles, 422 dump trucks, and 166 patrol vehicles. Although the volume of special purpose vehicles is small, the profit margin is high. Each garbage truck brings in over 1600 yuan in profit, with a gross margin exceeding 80, the most profitable line. He put down the report and looked at Xu Chen. The total sales for basic three-wheelers are 28.27 million yuan, with a gross profit of 35.42 million yuan. Dong Jin nodded, then opened another page, his voice involuntarily rising a notch. Next, the three-wheeled enclosed vehicle series, mainly the Tianyu Leta 01. Launched in mid-May, it's been less than a month. Guess how many we sold? 10,000. Someone guessed. 11,764. Dong Jin read the number out loud, almost disbelieving it himself. 11764 units, average ex-factory price, 5500 yuan sales, nearly 64. 7 million yuan, gross profit 32. 35 million yuan. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Then it erupted. How many? Over 11,000. Are three-wheeled enclosed vehicles this profitable? Selling at retail prices of 6 to 8,000 and still moving that many. Our competitors' products must be terrible. Let's just say the competitors are. Dong Jin raised his hand to calm the noise, and when the chatter subsided, he continued combining open three-wheelers and enclosed three-wheelers. The first half total sales volume is 24962 units, total sales revenue 123 million yuan, total gross profit 775 million yuan. After deducting RD salaries, taxes, and other expenses, the net profit. He paused, looking at the calculated figures, as if confirming he hadn't made a mistake. Net profit is 87 million yuan. No one spoke this time. Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, twirling a pen, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Engineer Qian adjusted his glasses for RD. Let's not even mention the basic three-wheeler motors. Now the average gross profit per enclosed three-wheeler is 2750 yuan. Selling just a few hundred units recovers the mold and development costs. We sold over 11700 units. He didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood. This business was a huge success. Dong Jin cleared his throat and began to summarize. Open three-wheelers 13198 units with household cargo exceeding express delivery, showing the rural market is fully opened. Enclosed three-wheelers 11764 units in less than a month. Although only 102 garbage trucks were sold, each one brings in profit equivalent to 5 basic three-wheelers. All product lines have gross margins above 50. He looked at Xu Chen with certainty. President Xu, our cash on hand is now 56 million yuan, and all loans are paid off. In the second half, we can hit 200 basic three-wheelers and 200 enclosed three-wheelers. Annual profit breaking 100 million is a sure thing. Xu Chen tossed his pen onto the table and finally spoke, his voice low, but every word crisp, doubling. That's too small, too narrow-minded. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the rows of newly produced Tianyu enclosures in the factory yard. Do you know how many people in the countryside don't have a driver's license? Do you know there are countless ordinary folks who can't afford a vehicle that shelters them from wind and rain? Xu Chen turned to face the crowd. Our Tianyu's goal is to make a vehicle affordable for every common citizen in Huaxia, whether it's a two-wheeler, an open three-wheeler, or an enclosed carriage. We must always remember that the common people are our customers. As his words fell, silence enveloped the meeting room. After a long moment, slow applause began, and everyone rose, their eyes fixed on Xu Chen with admiration, agreement, and a mix of emotions. Zhou Qingshuan's eyes glistened with tears, pride swelling in his chest. Old Xu, do you see? Little Xu can truly stand on his own now. He's led us old comrades and revived Tianyu. Also, I announced that in appreciation of everyone's hard work, we'll hold an employee assembly this afternoon. Stop work for half a day. We'll do nothing but hand out bonuses. Great, thank you, President Xu. Though no one knew the exact amount, based on Xu Chen's character, it wouldn't be small. In the afternoon, the employee assembly was held in batches. With the heat outside, Xu Chen couldn't let the staff suffer under the sun. One department at a time, the production department came in groups by team. Xu Chen had previously calculated that due to the company's relatively high wages and the current three-shift system, the total number of employees had reached about 700. The bonus base this time was 3 months' basic salary, nothing else counted, as long as one had worked at Tianyu for a full month. Xu Chen specially arranged for someone to withdraw cash, a total of 3 million yuan. The company prepared envelopes, and the bonus amount was calculated based on each department's basic salary. As the first batch of employees entered, they were initially puzzled about what the company was doing, but upon seeing Xu Chen holding envelopes, they realized bonuses were being distributed. The first was the RD department, the main force behind Tianyu's successful transformation. Leading them was Engineer Qian, who took the envelope from Xu Chen with a smile. I didn't expect to get a bonus too. Everyone at Tianyu gets one. How could we leave you out, Engineer Qian? They chatted briefly, then Engineer Qian left through the back door with his bonus. One by one, employees took the envelopes from Xu Chen with beaming smiles, thanked him, and hurried out the back door, pulling out their phones to show off the news. When it came to Chen Yifei, Xu Chen patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Yifei, work hard for me, I have high hopes for you. Learn more skills. Yes, President Xu understood. Chen Yifei gave a wry smile, never expecting that one unconventional act of his would make Xu Chen remember him for so long. It took 3 full hours for Xu Chen to distribute all the bonuses. Though tired, the sincere gratitude from the employees greatly boosted his sense of accomplishment. This was what a time traveler should do. Use one's own strength to change the world. Some employees who received bonuses went to the city to spend, while others returned home to share the good news with their families. Chen Yifei was among them. Back in the dormitory, he took out his phone and called his father. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. What's up, Fei? Something on your mind? His father asked on the other end. Hearing the roar of machinery in the background, Chun Yifei's nose tingled, and he quickly said, Dad, your son's company gave out bonuses today. 10,000 yuan. You and Mom shouldn't work too hard. I rest when you're tired. Your son can earn money now. My goodness, 10,000. Your boss is really something. Don't worry about us. Just work hard at the company and don't cause trouble for the leaders. His father was astonished by the bonus amount his pride barely contained, but he still gave his son advice. I know, Dad. Take care of yourself at work. Since his father was working, Chun Yifei didn't want to disturb him too much and hung up. After hanging up, Chen's father couldn't suppress his smile. A curious coworker asked, Old Chen, what's the good news? You're grinning like that. Ha ha ha, my son called and said his company gave him a bonus, 10,000 yuan. Good heavens, what company is that good? The coworker asked in surprise. It's right here in Guide, called Tianyu. Chen's father recalled carefully. Tianyu's massive cash bonus distribution spread throughout Guide through the employees' word of mouth. Many workers at tricycle companies were discussing, hey, did you know? That company Tianyu, whose boss died and almost went bankrupt, made money recently and gave out bonuses. 3 months basic salary for everyone. I know. My uncle's daughter's friend's boyfriend works there, and I heard the bonus was 10,000 yuan. Tianyu treats its employees so well. Look at our company. The boss just buys a Mercedes and finds a mistress. Don't talk nonsense, or you'll get fired. Fired would be fine. I'm thinking of applying to Tianyu. Not only the workers, but even the surrounding villages in Guide knew that Tianyu had handed out millions in bonuses. Word spread that Tianyu treated its employees well, and many wanted to work there. Even Li Yiheng called to encourage him, saying he had done well, and that treating employees well never hurt. But some people just didn't get it right. Mr. Chow, the philanthropist. This boosted Tianyu's overall reputation and also drew the government's attention to Tianyu's development. Xu Chen escorted Song Kai downstairs, and the two shook hands. Thank you for the government's support. Tianyu will continue to work hard. Xu Chen patted his chest. He hadn't even approached the government when, upon learning of Tianyu's profitability, they immediately sent Song Kai, who was in charge of such matters, to liaise. Song Kai detailed the city and provincial policies to Tianyu, including tax reductions and applications for new tech enterprises. All told, Tianyu could save millions in taxes and receive hundreds of thousands in rewards. Though the amount wasn't huge, it showed the government's attitude. They wanted to nurture a promising local enterprise. This was a political achievement for rising officials. President Su, the district, and even the city are very concerned about Tianyu's development. Feel free to ask for any help you need. Song Kai said with a smile, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes as he looked at the young man before him. He had barely graduated from college, yet he had taken over a company on the verge of bankruptcy and turned it into one with an annual output value exceeding 100 million in just half a year. Alright, if I need any help from the government, it'll definitely come to you, Director Song. Don't turn me away. Xu Chen joked. How could I? I'll help you whenever you come. Song Kai laughed heartily, then said, I have things to attend to at the district, so we'll be off. With that, he got into his car and drove out through Tianyu's main gate. I'm our branch office and Guide. Wang Rui slammed the thick market analysis report onto the desk, pointing at the marketing manager and roaring. Explain this to me. Tianyu's household cargo tricycles sold over 6,000 units in just 2 months right under our noses. Where did this sales volume come from? What the hell are our dealers doing? Though the central air conditioning was set to 16 degrees Celsius, sweat beaded on the marketing manager's forehead. He knew exactly where the sales came from. According to internal statistics, IMA's household cargo tricycle sales had dropped by a full 15 year-on-year this quarter. But who was to blame? It was Wang Rui, who had decided, don't bother with that small factory making express vehicles, and now they had even taken over the civilian market. While Tianyu flourished in the rural market, IMA's own factory was still stuck with thousands of old inventory units refusing to upgrade until they were cleared. The manager kept these thoughts to himself. If he dared say them to Wang Rui's face, he'd be looking for a new job. Seeing the marketing manager hang his head in silence, Wang Rui waved his hand irritably. Fine, get out. You're annoying me. The manager, relieved, hurried out of the office with his head down. Wang Rui stared at the glaring data on the report, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. Although household cargo tricycles only accounted for 10 of IMA's total product line, they were the bridgehead in the rural market. Now Tianyu's Lettuce series had sold over 2,000 units, and the aggressive expansion of their 3 Canopy family models had proven that the young man named Xu Chen was using modular R&D and extreme cost control to deliver a crushing blow to traditional giants. What troubled him more was that Tianyu's product logic, self-developed motors, LCD displays, smart fan sunroofs, would be a disaster if applied to two-wheeled electric vehicles. Tianyu Xu Chen. Wang Rui repeated the name, a cold glint deepening in his eyes. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and watched a few IMA tricycles pass by below. If he had once thought Tianyu was just a clown, now he had to admit that this newly emerged local wolf from Guide had become a major threat. Since you want the market, let's see if you can survive to the end. Wang Rui picked up the phone and dialed the headquarters RD center. Hello, is this headquarters technical department? I'm Wang Rui from the Guide branch. I have something to report. There's a variable in the guide market. I suggest headquarters immediately launch a competitive product reverse engineering plan. Yes, Tianyu Mobility. We need to fully understand their motor and chassis logic, or our market share in the Nanha region might be wiped out by the second half of the year. After hanging up, Wang Rui looked at the brochure of Tianyu's canopy vehicles on the desk deep in thought. Tianyu wasn't just selling vehicles. Through blanket promotions and word-of-mouth penetration, they were branding Tianyu high-cost performance into people's minds. Jinping Vehicle Industry. Due to its geographical location, the headquarters of Jinping Auto is in Suzhou, very close to Guide Tianyu, thus the two companies directly compete. The head of the marketing department looked at the report sent by his subordinates with a helpless expression. It was normal that Tianyu's products were strong and their own products couldn't sell as well, but the headquarters shifted the blame to him instead of the design and R&D departments. Speechless. I'm not taking the blame. The marketing head directly gave up. What can I do? The cost is fixed. I can't compete solely by lowering prices. We have to improve through product R&D. He decided to pass the blame to the design and R&D departments later. On the projection screen in the meeting room, Xu Chen showed a picture. A worn-out tricycle with a cart full of grain and a dark-skinned old farmer standing beside it. I found this online, Xu Chen said, pointing at the picture. We at Tianyu have made so many tricycles. What exactly are we selling? No one answered. Xu Chen replied himself. It's a tool for farmers to support their families, and also a means of transportation for rural households. He switched to the next picture, Tianyu's existing household cargo tricycle. This model has earned us tens of millions, but everyone take a look yourselves. Isn't it ugly? Someone laughed below. Xu Chen also smiled. Compared to Yadi Ima's cargo tricycles, we're about the same, neither better nor worse. But the problem is now we have the ability to do better. Why don't we? He turned his gaze to the people in R&D and design departments. The family of enclosed tricycles has been rolled out, and you've all seen the market feedback. Next, Tianyu will do two things. First, comprehensively upgrade the cargo tricycles. Second, fully replace the household tricycles. Xu Chen pulled open the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and swiftly wrote 2 lines in large characters. Cargo tricycle upgrade direction. Carry more, run steady ride, without suffering. Household tricycle replacement direction. Good looking, easy to drive, energy saving. He finished writing, turned around, and looked at everyone. Let's go one by one. First, the cargo tricycle. Xu Chen drew a simple sketch on the whiteboard. The current cargo tricycle is just a bare frame with a cart. Farmers haul grain dozens of miles to sell in town, getting sunburned in summer and freezing like dogs in winter. Well, add an enclosed cabin to the cargo tricycle with doors and windows, a standard small fan, and an optional heater for the high-end version. Engineer Qian raised his hand and asked, President Xu, adding a cabin will increase costs. Will farmers be willing to pay? Yes, they will, Xu Chen affirmed. Think about it. Before, farmers had no choice, everyone was the same. Now if you give them an option with a canopy, even if it's a few hundred yuan more, many will buy it. Besides, we already have existing molds from the delivery tricycles and enclosed tricycles. We can reuse the cabin directly, so the cost increase won't be much. He looked at Gao Feng. Manager Gao used the front mold of the delivery tricycle for the cargo tricycle's cabin. Keep the LCD dashboard fan and other features. Lengthen and strengthen the chassis. Use a larger final drive ratio. Upgrade the motor from 800W to 1200W and increase the load capacity from 500 kilograms to 800 kilograms. Gao Feng quickly noted it down and nodded. No problem, it's basically a matryoshka process. The development cycle will be short. Second, enlarge the cargo bed. Xu Chen continued. Nowadays, more and more large-scale grain growers in rural areas, it's not cost-effective to haul too little in one trip. The cargo bed will be enlarged from the original 2m1, 5m to 5 square meters, 0m. Thicken the floor, raise the side panels, and use more solid materials. Su Yan from the procurement department frowned. President Xu, steel prices have been rising recently. Enlarging and thickening the cargo bed may increase costs by 300 to 400 yuan. That's acceptable, Xu Chen waved his hand. Raise the retail price by 1,000 yuan and farmers will still buy it. Calculate it. They can carry an extra 200 to 300 jin of grain per trip. Su Yan nodded and said no more. Xu Chen turned to Zhou Qingshuan. Uncle Zhou, the target price for the upgraded cargo version, factory price 4500 to 500 yuan, retail price 5500 to 600 yuan. That's 1,000 yuan more than the current model. Understood, Zhou Chengxian noted in his book. Alright, that's it for the cargo tricycle. Next, the household tricycle. Xu Chen turned to a new page. He swept his eyes over the crowd. Nowadays, rural families buy tricycles not just for hauling goods, but more for visiting relatives, going to markets, and picking up children. What do they want? He answered himself. Good-looking, easy to drive, energy saving. First, good-looking. Xu Chen looked at Gao Feng. They'll give you a few design drawings later. Follow my designs. Gao Feng nodded. Yes, President Xu. Regarding colors, keep the existing silver, red, and white, and add champagne gold, Tiffany blue, and coral orange. For the process, use metallic paint for the finish with good gloss. The plastic parts must have no burrs and even seams. I want Tianyu's household tricycles in the store with Yadiyama right next to them, but customers will instantly feel that Tianyu is more advanced. Understood, Gao Feng responded. Next, easy to drive, Xu Chen turned to engineer Qian. The motor of the current household tricycle is efficient enough, but the electronic control system is too crude. The electronic control algorithm we developed in collaboration with Guide Normal College has been verified to increase range by 5 to 8. That's not enough. Engineer Qian sat up straight. What I want is under the same battery capacity Tianyu's tricycle can run 10 kilometers more than Yadi. Xu Chen raised one finger. 10 kilometers. That's a round trip from the village entrance to the town for ordinary people. That's an absolute competitive advantage. Engineer Qian pondered for a moment. President Xu relying solely on electronic control optimization to gain an extra 10 kilometers is challenging. Unless we also perform targeted efficiency tuning on the motor, sacrificing a bit of starting torque in exchange for mid to low speed range. That's acceptable, Xu Chen nodded. Rural road conditions are already slow, below 30 km/h is the norm. Optimize according to this operating condition. Engineer Qian quickly wrote in his notebook. Third, energize saving, Xu Chen continued. Besides electronic control optimization, I also want to add a feature, a USB charging port. Someone from the design department asked doubtfully. USB? For charging phones? Yes, Xu Chen explained. The penetration rate of smartphones is increasing. People often forget to bring a power bank when riding out. Having a built-in USB port on the tricycle costs only 2 yuan, but users will feel the vehicle is truly thoughtful. He paused. Also upgrade all dashboards to color LCDs the same type as the enclosed tricycles. Speed, battery level, mileage, and fault codes, all at a glance. Xu Chen summarized. For the household upgrade version, control the factory price at 320 to 3500 yuan and retail at 400 to 4500 yuan. It's 200 to 300 yuan more expensive than the current model, but adds color LCD, USB new appearance, and longer range. With this cost effectiveness, how can competitors compete? Zhou Chengxian estimated, the current household tricycle sells over 200 units per month. After the upgrade, monthly sales could exceed 300 or even 400, no problem. What I want is not just sales volume, Xu Chen said seriously. I want Tianyu to become the first choice brand in people's minds when buying a tricycle. Whether for cargo or household use, when people mention Tianyu, they should think this vehicle is good-looking, spacious, energy-saving, and durable. This brand recognition is more important than selling a few thousand more units. Dong Jin nodded vigorously below. Xu Chen placed the marker on the table and clapped his hands. All right, the direction is clear. Each department receives its tasks. He turned to Gao Feng and engineer Qian design department, deliver the exterior concept for the cargo use cabin and the complete vehicle renderings for the household tricycle within 3 days. At least 5 color schemes. RD department, the reinforced and extended chassis design for the cargo vehicle must be drafted within a week. For the household vehicle, the electrical control optimization and motor tuning should yield first-round test data in 2 weeks. The USB charging port circuit integration must be completed in 3 days. Procurement, negotiate with suppliers based on the new specifications. Secure production capacity for cargo bed steel, metallic paint, and USB modules in advance. Production, reserve a new line. Once RD finalizes the design, commence small batch trial production immediately. The department heads acknowledged. Xu Chen finally turned to Zhou Chengshuan. Uncle Zhou, coordinate with Dong Jin on the marketing strategy for these 2 models. The cargo vehicle emphasizes ample capacity, extended range, and a cabin. The household vehicle focuses on stylish appearance and phone charging capability. Prepare promotional materials simultaneously. No problem. Zhou Chengxian closed his notebook. All right, meeting adjourned. Xu Chen waved his hand. Everyone gradually rose and left. Engineer Qian and Gao Feng were the last to exit, chatting as they walked. I never expected Mr. Xu to think of the USB port, Gao Feng remarked. The cost is almost negligible, but the user experience is significantly enhanced. He always notices these details, said Engineer Qian. Remember the fan and sunroof on Leta 01? I thought they were superfluous at the time, but they sold like hotcakes. Gao Feng nodded. So I'm not surprised at all about the cabin on this cargo vehicle. For farmers delivering grain under the scorching sun, a fan blowing makes all the difference. They exchanged a knowing smile and returned to their respective departments. Inside the RD meeting room, Engineer Qian gathered the team. You all heard Mr. Xu's tasks. Cargo vehicle, extend and reinforce the chassis. Household vehicle, optimize the electrical control system and add a USB port. We'll split into 2 parallel groups. He turned to Chen Yifei, take the 2 new hires and handle the household vehicle's electrical control tuning. Run the range optimization algorithm and also design the circuit diagram for the USB charging module. Make sure it's waterproof. Chen Yifei's eyes lit up. I'll get it done, Engineer Qian. Engineer Qian then looked at the other veteran engineers. Old Wang, you're in charge of the cargo vehicle chassis. The original wheelbase is 2 meters. Oh, we need to extend it to 6 meters. Replace the rear axle with a higher ratio. Redesign the motor mount to withstand 100 watts of torque. Old Wang adjusted his glasses all right, but the suspension will also need to be replaced. The increased load makes the current one too soft. Handle it as you see fit, just submit the required parts to procurement. Engineer Qian clapped his hands. Everyone get to work. Mr. Xu gave us 2 weeks, let's aim to have a prototype in 10 days. The team dispersed to their workstations. Chen Yifei sat down, opened his computer, and pulled up the previous Tianyu electrical control algorithm source code. He stared at the dense numbers on the screen, mentally calculating the optimization margins. Reduce the current in the low-speed zone a bit more. A slower start is fine since rural roads don't allow high speeds. He muttered to himself, fingers tapping on the keyboard. A colleague leaned over. Fei, do you really think you can finish in 2 weeks? Mr. Xu assigned it. I have to finish it whether I can or not, Chen Yifei replied without looking up. And I'll tell you, I'm designing the USB port as a separate module, so if it ever breaks you won't have to disassemble the dashboard. The colleague gave him a thumbs up. That's our guy. Chen Yifei grinned and buried himself in his work. Meanwhile, Old Wang along with 2 young engineers was crouched beside an existing cargo tricycle chassis taking measurements. Extend the main beam by 40 centimeters and add a crossbeam here for rigidity. Old Wang marked lines on the frame with chalk. Move the rear axle backward to lengthen the wheelbase. The turning radius will increase, but for a cargo vehicle, that's acceptable. One young engineer asked Engineer Wang, how do we handle the connection between the cabin and the cargo bed? Use a bolted detachable structure, Old Wang said. If a user wants to remove the cabin and revert to a standard tricycle, they can do it themselves. But most likely no one will bother. Having a roof is too comfortable. After taking measurements, they returned to their computers to start 3D modeling. In Tianyu's RD workshop, the sounds of keyboards, printers, and discussions intermingled. A new product cycle had begun. The day after bonuses were distributed in Xu Chen's office, Xu Chen leaned back in his executive chair, twirling a pen, with Zhou Chengxian sitting across from him. Uncle Zhou, how much money is in the account now? Over 56 million, Zhou Chengxian replied, opening his notebook. From yesterday's finance report. Xu Chen tossed the pen onto the desk. That's too much idle capital, we need to spend it. Zhou Chengxian smiled. I knew you'd say that. How do you want to spend it? First tell me your thoughts. Xu Chen sat up straight. Zhou Chengxian pulled a sheet of paper from his notebook and handed it to Xu Chen. I made a list, take a look. Xu Chen glanced at it. Expand production capacity, invest in RD, build distribution channels, and acquire a battery factory. I agree with the first 3, Xu Chen said, putting the paper down. As for the 4th, acquiring a battery factory, what exactly are you thinking? Zhou Chengxian replied, our annual battery procurement cost is over 10 million and still rising. If we own a battery factory, we can cut costs by at least 15%. Moreover, batteries are the core component of electric vehicles. Keeping them in-house ensures supply chain stability. Makes sense, Xu Chen nodded. Have you scouted any? Yes, Zhou Chengxian opened his notebook again. I've talked to 3 lead-acid battery factories around guide. I brought the details, see which one you prefer. Xu Chen grew interested. Tell me. Zhou Chengxian turned to the first page, First Xinyuan Power in Minquan County. The owner is Mr. Liu. It's the largest factory with an annual capacity of about 80 million. But it has problems, old equipment, average worker skills, and a product pass rate of only 92%. They're asking for 18 million for a 60% controlling stake. Xu Chen frowned. Only 92% pass rate. If we use it ourselves, 8 out of 100 units would be defective. That won't work. Zhou Chengxian nodded and turned to the second page, Second Shuangfeng Battery in Sui County. The owner is Mr. Zhong. The factory is medium-sized with an annual output of 50 million. The equipment is new, installed 2 years ago. But there's a complication. The owner owes over 10 million in debt and the factory is mortgaged to the bank. An acquisition would mean handling the debt. So we'd be paying off his debts. Xu Chen asked. Yes. The total cost would be around 25 million for a 70% stake, Zhou Chengxian said. Xu Chen shook his head. Debt issues are too complicated, there might be hidden pitfalls. Zhou Chengxian turned to the third page, Third Bully Energy in Yuqing. The owner is Mr. Gu. It's the smallest factory with an annual output of about 40 million. But this one is interesting. The owner has a technical background and the product pass rate is 97%, the highest among the 3. They're asking for 20 million for a 70% stake. Xu Chen took the documents and studied them carefully. Zhou Chengxian continued. Bully Energy mainly produces batteries for 2-wheeled electric vehicles, selling to small local brands. It's not large in scale but has a great reputation. Its return rate is less than 1%. Xu Chen looked at the name on the documents, Gu Yunfei. That name sounds familiar. You may have heard of him, Zhou Chengxian said. Bachelor's from Zhejiang University, Master's from Tsinghua, specializing in battery materials. Graduated in 2010, worked at Chaowei for 3 years in RD, then returned to Guide to take over his father's factory. Xu Chen looked up, from Zhejiang University. He's my alumnus then. Yes, a few years ahead of you, Zhou Chengxian smiled. The guy has some skill. When he took over, the factory was nearly bankrupt. He pulled it back through technology and quality control. Now it's not large, but it's thriving. Xu Chen put down the documents. Let's go with this one. Zhou Chengxian asked, don't you want to see more? No need, Xu Chen said. The first two had their issues. This one is small, but its foundation is solid. The boss understands technology and quality control is good. What we need isn't scale, but capable people. Zhou Chengxian nodded. Then I'll arrange a meeting with Mr. Gu. Yes, Xu Chen said. But I have an idea. What idea? Xu Chen stood up and walked to the window. After the acquisition, we won't just make lead-acid batteries. I want to start lithium battery RD. Zhou Chengxian was taken aback. Lithium batteries. The cost is too high now. If a tricycle uses lithium batteries, the price doubles. Who would buy it? Who said it's for tricycles? Xu Chen turned around looking at Zhou Chengxian. Uncle Zhou, think about it. What will be most valuable in the next decade? Zhou Chengxian shook his head. New energy vehicles, Xu Chen said slowly word by word. Batteries are the core. Whoever controls batteries controls the discourse. Zhou Chengxian frowned. We're a tricycle maker, and we're going to make car batteries. Not tomorrow. Xu Chen walked back to his desk and sat down. We start planning now. Gu Yunfei has a master's in battery materials from Tsinghua and worked at Chaowei for 3 years. He's stuck in a small factory now because he lacks a platform. We give him the platform, the money, and let him do RD. In 3 to 5 years, Tianyu's battery technology will be our moat. Zhou Chengxian was silent for a moment. You're taking a big step. Not that big, Xu Chen said. Think about it. We make tricycles now, then low-speed four-wheelers, then high-speed electric vehicles. It's step by step. Batteries need to be laid out in advance, otherwise when the time comes it's too late. Zhou Chengxian sighed. Alright, you have your reasoning. So let's go with Bully Energy, secure the deal first. Xu Chen nodded. Arrange a meeting with Mr. Gu for tomorrow. By the way, arrange a few other things. Zhou Chengxian opened his notebook. Go ahead. Expand production capacity, Xu Chen said. The current factory is already at full capacity. To expand, we need to buy land and build a new plant. Scout for suitable plots around guide. Okay. Invest in RD, Xu Chen continued. The current RD team is insufficient. Keep hiring. Expand in the areas of 3 electric systems, chassis, and industrial design. Zhou Chengxian noted it down. What's the budget? Start with 5 million, Xu Chen said. Add more if needed. Expand the channels. Xu Chen tapped the table. Our current dealers are mainly in Nanha, Subei, Wanbei, and Luxinan. We have no presence further south or north. Second half target Xishan Province and Beha Province. Develop at least 50 dealers in each. Also unify the image of terminal stores. Redesign the signage, display stands, and work uniforms. Zhou Chengxian noted everything down. Finally, the battery factory, Xu Chen said. 20 million to take a controlling stake in Bully Energy, plus another 10 million for a lithium battery RD lab. That's 30 million total. Zhou Chengxian calculated expanding capacity with land and factory, at least 20 million. RD investment, 5 million. Channel expansion, store upgrades, and new dealer development, 10 million. Battery factory, 30 million. Total 65 million. We only have 56 million in the account. Not enough. Xu Chen smiled. So we can't pay for the battery factory all at once. Pay in installments. Also for the expansion, land lease first with an option to buy or negotiate policy support with the development zone. They'll want us to set up there. There will be incentives. Zhou Chengxian nodded. He'll contact the development zone first. Good. Xu Chen stood up. Meeting Mr. Gu tomorrow, morning or afternoon. 2 in the afternoon at his factory, Zhou Chengxian said. Fine. You'll come with me. Zhou Chengxian closed his notebook and got up to leave. At the door he paused and turned back. President Xu, do you really believe lithium batteries are the future? Xu Chen looked at him seriously. Uncle Zhou, trust me. Zhou Chengxian was silent for a few seconds, then pushed the door open and left. In truth, Xu Chen hadn't told Zhou Chengxian that he wanted to build his first new energy vehicle in 2 years in 2016. But before that, he needed to secure the manufacturing qualification, and the funds would come from his electric vehicle business. Xu Chen sat back in his chair and picked up Gu Yunfei's file again. Bachelor's in Chemistry from Zhejiang University, Master's in Materials Science from Tsinghua, 3 years at Chaowei Group's RD Center. In 2013, he returned to Guide to take over his father's failing battery factory, turning it around within a year. A resume like that at a top-tier battery factory would command an annual salary of $1 million. The next afternoon at 2, Xu Chen's car stopped at the gate of Yuqing Bully Energy Technology. The factory area was small but tidy. The sign at the entrance read, Yuqing Bully Energy Technology Co. Ltd. With a copper plaque reading, National High-Tech Enterprise, polished to a shine. Gu Yunfei was already waiting at the gate. In his 30s, wearing silver-rimmed glasses and work clothes with a pin clipped to his chest. He looked more like a university professor than a factory owner. President Xu, President Zhou, welcome, welcome. Gu Yunfei stepped forward to shake hands, his smile sincere. Xu Chen gave him a glance. Mr. Gu, you don't have the air of a factory director. You look more like a researcher. Gu Yunfei paused, then laughed. President Xu has sharp eyes. I did my bachelor's in chemistry at Zhejiang University, then a master's at Tsinghua in battery materials. Graduated in 2010, worked at Chaowei for 3 years in RD, then came back to Guide to take over this factory. Xu Chen already knew all of this, but he couldn't very well say had investigated him. That would be rude. He smiled and replied, "Fancy that, Mr. Gu, we're alumni. I did my bachelor's in mechanical engineering at Zhejiang University." What a coincidence. Gu Yunfei's eyes lit up with warmth upon hearing that Xu Chen was also a Zhejiang University graduate. As they chatted, Gu Yunfei led the three of them inside, explaining as they walked, "This factory was founded by my father in 1998, originally making motorcycle batteries. Later, as electric vehicles took off, we gradually transitioned to power batteries. The technical foundation is decent, but we've never been able to scale up." Xu Chen looked at the production line. The equipment wasn't new, but it was well maintained, and the workers followed standard procedures. In one corner of the workshop was a small laboratory with glass cabinets, displaying various battery samples and testing equipment. "You set this up?" Xu Chen pointed at the lab. Gu Yunfei nodded. "I built it after I came back. The factory didn't prioritize R&D before. Battery formulas were all bought. Now I lead a team myself. Over the past 2 years we've obtained 3 invention patents and 5 utility model patents. Our batteries have 15 better low-temperature performance than ordinary ones on the market." Zhou Chengxian picked up a battery and examined it. 15. That pairs perfectly with Tianyu's motors. Gu Yunfei's eyes lit up instantly, and he led them into the office. The most conspicuous feature in the office was a whiteboard densely covered with technical roadmaps with several patent certificates taped beside it. On the bookshelf were journals like Acta, Electrochimica Sinica, and Power Source Technology, along with a few professional books that were dog-eared from frequent use. "President Su Dongjin told me you agreed to let me work on lithium batteries." Gu Yunfei got straight to the point. Xu Chen sat down, took the tea Gu Yunfei offered, and said, "Mr. Gu, lithium batteries can wait." Gu Yunfei froze his hand still in midair. "President Su, what do you mean?" Xu Chen took a sip of tea unhurriedly. "Mr. Gu, we will work on lithium batteries, but we can't abandon lead acid. All of Tianyu's current 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers use lead acid. If the batteries have problems, users won't blame the battery factory. They'll blame Tianyu." He set down the cup and looked at Gu Yunfei. "So my idea is, walk on 2 legs. For lead acid, we need to optimize the batteries, striving to make the most of their advantages." Gu Yunfei nodded. This was his own field, nothing to argue about. "And lithium batteries," he pressed on. "See, you're always in a hurry." Xu Chen shook his head with a wry smile. "We'll work on lithium batteries too." He stood up, walked to the whiteboard, and drew a line on the technical roadmap. "But not a full-scale rollout just yet. First, assemble a team for technical reserves." Gu Yunfei fell silent for a moment after hearing this. He glanced at the technical roadmap he had drawn on the whiteboard, then at the line Xu Chen had written, "Walking on 2 legs." "Mr. Su, I understand now." Gu Yunfei took off his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. "Lead acid is our bread and butter for now, but we can't abandon it. Lithium batteries are the future direction, we can't let them go either." "Exactly." Xu Chen patted him on the shoulder. "Mr. Gu, you're a top graduate from Tsinghua. Lithium batteries are your forte, and I won't hold you back. But Tianyu's current foundation is 3-wheeled and 4-wheeled vehicles, all using lead acid. First, help me bring lead acid to an industry-leading level and stabilize Tianyu's reputation. For lithium batteries, it'll give you time, people, and money. Take it step by step." Gu Yunfei took a deep breath, stood up, walked to the whiteboard, and drew a heavy circle under the lead-acid battery column. Then he drew an arrow from the lithium battery column, pointing to the words technical reserves. "Mr. Su, I have a plan." He turned around, his eyes brightening. "For lead acid, it'll improve low-temperature performance within 6 months and extend the cycle life within a year. Once these 2 are done, Tianyu's vehicles won't lose range in winter, and users will replace batteries every 2.5 years. Our reputation will naturally rise. For lithium batteries, it'll first set up a small team for formula R&D and small-scale trials. In the first year, we won't pursue mass production, only technical accumulation. Once lead acid stabilizes and lithium battery costs drop, we'll move to the pilot line." Xu Chen smiled after hearing this. "Mr. Gu, there's still one thing wrong with your plan." Gu Yunfei was puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Tianyu already has 8 battery R&D talents. They'll give you funds to recruit more and form a 30-person team. I want to see results within 3 months. Xu Chen paused, looking at Gu Yunfei's face, and asked, "Mr. Gu, do you have the confidence?" Gu Yunfei took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and a confident smile spread across his face, the pride of a top university graduate. "Mr. Su, you're putting me on the spot." He took off his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. 3 months of 30-person team and results. Even at Chaowei, I never worked under such a tight schedule. Xu Chen laughed. "Mr. Gu, Chaowei is a big company with layers of procedures, slow approvals, and plenty of red tape. Tianyu is different. I make the call. You need people, I'll provide the funds. You need equipment, I'll sign the orders. You need materials, I'll prioritize procurement. For 3 months, go all out." Gu Yunfei looked at Xu Chen silent for a few seconds. "Mr. Su, may I ask what level are the 8 battery R&D personnel at Tianyu?" Xu Chen thought for a moment. "Some are in materials, some in processes. All have bachelor's degrees or higher, and they've been with me for almost a year. They can't contribute much to the motor side, but for batteries, they have a solid foundation. Gu Yunfei nodded. That's good. 8 people plus myself, and we need to recruit 21 more. They'll bring in 2 junior alumni from Tsinghua. They've worked at CATL for 2 years and are looking to change jobs. As for the rest, they'll poach them from Chaowei. Xu Chen gave a thumbs up. Mr. Gu, that's a great idea. To succeed in RD, you have to recruit talent. We have no choice but to poach. Gu Yunfei stood up smiling and extended his right hand. Pleasure to work with you, Mr. Su. Pleasure to work with you. Xu Chen extended his right hand, as while shaking it firmly. By the way, Mr. Gu, after the acquisition ID, like to change the name. To what? Gu Yunfei was curious. As a standard RD engineer, he didn't care much about names. Besides, Tianyu was paying 20 million real money for the acquisition. What was a name change? He could even endure going to Xu Chen's room in the middle of the night if he had to. Xu Chen turned to look at the sunset outside the window and said with a smile, let's call it Tianyu Energy. Gu Yunfei repeated the name to himself. It was indeed more pleasant than the name his father had chosen and better suited a battery factory. I think it's great. The name has a bold ring to it. Zhou Chengxian chimed in from the side. With both parties in agreement, the finance team moved in to begin the acquisition. A week later, Tianyu Mobility and Yuching Boli Energy Technology officially signed the acquisition agreement. Tianyu Mobility invested 20 million yuan for a 70% stake. Boli Energy Technology was renamed Tianyu Energy Technology Co. Ltd. Gu Yunfei remained as general manager, primarily responsible for technical RD, while production and management were handled by a dedicated team from Tianyu. The agreement stipulated Tianyu Energy's RD center would expand to 30 people, led by Gu Yunfei. Within 3 months, a low-temperature performance improvement plan for lead-acid batteries would be released and put into mass production. Within a year, lithium battery samples would complete vehicle testing. Tianyu would allocate an additional 5 million yuan in road funds. On the day of the signing, Gu Yunfei personally removed the old Boli Energy sign left by his father. When the new sign was hung, sunlight shone directly on the 4 characters Tianyu Energy. Standing at the factory gate, Xu Chen said to Gu Yunfei, I hope the world will know Tianju's battery someday. Gu Yunfei was surprised by Xu Chen's ambition, but nodded. Mr. Su, rest assured. Apart from acquiring Boli Energy and renaming it Tianyu Energy, Xu Chen simultaneously carried out a series of actions. He fully utilized the newly rented factory space, adding production lines for 3- and 4-wheeled vehicles to ensure Tianyu 0102 could produce 500 units per month with a maximum capacity of around 7,000. He continued expanding Tianyu Mobility's channels, targeting provinces such as Hebei, Shaanxi, Jiangsu, and Hubei. Beyond developing dealers, every city around Guide was to have a direct sales store covering the entire Hunan province and surrounding areas. Provincial parts centers were also established in Zhengzhou and Suzhou. These investments left little remaining funds, but they laid a solid foundation for Tianyu Mobility's growth. Just as Xu Chen was busy with Tianyu's future, a short video spread like wildfire on Shanpai, racing across the internet like a runaway horse. 3 weeks after the acquisition of Boli Energy, Gu Yunfei called to inform Xu Chen that the production line revamp was complete. Xu Chen made a trip to Yu City. 2 of the original 3 old production lines had been dismantled and replaced with semi-automated new equipment. Gu Yunfei had also recruited 2 former colleagues from Chaowei to oversee process and quality control. Mr. Su, the current daily capacity is around 800 batteries, Gu Yunfei said, leading Xu Chen through the workshop while wearing a safety helmet. It's enough to supply Tianyu and still have some surplus. Xu Chen looked at the neatly arranged batteries on the assembly line and asked, how much has the cost been reduced? Gu Yunfei calculated for a moment. External procurement is 18% cheaper. The savings mainly come from eliminating logistics and middleman profits. Plus, with our own quality control, the pass rate has increased to 98%. Xu Chen nodded. Well done. What about the lithium battery RD? The lab is being renovated and the equipment has been ordered, Gu Yunfei replied. We can start next month. Good. Contact me directly if anything comes up. From the day Tianyu's own batteries began being installed in vehicles, the finance department calculated that the gross margin for complete vehicles had jumped by another 3 percentage points. One morning, shortly after Xu Chen finished a meeting, engineer Qian came to see him. Mr. Su, all the new products you requested are ready, engineer Qian said with a smile. Would you like to take a look? Xu Chen's eyes lit up. Let's go. The two walked out of the office building and headed toward the prototype workshop. Inside the workshop, 6 brand new 3-wheeled vehicles were parked. 3 for cargo use and 3 for household use. Gao Feng was holding a notebook making final checks. When he saw Xu Chen enter, he approached as well. Mr. Su, 3 cargo models and 3 household models, all completed according to your requirements, Gao Feng said, handing over the notebook. Here are the configuration lists and cost calculations. Xu Chen didn't immediately look at the notebook. Instead, he walked around the vehicles first. The first one was a basic upgraded cargo model. The cabin was identical to the front of the delivery vehicle, but it was connected to an enlarged and extended cargo bed. The silver metallic paint gleamed under the lights, making it look far more spirited than the cargo vehicles on the market. What's the cost of this one? Xu Chen asked. Engineer Qian opened the notebook. For the basic cargo model, the cabin uses the same mold as the canopy car. The cargo bed is larger, requiring more steel. With a 1200-watt motor and reinforced chassis, the unit cost is 3800 yuan. Xu Chen nodded and moved to the second vehicle. This one was noticeably larger. The cargo bed was longer and the tires were wider. A roof rack was installed on top of the cabin, giving it a sturdier look. This is the high-end cargo model, Gao Feng explained. The cargo bed is extended from 1.5 meters to 1.8 meters, and the load capacity is increased from 800 kilograms to 1 ton. The motor is upgraded to 1500 watts with a reinforced rear axle. Additionally, the cabin now has an optional heater interface for winter installation. And the cost? 4500 yuan, Engineer Qian said. Xu Chen made a mental note and walked to the third cargo vehicle. This one was different from the previous two. The cabin was semi-enclosed with only a roof and front windshield while the sides were open. This is the lightweight cargo model, Gao Feng said. It's designed for short-distance transport such as in vegetable markets or building material markets. Full enclosure isn't necessary, a roof for shade and rain protection is enough. It has an 800-watt motor, a 1.2-meter cargo bed, and costs 2600 yuan. Xu Chen nodded and turned to look at the three household vehicles. The first household vehicle was immediately recognizable as an upgraded version of the existing model. The body lines were much smoother, no longer the stiff square look of before. The color was champagne gold and the paint was noticeably glossier than the old model. Household standard model, Engineer Qian said. The exterior has been redesigned per your request with metallic paint, a color LCD instrument panel, and a USB charging port. The motor is 500 watts and the electronic control system has been optimized for range, allowing it to travel 8 kilometers more than the old model on the same battery. Cost 2800 yuan. Xu Chen frowned. Only 2800. The old model cost 2500, right? With all these added features, it's only increased by 300. That's thanks to in-house battery production, Engineer Qian said with a smile. Battery costs dropped by 18%, offsetting some of the added features. Xu Chen smiled too and walked to the second household vehicle. This one was slightly larger than the standard model with a wider body and thicker seats. The color was Tiffany blue, which looked quite appealing. Household luxury model, Gao Feng said. The body is widened by 10 centimeters, the seat cushion is thicker, and the backrest is higher. In addition to the standard features, it includes a small storage compartment for phones, keys, and other small items. The motor is 600 watts paired with better shock absorbers. Cost 3400 yuan. Xu Chen lifted the seat cushion to check. The storage space underneath was indeed substantial. The third household vehicle was the most distinctive, compact in size, colored coral orange, and with a youthful appearance. This is the urban youth model, Gao Feng said. It's designed specifically for young users and female users. The body is 20 centimeters shorter than the standard model, making it lighter and easier to drive. The color scheme is bolder. Besides this orange, there are also mint green and cherry blossom pink options. The configuration is the same as the standard model, but with an added phone mount. Cost 2600 yuan. Xu Chen walked around, inspected all 6 vehicles, and then stood in the center clapping his hands. Alright, I've seen them all. Let's talk about pricing. He looked at Engineer Qian and Gao Feng. Any suggestions? Engineer Qian thought for a moment. For the basic cargo model, similar configurations on the market sell for 5500 to 6000 yuan. Our cost is 3800, so an ex-factory price of 5000 should be very competitive. Gao Feng added, for the high-end cargo model, there are basically no competitors on the market because no one makes such a large load capacity. The ex-factory price could be set at 6500 to 7000 yuan. Xu Chen shook his head. Set the high-end model at 6000. I want to use this vehicle to dominate the heavy load market and leave no room for competitors. He walked to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and began writing lightweight cargo cost 260 ex-factory, 3820 retail, 4500, basic cargo cost 3820 ex-factory, 580 retail, 620, high-end cargo cost 450 ex-factory, 600 retail, 720, household standard cost 2820 ex-factory, 400 retail, 480, household luxury cost 340 ex-factory, 480 retail, 580, urban youth cost 260 ex-factory, 380 retail, 4500. He turned around. What do you think of this pricing? Zhou Qingxuan, who had entered the workshop unnoticed, had been listening from behind. He stepped forward. Mr. Su, the ex-factory price for the high-end cargo model is 600 with a gross profit of only 1500. Isn't that a bit low? Not low, Xu Chen said. The high-end model is for capturing the market, not for making money. Farmers buy this kind of vehicle because they want to carry more and travel farther. By keeping the price low, we make it impossible for competitors to follow. Once we've secured the market, we can gradually adjust the price. Zhou Chengxian nodded thoughtfully. And what about the household models? Gao Feng asked. The standard version costs 4,000 at the factory and 4,800 at retail, Xu Chen said. It's 400 to 500 more expensive than the old model, but with so many added features users will accept it. The premium version is 800 more and plenty of people will buy it. The youth version is 3,800 at the factory and 4,500 at retail, targeting young people. Engineer Qian beside him recorded all the prices. Just as Xu Chen was about to say something more, Zhou Chengxian tugged at his sleeve. President Xu, a word in private. The two walked to a corner of the workshop. Zhou Chengxian lowered his voice. There's something I need to tell you. I was out in the market a couple of days ago and heard some news. Yadi and Ima have already started taking apart our vehicles. Xu Chen raised an eyebrow. Disassembling cars. That's right. Zhou Qingshuan's expression darkened. They bought our Leda 01 and the basic cargo version and took them back to their R&D center for reverse engineering analysis. Reportedly, they're already developing rival models. They could launch competing products in as little as 2 or 3 months. Xu Chen listened, his face expressionless. And then there's Jinpeng, Zhou Chengxian continued. Jinpeng's headquarters are in Suzhou, too close to us. Their marketing department has been hiring like crazy recently. I hear they're planning to set up a special vehicle division specifically to counter our full category strategy. Xu Chen leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Is that all? Zhou Qingshuan, seeing his calm demeanor, grew somewhat anxious. President Xu, this is no small matter. If Yadi and Ima follow suit, how long can our advantage hold? LCD instrument panels, fans, sunroofs. They can copy all of these in no time. Xu Chen smiled. Uncle Zhou, what do you think our core competitiveness is? Zhou Chengxian thought for a moment. Cost performance. First mover advantage. Neither. Xu Chen shook his head. It's technology. He pointed to the vehicles in the workshop. LCD instrument panels, fans, sunroofs. Anyone can copy those. But let them try to copy our electronic control system. Zhou Chengxian fell into thought. And the battery, Xu Chen continued. Gu Yunfei has already brought down costs by producing lead-acid batteries in-house. He patted Zhou Chengxian on the shoulder. Let them disassemble our cars. By the time they finish copying the appearance, our next generation of products will be out. They won't be able to keep up. Zhou Chengxian watched the smile on Xu Chen's face, and the anxiety in his heart gradually dissipated. Let's go, let's finalize the pricing. Xu Chen walked back to the whiteboard and reviewed the prices he had written. Also, we need to start the pre-promotion with Dongjin. The 6 new models must be launched simultaneously. Promotional materials, dealer training, in-store displays. None of them can be missed. Zhou Chengxian nodded. I'll meet with him this afternoon. Xu Chen took one last look at the 6 new vehicles, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The day after the finalization of the 6 new models, Dongjin leaked the news. The dealer group exploded. Old Wu was the first to call, his voice so loud it could be heard through the phone. Manager Dong, what did you say? Tianyu is launching 6 new models at once. 3 cargo models and 3 household models. That's right. Dongjin moved the phone a bit further away. We can send sample vehicles next week. I don't care, send them to me first. 5 of each. Old Wu was anxious. Last time I ordered the Leda 01 late and missed out on tens of thousands in profit. This time whoever tries to compete with me will have to deal with me. Dongjin chuckled. Alright, I've noted it down. No sooner had he hung up than the phone rang again. It was Zhao Guangming from Zhoukou, his voice even louder than Old Wu's. Old Dong. 6 models. Tell me, what are the specs? Dongjin gave a brief introduction. After listening, Zhao Guangming was silent for 2 seconds, then said Tianyu is really trying to drive other brands out of business. The cargo high-end version with a payload of 1 ton retails for only 7,200. Jinpeng sells the same configuration for 8,500. President Xu set the price. I can't do anything about it, Dongjin said. No more nonsense. Send me 20 of each. No, 30. Immediately. Dongjin hung up the phone, looked at the constant notifications popping up on his phone screen, and gave a wry smile. 3 days later, sample vehicles were delivered to several key dealers. The same afternoon Old Wu received his cars. He sent Dongjin a video. In the video, he sat in the cabin of the cargo high-end version and said to the camera manager, Dong, look at this car. The cabin has a heater interface, the cargo bed is 1.8 meters, and the motor is 1,500 watts. This car retails for only 7,200. I tell you, other brands might as well stop selling. He then walked to the household premium version and opened the storage compartment under the seat cushion. Look at this detail, perfect for storing your phone and keys, so convenient. And this Tiffany blue color. My wife took one look and said she wanted to keep one for herself. Dongjin shared this video in the dealer group, and the group instantly erupted. Old Wu, that's unfair, you got the sample first. This color is really nice, much better than Yadi's old boring gray. Do you have a picture of the urban youth version in coral orange? Show us. Gao Feng posted several photos of the youth version in the group. Mint green, cherry blossom pink, and coral orange, 3 vehicles parked side by side, dazzling in the sunlight. Wang Jianpeng from Heezy directly transferred a deposit of 1,000 yuan to the company's account, with a note, youth version 10 of each color, reserve a spot first. The news spread faster than expected. 5 days before the launch, orders for the 6 new models had already exceeded 2,000 units, most of which were locked in by dealers with advance payments. Xu Chen looked at the order statistics Dong Jin brought over and asked any movement from Jinping. Dong Jin shook his head. Not yet. But I heard they're having meetings apparently to re-evaluate their pricing strategy for three-wheelers. Xu Chen said nothing. A week later, the 6 new models were simultaneously launched in all Tianyu dealership stores. Guide Old Wu's auto shop. On the open space in front of the store, 3 cargo vehicles were lined up in one row and 3 household vehicles in another. The most eye-catching was the coral orange urban youth version parked in the middle of the household cars, drawing glances from every passerby. Old Wu had specially hired 2 young men to hand out flyers, which read Tianyu 6 new models launched simultaneously, trading an offer with up to 2 yuan discount. At 9 o'clock in the morning, customers arrived. A man in his 40s circled the cargo high-end version, twice reached out, and patted the side panel of the cargo bed, producing a dull thud. Boss, how thick is this cargo bed? Reinforced steel plate, 2 millimeters thicker than ordinary ones. Old Wu walked over. It can carry a ton of cargo. Motor is 1,500 watts. Cabin has a heater interface, so you can install a heater in winter. The man asked how much. 7,200. The man was taken aback. 7,002. Jinping's model that carries only 800 kilograms sells for 8,005. Old Wu smiled. That's why I say Tianyu offers a fair price. The man looked for a while longer, then pulled out his phone. All right, I'll take one. Can I pay by card? Yes. Before the first customer left, a woman in her 30s arrived. She walked straight to the urban youth section and stared at the coral orange vehicle for a long moment. Boss, how much is this one? 4,500. Color LCD instrument panel, USB charging port, phone holder, and it can travel 8 to 9 kilometers farther than ordinary models. The woman opened the door, sat inside, and gripped the steering wheel to test it, then glanced at the illuminated color screen on the dashboard. Can I take it for a test drive? Sure, you can drive it around on the street out front. The woman took the car for a spin around the block. When she returned, a smile graced her face. It handles quite smoothly. Do you have this orange model in stock? Yes, just arrived today. Then I'll take one. The woman pulled out her wallet. She paid, and Old Wu had a staff member explain the charging and usage instructions. She listened attentively, and even used her phone to photograph the dashboard interface. Boss, where is the USB port? It's under the dashboard. Feel around. There's a waterproof cover. Open it, and you can plug in the charging cable. The woman found the USB port and nodded with satisfaction. This design is so convenient. I often take my kids to school, and my phone frequently runs out of battery. Now I won't need to carry a power bank. Old Wu smiled and said, Tianyu specially designed it with our users' needs in mind. The woman drove away in the coral orange vehicle. Old Wu watched the taillights disappear down the street, his heart brimming with contentment. In one morning, Old Wu's dealership sold 2 high-end cargo models, 3 standard home models, 1 urban youth model, and 1 luxury model. 8 vehicles, all paid in cash. The owner of the neighboring Jinping dealership came out for a smoke, saw the bustling crowd at Old Wu's shop, wore a sour expression, took 2 puffs, then stubbed out his cigarette, and retreated into his own store. The same scene unfolded simultaneously in Zhoukou, Kaifeng, Hezi, and Shuzhou. In Zhoukou, at Zhao Guangming's shop, Zhao Guangming positioned the 6 new models in the most prominent spots, pushing the Jinping and Zongshan vehicles into the corners. A farmer looking to buy a vehicle examined the basic cargo model, then glanced at the adjacent Jinping, and asked Zhao Guangming, Boss, these 2 are about the same size. Why is Tianyu over 1,000 cheaper? Zhao Guangming told the truth. Tianyu's LCD instrument panel and small fan are standard, while Jinping's are optional. Tianyu makes its own batteries, so costs are lower, hence the lower price. The farmer pondered. Then are Tianyu's batteries durable? 2-year warranty, 1 year longer than Jinping. The farmer hesitated no longer. He'll take this one. In Hezi, at Wang Jianping's dealership, a man in his 50s brought his wife to look at vehicles. The wife instantly fell for the Tiffany blue luxury home model. She sat in it to test the seat, examined the storage compartment, then turned to her husband and said, Let's get this one. The man looked at the price tag, 5,800, a bit expensive. His wife retorted, What's expensive? It has a color screen and the seat is so comfortable. That other brand next door is 5,000, but sitting in it feels like sitting on a bench. The man yielded and paid. Wang Jinping watched from the sidelines, marveling inwardly. Tianyu's vehicles understand not only rural men, but also rural women. On the 3rd day after the new models launched, Dong Jin received the sales data for the first 3 days. The 6 new models sold 1100 units in 3 days. The best sellers were the basic cargo model and the urban youth model. Xu Chen looked at the data without a word, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. While Tianyu's new models were selling like hotcakes, the atmosphere in the meeting rooms of several competitors was starkly different. Yadi Guide Branch. Before Wang Rui lay a partially disassembled Tianyu basic cargo model. The engine compartment, battery pack, dashboard assembly, and electronic control module. Parts were scattered across the table. The head of the technical department pointed at the electronic control module and said, President Wang, we've analyzed Tianyu's control algorithm. It's quite impressive. With the same battery, their discharge strategy is smarter, and their efficiency in the low to medium speed range is about 8% higher than ours. Wang Rui frowned. Can we replicate it? Replication isn't hard, but would need to circumvent their patents. We've checked. Tianyu has already filed patents for related control methods. To proceed, we'd either need to buy a license or switch our technical route. How long would switching routes take? At least 6 months. Wang Rui was silent for a long moment, then finally said, keep disassembling. Copy whatever you can for now. For structural items like LCD instrument panels, fans, and sunroofs, I want to see a prototype within 2 months. The technical head nodded and left with the parts. Wang Rui stared at the remaining parts on the table, his expression dark. AMA headquarters RD center. In a conference room, a dozen engineers surrounded a fully disassembled Tianyu Leta 01. The RD director held a cost analysis report, his brow furrowed. Our cost analysts have calculated that based on their configuration, our BOM cost is at least 15% higher than Tianyu's for this vehicle. Someone asked why. Batteries. Tianyu now produces its own batteries, costing 18% less than our external procurement. Additionally, their chassis is standardized across multiple models, so mold costs are spread thin. The RD director tossed the report onto the table. From now on, expand the three-wheeler project team and focus exclusively on developing a competing model. Also, the procurement department should negotiate with new battery suppliers. The price must come down. Jinping Shuzhou headquarters. In Jinping's conference room, 7 or 8 people from marketing, RD, and production were present. The general manager, surnamed Liu, was in his 40s and had been in the three-wheeler business for 20 years. Before him lay Tianyu's full product brochure. He flipped through it page by page, then looked up at the group. Tell me, what does Tianyu's simultaneous launch of 6 new models mean? The marketing manager spoke first. General Manager Liu, Tianyu is aiming for full coverage. From light-duty to high-end cargo models, and from standard to youth home models. They're leaving no niche untouched. And what about our product lineup? Liu asked. The marketing manager hesitated. We currently have only 2 cargo models and 1 home model. In terms of features, we have no LCD instrument panels, no USB ports, and no fans. Liu's expression darkened. RD, how long until we can catch up? The RD manager braced himself. We can add LCD instrument panels and fans within a month. But for the range optimization in the electronic control, deciphering Tianyu's algorithm will take at least 3 months. 3 months. Liu slammed the table. By then, Tianyu will have devoured the entire market. No one dared to respond. After a moment of silence, Liu said, first, cut prices. Lower the prices of our existing models to retain customers. Meanwhile, RD must go all out. We must have a competing model within 3 months. Everyone nodded. Liu stared at the photos of Tianyu's 6 models in the brochure and muttered, who exactly is this Xu Chen? On the 5th day after the new models launched, Dongjin received the full 5-day data, 2300 units. Among them, the urban youth model sold over 600 units, making it the best-selling model of all. Xu Chen was slightly surprised by this number. The youth model is selling best. Yes, Dongjin replied with a smile. Most buyers are women aged 30 to 50. Some use it to pick up kids, some for grocery shopping, and some to commute to work. Xu Chen nodded. That afternoon, Xu Chen went to the battery factory in Yuqing. On his way back, he passed by Old West dealership, stopped the car, and went in for a look. The shop was crowded. A woman in her 40s was examining the urban youth model, accompanied by a little girl about 10 years old. The little girl tugged at the woman's sleeve. Mommy, let's buy this orange one. It's so pretty. The woman smiled and asked Old Wu, is this vehicle stable to ride? Old Wu said, very stable. The chassis is widened 8 centimeters wider than ordinary three-wheelers. When you're riding with your child, safety comes first. Tianyu excels in this regard. The woman asked further, is it convenient to charge? You can charge it with a household outlet. A full charge gives you a range of 60 kilometers. For picking up kids and grocery shopping, one charge can last 3 to 4 days. The woman thought for a moment, then glanced at the nearby cherry pink youth model. The little girl's eyes lit up even more at the sight of the cherry pink. Mommy, this pink one is also beautiful. The woman hesitated, then ultimately chose the cherry pink. Old Wu helped her push the vehicle to the entrance and taught her how to charge and maintain it. The woman listened attentively while the little girl had already climbed onto the rear seat, excitedly looking around. Xu Chen stood on the sidelines watching without a word. After the woman rode away, he walked over. Old Wu looked up and was startled to see Xu Chen. President Xu, what brings you here? Just passing by and thought I'd drop in, Xu Chen said with a smile. How much did that vehicle just sell for? 4,500 cash. Old Wu grinned. President Xu, this youth model is a miracle. It's been the best seller these past few days. Many female customers spot it the moment they walk in and don't even need much introduction. Xu Chen nodded, then turned and walked out of the dealership. He stood at the entrance watching the traffic on the street and thought to himself, three-wheelers. People used to think they were only for farmers to haul goods. But it's 2014 now, and times are changing. There's no reason a three-wheeler can't be designed to look good. June passed as swiftly as a fleeting white pony. At 9 o'clock on the first morning of July, Zhou Chengxian pushed open the door to Xu Chen's office, holding a stack of reports in his hand. President Xu, here are the final figures for June. He placed the reports on the desk. I've checked them 3 times, so they should be correct. Xu Chen picked them up and flipped through the pages. Zhou Chengxian sat down across from him waiting for him to finish. The office fell silent for a while, the only sound being the rustling of paper. The Tianyu four-wheel vehicles, including the Tianyu 01 and Tianyu 02 models, sold a total of 16128 units, with June sales reaching 4 small targets, far exceeding expectations partly thanks to the boost from Pangas review. The Tianyu three-wheel vehicles, including both special purpose and civilian models, sold 12950 units, with June sales amounting to 14 million yuan. Household cargo tricycles alone sold 820 units, accounting for a large portion. No matter the time, household tricycles always made up the majority of sales. After finishing his review, Xu Chen slowly let out a breath of turbid air. The tension of the imminent bankruptcy at the start had finally subsided, but Tianyu now faced direct attacks from enterprises like Imayati, Lading Jinping, and others. He glanced at the profit figures: cumulative gross profit of 284 billion yuan. Net profit around 158 million yuan, roughly 1/10 of the system's target. At this rate, he could unlock the next keyword by next year. The account now had about 90 million yuan in recovered funds, which meant he had to figure out how to spend the money. Staring at the funds, Xu Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. How should he spend it? According to his plans, he had to build his own factory, a large one, along with supporting facilities, employee dormitories, a cafeteria, and an office building for Tianyu Travel. The current building was clearly no longer sufficient. On the electric vehicle front, he needed to expand the business further, filling in the gaps with passenger tricycles, enclosed three-wheeled carriages, semi-enclosed carriages, electric bicycles, and electric motorcycles. He also had to invest in R&D for the 3 electric technology, motors, batteries, and electronic controls specifically for new energy vehicles, to build a technological reserve for future car manufacturing. Moreover, he needed to set aside funds to acquire a vehicle manufacturing qualification and invest in both a battery factory and a complete vehicle factory. Calculating all this, just over 100 million yuan was far from enough. He still had to make more money. Zhou Qingshuan, watching from the side, noticed the constantly shifting expressions on Xu Chen's face and sighed inwardly. It seemed he really needed to arrange a psychological consultation for Xu Chen, or maybe a neurologist at least. Now Xu Chen was 26, still without a partner. With such immense pressure, returning home to a cold, empty house must be disheartening. Perhaps he should find someone to introduce Xu Chen to. After all, Xu Chen's parents had passed away, and the closest person to him was Zhou Qingshan himself. Over the years, he had come to regard Xu Chen as his own son. This lifelong matter had to be handled by him. A man should first establish his career, then his family. Now that Tianyu's situation had stabilized, it was time to consider marriage. The choice of a wife for Xu Chen would require careful screening. If they had a little girl, or a chubby boy, he would retire and help raise the child. Though the uncle and nephew sat together, their thoughts had long since diverged into different dimensions. Xu Chen snapped back to reality, and seeing Zhou Chengxian lost in thought couldn't help but laugh. Hearing Xu Chen's laughter, Zhou Chengxian immediately came to his senses. Seeing Xu Chen staring at him, he suppressed his amusement and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xu Chen shook his head, then said, "Uncle Zhou, let's buy land and build our own factory." He had looked into the industrial land prices and guide. At about 1/8 yuan per mu, buying 100 mu would cost only 18 million yuan. Once built, the factory could be used as collateral for loans. The factory itself was a quality asset. As for the construction of the factory and dormitories, why not directly acquire a construction company? Building it themselves would give them more peace of mind. Since Tianyu now had the money, they should go ahead. Real estate wouldn't be a loss in the next few years, and taking on external projects could also generate profit. He shared his idea with Zhou Chengxian. Though surprised, Zhou could understand Xu Chen's reasoning. Without their own factory, they were at the mercy of others. As the old saying goes, a golden nest or silver nest is not as good as one's own dog kennel. He entrusted these matters to Zhou Chengshuan, feeling confident as he had other things to attend to. For instance, he needed to visit the R&D department to have them develop high-performance motors for 2-wheeled electric vehicles and 3-wheeled passenger vehicles. Xu Chen left his office and headed straight for the R&D department. In the corridor, he encountered a few employees who greeted him cheerfully, and he nodded with a smile. The door to the R&D department was half open, and from inside came Engineer Qian's voice. "Adjust this parameter again. The high-temperature test is still a bit off." Xu Chen pushed the door open and entered. The room was a mess, desks piled with motor casings, coils, and circuit boards, while several people huddled around a computer screen pointing and discussing. Engineer Qian stood in the middle holding a disassembled motor rotor, his hair a disheveled mess like a bird's nest. "President Xu." Qian looked up startled. "What brings you here?" "I'm here to give you some work," Xu Chen said with a smile. Engineer Qian's expression immediately changed. He put down the rotor and took half a step back. "President Xu, we've just finished tuning the motors for the 4-wheelers, and the 3-wheelers are still being optimized. We've also been helping with the battery issues at Tianjin. You're not going to dump another new project on us, are you?" "Smart." Xu Chen patted him on the shoulder. "Engineer Qian, I'm getting to like you more and more. You guessed it right away. The several technicians in the office simultaneously raised their heads, their eyes spelling out the words, "We're doomed." Engineer Chen took a deep breath. President Xu, go ahead. What's it this time? Let me prepare myself mentally. Two-wheeled electric vehicle motors and three-wheeled passenger motors. Xu Chen held up two fingers. Two models, high performance. The room fell silent for a second. A young technician muttered under his breath, "We haven't even finished the three-wheelers, and now we're adding two-wheelers." Xu Chen heard him and laughed. What, any objections? The technician quickly shook his head. No, President Xu. I just think. Maybe we should take a break. We worked overtime for more than 20 days last month. My wife barely recognizes me. Engineer Chen added, President Xu, it's not that we don't want to work. We're just too swamped. With the current manpower, we still need to continuously optimize the four-wheelers, test new models of three-wheelers, and now you're adding two more projects. He sighed. I'm afraid the guys might drop dead at their workstations. Don't say that, Engineer Chen. You wouldn't want your subordinates to miss out on their bonuses, would you? Engineer Chen, I need to tell you something. Xu Chen pulled a chair over and sat down. Did you watch that video? Engineer Chen nodded. Guess what? In June, we sold 16,000 four-wheelers, more than double last month. Why? Xu Chen looked at them. Because people are watching and the name Tianyu is spreading. He paused. The three-wheelers didn't even push hard, yet they rose too. That's brand effect. Engineer Chen looked thoughtful. Xu Chen stood up and clapped his hands. The market for two-wheel electric vehicles and three-wheel passenger vehicles is 10 times bigger than that for old-person buggies. If you work hard now and get the motor done, Tianyu will capture that market. Then bonuses double overtime, pay doubles, extra chicken legs in the cafeteria, and he'll get a dedicated massage chair for the RD department. A technician murmured, President Xu, you mentioned that massage chair last time. Xu Chen was taken aback. Did I? Engineer Chen led the laughter. You did last month. Xu Chen waved his hand. All right, I'll have someone buy it right away. But the motor project can't be delayed. He walked to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and wrote two phrases: high-performance two-wheelers, three-wheel passenger vehicles. Engineer Chen, it'll give you 2 weeks to come up with a plan. Within a month, I want to see prototype testing. Engineer Chen made a wry face. President Xu, you're working us to the bone. Xu Chen chuckled. You want die? Finish this, and he'll give you 3 days off, paid. Engineer Chen glanced at his team and sighed. Fine, President Xu, you're the boss. But I have one condition. Hire more people. At least 5 more motor engineers, bachelor's degree or above, preferably with experience. Xu Chen nodded. Hire them. You scout candidates, I'll approve. Engineer Chen extended his hand. Then it settled. Xu Chen shook it and turned to leave. At the door, he suddenly looked back. Oh, and I'll have someone by the massage chair today. Engineer Chen called out with a grin. President Xu, you better keep that promise. Xu Chen waved without looking back and disappeared down the corridor. After finishing with the RD department, Xu Chen went to check the production lines in the 2 factories. Both were bustling with activity. Because Tianyu offered the best wages and benefits in all of Guide, the employees worked with vigor. They worked in 3 shifts, getting enough rest, so they stayed focused on the job and tried to avoid mistakes. As the saying goes, treat your employees like people and they'll treat the company like home. Once the new factory was built, he would improve employee conditions again. No one in Guide could rival Tianyu then. The next day, Zhou Chengxian came to Xu Chen's office with documents from the district government. President Xu, these are the district's files. These are the industrial lands currently available for purchase, average price around 1/8 yuan per mu. Xu Chen opened the files and flipped through page by page. Guide had quite a few industrial plots for sale, some near the development zone, some by the highway exit, some cheap, but ridiculously remote. How much is this one? He pointed to a page in the middle. Zhou Chengxian leaned over to look. The one in Yuqing. 150 per mu. Cheap, but it's far from our current plant, inconvenient for logistics. What about this one? Core location in the development zone, 2 per mu. Expensive, but right next to the main road. Xu Chen flipped through more pages, then closed the folder. Uncle Zhou, help me pick one. 200 mu, good location, you negotiate the price. 1/8 per mu is the average. If we buy 200 mu at once, we should get a discount, right? Zhou Chengxian chuckled. President Xu, buying land isn't like buying groceries. A discount? Why not? Xu Chen said seriously. 200 mu, 36 million yuan. They'll negotiate for 32 million. The 4 million saved goes to employee bonuses. So tell me, would the district rather lose 4 million or watch me take that 36 million to buy land in a neighboring city? Zhou Chengxian was stunned. You're going to buy in a neighboring city? No. Xu Chen shook his head. But the district doesn't know I'm not going. Also, the district must provide supporting infrastructure. 3 connections and 1 leveling, that's their responsibility. Zhou Chengxian was silent for 2 seconds, then gave a thumbs up. President Xu, where did you learn this negotiating style? Born with it. Xu Chen smiled and opened the folder again. Oh, Uncle Zhou, while you're buying the land, ask if they can set aside a small green area next to the plot. Doesn't need to be big, just a few mu. What do you need green space for? Build a small park. Employees can take a walk after work, maybe go on dates. Our factory has so many single young men, we need to give them opportunities. Xu Chen was caught between laughter and tears. President Xu, are you running a factory or a matchmaking agency? Both. Xu Chen said unabashedly. When employees feel happy, they work with more energy. When they work with energy, product quality is stable. When quality is stable, customers buy in. When customers buy in, we make more money, and more money lets us hire more employees. He paused. That's what I call the employee care closed loop. Xu Chen was dumbfounded, then shook his head with a helpless smile. All right, I'll go negotiate. Xu Chen nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, Uncle Zhou, when you go to buy the land, dress nicely. Maybe wear a tie. Why? To show Tianyu's strength. If you show up in a t-shirt, they'll think you're a tricycle delivery guy. Xu Chen looked down at his own polo shirt, then at Xu Chen's identical one, and said dryly, President Xu, you're wearing the same thing. Xu Chen glanced down and laughed. Then we'll go together. He'll wear a suit, you wear a tie. Let's intimidate them. Xu Chen shook his head helplessly and left with the documents. At the door, he suddenly turned back. President Xu, about the green space. Were you serious or joking? Xu Chen looked up with an innocent expression. Serious, of course. A few moo, why wouldn't the district agree? Tianyu now has over 1,000 employees and will expand to 3,000 or 4,000. If they don't even have a place to stroll, that's just pathetic. Xu Chen stared at him for 3 seconds, confirmed he wasn't joking, shook his head, and left. Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to get back to work, Dong Jin walked in. President Xu, I've shortlisted a few construction companies. Take a look. Dong Jin handed over several documents. Xu Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Manager Dong, you're efficient. Hey, not to brag, but with all my years of connections, I've got this covered. Flattered by Xu Chen's praise, Dong Jin puffed out his chest with confidence. This was precisely why Xu Chen's father had chosen Dong Jin as the marketing manager. Dong Jin had friends from all walks of life and guide, every trade, and every circle. Xu Chen was already thinking that once Tianyu grew big and strong, he would directly put Dong Jin in charge of public relations. As he looked over the documents, Xu Chen's brow gradually furrowed. These companies. Xu Chen opened the first document. Guide City Xinhua Construction Engineering Co., Ltd. He read aloud, his eyes scanning the figures. Established in 2006, a registered capital of 8 million qualifications. 3 dear. Dong Jin quickly nodded. Boss Xu, the owner, is surnamed Lu, a local from Lianyuan district. The company is small with about 40 people, including 8 builders. They've built quite a few small factories and warehouses, and the quality is solid. The key point is that it's clean, no external debts, no lawsuits. The owner's son is abroad and doesn't want to come back, so he's looking to retire. The asking price is 5 million. Xu Chen didn't respond, opening the second document. Guide City Lutong Construction Engineering Co., Ltd. He read more slowly. Established in 2003, a registered capital of 20 million qualifications. Second tier. Dong Jin stepped half a step closer. This one is in the development zone, much larger than Xinhua. 120 people, 16 builders, and they've undertaken residential communities and industrial parks. The owner is surnamed Wang, in his early 50s, looking to transition and doesn't want the construction company anymore. The asking price is 8 million. The team is very mature. Buy it, and you can use it immediately, no need to recruit new people. Xu Chen still didn't speak, opening the third document. Guide City Tianshan Construction Group Co., Ltd. He read, his brow slightly lifting. Established in 1998, a registered capital of 50 million qualifications, second tier, currently applying for first tier. Over 300 employees, 32 builders. Asking price 14 million. Dong Jin's voice lowered. This is one of the well-established local construction companies in Guide City. The owner is surnamed Zhang, over 60, and neither of his 2 sons wants to take over. Over 300 people under him, all equipment owned by the company, even a concrete mixing plant. The first-tier qualification is in the process of being approved. Once it's granted, you won't be able to buy it at this price. Xu Chen placed the 3 documents side by side on the table, his fingers tapping each in turn. 5 million, 8 million, 14, 8 million. He recited the 3 numbers, then looked up at Dong Jin. Manager Dong, which one do you think suits our Tianyu better? Dong Jin rubbed his hands together. Boss Xu, it depends on your plans. If you only want to build our own factory and dormitory first, and worry about the rest later, then Xinhua is enough and saves money. Xu Chen nodded, signaling Dong Jin to continue. Dong Jin went on. If you want to think long-term, have all of Tianyu's projects done in-house without relying on others, then Lutong offers the best value for money. Over 8 million second-tier qualification, over 100 people, enough for your needs. Xu Chen's finger stopped on the third document, and Tianshan. Dong Jin swallowed hard. Tianshan. That's the honest-op solution. Buy it, and you have a proper construction company that can take on any job. But the price is also substantial, 15 million. Once the first-tier qualification is approved, selling it would recoup the investment, but it would take a big chunk out of our accounts. Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the desk, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the 3 documents. The office was quiet for a full half minute. Lutong, he said, his voice low but decisive. 8. 8 million negotiate down to 8 million. Set up a meeting with Mr. Wang. He'll handle it personally. Dong Jin's eyes lit up. Got it. Xu Chen picked up the second document again and flipped through it, adding, make sure the contract states, no liabilities, no disputes, smooth transfer of qualifications. If even one of these conditions is missing, no deal. Dong Jin nodded repeatedly, pulling out his phone as he headed for the door. Wait, Xu Chen called him back. Dong Jin turned. Any other instructions, boss Su? Xu Chen pushed the other two documents over. Keep Xinghua and Tianshan as backups, in case you can't reach Mr. Wang or the Lutong deal falls through. Dong Jin took the documents, chuckling twice. Don't worry, boss Su, I'll get it done. Xu Chen waved his hand. Go ahead. First negotiate based on my conditions. If it's not possible, skip Lutong and move to the next one. Dong Jin nodded and scurried out. Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, his mind turning to another matter. In June, sales had exceeded 3400 vehicles, and production capacity had hit the ceiling. Both factories were running at full capacity with 3 shifts still unable to keep up. From land purchase to completion and operation, a new factory would take at least half a year. What to do during that half year? He picked up the phone and called Zhou Chengxian. Uncle Zhou, where are you? Just left the development zone. The land deal is almost settled. Zhou Chengxian's voice came over the sound of a car engine. On your way back, stop by Feida Automobile in the south of the development zone and ask if they're willing to sell their factory. There was a 2-second silence on the line. Feida? That small factory assembling tricycles. Yes, exactly. After Yadia's price cut last year, they couldn't hold on, and the production line has been idle for over half a year. I passed by a few days ago. The weeds at the entrance were already waist high. What would you buy a factory like that for? The equipment must be rusted by now. We can repair the rusted equipment. The factory buildings are already there, and the workers are nearby. It'll be much faster than building from scratch. Xu Chen paused. What we're short on right now is time. A new factory will take at least 8 months. I can't wait that long. Zhou Chengxian thought for a moment. Fine, I'll go ask. After hanging up, Xu Chen pulled out the report from Yuqing Boli Energy again and reviewed it. With Gu Yunfei's production line running at full capacity, battery supply was sufficient, but lead-acid batteries were ultimately a transitional product. He picked up a pen and wrote a line in his notebook. Lithium battery RD progress weekly report. The next morning, Zhou Chengxian brought the news. Feida is willing to sell. The owner is surnamed Sun, up to his neck in debt and eager to find a buyer. Zhou Chengxian placed a list on the table. The factory covers 35 mu with 3 assembly lines, a 2-story office building, and over 40 skilled workers still at home waiting. The asking price is 6 million. Xu Chen glanced at the list. Negotiate down to 5 million. Also keep all the workers and raise their salary by 15 compared to what they were getting. Got it. And the location in the south of the development zone is good. Close to the highway entrance, convenient for logistics. After acquiring it, first convert 2 lines into our standard production lines, specifically for the home standard and youth versions. Those 2 models are the best sellers with the biggest capacity gap. Zhou Chengxian noted it down. How long will the conversion take? A month. Well, move the equipment from the original factory, install, and adjust it. I've already spoken with engineer Qian, and he'll have someone oversee it. What about Feida's original workers? First training. They'll receive 80 of their salary during training. After passing the assessment, they'll start working. Zhou Chengxian nodded, flipping through his notebook again. By the way, the land deal in the development zone is almost settled as well. 200 mu located south of Beihai Road, adjacent to the highway connector. Xu Chen's eyes lit up. 200 mu is very good. That means there's still some capital left. For what? Zhou Chengxian asked. Dong Jin entered Xu Chen's office and recounted the situation of Lei Ding opening a direct sales store in Xuzhou. Xu Chen frowned. Is Lei Ding going after Wu Qi? Probably. Wu Qi was Lei Ding's biggest distributor before, but now he's switched to us. Lei Ding definitely can't swallow that. Dong Jin said. Wu Qi has already taken measures. Tradian's community promotions, and he's even preparing to hand out flyers in front of Lei Ding's store. Xu Chen couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. This Wu Qi, what a character. He thought for a moment and said to Dong Jin, tell Wu Qi that for the old vehicles collected through Tradians, if they're still usable, have our after-sales team refurbish them and donate them to the nursing homes or village committees in the surrounding townships. It's a good deed and builds goodwill for Tianyu. We'll cover half the cost. Dong Jin's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. Also have the legal department send Wu Qi a letter reminding him that all promotional activities must comply with regulations. We can't let anyone catch us off guard. We're in the right, but we can't let improper handling make us lose that advantage. Understood. After Dong Jin left, Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, recalling a phrase from the internet world in his past life. Price wars are the lowest form of competition. The advanced approach is to compete on service, experience, and brand. Lei Ding thinks they can crush Wu Qi with a direct sales store. Not so easy. 3 days later, Wu Kai's community promotion campaign was thriving. On the weekend, in a large residential square in Xuzhou's Yunlong district, Tianyu set up a blue tent. 3 brand new vehicles were polished to a shine, and next to them were boxes of eggs and packs of tissues. Salespeople dressed in uniform warmly greeted the passing residents. Ma'am, come take a look at the Tianyu electric vehicle. It has air conditioning, a reverse camera, and it's only 28000. Today's community event. Test drive and get a tray of eggs. A woman in her 40s, drawn by the word eggs, sat in the car for a test drive and came out with a smile. This car drives pretty smoothly. Of course, Tianyu uses its own self-developed motor, and the chassis has been specially tuned. If you have an old three-wheeler at home, you can trade it in for a discount of 1500. The woman hesitated for a moment, then pulled out her phone. Let me call my husband to ask. After a brief conversation on the phone, she hung up and said to the salesperson, all right, I'll order one white. The salesperson beamed and quickly wrote up the order. Wu Qi was sitting in his store's office, lounging with his legs crossed, sipping tea. Zheng Kai walked in with the day's sales statistics, his eyes shining. Boss, the 3 stores have booked 11 units today. That's double yesterday. Wu Qi put down his teacup, smugly flicking a non-existent speck of dust off his pants leg. What did I tell you? He runs his direct sales store, I run my community promotions. He has factory subsidies, I have local advantages. Let's see who lasts longer. He took out his phone and sent Xu Chen a message. President Xu Shuzhou is stable. Lei Ding's direct sales store has been open for 3 days and hasn't sold a single car. I've sold 11. Xu Chen quickly replied, well done. Keep it compliant, don't leave any leverage. Wu Qi tossed his phone onto the table with a laugh and said to Zheng Kai, go tell the kitchen to whip up a couple of dishes. We'll open a bottle of wine tonight to celebrate. You got it. Sunlight streamed through the window, glinting off Wu Kai's stubborn strands of hair. He touched his head and sighed, just that my hair's getting thinner. But the smile on his lips couldn't be suppressed. Tianyu Mobility needed to purchase 200 mu of land for a new factory complex. This wasn't something he and Zhou Chengxian could decide alone. The district government had procedures to follow, and he had to go through the process as well. He commissioned a professional to write an application report detailing Tianyu Mobility's current production capacity, tax contributions, employee count, and future development plans item by item. He wasn't begging for land approval. He was telling the district government that Tianyu was an enterprise with an annual output value of over $1 billion, paying tens of millions in taxes and employing over 2,000 people. Buying land was for expansion, and expansion was to create more tax revenue and jobs for Guide. After the report was written, he printed it out and had Zhou Chengxian deliver it to the district office. 2 days later, Zhou Chengxian returned with news. President Xu, the district office has responded. Director Sun from the Investment Promotion Bureau reviewed our report and said it's acceptable in principle. But 200 mu is no small amount. It needs to be discussed at the district government's standing committee meeting. Su Chun leaned back in his chair. How soon can it be on the agenda? Next week, Zhou Chengxian said. Director Sun said they'll submit our report first and wait for the district to schedule the meeting. Su Chen nodded and didn't press further. He knew these things couldn't be rushed. The government has its own pace, pushing too hard would only make him seem unsettled. A week later, Su Chen received a call. The caller ID showed the District Investment Promotion Bureau's number. President Su. This is Sun Xiangdong from the Investment Promotion Bureau. Your land application for Tianyu has been approved by the district. Come by tomorrow at 10 in the morning and we'll sign the letter of intent, then proceed with the bidding auction and listing process. Su Chen held the phone, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. All right, Director Sun. He'll be there on time tomorrow. The next morning, Su Chen wore a dark jacket and, accompanied by Zhou Chengxian and Dong Jin, arrived punctually at the district government building. Director Sun was waiting downstairs, a man in his 50s with gold-rimmed glasses and a genial smile. President Su, young and promising. Director Sun shook his hand, sizing him up. Tianyu is a star enterprise and Guide now. Even the city leaders are paying attention. Su Chen smiled. Director Sun flatters me. Tianyu is still small, just getting started. Director Sun led them upstairs to a conference room where several people were already seated. He introduced them one by one. This is Deputy District Chief Lu, this is Deputy Director Zhang from the Planning Bureau, and this is Section Chief Zhao from the Land and Resources Bureau. Su Chen shook hands with each, exchanging pleasantries. Deputy District Chief Lu was a woman in her 40s with short hair and a brisk, decisive manner. President Su, I've read your Tianyu report. How much tax did you pay in the first half of the year? Over 30 million, Su Chen said. Deputy District Chief Lu nodded. Good. You're planning to buy 200 mu of land. What are you going to build? Su Chen took the blueprint from Zhou Chengxian and spread it on the table. The new factory complex will include a 4-wheel vehicle assembly workshop, a 3-wheel vehicle assembly workshop, a motor workshop, an office building, employee dormitories, a cafeteria, and a small R&D center. Deputy District Chief Lu examined the blueprint for a while and asked several more questions. Investment intensity, projected output value, and how many jobs it would create. Su Chen answered each one, the figures etched in his mind without hesitation. Good. She closed the folder. The district supports Tianyu's expansion. The 200 mu of land will go through the bidding auction and listing process. You'll submit the deposit first, and once the listing announcement is out, participate in the auction. For this plot, well set industrial access conditions to ensure only qualified enterprises can participate. Su Chen understood. This was standard practice for investment attraction, setting industrial access conditions to weed out land speculators and ensure the land went to real industrial enterprises. Director Sun about the land price. Xu Chen tentatively inquired. Director Sun cast a glance at Deputy District Chief Liu, who nodded in response. The benchmark land price is 1/8 per mu. As a key enterprise supported by the district, Tianyu is eligible for certain preferential policies under the investment attraction program, Director Sun said. The exact figure will be determined after the assessment. But rest assured we won't let you suffer a loss. Xu Chen smiled. Thank you, Director Sun. That same morning, Tianyu Chuxing signed an industrial land investment intent agreement with the District Investment Promotion Bureau. The agreement stipulated that Tianyu Chuxing intended to purchase approximately 200 mu of industrial land in the development zone to build a new energy vehicle production base. The total project investment would be no less than 300 million yuan, with an expected annual output value of no less than 1.5 billion yuan and annual tax payments of no less than 50 million yuan upon reaching full production capacity. After signing the agreement, Xu Chen walked out of the district government building bathed in sunlight. Xu Chengxian followed behind, a smile on his face. President Xu, this piece of land is practically half ours. Xu Chen shook his head. It's still early. Signing the intent agreement is just the first step. We still have to wait for the district to issue the listing announcement, participate in the auction, pay the fees, sign the contract, and obtain the certificates. Completing this entire process will take at least 2 months. Zhou Chengxian sighed. Government affairs always move slowly. Xu Chen smiled. Slow but steady. As long as Tianyu's foundation is solid, no one can snatch this land from us. While Xu Chen was busy purchasing land and building the factory, Dongjin approached the 3 construction companies on his behalf. Unexpectedly, the Guide City Luton Construction Engineering Co., Ltd., which had seemed the most promising, refused to agree to Tianyu's acquisition. With no other option, Dongjin had to contact the Guide City Tianshun Construction Group Co., Ltd., which had the highest price. After a phone conversation, Boss Zhang agreed to meet with Xu Chen. Xu Chen chose a free time to meet with Boss Zhang of Guide City Tianshun Construction Group. Contrary to expectations, Boss Zhang looked like a simple rural old man with none of the typical appearance of a construction boss. But this only made Xu Chen more cautious. To have founded a construction company before the 21st century was to be a local powerhouse, and without real strength and connections it would have been impossible. The two had a pleasant exchange. Xu Chen learned a great deal from this senior. Boss Zhang in turn greatly admired the young Xu Chen. By the end of the meal they had become close friends despite the age gap. Boss Zhang's only request was to ensure that his veteran employees could retire in peace, and he was willing to reduce the price by another 1,000,000 yuan. Xu Chen gladly agreed. 1,000,000 yuan was no small sum, and it showed how much Boss Zhang valued his employees, a principle Xu Chen had always upheld. Next, lawyers and financial experts from both sides stepped in primarily to check for any hidden liabilities of Guide City Tianshun Construction Group, conduct asset valuation, personnel review, and wage accounting. After several days of intense preparation, 1 week after the meeting, Xu Chen spent 13.8 million yuan to acquire all assets of Guide City Tianshun Construction Group. Thus, half a year after his transmigration, Xu Chen now owned 3 companies: Tianyu Chuxing Co., Ltd., Tianqing Energy Technology Co., Ltd., and Guide City Tianshun Construction Group Co., Ltd. When the news reached the Yadea Guide branch, General Manager Li was brewing tea in his office. Sales Manager Lu Desheng pushed the door open, his face as grim as if he had swallowed a bitter pill. Li glanced at him, brushed it off, and continued pouring water into the purple clay teapot. General Manager Li, something's wrong. What? Has the sky fallen? Li slowly raised his teacup. Tianyu. Last month they sold over 34000 tricycles. Li's hand froze, the teacup hovering at his lips. How many did you say? 34800, Lu Desheng said, holding up 3 fingers, and then 4. Their cargo, household covered, and special purpose vehicles are all selling well. Just the 6 new models accounted for 2200 units. Li sighed, leaning back in his chair. Here we are, Yadea, the industry leader. Number 1 in two-wheelers nationwide, a household name. And yet in Guide we're being crushed by a tricycle manufacturer. He paused, his tone bitter. Isn't that infuriating? Lu Desheng didn't know how to respond, so he simply nodded. What's even more infuriating, Li stood up, walked to the window, and pointed outside. They just bought 200 mu of land in the development zone at 1.6 per mu. How big is Yadea's factory in Guide? 80 mu. Their factory is more than twice the size of ours. Lu Desheng murmured. General Manager Li, they have a wide range of tricycle models, so they need more space. That's no excuse. Li slammed the window frame. Go get one for me, tear it apart. I want to see exactly what's inside their electric control system. Lu Desheng nodded. Yes, I'll get on it. Li returned to his desk, staring at the cold cup of tea. Suddenly he picked up his phone and typed a line into the search bar: Tianyu tricycle. The first result was a promotional video from a dealer already with over 1,000 views. The comments were flooded with, this tricycle has a fan, the LCD display is really advanced, much better than Yadea's. He closed the video and sighed dramatically. The taste of netizens these days is truly questionable. Meanwhile, at the IMA Guide branch, General Manager Wang Rui was not as irritable as Li. He was the type who grew calmer the angrier he got. Aftermarket manager Li Yin presented Tianyu's data silence, filled the office for a full half-minute. Wang Rui remained expressionless, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk, as if sending Morse code. Manager Li, let me ask you something. Wang Rui finally spoke. Go ahead, General Manager Wang. What's the name of Tianyu's boss? Xu Chen. How old is he? 26. Wang Rui's fingers paused. 26 years old. At 26, he was still a salesperson riding a bicycle all over the city to drum up business. This guy at 26 was already the CEO of a company selling 340 units a month with annual revenues in the hundreds of millions. What else? He asked. Li Yin flipped through his notes. He graduated from Zhejiang University and later took over his family's tricycle factory. He developed his own motors and electronic controls and also acquired a lead-acid battery factory in Yuqing. The owner of that battery factory graduated from Tsinghua University. Wang Rui took a deep breath. 26. Zhejiang University graduate self-developed motors acquired a battery factory run by a Tsinghua graduate sells over 300 tricycles a month. He paused, his tone complex. I feel like he looks more like a big company than IMA does. Li Yin dared not respond. Wang Rui stood up, walked to the whiteboard, and wrote 2 words: Tianyu. From now on, the tricycle project team will provide me with a competitive report on Tianyu every week. I want to know the cost, configuration, sales volume, and user feedback for every single model. Li Yin nodded. Understood. Wang Rui stared at the 2 words on the whiteboard for a long time, silent. He turned around and looked at Li Yin. Think about it, why are these 3-wheeled covered tricycles selling so well? Li Yin pondered for a moment. It means they have high-end features, and the common folks recognize that. Exactly. Wang Rui nodded. An LCD instrument panel, a small fan, a sunroof. Things that others don't offer at the same price point, they have them all. The common people aren't fools. They buy whichever product is better. Li Yin suddenly realized the truth. President Wang, should we follow suit immediately? Of course we must follow. Wang Rui walked back to his desk, picked up the phone, and dialed the number of the Tianjin headquarters. President Li, this is Wang Rui. There's a situation in Guide. A company called Tianyu. Yes, the one that makes 3-wheeled covered tricycles. I'd like to suggest to headquarters that we also develop a high-end 3-wheeled covered tricycle equipped with an LCD instrument panel, a fan, and a sunroof, and price it under 7,000 yuan. Yes, we can't let them monopolize the market. Alright, I'll wait for your response. After hanging up, Wang Rui leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. He suddenly recalled something and turned to Li Yin. Tianyu's new factory site, 200 mu. Do you know what they plan to build there? Li Yin shook his head. Not the specifics. I heard they'll have a final assembly workshop, a motor workshop, an R&D center, and also employee dormitories and a cafeteria. Wang Rui nodded thoughtfully. 200 mu of land, 32 million yuan. Just the land cost 32 million. Add the factory buildings and equipment, it's no less than 100 million. Where did a company that's been established less than a year get that much money? Li Yin lowered his voice. President Wang, I heard their net profit for the first half of the year was over 100 million yuan. Wang Rui fell silent. Over 100 million. The IMA Guide branch's total net profit for last year was only 80 million. And they made over 100 million in just half a year. Tianyu Mobility R&D Department Office. Engineer Chen carefully assembled the parts, his fingers as steady as a surgeon's on the operating table. A crowd gathered around him, hardly daring to breathe, afraid that a single sneeze would ruin half a month's hard work. This was already the 6th prototype. The previous 5 had either suffered from high-temperature demagnetization or failed to meet efficiency standards. Engineer Chen had scratched his head so much he'd lost half his hair. All right. Engineer Chen set down the screwdriver and let out a soft breath. With a wave of his hand, 2 technicians immediately rushed over to connect the wire's power on the system and hook it up to the test bench. The display lit up and parameters flashed one by one. Rated power, peak power, efficiency, curve, temperature rise data. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen as if waiting for college entrance exam results. Efficiency, 89.7%. The technician's voice trembled. That's 0.7% higher than the design target. The temperature rise is 6 degrees lower than the previous version. The peak power exceeds expectations by 10%. The office fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Engineer Chen slammed his hand on the table. It's done. The crowd erupted. Some applauded, some whistled, and some collapsed directly into their chairs. After working overtime for 2 weeks straight nonstop for half a month, they had finally succeeded. Engineer Chen picked up the motor, turning it over and over, gazing at it, as if it were his newborn child. Let's go claim credit from President Xu. When Engineer Chen rushed into Xu Chen's office, carrying the motor, Xu Chen was sipping tea while reviewing reports. President Xu, the high-performance 2-wheel motor is done. Engineer Chen placed the motor on the desk, his voice brimming with pride. Xu Chen set down his tea, picked up the motor, and turned it around. What are the specs? Engineer Chen held up one finger. 89.7% efficiency. Peak power reaches 1,200 watts, the highest in its class. And the temperature control is excellent. After running continuously for an hour, the temperature is 5 degrees below the industry standard. Xu Chen raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Are you sure? We tested it 6 rounds. The data is all here. Engineer Qian slapped a stack of reports onto the desk. President Xu, if this motor is installed on a two-wheeled bike, it will accelerate faster than Udea, climb hills more powerfully than Udea, and be more energy efficient than Udea. Not to brag, but in the two-wheeled vehicle sector this motor of ours is top-notch. Xu Chen was amused by Engineer Qian's constant Udea comparison, but he understood. Udea was the best in the two-wheeled field, so naturally they compare with the best. You can't always compare with Udea. You should also compare with other competitors. Engineer Qian shook his head, though he said nothing. His meaning was clear. Xu Chen flipped through a few pages of the report, and a slow smile spread across his face. He looked up at Engineer Qian's exhausted yet excited face, and said with a laugh, Engineer Qian, your RD team has made a great contribution this time. So what reward do you want? Engineer Qian scratched his head. Just give the team 2 days off. Also, about the bonus, you did mention it last time. Xu Chen burst out laughing. We'll pay tomorrow. Every single person in your RD department will get a bonus. As for the time off, we'll arrange it next week. Paid leave. Engineer Qian's eyes lit up. President Xu, you'll keep your word. When have I ever broken my word? Xu Chen patted the motor. Mass produce this as soon as possible. I want to see the complete vehicle on the two-wheeler side as soon as possible. Engineer Qian picked up the motor, smiling as he headed for the door. Halfway there, he suddenly turned back. President Xu, the three-wheeled passenger motor prototype will be ready next week. When that happens, shouldn't you treat us to a nice meal? Xu Chen waved his hand with a smile. We'll talk once it's done. Once it's done, I'll take you all to the best restaurant in Guide, and we won't leave until we've drunk our fill. Engineer Qian, carrying the motor, disappeared down the corridor with light footsteps. Before Xu Chen could continue his work, Zhou Chengxian walked in with another piece of good news. As soon as he saw Xu Chen, Zhou Chengxian beamed with joy. President Xu, the 200 mu of industrial land we bought has been approved. Approved? Xu Chen put down his teacup and took the official document. Approved. It's the southeast corner of the intersection of Suiyang Avenue and Beihai Road in the development zone. 203 mu, 3 mu more than expected. Deputy District Chief Liu specially approved it. He said we can use the extra 3 mu as green space free of charge. Zhou Chengxian was grinning from ear to ear. Xu Chen read through the document. 34 million yuan, 203 mu, 50-year usage rights. He slapped the document on the table, unable to suppress his smile. Uncle Zhou, have Tianshun take over the 3 connections and 1 leveling directly. Speed is essential. The production department has repeatedly reported that they're under considerable pressure. Zhou Chengxian nodded. I've already informed Tianshun. They said they'll bring a team to survey the site tomorrow. Also, Section Chief Zhao said that water, electricity, and road access will reach the red line within a month, and site leveling will be handled by Tianshun. Xu Chen took out the project plan he had prepared earlier, checked off the purchase land item, then circled build new factory area. Start construction on August 1st. This time next year, I want to be working in the new factory. Uncle Zhou, could you also ask Tianshun about the expected construction period for the steel structure factory building? Sure, I'll ask. Zhou Chengxian nodded, took out his phone, and stepped outside to call the person in charge at Tianshun. After taking over Tianchuan, Xu Chen had sent people to inspect the site and requested a project timeline. With the land now approved, the next step was to begin Tianshun's work. Before long, Zhou Chengxian returned from his phone call and reported to Xu Chen, Mr. Xu, Tianshun said the steel structure factory will take about 10 months, with the entire project at 14 months and final acceptance by March next year. Too slow, far too slow. Xu Chen's face was stern. This schedule would never meet the peak demand for their 4-wheeled vehicles. As a time traveler, he knew that by the end of 2016 or early 2017, the state would issue documents to regulate unregulated old folk scooters, leading to a nationwide crackdown. His own old folk scooters would be decimated by then, and he must capture at least 30% of the domestic market before that. Only then could he accumulate capital for the subsequent new energy vehicle manufacturing plan. Without this, selling only 3-wheelers and 2-wheelers would never yield a new energy vehicle brand. To wait until around 2017 to enter the new energy vehicle market would be too late. Uncle Zhou, call Wang Liwei from Tianshun and tell him to come to my office at 3 this afternoon, Xu Chen said. Zhou Chengxian noted his grim expression, didn't ask further, and pulled out his phone to dial. Wang Liwei was a talent Xu Chen had found through a headhunter. He had previously served as a project manager at Nanhai Province Road Construction Company, possessing strong capability and connections, and was lured away by Xu Chen with a high salary. At 3 in the afternoon, Wang Liwei appeared punctually at Xu Chen's office door. He was in his early 40s with slightly dark skin, clearly someone who had spent years on construction sites. Xu Chen gestured for him to sit, and without small talk, went straight to the point. President Wang, yesterday Uncle Zhou told me about your project timeline. 10 months for the steel structure factory, 14 months for final acceptance. Xu Chen looked at him. I can't accept this timeline. President Wang was taken aback, then smiled wryly. Mr. Xu, this schedule has already been compressed to normal standards. 200 acres. Just the earthwork volume is substantial, plus the procurement, processing, and installation of steel structures, interior decoration, water, and electrical support. 10 months really can't be sped up anymore. Add money. I'll give you more money. Xu Chen shook his head, his tone brooking no argument. President Wang, I'll add more people and more money. Give me 7 months for the steel structure factory to be completed and 11 months for final acceptance. Can you do it? Wang Liwei was stunned. No wonder Xu Chen had been so generous with the salary. This was the catch. But then again, the gentleman had truly moved him with his sincerity. Wang Liwei rose solemnly, his face serious. Mr. Xu, rest assured I will not let you down. Tianyu guarantees to complete the mission. Good, very spirited. President Wang, don't lose face. I have great faith in you. Xu Chen laughed heartily at Wang Liwei's response, patting him on the shoulder in praise. Wang Liwei smiled. This time, he would prove his abilities and earn Xu Chen's admiration. Once this project was finished, Tianyu Construction Company should be able to complete its first-grade qualification verification. Wang Liwei left Xu Chen's office and drove directly to the construction site without returning to his own 200 acres of land, still covered in crops and weeds. He stood at the edge, smoked a cigarette, and mentally reorganized the entire construction schedule. A normal 14-month job compressed to 11 steel structure in 7. This couldn't be solved by just adding people and money. The workflow had to be reordered. He stubbed out his cigarette, pulled out his phone, and made several calls. Old Zhao meeting at the company conference room at 7 tonight. Get all project managers there. Engineer Chen go through all the drawings. I'll need them tonight. Manager Li contact the steel structure factory. I'll visit tomorrow. At 7 that evening, 8 people gathered in the small meeting room of Tianyu Construction. Project managers, technical lead, procurement, head safety officer. All veteran colleagues who had been with the project for years. Wang Liwei sat at the head of the table and repeated Xu Chen's requirements. 7 months for steel structure completion, 11 months for final acceptance. He scanned the room. Anyone who thinks they can't do it, speak now. He'll replace you. No one said a word. Wang Liwei nodded. Good. Since no one speaks, that means it's doable. Now let's talk about how. He stood up, walked to the topographical map on the wall, and picked up a marker. First, parallel construction. Normally we level the site first, then lay foundations, then erect steel structures, then do finishing. We'll change that. Divide the site into 3 zones. While Zone A is being leveled, Zone B will lay foundations, and Zone C will bring in prefabricated components. Work in parallel, no waiting. Technical lead engineer Chen raised his hand. President Wang, this method increases management difficulty and risks safety accidents. That's why we'll add more safety officers working 3 shifts to keep watch. Wang Liwei looked at the safety department head. Start recruiting tomorrow with a 20% wage increase. The safety head nodded. Second, steel structure. Wang Liwei drew a circle on the map. Normally we wait until foundations are done to place orders with the steel mill, 2 months for processing, then shipping and installation. We'll change that. Tomorrow I'll go to the steel mill, place the order first, and have them process and ship simultaneously. Foundations and installation will proceed in parallel. The procurement head frowned. President Wang, the foundations aren't laid yet. We don't have the measurements. How can we place the order? Use standard dimensions, Wang Liwei said. I've reviewed the steel structure design drawings for this project. Most spans are standard. Produce the standard parts first and make the special ones once the dimensions are finalized. Better to spend a bit more on shipping than to wait. The procurement head jotted it down. Third, personnel. Wang Liwei raised 3 fingers. 3 shifts continuous operation without stopping. Earthwork foundations installation. Each shift fully staffed. I've calculated we need 40 to 50 more people than originally planned. Project manager Old Zhao spoke up. President Wang, the construction site is already shorthanded. Finding 40 to 50 more people won't be easy. Even if it's hard, we must find them, Wang Liwei said. Recruit from surrounding counties. Wages at 1.5 times the normal rate, and those who work 3 full months will receive an additional month's bonus upon completion. Old Zhao thought for a moment. All right, I'll start contacting people tomorrow. Fourth, equipment. Wang Liwei continued. Excavators, cranes, concrete pumps, all doubled. If one breaks down, the other takes over, no downtime due to equipment. The equipment manager nodded. He'll negotiate with the rental company tomorrow. Long-term rental should be cheaper. Wang Liwei set the marker down on the table and turned to face the group. Any more questions? Technical lead engineer Chen hesitated. President Wang, with such a tight schedule, what about quality? If Mr. Xu fails the inspection, we'll have to redo things, which will only take longer. Wang Liwei glanced at him. You're right. So we can't compromise on quality. After each process, do a self-check, then report to the supervisor. If it's not up to standard, redo it on the spot. Don't put it off until the next day. He paused. Mr. Xu, I can tell he doesn't care how much extra money you spend, he cares whether you deliver on time. But if you hand in a shoddy job, he won't be lenient. Engineer Chen nodded. Wang Liwei checked his watch. All right, that's it. Old Zhao, redo the construction schedule tomorrow based on zone parallel construction. Engineer Chen, compile the dimension list for the steel structure. He'll need it to take to the steel mill the day after tomorrow. Oldly, contact the concrete batch plant and tell them our usage will double. Have them prepare materials in advance. The men responded in turn. Meeting adjourned, Wang Liwei said. As they filed out, old Zhao turned at the door and looked back at Wang Liwei. President Wang, if we pull this off, will Tianxun's qualification be upgraded? Wang Liwei smiled. We'll talk about that after it's done. After everyone left, Wang Liwei sat alone in the meeting room going over the entire construction plan in his mind. 7 months, 200 acres. It wasn't impossible, but every step had to go smoothly. He took out his phone and sent a text to Xu Chen. Mr. Xu, tasks assigned. Full launch tomorrow. Within a minute, Xu Chen replied with 2 words, good. Need money, ask me. Wang Liwei looked at the 4 characters, smiled, turned off the lights, locked the door, and walked out of the meeting room. Zhou Chengxian understood Xu Chen's intent. Clearly the micro 4-wheeled vehicle must be built, and it must carry Tianyu's own distinctive flavor, not following the same path as the common low-speed electric vehicles on the market. First, recruit talent. Building a 4-wheeled vehicle requires specialists in that field. Engineers from the 3-wheeled division cannot handle this. Second, design. Xu Chen had high standards for aesthetics. While Gao Feng oversaw the 3-wheeled vehicles, the 4-wheeled project needed more professional designers. Third, technology. The motor could be adapted from the mature 3-wheeled solution, but the chassis must be developed from scratch. No forced modifications from a 3-wheeled chassis. Zhou Chengxian picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, old Zhang, it's Zhou Chengxian. How are things at Lading? On the other end was Zhang Mingyuan, a native of Guide, who had worked at Lading for 5 years, responsible for the development of 4-wheeled electric vehicle chassis. Zhou Chengxian had previously contacted him, but never reached an agreement. President Zhou, what prompted you to call me? Zhang Mingyuan's voice carried surprise. Do you want to return home? Tianyu is launching a 4-wheeled vehicle project. Come as the technical lead, and your annual salary will be doubled. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. President Zhou, are you joking with me? When have I ever joked with you? Zhou Chengxian said seriously. Come, you decide the technical route, you assemble the team, I only want results. Zhang Mingyuan paused again. President Zhou, my current project isn't finished yet. The earliest I can come is a month. A month is fine, I'll wait. Name your salary. Annual salary. 400,000. Zhou Chengxian calculated in his mind. This amount was astronomical in Guide, but it was worth it. Deal. When can you come back for an interview? No need for an interview. You decide, President Zhou. I'll return at the end of the month to resign and start next month. After hanging up, Zhou Chengxian made a checkmark in his notebook. The chassis lead was secured. He then dialed a second number, this time to a headhunting firm. Presently, I need to poach talent. A styling designer from Lichi, an electrical engineer from Jinping, and a project manager from Yujia. One for each, generous compensation, as long as they have real skills. President Li laughed over the phone. President Zhou, you're trying to poach their core teams. I don't care if they're core or not, as long as they can deliver. Zhou Chengxian said. I want to see candidates within a week. Alright, I'll do my best. On the third day, the headhunter sent 3 resumes. Zhou Chengxian flipped through them and selected 2. One was Song Yang, who had spent 2 years at Lichi, doing exterior design, and participated in the development of 2 models. The other was Wang Yin, who had 3 years at Jinping handling electrical systems, familiar with 4-wheeled vehicle dashboards and wiring harnesses. Zhou Chengxian had Dong Jin arrange meetings, talked with them face-to-face, found them capable, and confirmed the offers on the spot. The salary was raised by 40% plus year-end bonuses. Zhang Mingyuan arrived on July 15th. Zhou Chengxian personally picked him up from the high-speed rail station. Zhang Mingyuan, 34 years old, of average height, wore black-rimmed glasses and looked like a university professor. President Zhou, you're too kind to come pick me up. Zhang Mingyuan put his suitcase into the trunk. It's only right. Zhou Chengxian started the car. Come, let's first go see our land. They drove to the development zone. Over 200 acres of land were already fenced off with several excavators working, dust swirling. Zhang Mingyuan got out of the car, looked around, and asked President Zhou, when will the plant be operational? Next March. And the RD progress on the 4-wheeled vehicle. That's why I brought you in, to speed things up. Zhou Chengxian looked at him. President Su's intention is to get it to market as soon as possible. Zhang Mingyuan frowned slightly, but said nothing. Back at the company, Zhou Chengxian led Zhang Mingyuan to the RD department and introduced him to Engineer Qian. Engineer Qian, this is Zhang Mingyuan, the technical lead for the 4-wheeled vehicle project. Please cooperate closely on the motor side. Engineer Qian shook hands with Zhang Mingyuan. Don't worry about the motor. The 3-wheeled platform is mature, a few modifications will make it work for the 4-wheeled vehicle. Zhang Mingyuan nodded. I've seen the motor parameters for your 3-wheeled vehicles. The foundation is solid. For the 4-wheeled vehicle, we need higher torque and better low-speed stability. If we modify the existing design, how long would it take? Engineer Qian thought for a moment. A month to produce the first version. Good. Zhou Chengxian then called Gao Feng from the design department, and a few people held a brief meeting. For the exterior, President Su's requirement is original design, no copying others. Zhou Chengxian said. And it must be in the same lineage as the Leda series, instantly recognizable as a Tianyu vehicle. Gao Feng spread out a sketch. President Zhou, I've drawn a few concepts over the past 2 days. Take a look. The sketches showed several different front face designs, some rounded, some angular, some in between. Zhang Mingyuan leaned in and pointed at one of the rounded designs. This direction is right. The main customers for micro four-wheeled vehicles are middle-aged and elderly people. Overly aggressive designs won't appeal to them, while too old-fashioned ones lack selling points. A rounded shape offers more approachability. Gao Feng nodded. I agree, this is the best. Use LED lens headlights, a closed-off grille, giving it a feel similar to an extended and widened version of the Leda 01. Let's call it Tianyu 01. Xu Chen made the final call. For the interior, Zhang Mingyuan raised several requirements. Air conditioning is a must. Three-wheeled vehicles can do without it, but if a customer spends 20 to 30,000 yuan on a car and sweats profusely in summer, that's unacceptable. Use a digital instrument cluster, but it should be distinct from the three-wheeled vehicles. The four-wheeled vehicle's dashboard can be more feature-rich. Display speed, battery level, mileage, gear position, all at once. The seats should use thicker foam padding with adjustable backrest angles. Four-wheeled vehicle users have much higher comfort expectations than three-wheeled users. Xu Chen noted everything down. For the chassis, Zhang Mingyuan continued most low-speed electric vehicles on the market simply force-modify a three-wheeled chassis, resulting in a wobbly ride like a boat. We need to design it from scratch. Engineer Chen interjected, handle the chassis tuning yourselves, but come to me for motor and electronic control coordination. Zhang Mingyuan nodded. Xu Chen closed his notebook. All right, each department begins work. The design department produces renderings within a week, RD supports motor modifications, and General Zhang draft the chassis plan. I'll organize another meeting next week. After the meeting, Zhang Mingyuan stayed behind alone and said to Xu Chen, President Zhou, there's one more thing. Go ahead. For the air conditioning system in the four-wheeled vehicle, most companies source externally with inconsistent quality. I suggest we find a reliable supplier, sign a long-term contract, and negotiate lower prices. Customers care deeply about this, and a faulty system would severely damage our reputation. Xu Chen noted it down. All right, I'll have the procurement department handle negotiations. Zhang Mingyuan stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the busy workshop below. President Zhou, I worked at Lading for 5 years, and honestly, that company's philosophy was to copy. Whenever a competitor's car sold well, they would buy it, disassemble it, and replicate it. I wanted to leave long ago. Xu Chen looked at him. President Su is willing to invest in original design and develop a new chassis from scratch. In the micro-electric vehicle industry, I've never seen a second person like that. Zhang Mingyuan turned around. You can count on me to treat this project as my own. Xu Chen smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Over the next 2 weeks, Zhang Mingyuan practically lived in the RD department. Together with the newly hired Song Yang and Sun, how they disassembled every competing vehicle they could find. They bought several best-selling micro four-wheeled vehicles on the market, Lading Ujialichi, and stripped them down to individual parts. This is Lading's chassis modified from a three-wheeler. Look at this main beam, it's clearly grafted from a three-wheeled vehicle. Zhang Mingyuan pointed at a pile of parts. This is Ujia's front suspension McPherson strut, but the materials are skimped on. Hitting a pothole would cause deformation. Song Yang crouched beside him, sketching in his notebook. Wang Yin was studying the electrical system. Most of these vehicles don't have air conditioning. Adding it would be a first in the segment. Zhang Mingyuan nodded. Coordinate with the procurement department to compile a list of suppliers, or we'll negotiate with each one. Meanwhile, Gao Feng's team produced the renderings. Zhang Mingyuan was unsatisfied with the first version. The headlights are too large. Gao Feng revised it. The waistline is too complicated, keep it simple with fewer lines. When the third version came out, Zhang Mingyuan finally gave the nod. The rendering showed a compact, rounded four-wheeled electric vehicle standing still. The front featured a closed-off grille flanked by LED lens headlights. A single continuous waistline ran from front to back. The rear was a clean vertical cut. The overall shape bore a resemblance to the Leda 01, but was more refined and fuller. This is it. Zhang Mingyuan sent the rendering to Xu Chen, who forwarded it to Xu Chen. Xu Chen replied with a single character good. In late July, the four-wheeled vehicle project was officially launched under the code name T01. Zhang Mingyuan laid out the project schedule: engineer prototype within the first month, testing in the second month, mass production in the third. The headquarters of the Lading Group, located in Weifang, Shandong Province. The door to the chairman's office was pushed open, and the HR director strode in, his expression grim. President Zhou, something's wrong. Chairman Zhou Yuan, who was reviewing sales reports, didn't even lift his head. What is it? The RD Center reported that Zhang Mingyuan, the deputy head of the chassis development department, submitted his resignation last week and has already completed the exit procedures today. Zhou Yuan looked up, his brow furrowing. Zhang Mingyuan. Yes. A native of Guide, he worked here for 5 years and holds the chassis data for 2 vehicle models. Where did he go? The HR director hesitated. Tianyu Chuxing, in Guide. Zhou Yuan put down the reports, leaned back in his chair, and fell silent for a few seconds. He had heard the name Tianyu quite often lately. Their three-wheeled enclosed vehicles were stirring up the market, and dealers reported that Jinping and Zongshan were being suppressed. He had felt relieved and grateful that Lading mainly focused on four-wheelers and didn't directly compete with three-wheelers. But now they were poaching his RD deputy manager. What is Tianyu planning? Zhou Yuan asked. I had someone inquire, the HR director said, flipping open his notebook. Tianyu has bought 200 mu of land in the Guide Development Zone and is building a new factory. Moreover, they are mass hiring targeting four-wheel vehicle expertise. Word is they are launching a micro four-wheel vehicle project. Zhou Yuan's face darkened. Micro four-wheelers were Lading's turf. Lading had been in the business for 6 years, selling over 80,000 units annually, ranking among the top 5 in the national micro-electric vehicle market. Now a three-wheeler maker was trying to take his share. Who else have they poached? So far we've identified a styling designer from Lichi named Song Yang and an electrical engineer from Jinping named Wang Yan. They also approached someone from Yujia, but it didn't go through. Zhou Yuan stood up, walked to the window, and gazed down at the Lading factory with a livid face. Zhang Mingyuan, that traitor. He spun around abruptly. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. What else? What else has Xu Chen, the boss of Tianyu, done? They acquired a lead-acid battery factory and are also developing lithium batteries. In June, Tianyu sold nearly 35,000 three-wheeled vehicles with a net profit of over 100 million in the first half of the year. Zhou Yuan fell silent. A three-wheeler maker with a half-year net profit exceeding 100 million. Lading's entire annual net profit last year was just over 200 million. President Zhou, should we take any measures? Zhou Yuan didn't answer directly. Instead, he walked to his desk, picked up the phone, and dialed the RD Center general manager. Old Lu, come to my office. 10 minutes later, Lu Chongwei, the RD Center general manager, pushed the door open. He was in his early 50s with graying hair, a veteran of Lading. President Zhou, you wanted to see me. Do you know that Tianyu poached Zhang Mingyuan? Lu Chongwei nodded. I know. I approached you when he submitted his resignation last week. Will the chassis data he holds be taken to Tianyu? Lu Chongwei thought for a moment. Zhang Mingyuan is technically competent, but not core. The data he holds is from 2-year-old platforms. He wasn't involved in the latest platform. However what? He isn't taking data, but experience. He knows how we build chassis and control costs. That knowledge is in his head. Tianyu could replicate years of our accumulation in just a few months. Zhou Yuan tapped his fingers on the desk a few times. Also, Lu Chongwei added, if Tianyu really enters the four-wheeler market, you know their playbook. They'll do the same as they did with three-wheeled enclosed vehicles: high specifications, low prices, attractive looks. Our vehicles are far behind in specs compared to Tianyu's. Zhou Yuan was silent for a long time, then finally said, gather the RD Center and marketing department. Meeting tomorrow morning. We need to reassess the product strategy for four-wheelers. Lu Chongwei nodded and left. Alone in his office, Zhou Yuan grew more agitated. He picked up his phone and called a friend who did business in Guide. Old son, find out about Xu Chen from Tianyu. His background. Yes, the one making three-wheelers. Also check how far along their four-wheeler project is. After hanging up, Zhou Yuan stared at the ceiling and gritted his teeth. Zhang Mingyun, just you wait. Wait. Mid-August. Guide. In the trial production workshop of Tianyu, Chuxing, a vehicle covered with a gray dust cover stood silently in the center. Zhang Mingyuan stood beside it, accompanied by Song Yang, Wang Yan, and several technicians. Each face bore signs of exhaustion, but their eyes were full of anticipation. Over the past month, Zhang Mingyuan had practically made the company his home. He arrived at 7 in the morning and left at 11 at night, sometimes sleeping on the office sofa. Song Yang and Wang Yan were no better off. The team worked in shifts through the night, squeezing the prototype from blueprints to reality. Zhou Chengxian pushed the door open, followed by Xu Chen. President Xu, President Zhou. Zhang Mingyuan greeted them, his voice hoarse. The prototype is ready. Xu Chen walked to the vehicle, still covered. A month, and you really pulled it off. Zhang Mingyuan nodded. The motor was modified by Director Qian, the chassis was redesigned by us, the exterior was styled by Gao Feng, and the supply chain was personally overseen by President Zhou. All parts arrived on time. Final assembly started last week, and it rolled off the line this morning. Xu Chen patted Zhang Mingyuan on the shoulder. Hard work. Zhang Mingyuan smiled, walked to the vehicle, and pulled off the dust cover. A round, compact, white four-wheeled electric vehicle appeared before everyone. Closed front face, LED lens headlights, continuous waistline, and a clean vertical cut at the rear. The overall design was refined and full, completely different from the typical elderly mobility scooters. Xu Chen circled the car, examining it from front to back, top to bottom. Zhang Mingyuan opened the driver's door. Xu Chen sat inside. The first impression was spaciousness. Much larger than the three-wheeler's cabin, with thick seats and a comfortable backrest angle. The dashboard was a color LCD screen, still dark and unpowered. The steering wheel was 3-spoke with a good grip. Above the center console were air vents, below were a few physical buttons, simple and clear. Is the air conditioning installed? Xu Chen asked. Yes, Zhang Mingyuan pointed to the console. Both heating and cooling. The supplier is a factory in Zhengzhou specializing in passenger vehicle components with guaranteed quality. We tested it after sitting in the summer sun. The AC cools to a comfortable temperature in 3 minutes. Xu Chen nodded. What about the dashboard? Fully digital, speed, battery level, mileage, gear, and AC temperature all displayed on one screen. It's specially developed for four-wheelers, different from the three-wheeler version. Xu Chen examined the interior craftsmanship, even panel gaps, no burrs on plastic parts, neat stitching on the seats. He stepped out, walked to the front, and crouched to inspect the chassis. How's the chassis? Zhang Mingyuan crouched on the other side. Standard elderly scooter chassis structure. McPherson front, trailing arm, rear. But we use thicker materials with 0.5 mm more steel thickness and more meticulous welding. It drives more steadily than lading or lychee vehicles and doesn't bump as much over speed bumps. Xu Chen stood up, dusted off his hands. Can I test drive? Yes, within the factory grounds. Xu Chen got back into the driver's seat, inserted the key, and turned it. The dashboard lit up, showing 72 battery and a range of 105 kilometers. He put it in gear and gently pressed the accelerator. The car glided forward silently. The steering was light and reasonably accurate. The suspension was tuned soft, absorbing speed bumps without harshness, and body roll was well controlled. The air conditioning turned on, blowing cool air that chilled the cabin in 3 seconds. Xu Chen drove 2 laps around the factory, parked back in place, and got out. Not bad, he said to Zhang Mingyuan. Better than I expected. Zhang Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Chen turned to Zhou Chengxuan. What about the supply chain? Have we controlled the costs? Zhou Chengxian opened the notebook. I have renegotiated the entire supply chain for this 4-wheeled vehicle. The motors are produced in-house by engineer Qian, cutting costs by 20% compared to external procurement. The batteries are our own Tianyu lead-acid batteries, so the cost is also under our control. Other components like the air conditioner, dashboard, seats, and lights are all sourced from top-tier suppliers in the industry. He flipped a page. In the past, Tianyu was too small, and when negotiating prices with suppliers, we had to beg them. It's different now. We sell over 30,000 3-wheelers a month. When suppliers heard that Tianyu was launching a 4-wheeled vehicle project, they all rushed to offer their quotes. Xu Chen nodded. Have you calculated the cost breakdown? What's the cost per vehicle? Zhou Chengxian stated a number. Zhang Mingyuan added from the side that cost includes the air conditioner. Most of the elderly scooters on the market at the same level don't come with air conditioning, and their prices range from 25,000 to 30,000. We offer air conditioning, a digital dashboard, and original design, so we can set the price at around 28,000. The cost performance still crushes the competition. He turned around. We won't set the price yet. We'll wait until the test vehicle completes its trials to see the actual costs. But the principle remains unchanged. Same configuration, cheaper than rivals. Same price, higher configuration than rivals. Zhang Mingyuan nodded. Xu Chen looked at Zhou Chengxian again. Have you arranged the test schedule? Yes. Durability tests, high temperature tests, and weighting tests. All according to standard. ITLL take about a month. Then get moving. After passing the tests, we'll do a small batch trial production and distribute to key dealers for market validation. If the feedback is good, we'll ramp up production directly when the new factory goes into operation. Zhou Chengxian jotted it down in his notebook. Xu Chen patted the white little car and turned to Zhang Mingyuan. General Zhang, you've worked hard this month. But I have to be honest with you. The prototype is just the first step. The subsequent testing, optimization, and mass production are more difficult than RD. You need to be mentally prepared. Zhang Mingyuan smiled. President Xu, I worked at lading for 5 years and have endured all kinds of hardships. Don't worry. They'll see Project 01 through to the end. Xu Chen extended his hand, and Zhang Mingyuan shook it. The news reached Weifang just as Zhou Yuan was holding a new product review meeting. The marketing manager answered a phone call. His expression changed, and he leaned in to whisper a few words to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan's brows knitted into a knot. Tianyu's 4-wheel prototype has already rolled off the production line. He asked in a low voice. The marketing manager nodded. We just received the news. They built it in just 1 month using self-developed motors, self-produced batteries, and equipped with air conditioning and a digital dashboard. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, waved his hand, and signaled the meeting to continue, but his mind was no longer there. He was pondering a question. A company that makes 3-wheelers managed to build a 4-wheel prototype in 1 month. What does that signify? It meant that Tianyu's technical accumulation and supply chain integration capabilities far exceeded his imagination. He glanced at the product manager who was presenting a PPT on stage and suddenly felt it all dull. Let's stop the meeting here for today. Zhou Yuan stood up. RD Center and Marketing Department stay, the rest can leave. Once most people had left, Zhou Yuan closed the door and looked at those present, speaking in a deep voice. Tianyu's 4-wheeled vehicle is coming. From now on, they are our biggest rival. The entire July sales, thanks to Xu Chen's wise leadership and the concerted efforts of all departments, directly sold nearly 20,000 vehicles this month. This was already Tianyu's limit. The workers worked in 3 shifts with machines running non-stop, even when workers rested. To increase production, they would have to expand the factory or outsource. To avoid sacrificing quality for quantity, Xu Chen had no choice but to outsource some parts, allowing some downstream small factories to benefit from Tianyu's success. According to the finance department statistics, Tianyu's total sales of all 3-wheelers in July were 18600 units, an increase of nearly 40 from June's 13000 units. The delivery vehicles saw steady growth, selling 5000 units. The household cargo three-wheelers exceeded 1200 units, becoming the absolute mainstay. Special vehicles totaled 1600 units. The average price of three-wheelers remained around 4200 yuan, with a gross profit margin stable at 55. This was the effect of holding core technology in one's own hands. When Tianyu used to be an assembly plant, the bulk of profits from batteries, motors, and electronic controls all had to be given away. Now Tianyu has achieved self-sufficiency. All told, the three-wheelers brought in 12 million yuan in July. Although the revenue was considerable, Tianyu's expenses in July were also substantial. These included taking over a construction company, acquiring 200 mu of industrial land in the development zone to build a factory, the first installment of the new factory's construction funds already paid, plus employee salaries and various miscellaneous expenses. Tianyu's remaining funds on the books were about 273 million yuan. Xu Chen looked at the 273 million, a glint flashing in his eyes. This was still not enough. To truly grow big, they had to keep pouring money in. The production capacity of three-wheelers had to be expanded, the new factory had to be built, and they also needed to lay out the two-wheeled electric vehicle market in advance. He picked up his pen and wrote a line in his notebook: two-wheel high-performance motor, mass production countdown. The high-performance two-wheel motor that engineer Chen had previously developed, with an efficiency of 89.7 and a peak power of 1200 watts, was intended for another type of vehicle. What Xu Chen had in mind were the high-end two-wheeled electric vehicles from his past life, Jiuhao and Xianyu. Back then, Jiuhao was the standard accessory for the spirit youth. Not everyone riding a Jiuhao was a spirit youth, but every spirit youth definitely owned a Jiuhao. Without a Jiuhao, you couldn't get into the circle of such people. To be honest, Jiuhao's two-wheeled electric vehicles were among the best in quality, but it was a pity that their reputation was ruined by the spirit youth. Those Jiuhao bikes racing on the internet were all modified. Jiuhao's factory models could never reach such speeds. But there was no helping it, since the spirit youth all bought Jiuhao. Jiuhao enjoyed high sales, but its reputation on the internet was a mixed blessing. What Xu Chen wanted to do was to develop and produce this type of vehicle before Jiuhao and Xianyu, seizing this market share first. This part of the market had been proven and was definitely worth pursuing. In early August, guide Zhang Mingyuan pushed open the door to Xu Chen's office, holding a car key in his hand. Mr. Xu, it's done. Xu Chen looked up, seeing Zhang Mingyuan's noticeably thinner face, and smiled. You've finished ahead of schedule, old Zhang. Great work. Half a month early, Zhang Mingyuan placed the car key on the desk. All tests are complete. The endurance run covered 30,000 kilometers without major issues. The air conditioning, motor, battery, and chassis all meet standards. Ready for mass production. Xu Chen picked up the key and stood. Let's go take a look. They went downstairs and arrived at the prototype workshop. A brand new white micro four-wheeler sat in the open area, sunlight gleaming softly off its paint. Zhou Qingxuan, Qian Gong Gaofeng, and Dong Jin were all there, gathered around the vehicle with smiles on their faces. Xu Chen walked around the car, opened the door, sat inside, and turned the key. The dashboard lit up, showing a battery level of 91 and a range of 91 kilometers. He shifted into drive, pressed the accelerator, and the car glided out smoothly. After driving 2 laps around the factory grounds, Xu Chen parked back in place and got out. How's the mass production preparation? He asked Zhou Chengxian. Zhou Chengxian opened his notebook. The production line is ready. We've repurposed one of the three-wheeler assembly lines and modified the fixtures. Daily capacity is about 100 units. Once the new factory is completed, we can expand to 300 units per day. What about parts supply? The batteries are our own, and so are the motors. Other components are already stocked by suppliers, ready for bulk delivery. Xu Chen nodded and turned to Dong Jin. What about the dealers? Dong Jin was prepared. Mr. So we've already spread the word. Dealers in the 4 core markets, Guizhou, Kaifeng, and Heezy, have been notified in advance. Sample vehicles will be sent in the next couple of days for display and test drives. The official launch is set for September 1st. Xu Chen thought for a moment. September 1st, right at the start of the school season and the beginning of the golden September and silver October sales peak. A good day. He paused, recalling something. What about the patents? Have we registered the design? Gao Feng stepped forward. Mr. Xu, I've submitted all the design patents. That includes the overall vehicle shape, front fascia, headlights, sidelines, and rear end. A total of 8 patents. Additionally, Gao Feng smiled. I've also included the subtle design elements you mentioned. Xu Chen raised an eyebrow. Tell me about them. Gao Feng walked to the front of the car and pointed to several areas. First, the shape of the door handles. We made an irregular curve. If other manufacturers try to copy it, they'll easily infringe on this patent. Second, the layout of the rear taillight strip. We designed it as an inverted shape which looks natural but is specifically crafted. Third, the closed grille texture. We used a diamond-shaped mesh with carefully calculated proportions. If anyone else uses a diamond mesh with similar proportions, it counts as infringement. Xu Chen listened, a smile creeping onto his face. Anything else? Gao Feng pointed to the roof. The roof stiffeners. We made 3 parallel grooves. That's also patented. Xu Chen patted Gao Feng on the shoulder. Well done. Xu Chen turned to Dong Jin. When can the sample vehicles be sent to the dealers? Hey. The day after tomorrow, Dong Jin said. The first batch of 40 units will go to the main distributors in the 4 core markets. They can display them in advance and start accepting pre-orders. He turned to the group. As for pricing, Uncle Zhou, you take it from here. Zhou Chengxian cleared his throat. After cost accounting, the unit cost of the Tianyu 01 is about 18000 yuan. Including the air conditioning LCD dashboard and other features, the cost is roughly 200 yuan higher than similar old man cars on the market. Our retail price is 26800 yuan. Xu Chen nodded. 2680 yuan with air conditioning and LCD dashboard and original design. How can competitors compete with that? Dong Jin added, Mr. Su, I've already negotiated with the dealers. The first batch will receive a 10 discount provided they display the Tianyu 01 in the best spot in their showroom and keep at least one test drive vehicle available. That works. Xu Chen said. Also run a promotional campaign for the first 3 days after launch. Free floor mats and window tinting for the first 100 buyers. It doesn't cost much, but customers feel they're getting a bargain. Dong Jin noted it down. Gao Feng spoke again. Mr. Su, one more thing. For the mass-produced Tianyu 01, we've prepared 3 colors. Pearl white, champagne gold, and sky blue. Should we add a pink one? Xu Chen thought for a moment. Let's hold off on pink. After launch we'll see feedback. If many female buyers show interest, we'll add it later. Understood. Zhang Mingyuan had been standing quietly to the side, but now stepped forward. Mr. Su, may I say something? Xu Chen looked at him. In my 5 years at Lading, I've never seen a boss lay out such a detailed patent strategy before a product launch. Usually companies only think about patents after the product sells, well, only to find their design stolen or registered by someone else. Zhang Mingyuan paused. You're thinking far ahead of everyone else. He patted the white car. All right, let's proceed according to plan. By September 1st, I want to see the Tianyu 01 filling every car dealership in Guide, big or small. The group dispersed. Back in his office, Dong Jin's first task was to call the dealers. Old Wu, the sample vehicles arrive the day after tomorrow. Clear your best display space. Old Wu laughed on the other end. Manager Dong, I've already cleared it. I've even set up a platform for the Tianyu 01 display. I printed out the renderings and posted them on the wall. Every day people ask when this car will arrive. Dong Jin chuckled. Don't worry, it'll be there the day after tomorrow. Also, Mr. Su said that for the first 3 days of launch, the first 100 buyers get free floor mats and window tinting. Get ready. Sure, no problem. After hanging up with Old Wu, Dong Jin called Zhao Guangming and Joko. Zhao Guangming's voice was tinged with excitement when he answered. Old Dong, when will the Tianyu 01 sample get here? I've already received 7 pre-orders, all with deposits, just from seeing the renderings. Dong Jin was startled. People put down deposits just from the renderings. Absolutely. Let me tell you, the Tianyu 01's design is in a league of its own here. Compared to those boxy Lading and Lychee cars, it's no contest. Customers aren't stupid. They can tell which looks good and which doesn't at a glance. Dong Jin laughed heartily. All right, the sample arrives the day after tomorrow. Keep those customers steady. After calling the dealers in the 4 core markets, Dong Jin arranged for the marketing department to prepare launch materials. Posters, display, stands, flyers, test drive registration forms. Nothing could be missed. 2 days later, 10 Tianyu 01 sample vehicles were loaded onto a truck and dispatched to Guide, Joko, Kaifeng, and Heezy. On the day Old Wu received the cars, he personally drove them off the truck and arranged them in front of the store. Pearl white, champagne gold, and sky blue. 3 vehicles lined up side by side, attracting quite a crowd. A man in his 40s circled the cars twice and asked Old Wu, Boss, how much for this car? 26,800 with air conditioning, a digital dashboard, and a range of 100 kilometers. The man examined the interior, sat inside to test the AC, and by the time he got out he had already pulled out his phone. Can I swipe a card? I want that white one. Old Wu smiled and said, Sir, this is a sample car. Display only, not for sale. The official launch is on September 1st. You can pick it up then. The man was a bit disappointed, but still left his number. All right, I'll be here on September 1st. Hold a white one for me. Old Wu noted it down in his book, his heart swelling with joy. By the 3rd day after the sample car arrived, the 4 core markets combined had already received over 40 pre-orders, all placed without seeing the actual vehicle, simply based on renderings with full deposits paid. When Dong Jin reported the figures to Xu Chen, Xu Chen was reviewing the patent office's acknowledgement receipt. Over 40 pre-orders. Xu Chen was slightly surprised. Yes, and all full deposits. Not a single cancellation, Dong Jin said with a grin. Mr. Su, Tianyu 01 is about to blow up again. Xu Chen put down the receipt, leaned back in his chair, and a slow smile spread across his face. He picked up the phone and called Zhou Qingshuan. Uncle Zhou, at another production line. Increased daily capacity to 200 units. I need 2,000 units in stock before September 1st. Zhou Chengxian acknowledged on the other end. Xu Chen hung up and silently calculated the numbers. Tianyu 01 priced at 26,800 with a gross profit margin of 35%. That's over 9,300 per unit. Sell 10,000 units, and that's 93 million. This profit margin was indeed more lucrative than tricycles. September 1st marked the start of the school season and the golden sales period of September Gold, October Silver. In Ningling County under Guide City, the large electric vehicle market was bustling with crowds. Li Wei was a young man working at a factory in southern Jiangsu, usually busy with work and rarely returning home. This time he took a break in early September to go back to his hometown. He had saved 30,000 yuan in his card intending to buy his parents a senior-friendly car that could shelter them from wind and rain, and also convenient for the elderly to pick up and drop off his little nephew from school. At that moment Li Wei and his parents were standing in the Lichi New Energy store. "Dad, are you sure you want to buy this one?" Li Wei frowned, knocking on the door of the red four-wheeled vehicle in front of him, which produced a thin hollow clang. Old Li, hands clasped behind his back, circled the car and examined the boxy front end. "Lichi has been around for years. It's a big brand. Your second uncle drives one, says it's pretty durable. He doesn't feel bad taking it into the fields." Li Wei pulled open the car door, and an overwhelming smell of cheap plastic and glue hit him, making him recoil. He sat in the driver's seat. The hard, stiff seat was uncomfortable, and the bare plastic center console housed a crude analog dashboard. The craftsmanship was extremely rough, with visible burrs at the seams. "Boss, how much is this car?" Li Wei turned to ask the salesman. The salesman, a middle-aged stout man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, blew out a smoke ring. "High-end version, with a small heater, 29,800. Absolute minimum 29,000, not a cent less. It's just September, so buying a car comes with a free steering wheel cover. Nearly 30,000, and not even cold air conditioning." Li Wei climbed out of the car and casually slammed the door. It made a cheap, flimsy thud. "Boss, isn't this just a three-wheeled scooter with a shell? The build quality is terrible." The salesman grew a bit annoyed and stubbed out his cigarette. "Young man, what do you need air conditioning for in a senior scooter? Besides, Lichi is one of the top manufacturers in the country. We sell brand and quality. Look at this steel tube frame, it's sturdy. If you think it's expensive, go buy some cheap knockoff from a small workshop." "Let's go, Dad. This car is not worth buying. Spending 30,000 on it is a total waste. In summer it's like a steam oven inside, and the little heater in winter won't do much." Li Wei pulled his father out of the store. "Hey, why aren't we buying? Big brands are reliable." Old Li was still reluctant, since in this county town Lichi had a big name and broad face. But he couldn't argue with his son, and was tugged out by his wife. As soon as they stepped out of Lichi's door, festive music drifted over. Right next to Lichi's store was the newly renovated Tianyu Mobility exclusive shop, which had just reopened last month. At that moment a banner was hung in front of the Tianyu store, music blared from speakers, and a row of brand new four-wheeled mini cars were neatly lined up on the red carpet. Pearl white, champagne gold, and sky blue gleamed strikingly under the early autumn sun. Li Wei was stunned. The streamlined body, the sealed diamond-shaped grille, the lens headlights, the continuous waistline. This looked like a proper miniature car, nothing like the boxy, square-headed senior scooters on the market. "Tianyu." Old Li squinted at the signboard. "Isn't that the factory from Guide that makes tricycles? Our cargo tricycle at home is a Tianyu, and now they're making four-wheelers too. Let's go check it out." Li Wei said, his interest piqued, and strode into the Tianyu exhibition area. The fat boss from the Lichi store next door watched Li Wei's family walk over and snorted coldly. A tricycle maker trying to do four-wheelers. No name recognition at all. All that flashy stuff is useless. The Tianyu store was packed. Each display car was surrounded by people. Most were young people, like Li Wei, taking time off during the school season to look at cars for their elderly parents preparing to pick up and drop off children. They had money and were willing to spend it on their parents, but they were also picky. Li Wei walked up to a pearl white Tianyu 01 and reached for the door handle. Thud. A heavy, solid sound, a stark contrast to the thin, flimsy clang of the Lichi door. That's a good door sound. Must have added something inside the panel, right? Li Wei, having seen many good cars in the big city, knew the tricks. "You're a sharp guy, sir." The Tianyu salesman, a spirited young man, immediately approached with enthusiasm. "Our Tianyu 01 comes standard with vibration damping plates and soundproofing foam in all doors. That's the premium car feel. Want to sit inside and try it?" Li Wei sat in the driver's seat. There was no pungent odor. The seat was thick foam padding with an adjustable backrest, extremely comfortable. Most importantly, on the center console, a color LCD screen displayed the speed, battery level, mileage, and gear clearly at a glance. "How much is this car?" Li Wei asked directly. The salesman smiled and replied, "Nationwide unified retail price 26,800. 26,800. Li Wei was surprised. That iron box next door, without even air conditioning, sells for 29,000. Does this car have air conditioning? The salesperson wasted no words, simply reaching out to press a button on the center console. Seconds later, cold air rushed out of the vents with a steady hum. This model comes standard with a heating and cooling system, digital instrument cluster, reverse camera, and USB charging port for your phone, all included. Pointing to the center console, the salesperson continued, The motor and battery are both developed and manufactured by Tianyu themselves with a range of 100 kilometers. The chassis was specially redesigned from the ground up, not one of those converted three-wheeler frames. You'll feel how stable it is once you drive it. Li Wei stepped out of the car and waved to Old Li. Dad, come sit in it and see. Old Li walked over, still hesitant. Tianyu used to make three-wheelers. Can a four-wheeler really be reliable? Li next door has been selling for years. Uncle, you don't know the whole story. A local man who was also looking at cars chimed in. Tianyu is huge in guide now. I bought one of their three-wheeled covered carts last month and the quality is top-notch. Just look at the craftsmanship. Can that big brand next door compare? Who would still buy a car without air conditioning nowadays and suffer? Old Li, half believing, sat in the driver's seat, felt the cool air from the AC on his face, and ran his hand over the steering wheel with its excellent texture. His eyes lit up. Wazy, this car is way more comfortable than the last one. With this cool air, picking up your little nephew from school in this scorching heat won't leave us drenched in sweat. Old Li patted the leather seat, clearly tempted. Li Wei's mother nodded along. The color is nice too. This white is bright and looks just like the sedan city folks drive. Much better than that lifeless red one we saw earlier. Seeing his parents' satisfaction, Li Wei made up his mind. 26,800. Top-tier specs, excellent craftsmanship, unbeatable value. He walked up to the salesperson. Can I take this car today? Yes. We've stocked plenty of units for the launch. The salesperson pulled out a form. And Mr. Xu has announced that for the first 3 days, the first 1,000 owners get free full car window tinting and original factory floor mats. If you order now, we'll install the mats right away and you can drive off immediately. All right, card it is. Li Wei pulled out his bank card. He'll take this white one. Great. Right this way. The salesperson beamed as he led Li Wei to handle the paperwork. In less than 20 minutes, the full payment of 26,800 was swiped. Old Li sat in the passenger seat as Li Wei drove slowly out of the Tianyu dealership's display area. Passing the neighboring lychee store, Li Wei deliberately rolled down the window, letting the cool AC air from the car flow out, and smiled at the chubby boss standing at the door. The chubby boss of the lychee store stood at the entrance, a cigarette dangling from his fingers, watching helplessly as the father-and-son duo who had balked at the price drove away from the competition in a sleek, well-equipped new car. He glanced at his own boxy, plastic-smelling display models, then at the crowd lining up to pay at Tianyu's store. The ash from his cigarette fell onto his foot, burning him with a jolt. Damn it, where did this Tianyu come from? He muttered under his breath, but an uncontrollable chill crept into his heart. 26,800 with AC, a color LCD screen, that exterior design, and the chassis quality. After years in the electric vehicle sales business, he knew exactly what this meant. He knew that Lichi's days in this county were likely numbered. And it wasn't just Ningling County. Across the entire back-to-school season in early September, the same scene was playing out in the county's underguide city, as well as the electric vehicle markets in Zhoukou, Kaifeng, and Hezi. Young people who usually worked in other cities and were accustomed to the big city lifestyle had taken time off at the start of the month to return home, wanting to buy their parents a runabout. Their budgets were around 30,000, and their first choices were established brands like Lichi and Lading. But as long as these old brand stores had a Tianyu dealership next door, and as long as the customers took one look at the actual Tianyu 01 as sat inside to feel the craftsmanship and heard the price of 26,800 with standard AC, the outcome was never in doubt. This was a true crushing blow. On the evening of September 3rd, Xu Chen sat in his office looking at the first 3 days sales report handed to him by Xu Chen. 2,000 units in stock, all gone. Xu Chen looked up from the data. Xu Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhausted, yet exhilarated. All gone. Sold out. Now dealers from 4 cities are frantically demanding more stock. Dongjin's phone has been ringing off the hook. Several county dealers have driven their own trucks to the factory, cash in hand, blocking the gate to demand vehicles. And Old Wu's situation is the most extreme. His store is in the city center. Over the past 3 days, hundreds of people came in to see the car. He sold out his 40 units on the first morning alone. Now he's got over 180 paid pre-orders. Zhou Chengxian sighed in admiration. Mr. Xu, your positioning for this car is spot on. The dealers of those big brands next door reportedly haven't made a single sale in 3 days. Xu Chen put down the report and leaned back in his chair. 2,000 units with a gross profit of 9,300 per unit. That's nearly 20 million in pure profit over 3 days. What's the daily production capacity now, eh? Xu Chen asked. 300 units. That's the absolute limit. Workers are running 3 shifts around the clock, Zhou Chengxian said. The Feidao plant is also running at full capacity. Xu Chen tapped the table. Stabilize the pre-orders. Tell the dealers to deliver in order of deposit. No price gouging. Anyone caught raising prices privately will have their dealership revoked. Understood. By the end of September, the weather in Guide City had begun to cool. But inside the Tianyu Mobility factory, the atmosphere was buzzing. Since the Tianyu 01 launched on September 1st, this compact 4-wheeled vehicle had taken the provinces of Nanhe, Shandong, and Anhui by storm in just 1 month. In the first month, Tianyu delivered 8,200 units. If not for capacity constraints, that number could have at least doubled. Xu Chen sat in his office reviewing the latest financial report. With the frantic cash flow from the past month, the company's bank balance had soared past 400 million. As he was reading, the office door burst open. Zhou Chengxian strode and his brow furrowed. Mr. Xu, we have a problem. What's up, Uncle Zhou? Xu Chen put down the report. The supply chain is breaking down, Zhou Chengxian said, pulling up a chair with urgency. This morning, Shenzhen Huaxian informed us that due to a shortage of LCD panel raw materials, they can only supply us with 1,000 instrument clusters next month. Then Wenzhou Roha Wiring Harness Factory and Zhengzhou Xinqing Auto Glass Factory also called, each making excuses about insufficient capacity, saying they'll cut our supply by 80% next month. Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, saying nothing. This is too much of a coincidence. Zhou Chengxian slapped the table. It just happens to break down when our Tianyu 01 is selling like hotcakes. 1,000 instrument panels, hundreds of wiring harnesses and glass panels. What are they supposed to do? The production line will have to shut down immediately. It's no coincidence. Xu Chen picked up a pen and twirled it between his fingers. Have you looked into the cause? I had Dong Jin send someone to find out. Zhou Chengxian clenched his teeth. Their production lines aren't even broken. It's Lading and IMA putting pressure on them. Lading and IMA jointly declared that if these suppliers keep supplying Tianyu at full capacity, they won't get a single order from the big factories again, forcing the suppliers to choose sides. Xu Chen let out a smile. Xu, this is no small matter. Zhou Chengxian grew anxious. Lading and IMA have enormous annual procurement volumes from these parts factories. Tianyu may have started its four-wheel vehicle line, but in terms of overall scale, we're still at a disadvantage. The suppliers will definitely side with them. Xu Chen stood up and walked to the window. How long can our current inventory of four-wheel vehicle parts last? At most a week. A week is enough. Xu Chen turned around. Uncle Zhou, prepare the car. Call Gu Yunfei. We'll fly to Shenzhen first, then to Wenzhou. We'll solve it one by one. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xu Chen, along with Zhou Chengxian and Gu Yunfei, who had just been dragged out of the lab, sat in the conference room of Shenzhen Huaxian Electronics. Zhao Hua, the owner of Huaxian, looked helpless as he personally poured tea for Xu Chen. President Xu, it's not that I don't want your business. In the LCD instrument panel sector, IMA and Lading are the top clients. With them applying pressure together, my small factory simply can't withstand it. Xu Chen said nothing and glanced at Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei adjusted his glasses, pulled out a blueprint, and slid it across the table. President Zhao, your Huaxian's current LCD instrument panels still use the previous generation of microcontroller control schemes, right? The refresh rate and waterproof performance have bottlenecks, and the defect rate has never been brought down. Zhao Hua was taken aback. How do you know? Because Tianyu plans to make its own chip control boards, Gu Yunfei said calmly. Our Tianqing Energy RD team doesn't just work on batteries, we also develop underlying algorithms. President Zhao, if we open up our underlying electronic control technology to you, help you reduce the production cost of LCD instrument panels by 15% and double the performance, would you be interested? Zhao Hua's eyes lit up. Reduce costs by 15%. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. Xu Chen tapped the table. President Zhao, I'll inject 5 million in cash into your company, taking a 40% stake. Tianqing Energy will grant you a technology license. There's only one condition. Cut off supplies to IMA and prioritize Tianyu's production capacity. Zhao Hua drew in a sharp breath. 5 million was nothing to the big factories, but to a small OEM assembler like his, it was a lifeline of cash flow, not to mention the underlying technology that could reduce costs by 15%. You can refuse. Xu Chen stood up. But in 3 months, Tianyu will build its own instrument panel assembly line. By then, the lowest cost, highest performance instrument panels on the market won't have anything to do with Huaxian. Zhao Hua glanced at the blueprint in Gu Yunfei's hand, then at Xu Chen, and gritted his teeth. President Xu, did you bring the contract? After securing the LCD instrument panel deal, Xu Chen flew non-stop to Wenzhou, heading straight for Rueha Wiring Harness Factory. The factory's owner Lao Lin was already tearing his hair out over the payment terms from the big factories. The profit margins on automotive wiring harnesses were razor-thin to begin with, and Lading and IMA had been holding back payments for nearly half a year. The factory's cash flow was stretched to the limit, and he could barely afford to pay his workers' wages. Xu Chen didn't waste words. He slapped a letter of intent for acquisition onto Lao Lin's desk. 8 million in cash for a 51% stake in Rueha. Xu Chen looked straight into Lao Lin's eyes. Tianyu will clear your debts. You'll remain as general manager, still running the factory. From now on, every Tianyu vehicle will use Rueha's wiring harnesses. And most importantly, Tianyu's payments will be settled within the month, never overdue. Lao Lin, who had been driven to the brink of bankruptcy by the big factory's payment cycles, felt his eyes redden at the words, settled within the month. The 8 million acquisition not only resolved his immediate crisis, but also gave him a powerful ally. Without a moment's hesitation, he signed the contract and immediately sent a fax to Lading's procurement department, terminating their cooperation. On the way back, Xu Chen had Dong Jin follow the same approach, using 5 million in cash to acquire the entirety of Zhengzhou Xinqing Auto Glass Factory. In just 3 days, Xu Chen had spent less than 20 million in cash, not only defusing the supply cutoff crisis without a single battle, but also fully integrating the supply chain for core four-wheel vehicle components, shattering the encirclement by Lading and Ima. In early September, the first week after the Tianyu 01 launched with the supply chain crisis resolved, Tianyu's production lines ran at full capacity. The Tianyu 01, with its crushing specs, sold like wildfire in Guide and the surrounding cities. One morning, Dong Jin walked into Xu Chen's office carrying a stack of dealer survey forms. President Xu, the sales data and customer feedback from the past few days are compiled. Dong Jin sat down across the desk and handed the forms over. Xu Chen took them and glanced through. I know the sales figures. Just tell me the feedback. Dong Jin cleared his throat. The Tianyu 01 is selling very well in the city. Most buyers are women, elderly people picking up kids, and some office workers. But the dealers in the townships below reported an issue. What issue? Quite a few rural men came to the store to look at the car, but after seeing it they didn't open their wallets. Dong Jin said. They thought the Tianyu 01's design was too rounded, looked a bit girly, not tough enough. Also, some rural roads are muddy and rough, and the Tianyu 01's chassis is too low. It's easy to scrape the bottom when going to the fields or hauling things. Xu Chen nodded and put the forms down. He had expected this. No single vehicle could satisfy everyone. The Tianyu 01 was positioned as a city commuter from the start. He picked up the desk phone and dialed an internal extension. President Zhang, bring the Tianyu 02 materials to my office. And call Uncle Zhou and Engineer Qian. 10 minutes later, Zhang Mingyuan, Zhou Qingshuan, and Engineer Qian filed into the office. Xu Chen got straight to the point. Dong Jin just reported the feedback from the township market. The Tianyu 01 isn't suitable for farm work. President Zhang, how is the Tianyu 02 coming along? Zhang Mingyuan spread several blueprints and a test report on the table. President Xu, the Tianyu 02 prototype has completed its final internal durability test and is ready for mass production at any time. The crowd gathered around to examine the blueprint. The design of the Tianyu 02 was a stark contrast to the sleek, rounded style of the 01, presenting a completely boxy, rugged aesthetic. The body lines were straight with a rough black scratch-resistant front bumper and two vintage round headlights. The roof came standard with a sturdy metal luggage rack, and the rear carried a compact full-size spare tire cover. Overall, it looked like a scaled-down version of a rugged off-road vehicle. This design is manly enough, Dong Jin remarked, his eyes lighting up. Rural uncles will absolutely love this boxy style. Has the chassis been modified? Xu Chen asked. Yes, Zhang Mingyuan replied, pointing to the parameters. It's been raised by 6 centimeters compared to the Tianyu 01, with wider, deeper tread, off-road anti-skid tires. To handle rough roads, the shock springs have been thickened for better support. Engineer Qian continued, for power, we didn't use the smooth motor from the 01. We've equipped it with a newly tuned 3000 W high-torque rear-wheel drive motor. It has more punch at startup and double the climbing ability. Hauling a few hundred G of fertilizer won't bog it down. Xu Chen glanced at the interior rendering. What about the interior? We kept the digital instrument cluster and heating, cooling, air conditioning. Those are our core selling points and can't be dropped, Zhang Mingyuan answered decisively. But we removed the easily scratched lacquered panels from the 01 and replaced them with dark, wear-resistant engineering plastic. The most crucial part is the rear seats. When folded flat, they create a completely level cargo space, turning it into a minivan for hauling goods. Xu Chen was very satisfied. This was exactly the differentiated product he wanted. Uncle Zhou, have you done the cost analysis? Xu Chen turned to Zhou Chengxian. Zhou Chengxian flipped open his notebook. It's calculated. Factoring in the high-power motor-raised chassis and off-road tires, the unit cost is about 1500 yuan more than the Tianyu 01, roughly 19500 yuan. Xu Chen tapped his fingers on the table, pondering briefly. All right, Xu Chen finalized the plan. Set the retail price at 29800 yuan. That's 3000 yuan more than the Tianyu 01. Dong Jin hesitated. Boss Xu, nearly 3000 yuan is considered high for old folks' cars. Can rural customers accept that? They can, Xu Chen said firmly. Tell the dealers to do the math. This car shields you from wind and rain, offers cool air in summer and warmth in winter. It can pick up kids from school, and with the seats down it can haul goods and work. Buying one car does the job of two. Those tin box cars next door without air conditioning dare to sell for 2800 to 2900 yuan. Why shouldn't we sell for 2980? Dong Jin nodded. Understood. Arrange production immediately, Xu Chen said, turning to Zhou Chengxian. Since we just acquired the supplier, the supply chain is ample. Use the production line from the old Fadov factory to officially distribute to major outlets by mid-September. We'll use the Tianyu 02 to conquer the rural market and the hearts of male users too. All right, I'll arrange the production schedule this afternoon, Zhou Chengxian replied. On September 15th, the first batch of mass-produced Tianyu 02 vehicles arrived at the dealerships. At Lao Wu's auto shop in Guide City early in the morning, a black Tianyu 02 and an olive green one were placed in the most prominent spots in front of the shop, creating a sharp contrast with the pearly white Tianyu 01 parked beside them. Around 10 in the morning, a middle-aged man with dark skin wearing an old jacket walked into the shop. Old Wu busy. The man greeted. Old Wu recognized him as Lao Li, who often contracted small projects nearby. Hey boss Li, what brings you here? Not at the work site today. Old Wu handed him a cigarette. Lao Li lit it and took a puff. I've sorted out some things at the site. Came to check out some cars. My dad is getting old, and it's unsafe for him to ride a two-wheeler to pick up my youngest son. I want to buy a four-wheeler for him, and I can use it myself for short trips to the work site. Old Wu immediately pointed to the white Tianyu 01 next to them. Take a look at this, the Tianyu 01. It comes with air conditioning and a digital instrument cluster. It's the hottest seller right now. Lao Li walked over, glanced at it, and shook his head. I see a lot of women driving this car on the streets. It's too delicate. If I, a grown man, drive this to a work site, people will think I'm driving my wife's car. The chassis looks low too. The area near my site is all potholes. One wrong move, and I'll scrape the bottom. Too delicate. Too low. Old Wu chuckled and pulled Lao Li to the front of the shop. Boss Li, take a look at this. It's a new model that just arrived today. Lao Li followed Old Wu's finger, and his eyes lit up. Wow, this little car looks impressive. Square and boxy with a spare tire hanging on the back. Lao Li stepped forward and touched the sturdy luggage rack. Tianyu 02, designed for work and rough roads, Old Wu said, opening the door. Look at these tires, off-road anti-skid. The chassis is 6 centimeters higher than the one next to it. Lao Li sat in the driver's seat, touched the steering wheel, and looked at the center console. Does this one have air conditioning too? Of course, all models come standard with heating and cooling. You won't have to sweat all over when you go to the work site in the summer. Old Wu pulled the rear seat lever and the backrest folded down to form a flat cargo area. Look at this space. You can easily load paint tools, whatever you need. Lao Li liked it more and more. He got out of the car. Does this thing have power? I sometimes have to haul a few hundred G of stuff. It's a high-powered 3000 W motor, twice as strong as an ordinary one. Take it for a spin, and you'll see. Old Wu tossed the keys to Lao Li. Without hesitation, Lao Li got into the black Tianyu 02 and drove off. He found a nearby dirt road that hadn't been paved, deliberately testing the potholes, and then a quick acceleration. 20 minutes later, he drove back to the shop. When he got out, his face was beaming with satisfaction. This thing has real power. It didn't scrape it all over that big dirt pit. The air conditioning blows nice and cool. Lao Li pulled out his bank card. Old Wu, how much is this car? 29,800. Lao Li paused. Nearly 30,000. Old Wu smiled. Boss Li, you're out there all the time, you know the market. The lychee box car next door has nothing and sells for 2800 to 29000. This one has air conditioning, a big motor, and a high chassis. You're buying it to take care of your old man, and also use as a small truck for work. Is that money wasted? Lao Li thought it over, then slapped his thigh. No. Swipe the card. I want this black one. I'm not even going to check out the lychee. That day, Old Wu's shop received 10 Tianyu 02s, and by 4 in the afternoon, they were all sold out. All buyers were male customers like Lao Li, contractors, large-scale farmers, and aquaculture operators. The same scene played out simultaneously in Zhoukou, Kaifeng, and Hezi. Tianyu 02s launch was like dropping another bombshell into the micro four-wheel vehicle market. It formed a perfect complementary pair with Tianyu 01, one rugged, one refined. The down market and male users that Lading and Lychee had high hopes for were mercilessly harvested by Tianyu 02. A few days later, at the headquarters of Lading Group in Weifang, Shandong, Chairman Zhou Yuan listened to the market department manager's report, his brows knitted into a tight knot. Tianyu has launched another new car. Zhou Yuan stared at the photo on the table, which showed the boxy Tianyu 02. Yes, Chairman Zhou, the market manager said with a grim expression. It was just launched in mid-September. It features a tough, rugged design and targets the down market. Priced at 2980 yuan. Now our dealerships report that all potential customers for our male-oriented models have been drawn away by this car. Zhou Yuan couldn't believe it. They just launched Tianyu 01. How can they have the energy to open 2 completely new molds at the same time? Don't they need time for RD? The market manager swallowed. We bought one and took it apart. Chairman Zhou, they didn't develop a new model at all. The chassis architecture of Tianyu 02 uses the same modular platform as the 01. They just changed the suspension height, swapped the motor, and the shell. The development speed was extremely fast, and the cost was spread very thin. Zhou Yuan slumped into his chair and remained silent for a long time. Modular platform, dual car strategy. He now finally understood that Tianyu hadn't just stumbled upon a hit product by luck. That young man named Xu Chen had been playing a long game from the very beginning. First, use high configurations to crush the urban market, then use differentiated products to thoroughly capture the rural market. Zhou Yuan looked out the window, a sense of unprecedented crisis rising in his heart. He knew the micro-electric vehicle market had changed. Late September, the launch of Tianyu 02 was like dropping a bombshell into the micro four-wheel vehicle market. The dual-car strategy of one rugged and one refined covered all needs urban commuting, picking up kids working in the fields, hauling cargo, and off-roading. Not only were the sales crazy in the cities around Guide, but Tianyu's reputation even crossed provincial borders. That morning, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan stopped at the foot of Tianyu's headquarters building. The door opened, and a slightly plump middle-aged man carrying a leather briefcase stepped out. He looked around the Tianyu factory area, then strode straight to the marketing department in the office building. Dong Jin had just hung up a call urging delivery when he looked up and saw the middle-aged man standing at the door. I'm a car dealer from Shuzhou and Lianyungang in Zhejiang province. My name is Wu Qi. The middle-aged man saw Dong Jin and without any pleasantries cut to the chase. I have 30 direct sales stores in Subei. Tianyu 01 and 02 are so hot in our area that many customers would rather drive across provinces to Guide to place deposits than buy the Jinping and Lychee in my stores. Dong Jin's eyes lit up. He immediately stood up, invited Wu Qi into the reception room, and poured a cup of tea. President Wu, we are about to develop the Zhejiang market on a large scale. Your timing is perfect. Wu Qi waved his hand, not interested in tea at all. Manager Dong, let's cut the crap. I originally dealt with Jinping and Lading, but now their four-wheel vehicles are being crushed by you and can't sell at all. I plan to clear out the best spots in all 30 stores to exclusively sell Tianyu. Only one condition, Wu Qi said, holding up one finger. I want the exclusive dealership rights for these cities in Subei. Xu Chen happened to finish his work and pushed open the door to the reception room. Exclusive dealership is no problem, Xu Chen said as he sat down on the sofa looking calmly at Wu Qi. But Tianyu's rule is that no matter where you go, it's cash on delivery, absolutely no credit period. Wu Qi sized up Xu Chen, clearly not expecting the boss of Tianyu to be so young. But he was also a seasoned veteran who had weathered many storms in business. He immediately gave a thumbs up. President Su, you're straightforward. Money is absolutely not a problem. As long as Tianyu's production capacity can keep up, it'll guarantee to move at least 2,000 units a month. Words are not enough, Xu Chen said with a smile. I can make the payment right now, Wu Qi said, decisively pulling out his financial seal from his bag. I'll first transfer 5 million yuan in advance payment to your account as a token of my sincerity. That afternoon, the 5 million advance payment landed in Tianyu Travel's company account on time. With the addition of Wu Kai's 30 established stores, Tianyu's market in Zhejiang province was completely ignited. The order volume for Tianyu 01 and 02 skyrocketed at a terrifying pace. Every day, a long line of large trucks from Guide to Zhejiang formed a queue. Originally, Lading and Jinping had strong control in Subei, but Wu Kai's defection was like a sharp knife thrust into their heartland. Tianyu not only made ample profits, but also forcefully pushed its sales territory a significant step eastward. Early October, the autumn chill was deepening. But inside Tianyu's factory area, it felt as if they were still in the sweltering heat of summer. The roar of machinery never ceased day or night. Forklifts shuttled between the warehouse and trucks, leaving 2 deep ruts in the road. Zhou Chengxian made a round in the workshop, sweating profusely from the heat. Even though the large industrial fans were running at full blast and the logistics department provided unlimited ice cream and mung bean porridge every day, the temperature in the workshop still wouldn't drop. The workers worked in 3 shifts and the production line never dared to stop. Back in the office, Zhou Chengxian gulped down a large glass of water and plopped into his chair, panting heavily. President Su, it's impossible. Zhou Chengxian wiped the sweat from his face. Wu Qi calls every day urging delivery. The Zhejiang market's appetite is too big. The new factory is still under construction. Right now, with the old factory, plus the Feida plant, the daily production capacity has already hit its ceiling. It can't fill the order gap. Xu Chen looked at the reports on the table, his expression calm, but with a hint of gravity. How many orders are backlogged now? The backlog of undelivered orders is about to exceed 8,000 units. It's not just the four-wheelers. Orders for 3-wheeled covered vehicles and cargo 3-wheelers are also rising. Zhou Chengxian sighed. Wang Zheng in the production department is frantic. To maintain the production capacity of the 4-wheelers, he has already outsourced many basic parts orders for 3-wheelers to several small factories around. Xu Chen frowned. Outsourcing is okay, but quality control must be personally supervised by Tianyu's own people. Quality absolutely cannot have problems. We cannot ruin the brand we've built with such difficulty just to chase volume. We've assigned dedicated people to watch over it. Zhou Chengxian said, but this is not a long-term solution. The better we sell, the more we can't deliver, and the greater the customer's resentment. Xu Chen stood up and walked to the whiteboard in the office. The production capacity of micro 4-wheel vehicles has indeed reached its ceiling in the short term, and it must wait until Tianshan construction completes the new 200-move factory area before it can be fully alleviated. During this window period, Tianyu must undertake new initiatives to divert market attention while stabilizing its core business. On the 4-wheel side, have the dealers reassure customers process orders and production strictly according to the deposit sequence, and absolutely no price increases or line jumping allowed, Xu Chen said, tapping the whiteboard. Understood, Zhou Chengxian nodded. At the same time, we cannot afford to lose the 3-wheel market. Xu Chen turned around. Recently, Lading and Lychee suffered heavy losses in the four-wheel segment, but Yadi and Ima are trying to regain some share in the three-wheel market by exploiting our capacity shortage. They've been running aggressive low-price promotions in the townships below, acting very frequently. Our three-wheelers are currently selling mainly on brand inertia and early reputation. Technically, we really need a major upgrade to widen the gap, Zhou Chengxian reminded. So we need to reveal a new trump card, Xu Chen said, walking toward the door. Engineer Qian has been developing a new generation of high-efficiency motors for passenger three-wheelers. Once this motor is developed with significantly improved range and torque, we can once again implement a technological dimensional strike in the three-wheel market. Use absolute product power to crush the competition, making customers willing to wait for Tianyu's vehicles even if they have to. Xu Chen walked through the corridor, heading straight for the RD department. He calculated the time. This motor had been in development for over a month, and the final test results should be due. Xu Chen pushed open the door of the RD department. Engineer Qian was crouched in front of the test bench, staring at the screen. Hearing the movement, he stood up, his face beaming with joy. President Xu, take a look at this data, Qian said, pointing at the test bench. The new motor for passenger three-wheelers is ready. Xu Chen stepped forward to look at the screen. Qian spoke rapidly. With the same 60V20 lead-acid battery, the standard motor runs a little over 60 kilometers, but our unit achieved 88 kilometers in actual testing. Urban road conditions with a load of 150 G. Xu Chen was slightly surprised, nearly 30 kilometers more. Not just that, Qian said, pulling up a comparison chart. Low-speed torque has increased by 18, and it doesn't lose speed on inclines. Also, the heat dissipation issue is solved. Continuous running for 2 hours keeps the temperature below 75 degrees Celsius. We added guide vanes to the air duct. Xu Chen flipped through the test report. Once this motor is installed in vehicles, Tianyu will be able to leave its competitors far behind in the three-wheel market again. Engineer Qian, double the bonuses for the RD department this month, Xu Chen said directly. Upon hearing this, the RD staff all showed delighted expressions. Thank you, President Xu. Qian responded with a smile. Xu Chen put down the report. By the end of the year, I want to see new vehicles equipped with this motor launched. President Gu over at the battery division has finalized the low-temperature solution. With the motor and new batteries, let's see how Yadi and Ima can keep up. President Xu, there's a problem, Qian sighed. The production department says capacity is already maxed out. To ensure the sales of Tianyu 01 and 02, many basic components for three-wheelers have been outsourced to contract manufacturers. Xu Chen frowned slightly. Come with me to the meeting room. Call the production and marketing department heads. Half an hour later, everyone was assembled. Xu Chen got straight to the point. Manager Dong, what's the order situation for Tianyu 01 and 02 now? Dong Jin pulled up the data, his expression complicated. President Xu, today is October 25th. For the two models Tianyu 01 and 02, we have already delivered 12038 units this month. The meeting room buzzed with discussion. Nearly 500 units delivered per day, far exceeded expectations. Dong Jin continued. Wu Qi alone absorbed over 2000 units through his 30 stores in Sujiang. The market has fully opened up. However, we still have 7600 undelivered orders on hand. We can sell, but we can't produce fast enough. Wu Qi is pressing every day, saying customers in Sujiang have paid deposits but can't get their vehicles. Some even want to cancel orders, but he's been holding them off. Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. With 7600 outstanding orders, and only a few days left in the month, the current capacity can produce at most 1500 more units. By the end of October, the backlog will accumulate to at least 600 units. We must ramp up capacity. Engineer Qian, can the motor production line be accelerated? Xu Chen asked. Qian gritted his teeth. The motor line is already running 3 shifts at full capacity. To speed up, we need more equipment and more people. Then add them, Xu Chen said decisively. Procurement department cooperate. Engineer Qian, make a list. Motor capacity must double within half a month. Production department simultaneously expand the assembly lines for three-wheelers and four-wheelers. Starting from the 1st of next month, the daily shipment volume must increase. Meeting adjourned. After the meeting, Xu Chen called Zhou Chengxian to his office. Xu Chen poured a cup of tea. Uncle Zhou, the orders are piling up. If this continues, it will damage Tianyu's reputation. Zhou Chengxian looked helpless. The workers are already on 3 shifts. The existing factory space has truly reached its limit. Is employee welfare okay? Xu Chen asked. No problems. We've taken sufficient measures. What we need is quality, we can't rush for speed alone, Zhou Chengxian said. Zhou Chengxian said. If Tianyu sacrifices quality control for volume, the hard-won reputation in the rural market could be irreparably damaged. Xu Chen fell into deep thought. Customers of low-speed four-wheelers lack brand loyalty. If they wait too long, they might switch to another brand at any moment. He had to find a way to immediately secure ready-made skilled workers and factory space to handle the emergency. A thought flashed through his mind. He pulled out his phone and dialed Director Song Kai of the District Investment Promotion Bureau. Director Song Tianyu is encountering some capacity difficulties. We need the district's help. As soon as Song Kai answered the phone, he heard Xu Chen's voice. He smiled and replied, "Are busy, Mr. Xu, you finally remembered me. Hey Director Song, look at what you're saying. I'm just having a little trouble, aren't I? Song Kai's interest peaked. What trouble have you encountered, Mr. Xu? Tell me about it. Oh, it's hard to explain over the phone. He'll just come to your office." With that, Xu Chen hung up directly. Song Kai looked at the disconnected call and shook his head with a smile. He specifically sent his secretary to the security booth to let Xu Chen's car pass later. Half an hour later, Xu Chen appeared in Song Kai's office. As soon as he entered, Song Kai greeted him with a broad smile. "Mr. Xu, what matter requires you to make a trip?" Xu Chen accepted the tea that Song Kai offered. "If it were a trivial matter, would I have come to you, Director Song? Because the Tianyu 0102 is selling so well, our factory's production capacity is insufficient. We need the government to help coordinate." "I see." Song Kai suddenly understood. Then he asked, "How many orders?" "You have 2 factories at Tianyu, and they can't keep up. To be honest, Tianyu still owes 7,000 vehicles that haven't been delivered. Dealers are blowing up our phones. So I'm hoping the government can find a suitable factory to do subcontracting. The price is negotiable." Xu Chen was complaining, but Song Kai gasped when he heard this. Damn, they still owe 7,000 vehicles. He remembered that the ex-factory price of the 2 Tianyu 0102 products was 23,000 yuan each. Just the sales revenue from these alone would be 1.6 billion. Damn it. What else was there to say? This had to be resolved. Song Kai could already envision that under his guidance Tianyu would become a thriving enterprise and his future would be bright. He had been in the director position for many years. It was time for a change. He remembered that the deputy district chief in the district seemed to be retiring this year. "Director Song, that sounded impressive." Song Kai immediately put on a serious expression and said, "Serving enterprises is our duty. Mr. Xu, don't worry. I can help you resolve this matter today." "Really? Director Song, thank you so much." Xu Chen hadn't expected Song Kai to be so efficient. He had thought it would take a few days, but Song Kai directly told him it would be resolved today. Of course, Song never boast. Song Kai patted his chest with confidence. "There's no time to lose. Let's go now." So fast. Before Xu Chen could react, Song Kai pulled him out of the office. Xu Chen never expected that the gentle and refined Director Song would be a man of action, going straight to the point without any foreplay. He wasn't used to this lack of preamble. Previously, when he went to handle affairs, it would take at least 2 or 3 days. Director Song was a good man. He could work with him. Song Kai pulled Xu Chen into his official car, told the driver an address, and began explaining why it could be resolved today. Xu Chen listened and thought, my goodness, the reason actually lies with Tianyu. Because Tianyu had filed a lawsuit against its competitors, the vehicles involved in the infringement could no longer be produced. It turned out that there was a 4-wheeled vehicle subcontracting factory in Guide. Originally, it had been overwhelmed with orders from 3 companies, but now that those sales were forbidden, the orders fell through. Suddenly, the factory had almost no orders, and in desperation, it had to turn to Song Kai for help. Why not go to Tianyu? Don't be ridiculous. Your brother Su would laugh. Tianyu had just taken down 3 competitors and even exposed the online trolls. A small subcontracting factory like that, what would it be doing? It really couldn't afford to provoke them, otherwise it would face a lawsuit. After hearing this, Xu Chen was helpless. Who could have imagined that suing his competitors would affect his own subcontracting factory? 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the factory. The factory was not large, about the same scale as the original Tianyu. If it ran 3 shifts, it could meet Tianyu's orders. Song Kai led Xu Chen directly to the boss office. The boss, surnamed Wang, was a middle-aged man who appeared very kind. As soon as he saw Xu Chen, his expression changed instantly. He kept glancing at Song Kai as if asking, "Director Song, why did you bring this formidable person here?" Song Kai, completely unaware, pulled Xu Chen and smiled at Boss Wang. "Mr. Wang, weren't you worried about having no orders? I'm bringing you orders." "Director Song, this must be Mr. Xu from Tianyu." Boss Wang's small eyes turned, and he instantly understood. His face broke into a broad smile as he extended both hands and firmly grasped Xu Chen's right hand. "Mr. Xu, hello. I've long admired your reputation. Just call me Xiao Wang." "Mr. Wang, hello." Xu Chen was amused and embarrassed. But seeing the elderly Mr. Wang calling himself Xiao Wang for the sake of orders, his heart felt a pang of bitterness. Back then, Tianyu had been in the same situation. Since the next part was about business negotiations, Song Kai refrained from speaking. After all, he was just a bridge builder and mediator to resolve both parties' needs. After a friendly negotiation, Tianyu and Heji Manufacturing reached a preliminary agreement, pending the lawyer's involvement, to formalize the written contract. The specific cooperation was that Tianyu would outsource part of its orders to Heji for production, but Tianyu would send quality inspectors to ensure that Heji's products met Tianyu's standards. Heji itself was a manufacturer of 4-wheeled vehicles and had previously done subcontracting for a competitor's Porsche-style old man's car, giving it ample experience in producing such products. During the visit, Xu Chen specifically toured Hezi's factory, which was a bit better than the original Tianyu. However, watching the skilled hands of Hezi's workers, Xu Chen suddenly had an idea: why not just acquire Heji outright? But he had just agreed to subcontracting, or it wouldn't be good to turn around and acquire them. He would test the waters later. Although workers were easy to find, skilled workers were not. When the new factory was built, there would be a significant shortage of skilled labor. However, with the subcontracting settled, Tianyu's factory could finally catch its breath. The biggest contributor this time was Song Kai. Xu Chen wanted to treat Song Kai to dinner, but Song Kai declined, citing work. Watching Song Kai's car fade into the distance, Xu Chen sighed. Director Song is truly a good leader who serves the people. Wang Jia, standing beside him, also sighed. Yes, Director Song is a truly good leader. By the way, Mr. Xu, how are you getting back? Xu Chen was stunned. Right, how am I getting back? I haven't gotten in the car yet. Director Song. Staring at the receding car, Xu Chen sighed. He'll just take a taxi later. Mr. Xu, it's getting late. Why don't I host you tonight to celebrate our successful cooperation? Xu Chen's eyes lit up at this. Since coming to this world, he hadn't really enjoyed himself. Today he would take it as a break. He happily agreed. Then no trouble, you Mr. Wang. No trouble at all. Mr. Xu, this way please. Wang Jia laughed heartily. At noon the next day, Xu Chen slowly awoke, gazing at the familiar surroundings. Rubbing his head, he recalled that he had been drinking with Wang Jia the night before until midnight, and Wang Jia had his driver take him home. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was already 1 in the afternoon. Xu Chen slapped his forehead. The revolution is not yet complete. How can I indulge in pleasure? Starting today, I quit drinking. Xu Chen resolved, got up, and tidied himself. The driver was already waiting at the doorstep. Half an hour later, Xu Chen arrived at his office and found Zhou Chengxian waiting for him. Uncle Zhou, what's the matter? Xu Chen asked curiously. Mr. Xu, I never expected that you would solve the problem as soon as you stepped in. Today we have signed the contract with Heji Company, and part of the orders have been transferred to them for production. Zhou Chengxian was overjoyed. Solving the capacity issue also allowed Tianyu to explain to its dealers. We have to thank Director Song for his help, Xu Chen said with a smile and a shake of his head. After chatting for a while, Xu Chen instructed Zhou Chengxian to send technical personnel to guide Hezi's production. Since Tianyu's outsourcing fee was relatively high, Wang Jia also followed Tianyu's example by arranging 3-shift production, greatly increasing the speed. After resolving the capacity issue, Tianyu's production entered a rapid phase, not only completing the remaining orders for August, but also producing an additional 500 vehicles. In total, the two Tianyu 01 and 02 models sold 27,000 vehicles throughout August. However, because part of the orders were handed over to Heji, revenue was slightly lower than if Tianyu had produced them itself. August data: the two 4-wheeled vehicles Tianyu 01 and Tianyu 02 sold 27,000 units in total for the month. Among them, Tianyu's own factory produced 20,000 units, while Heji produced 7,000 as OEM. For the self-produced portion, the ex-factory price was 2,500 yuan cost per vehicle, 1,300 yuan gross profit per vehicle, 1,000 yuan, contributing 240 million yuan in gross profit from 20,000 vehicles. The OEM portion was different. Tianyu provided the materials, Heji only handled assembly. The processing fee paid to Heji plus material costs brought the total cost per vehicle 2,000 yuan higher than self-production, reaching 1,500 yuan. The ex-factory price remained 2,500 yuan, so each vehicle earned 1,000 yuan, and 7,000 units yielded 70 million yuan. Combined, the two 4-wheeled vehicles of Tianyu generated a gross profit of 310 million yuan. Although outsourcing reduced the overall gross margin, the capacity issue was resolved. Dealers no longer pressed for deliveries urgently, and the market was not lost. The 3-wheeled vehicles were not idle either. The 7 categories: delivery vehicles, home cargo, sanitation, cleaning, garbage collection, flatbed transport, construction, dump trucks, and patrol cars, sold a total of 210 units in August. The average price was 420 yuan. Sales revenue 88 million yuan, gross margin maintained at 55, gross profit 48 per million yuan. The rural market's acceptance of LCD dashboards and self-developed motors was increasing. The home cargo 3-wheeler became the mainstay. Delivery vehicles grew steadily, and special vehicles also contributed significantly. For the entire August, Tianyu's total sales reached 480 vehicles, with a total gross profit of 358 per million yuan. After deducting outsourcing costs, administrative expenses, R&D investment, and taxes, the net profit firmly exceeded 230 million yuan. The working capital on the books swelled again. The money previously spent on expanding production, acquiring a battery factory, and building a spare parts center was being earned back vehicle by vehicle. By September, Hezi's capacity could be further increased, and by then Tianyu would dominate the old man's joy low-speed electric vehicle market. With money in the accounts, Xu Chen did not want to leave it in the bank earning interest. He transferred another 10 million yuan to Tianshun Construction Company, instructing them to continue hiring. Not only the steel structure factory construction, but also the employee dormitories, research center, large cafeteria, and central building were to be expedited in parallel. In 2014, when the real estate industry was booming, there was no shortage of workers, plenty of civil engineering graduates flocked in. During this time, Xu Chen visited the construction site to check the progress. On the 200 mu approx. 3 hectares plot, the outline of the new factory area had already taken root on the land once overgrown with weeds. Tower cranes stood tall, the roar of pile drivers echoed from dawn to dusk, and workers operated in 3 shifts, racing against time. The steel structures of the factory buildings had been erected with gray-white steel beams gleaming coldly under the sun, extending in neat rows. According to the design plan, the site will accommodate Tianyu's assembly lines for 3-wheeled and 4-wheeled vehicles, the motor workshop, as well as the raw material warehouse and finished product logistics area. But the most eye-catching part of the entire factory area was not the factory buildings, but the foundation pit at the intersection of Beihai Road and Tengfei Road. A 16-story central building would rise there, with a fully transparent glass curtain wall and a ring-shaped cantilevered observation deck on the roof, like a crown atop it. To the south of the central building's 6 7-story employee dormitory buildings were arranged along the planned road, each equipped with elevators. The gray exterior walls paired with dark blue window frames were simple and elegant, with wide spacing between buildings to ensure unimpeded lighting on every floor. Between the dormitory buildings, lawns were laid, street trees planted, and several stone paths wound through connecting the entrances of each building. On the ground floor, there were public laundry rooms and activity rooms with spaces reserved for parcel lockers and bicycle sheds at the entrances. According to the design, each dormitory room accommodated 4 people with bunk beds and desks, private bathroom, and air conditioning. Xu Chen specifically instructed that the bedboards should be solid wood, not the kind of synthetic board that collapses when slept on. Employees work hard all day and need a good night's sleep when they return. Further south of the dormitory buildings stood a separate 2-story building, the employee cafeteria. The kitchen equipment was configured according to standard canteen requirements, with large stoves, steamers, and disinfection cabinets, all available. Xu Chen told the logistics staff that the cafeteria must not be outsourced, Tianyu would manage it themselves. What the employees eat, the management also eats. The meals need not be exquisite, but the most important things were cleanliness, affordability, and sufficient quantity. The entire living area was separated from the production area by a green belt, which both blocked noise from the workshops and made it convenient for employees to walk to and from work. It took 3 minutes to walk from the dormitory to the cafeteria, 5 minutes from the cafeteria to the production area, and another 5 minutes from the production area to the central building. Workers had already begun pouring the foundation slabs of the dormitory buildings. Concrete pump trucks extended their long booms, continuously pouring slurry into the steel cages. All 6 dormitory buildings were under construction simultaneously, with tower crane arms crossing and rotating in the air, and the construction site bustling with noise. According to the construction schedule, the dormitories and cafeteria would be completed earlier than the central building coming into use next spring. By then, Tianyu employees would no longer have to squeeze into rented apartments. They would have dormitory buildings with elevators, a spacious and bright cafeteria, and a small garden for evening strolls after work. Every time Xu Chen passed the construction site, he would unconsciously slow down and take a look at the cluster of buildings rising from the ground. They were not just houses built of concrete and steel. They were the future home for over 1,000 employees, and Xu Chen's promise to everyone: work for Tianyu, and you will never be without a place to live or a hot meal. But even such ordinary conditions had not been realized by many companies in his past life. Was it because of a lack of money? No. It was because they did not treat their employees as human beings. Xu Chen could not change others. The only thing he could do was not to mistreat Tianyu's employees. Xu Chen remained in his office, staring at the computer before him, lost in thought. He fixed his eyes on the article about chip development on the screen, his gaze growing distant. His mind seemed to be pulled back to his past life, an era of ups and downs in the Huawei chip industry that he had personally experienced. Everything seemed to start from 2014. That year, the nation undertook a major endeavor. In June, the State Council officially issued the National Integrated Circuit Industry Development Promotion Outline, elevating the chip industry to a national strategic height. This was no mere slogan. 3 months later, a behemoth named National Integrated Circuit Industry Investment Fund was officially established with an initial scale of up to 120 billion yuan. The industry called it the Big Fund. It was unprecedented to have state capital directly enter the field with such force. The policy winds blew and capital grew restless. In the same year, Tsinghua Unigroup, like a catfish, stirred up the entire semiconductor world. It swallowed Spreadtrum Communications, listed in the US for 1.78 billion and then for 0.901 billion to acquire Ruidike. 2 chip design giants were integrated, and Ziguang overnight became the absolute leader in the domestic chip design industry. It didn't stop there. Even Intel couldn't sit still, investing 9 billion yuan for a 20% stake in Ziguang. That was Intel, the patriarch of the chip world. Its willingness to invest real money showed that international giants also saw the changing landscape of the Huawei market. On the manufacturing side, SMIC, the big brother of mainland wafer foundry, accomplished a hardcore feat in 2014. In December, it successfully manufactured Qualcomm's Snapdragon 410 processor using a 28nm process. This was the first time the mainland mass-produced high-performance mobile processors at the most advanced process node. This step meant that Huawei finally had the confidence to engage with the world mainstream in chip manufacturing. At the same time, the 8-inch wafer fab in Shenzhen officially started production at the end of the year, with capacity gradually increasing. Of course, what ordinary people felt most that year was Huawei. Hisense Semiconductor seemed to have cheated in 2014, releasing the Qilan 910 chip at the beginning of the year, Huawei's first mobile SoC that integrated CPU, GPU, and baseband. In the second half of the year, the Qilan 920 emerged, making Huawei the first mobile phone manufacturer in the world to support LTE Cat6, with download speeds soaring to 300 megabits per second, something even Qualcomm and MediaTek hadn't achieved at that time. The Rongyao 6 and Huawei Mate 7 equipped with this chip sold like hotcakes. Xu Chen closed the webpage, leaned back in his chair, and gently tapped the armrest with his fingers. Chips, a thing the size of a fingernail. Behind it lay a combined game of policy, capital, technology, and talent. This path in his past life Huawei had walked for 10 years before barely seeing the dawn. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the factory below. Tianyu was now making motors, electronic controls, and batteries. But Xu Chen knew clearly that when Tianyu later ventured into car manufacturing, the chip would be an unavoidable hurdle. Just as he had seen in his past life, a tech company without its own core technology would forever be working for others. Such was the case with chips, and so it was with motors. So what could he do now? Xu Chen fell into thought. After a long while he raised his head, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Chips must be pursued, and lithography machines too. Now was the time, but Tianyu's funds couldn't support large-scale R&D like Huawei. They could only start from small directions. He called Zhou Chengxian and asked him to come to his office. Soon Zhou Chengxian pushed the door open, walked over to Xu Chen, and asked curiously, "President Xu, what did you call me for?" "Uncle Zhou, I'm entrusting you with an extremely important task. Only you can do it. I wouldn't feel at ease with anyone else." Xu Chen's expression was serious. "What? Tell me." Zhou Chengxian felt a chill under Xu Chen's gaze. He always felt that Xu Chen had changed since old Xu passed away, and now even his eyes were so oppressive. "Come closer, I'll tell you." Xu Chen leaned his mouth close to Zhou Chengxian's ear and whispered his instructions. The more Zhou Chengxian listened, the more shocked his expression became. After hearing everything, he looked at Xu Chen with immense surprise, then nodded solemnly. "I understand. He'll go handle it personally." After Zhou Chengxian left Xu Chen's side, sanctions would likely still appear in this life. In the past, Xu Chen could only curse online, unable to take real action. In this life, he had the ability to fulfill his past life dreams. After leaving Xu Chen's office, Zhou Chengxian's mind still echoed with Xu Chen's words. "Uncle Zhou, our country's semiconductor industry is far too behind. Now Tianyu has funds, but we can't afford big projects. Let's start small. Go to Zhengzhou and buy a building to serve as R&D headquarters for chips and sensors. They'll give you 30 million yuan. Help me build a capable team." Zhou Chengxian booked a high-speed train ticket to Zhengzhou. In the morning he was still in Guide, and by afternoon he was in Zhengzhou. At that time Zhengzhou had already shown its potential as a transportation powerhouse, with planning in all aspects among the best of all Huawei provincial capitals, though it tended to drain resources from other brother cities. Upon arriving in Zhengzhou, Zhou Chengxian didn't rest. He took a taxi directly to the Zhengdong New District. He first found an agency company and registered 2 new companies in one go, Tianxin Technology and Tianguang Imaging, each with a registered capital of 10 million yuan. Tianxin would focus on chip design, while Tianguang would work on sensors and optical imaging. The business licenses were expedited and obtained in 3 days. He learned that there was an enterprise headquarters base on Suizhou Street in the high-tech zone, the earliest single-building office park in Nana Province. What caught Zhou Chengxian's interest was that a 7-story standalone office building was for sale there. Each floor was about 400 square meters with a total area of just over 300 square meters. The 7 floors were sufficient for the 2 companies' internal use as a R&D center for chips and optical sensors, avoiding the mutual interference of being spread across one floor, while also not trapping R&D personnel in high floors like a 20 or 30-story building. What was even more rare was that the building came with an independent courtyard, an open space at the entrance where cars could drive directly to the building, providing privacy and quiet. When R&D staff were tired from overtime, they could go downstairs and smoke in the courtyard to get some air, which was far better than being cooped up in small cubicles in a commercial CBD. Zhou Chengxian haggled with the developer for 2 days, bringing the total price from just over 9 million down to 8.5 million. As the saying goes, save where you should, spend where you should. After paying the deposit, Zhou Chengxian stood in the courtyard, looked up at the 7-story building, took out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Xu Chen. "President Xu, the place is settled. Suizhou Street, high-tech zone, 7-story standalone with courtyard, just over 8 million. Surrounded by tech parks and universities, good environment. Tianjin and Tianguang will take root here. Although the location was settled, there were still many aspects such as employee recruitment and decoration that Xu Chen needed to handle. He had to use a headhunter to recruit an experienced assistant to the chairman to help him complete these complicated tasks. Xu Chen glanced at the photo of the building sent by Xu Chen, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. At last there was a start in the chip and optical fields. In the early stage, one of these two companies would focus on chips related to 3 electric technology, and the other would focus on reversing cameras and dashcams, first accumulating technology and experience, and later, when Tianyu had sufficient funds, they would launch a full assault on cutting-edge technology. Tidying up his appearance, Xu Chen went downstairs and took a car to Yuqing Tianjin Energy, where Gu Yunfei had unexpectedly achieved results in lithium batteries, and he needed to go check it out. Upon arriving at Tianjin Energy, Gu Yunfei pulled him into the laboratory testing room. In the RD department's testing room, the constant temperature cabinet hummed softly. Gu Yunfei took out several silver-white battery cells, lined them up on the table, and pushed a test report over to Xu Chen. Energy density 92 watt-hours per kilogram. Gu Yunfei opened the first page of the report, pointing at the number 48V20A specification, total pack, weight 9 kilograms. For the same specification, lead-acid battery Tianning's model weighs 28 kilograms. Xu Chen picked up a cell, weighing it in his hand. It was indeed light, with a solid feel. And the cycle life, he asked. 1,000 cycles with 80% capacity retention. Gu Yunfei flipped to the second page and pulled out a comparison chart. Tianning and Chaowei lead-acid batteries claim 300 to 500 cycles. But in actual use, users have to replace them after 1.5 years to 2 years. For our model, if we calculate based on charging and discharging every 2 days, it can last 5 to 6 years. Xu Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on a line of low-temperature test data in the report. Gu Yunfei followed his gaze, adjusted his glasses, and said, at minus 10 degrees Celsius capacity retention is 81%, at minus 20 degrees 67%. For lithium iron phosphate batteries on the market, the typical range at this temperature is only 60 to 70%. We added low-temperature additives to the electrolyte and modified the positive electrode material. He paused, then added, all safety tests have been passed. Overcharge, extrusion, short circuit, no fire or explosion. The thermal decomposition temperature of lithium iron phosphate material is 500 to 600 degrees Celsius, while ternary materials start having problems at 200 degrees. Xu Chen put down the cell and picked up the report, flipping to the final price estimate page. Batch production cost about 80 cents per watt-hour. A 48V20A pack costs roughly 800 to 1,000 yuan. Gu Yunfei said in advance. Tianning's lead-acid pack has an ex-factory price of 350 to 400. A Panasonic 18650 ternary cell, when made into a battery pack of the same capacity, costs over 1,500 yuan. Xu Chen closed the report, leaned back in his chair, and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The energy density was more than double that of lead-acid, the weight only 1/3 the cycle life, 2 to 3 times longer, and the cost nearly half that of imported ternary batteries. He looked up at Gu Yunfei. How is the BMS adaptation going? It's done. Gu Yunfei took out a circuit board from a drawer. Balancing management, overcharge, and over-discharge protection, temperature monitoring, all integrated. After installation, it connects directly to Tianyu's LCD instrument panel, displaying the battery level to 1% accuracy, unlike lead-acid batteries that rely on voltage estimation, which fluctuates erratically. Xu Chen turned the circuit board over in his hands, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With this battery installed in Tianyu's two-wheelers and three-wheelers, the range could be extended from 40 to 50 kilometers to 70 to 80 kilometers, the weight reduced by nearly 20 kilograms, and the battery life stretched from 1.5 years to 4 to 5 years. Although users would pay an extra 500 to 600 yuan, they would get double the range and double the lifespan. Mr. Gu, what is the name of this battery? Xu Chen asked. Gu Yunfei was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Haven't named it yet. How about you give it a name, Mr. Xu Chen thought for a moment, picked up a pen, and wrote 3 characters on the cover of the report, Tianxings. Tianxings. Gu Yunfei read it aloud, nodding. Good name. Runs far, doesn't break down. Xu Chen put the cell and the circuit board together into a document bag, patted Gu Yunfei on the shoulder, and said, oversee the mass production. I want to see the first batch of batteries off the line by the end of September. By the way, have you applied for the patent for this battery? Xu Chen asked again. The patent has been applied for by a specialist. The process is underway. Gu Yunfei replied. After his RD breakthrough, he had started the patent application. See if we can further reduce the cost. 800 is still a bit high. We're working on the cost, but we already have a clue. Gu Yunfei shook his head with a wry smile, knowing that the battery's cost was indeed a bit high, not suitable for mass consumer levels. By the way, Mr. Xu, the factory needs to add a lithium battery production line. The application has been sent. Xu Chen nodded upon hearing this. I'll sign it when I get back. How much funding is needed? Gu Yunfei held up 2 fingers, 20 million. An automated cell production line covering everything from ingredient mixing to grading and formation. The design capacity is 2,000 cells per day. For a 48 V20Ah battery pack, that's about 200 packs per day. At full production, it can meet the battery needs of 60 to 80,000 two-wheelers and three-wheelers per year. Xu Chen was not surprised upon hearing this, given that battery production lines inherently require high investment, while automotive battery lines would be even more expensive. 20 million includes what? Gu Yunfei turned around and took out a list of equipment from a drawer, spreading it on the table. He pointed at the items one by one: ingredient mixing system, coating machine, roller press slitter, winding machine, assembly line, electrolyte, filling machine, formation cabinet, grading cabinet plus dust removal system, and dry room. These are the core equipment. I compared prices from several suppliers, and this one offered the most reasonable quote. Xu Chen glanced over the list, which was densely packed with equipment names, each followed by the brand and price. He put the list down and asked, "What about the factory building? Is the existing one sufficient?" Gu Yunfei nodded. "Yes, it's enough. We'll use the vacant steel structure factory building on the east side of the plant area. The production department has already measured it. The area is suitable, and the water and electricity renovation plan is ready. Equipment installation and commissioning will take about 2 months. Construction starts at the end of September, and production should begin around November." Xu Chen quickly calculated in his mind. Tianyu's net profit in August was over 200 million, so allocating 20 million for a lithium battery production line was not a strain. Moreover, batteries were a core component of Tianyu, and self-production for self-use meant they must keep capacity in their own hands. "I approve the 20 million. Xu Chen stood up. "Lower the cost as soon as possible, maintain this research direction, and also recruit more people to research new energy vehicle batteries." New energy vehicle batteries. Gu Yunfei frowned slightly. "That's right. To be honest, Tianyu will definitely build cars in the future. A true new energy vehicle." Xu Chen walked up to Gu Yunfei, placed his hand on his shoulder, and spoke with a serious tone. "And the battery is the most critical part. We can't afford any slip-ups." "All right, I understand." Gu Yunfei's brows relaxed, and he nodded solemnly. After spending time with Xu Chen, he knew the man was ambitious. "Well, I'll head back now. I still need to design the new two-wheelers and three-wheelers." Xu Chen stretched and walked straight toward the door. "Mr. Xu, let me see you out." Gu Yunfei was about to get up. Xu Chen stopped him. "No need, you get back to work." As Xu Chen reached the door, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Gu Yunfei. "Mr. Gu, for new energy vehicle batteries, you can start with large format cells." With that, he pushed open the door and left, leaving Gu Yunfei pondering in place. Gu Yunfei, upon hearing Xu Chen's words, subconsciously repeated, "large format cells." After bidding farewell to Gu Yunfei, Xu Chen took the prepared samples back to Tianyu Travel and summoned the key personnel from the marketing, design, and R&D departments. In the meeting room, Xu Chen handed over the battery and relevant reports for them to examine. Once everyone had finished reviewing, Xu Chen spoke. "President Gu has already developed the lithium battery and is now working to reduce costs, but that doesn't hinder our development of new products." He pulled over the whiteboard and wrote a few words: high-end electric motorcycle. "Although this battery has excellent data, its cost of 800 yuan means it's not suitable for ordinary two-wheelers or three-wheelers. So I have specifically planned a niche category." He turned to face the attendees, his gaze sweeping over Gao Feng and Xiangong. "Do you know what the situation is in this year's high-end electric motorcycle market?" The room fell silent for a moment. Xu Chen walked to the whiteboard and wrote another line: Yadi Batman. Yadi's flagship this year is the MK Batman with 800W and 1000W motors and a 60 V20Ah lead-acid battery. He paused, his tone calm. The design is indeed cool with decent biomimetic styling, but at its core it's still the traditional approach. Bigger motor, bigger battery stacking features. In short, it's just adding performance within the traditional framework. He wrote another line: IMA Explorer. IMA also released a high-end model this year, called the Explorer. It has an 800W shaped 204 motor and a 64 V20Ah lead-acid battery. Their slogan is loud power comparable to Land Rover, handling comparable to BMW. In terms of smart features, there's Bluetooth anti-theft and a 4-inch LCD screen. Xu Chen put down the marker and turned around. But when you strip it down, it's no different from Yadi's approach. They all use lead-acid batteries, which are ridiculously heavy. Their so-called smart features are just adding a Bluetooth module. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 2 lines on the whiteboard, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "So where is our opportunity?" Xu Chen pulled over the other side of the whiteboard and wrote 4 large characters: Xixing Technology. "I plan to establish a new subsidiary called Xixing Technology. It will be a wholly owned subsidiary of Tianyu Travel, operating independently with its own brand and channels." He circled the words on the whiteboard and turned to face the group. "What will Xixing Technology do?" "High-end electric motorcycles. But not the kind of high-end that Yadi offers. Bigger motor, bigger battery stacking features. We're going to create truly smart electric motorcycles. Xixing Technology will focus on lithium batteries, lightweight design, and genuine intelligence. The battery weighs 8 kilograms. Our self-developed motor is more efficient than theirs. Features like smartphone app control GPS tracking and OTA updates. Nobody is doing these now, but we will. At that moment Gao Feng raised his hand. President Xu, these require R&D investment, and Tianyu currently lacks software capabilities. Xu Chen nodded. Exactly, nobody is doing it yet. That means we have to start from scratch. The future is the era of intelligence. We must keep up and build our software capabilities. As Xu Chen finished speaking, the room fell silent for a moment. Gao Feng spoke again, his expression a bit wry. President Xu, regarding the software side, our design department is all about appearance and structure. Writing code. I can't even tell my SQL from my Batis. A low chuckle rippled through the meeting room. Dong Jin chimed in from the side. Manager Gao, last time you said you knew Photoshop, but you couldn't even handle layers. That was just Meitu Xiuxiu. That's not the same. Gao Feng's face reddened. Design work. Can you call that photo editing? It's visual optimization. Then came a stream of incomprehensible jargon like color calibration and layout restructuring, which set everyone laughing. The meeting room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Xu Chen waved his hand to stop the laughter. So we need to recruit. Software development, app development, cloud platforms, big data. We have to build all of this from the ground up. Gao Feng, do you know anyone? Someone in computer science who writes code. Not the kind who just knows how to install a system. Gao Feng stroked his chin, thinking seriously. President Xu, you know what, I actually do know someone. My college roommate, surname Ma, nicknamed Little Brother, Ma the Code Farmer. He graduated from Zhengzhou University with a computer science degree and has been working as a back-end developer at an internet company in Hangzhou for 3 years. At our last class reunion, he was bragging about their microservices architecture. I didn't understand a word, but I saw his salary slip on his phone. Damn, over 2,000 yuan a month. As he said this, Gao Feng's teeth clenched. He was afraid of his brother suffering, but also afraid of his brother driving a Land Rover. How's his technical skill? Xu Chen asked. Gao Feng scratched his head. How would I know? I can't tell. But back in college he wrote a course registration script that crashed the entire system twice, nearly getting him expelled. Later the professor even asked him to be a teaching assistant. Xu Chen's eyes lit up. Alright, contact him, and ask if he's interested in returning to Hunan. As for compensation, well, match the Hangzhou standard. Money is no object. Gao Feng pulled out his phone, but hesitated. President Xu, what salary should I offer him? Start at 2,500 with stock options separate. Xu Chen made the decision. Tell him that Tianyu Travel is establishing Xixing technology to make high-end smart electric motorcycles. The software team will be built from scratch, and if he joins, he'll be a founding member. Gao Feng swallowed hard and muttered, I only make 1,200 myself. Xu Chen heard him and smiled. If you could write code, I'd raise you to 2,500 too. Gao Feng waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'm fine with drawing diagrams. Another round of laughter filled the room. Dong Jin interjected. President Xu, I'll have the administrative department handle company registration. Xixing Technology, wholly owned by Tianyu Travel, registered capital of 5 million yuan. If the name is taken, I have backup names ready. Xixing Future, Xixing World. Xu Chen nodded. Priority goes to Xixing Technology. If that's not available, well, use the backup. Xu Chen looked around the room, finally fixing his gaze on Gao Feng and Qian Gong. You handle the hardware, I'll take care of the software. Gao Feng, if your roommate is willing, have him come as soon as possible. Gao Feng and Qian Gong exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Xu Chen clapped his hands. Meeting adjourned. Gao Feng stayed behind. The others filed out, leaving only Xu Chen and Gao Feng in the room. Xu Chen pulled out a chair and sat down, motioning for Gao Feng to do the same. Gao Feng, go to Hangzhou in person to meet your roommate. Treat him to a meal and explain our plans clearly. Xixing Technology is no small venture. It's meant to go head-to-head with Yadi and Ima. The software side is the core. If he's willing to come, we can negotiate salary, equity, and position. Also, feel free to disclose some of Tianyu's financial situation. If your roommate has friends who want to join, bring them along. We'll offer favorable terms to all. Gao Feng nodded solemnly. Rest assured, President Xu. He'll fly to Hangzhou this weekend. If that guy dares not come, he'll spill all his embarrassing stories from back in the day. Xu Chen smiled. Go ahead. And the flight is on the company. Don't take economy, upgrade to business class. Gao Feng's eyes lit up. President Xu, you're generous. Xu Chen waved his hand, and Gao Feng scampered out cheerfully. Xu Chen stood up, walked to the whiteboard, and looked at the words he had written. Xixing Technology, lithium battery, lightweight, genuine intelligence. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Ninebot Neo. Huh. Mere clods and tiles. But then he reconsidered. Tianyu's current software capabilities were indeed lacking. He couldn't rely solely on Gao Feng. It seemed he needed to make another trip to Old Li's place. Xu Chen made a phone call with Li Yiheng and arranged a meeting time. At the appointed time, Xu Chen arrived at Guide Normal University with his staff. Unlike his previous solo visit, this time, he represented Tianyu Travel Company. Correspondingly, Guide Normal University also prepared a grand reception. It was the season when freshmen had just enrolled and were still undergoing military training. As Xu Chen's motorcade passed the training ground, he gazed through the window at the youthful, vibrant faces and couldn't help sighing inwardly. How swiftly time flies. In his memory, military training belonged to a previous life. The motorcade slowly came to a halt at the entrance of the College of Electronic and Electrical Engineering. Xu Chen pushed open the car door, stepping out in polished black leather shoes, a perfectly tailored white shirt, and a meticulously tied tie. Li Yiheng was already waiting downstairs with several people. Besides the professional heads he had met before, there were two unfamiliar faces. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and an elderly professor with graying hair clad in a jacket. President Xu, welcome. Li Yiheng greeted him with the same warm smile as always, though his address had shifted from Xiao Su to President Xu. Deanly, please just call me Xiao Su. President Xu sounds so awkward to me. Xu Chen gave a helpless smile. Having his elders call him President Xu, just one Zhou Qingxian, was enough. After all, he was indeed the general manager of Tianyu, one rank below Xu Chen, and despite being corrected many times, Zhou Qingxian stubbornly insisted at work-use titles. With Li Yiheng there was no such relationship, so Xiao Su was perfectly fine. Li Yiheng laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. All right, Xiao Su, come, let me introduce you. He turned and gestured toward the middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses. This is Director Zhang from the university's research office, in charge of approval and coordination for school enterprise cooperation. Director Zhang extended his hand with a gentle smile. President Xu, young and accomplished. Tianyu Travel has made quite a name in guide recently, and the university values this collaboration highly. Xu Chen shook his hand and exchanged a few modest words. Li Yiheng then pointed to the white-haired old professor. This is our college's former dean, now the director of the university's academic committee, Professor Chen. Professor Chen is a national expert in the field of battery materials, exactly matching the expertise of your Gu Yunfei. Professor Chen smiled and nodded without saying much, but his eyes carried a serious intensity. Xu Chen's heart stirred. A battery materials expert. He could invite him to Tianqing Energy as a consultant later. Professor Chen, I've heard so much about you. Xu Chen handed over his business card with both hands. He'll certainly pay a visit to seek your guidance another day. Professor Chen took the card, glanced at it, tucked it into his pocket, and said with a smile, I've heard of your Tianyu. You recruited over a dozen graduates from our college during the last graduation season, and I hear they've been doing well. Xu Chen was secretly delighted. It seemed today's cooperation would go more smoothly than expected. After the pleasantries, Li Yiheng led Xu Chen into the building, explaining as they walked. Today we mainly have two things to discuss: the inauguration of the internship base and the joint construction of a laboratory. The university has already approved it. Oh, we're just waiting for your Tianyu's proposal. Xu Chen nodded, his steps light. His purpose for this visit was twofold. One was the school enterprise internship base, which would be established once Tianyu's new factory on Beihai Road was completed. The other was the joint laboratory, which was the main reason for his trip today. Li Yiheng led Xu Chen into the conference room, where Director Zhang of the research office and Professor Chen also took their seats. Xu Chen accepted the tea handed to him by staff, but didn't drink immediately. Instead, he asked, Dean Li, regarding the joint laboratory, what direction does the university plan to set? Li Yiheng glanced at Professor Chen, who nodded and took over the conversation. President Xu, our college has a few preliminary ideas. Let me share them with you. He opened the notebook in front of him, flipped to the first page, and adjusted his glasses. The first direction is the battery management system. I've heard that Gu Yunfei of your Tianqing Energy has done well with lithium batteries. But a battery's quality depends half on the cell and half on management. The BMS algorithms, balancing strategies, and thermal management. Several professors in our college have researched these for years, perfectly aligning with your Tianqing's business. Xu Chen nodded. This direction was indeed what he needed. Gu Yunfei's battery hardware was already in place, but the software side BMS was still being optimized. With the aid of the college's research, power progress could be sped up considerably. Professor Chen flipped a page. The second direction is the development of the vehicle control unit. According to your Tianyu's materials, you now have in-house R&D for the motor and battery, but the vehicle control unit is still outsourced, making the coordinated control of the three-electric system a weak link. Our college has accumulated expertise in embedded development and underlying algorithms, and we can help you make the VCU your own. Xu Chen's eyes lit up. That's right. Among the three-electric system, the motor and battery were done, and this VCU was the missing piece. With the vehicle control unit in his own hands, Tianyu would truly grasp the brain of the electric vehicle. Professor Chen closed his notebook and stated the third direction, preliminary research on low-speed intelligent driving. This direction is more cutting-edge and our college has just started, but I believe it's worth investing in. Isn't your Xixing technology planning to make high-end intelligent electric motorcycles? Functions like automatic following, collision avoidance warning, and remote vehicle control. Nobody is working on these yet. Our college can help you build the early technical groundwork. Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. These three directions, solving battery management, the vehicle control unit, and laying out future intelligence, corresponded exactly to Tianyu's three major divisions: Tianqing Energy, Tianyu Travel, and Xixing Technology. Professor Chen, I want all three directions. Xu Chen sat up straight, his expression serious. The first and second should start as soon as possible. I want to see results within half a year. The third can be slower, but the direction must not deviate. Professor Chen smiled and turned to Li Yiheng. Li Yiheng nodded. Then it's settled. The joint laboratory will be affiliated with the College of Electronic and Electrical Engineering. Tianyu will provide funds and equipment while the university will provide the space and personnel. Director Zhang from the research office will follow up on the specific cooperation agreement. Director Zhang took over. President Xu. The university offers 2 collaboration models. One is project-based where funds are allocated per research topic. The other is a jointly built laboratory where Tianyu invests in equipment in a lump sum. The university provides the venue and permanent staff, and the results are shared. Which one suits you better? Without hesitation, Xu Chen replied, the second one. You list the equipment, and it'll have the procurement department coordinate. For personnel, the college should assign permanent faculty to lead, and students can also participate in the projects as part of their internship. Director Zhang noted this down, and then asked President Xu, do you have a rough budget range? Xu Chen pondered for a moment. For the first year, 3 million for all 3 directions combined. We can add more later based on the results. Director Zhang and Professor Chen exchanged a glance, both revealing a hint of satisfaction. A startup fund of 3 million was no small amount for a school enterprise collaboration in 2014, especially since Tianyu was a local company, making cooperation much more convenient than with out-of-town enterprises. Li Yiheng stood up with a smile, extending his hand. Xiaosu, let's cooperate happily then. Xu Chen grasped his hand, shaking it warmly with a smile. Deanly happy cooperation. With the laboratory established, the software side strength would be reinforced. He wondered if Gao Feng could succeed in inviting the roommate he had mentioned. Xu Chen couldn't help but think of the talented person Gao Feng had spoken of, a man earning over 20,000 yuan a month in 2014. What did that mean? It meant he could buy a car in a year and a house in 3 years. Speak of the devil. The assistant behind Xu Chen glanced at his phone and walked over to inform him. Xu Chen's face lit up with joy. Gao Feng had actually succeeded in poaching that person. He needed to return immediately. He bid farewell to Li Yiheng and the others, leaving the follow-up to the company's dedicated staff. In the Tianyu travel conference room, Xu Chen finally met the legendary figure Gao Feng had spoken of. Manga. The moment Xu Chen laid eyes on him, he knew this man possessed unfathomable technical expertise. His hairline had receded almost to the crown of his head, a sure sign of a master among masters. Xu Chen extended his hand with a warm smile. Manga, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've long admired your reputation. Welcome to Tianyu. President Xu, it's an honor. Gao Feng told me about your achievements on the way here, and I deeply admire you. Manga replied with a modest grin. Xu Chen gestured for Manga to take a seat, and the administrative assistant poured him a cup of tea. Manga accepted it with both hands, and without any polite formalities, cut straight to the point. President Xu, Gao Feng gave me a general idea. Xixing Technology is building an intelligent electric scooter from scratch on the software side. I'd like to hear your specific thoughts. Xu Chen nodded, and without beating around the bush, said directly, Engineer Ma, it'll be straightforward. Xixing Technology is a wholly owned subsidiary of Tianyu, an independent brand focused on high-end intelligent electric scooters. The batteries will use Tianqing's lithium iron phosphate cells, and the motors will be our self-developed high-performance two-wheel motors. The hardware is solid, but the software is the weak link. He paused, raised 3 fingers, and fixed his gaze on Manga, app, cloud platform, and embedded system. I need you to build these 3 pillars. The first version of the app doesn't need to be too complex. Just remote battery monitoring, location tracking, and remote lock. Subsequent OTA updates and riding data analysis can be iterated gradually. Manga pushed up his glasses after listening, a confident expression on his face. President Xu, all of this is technically achievable. For the app, it'll use hybrid development. A single codebase compatible with both Android and iOS. The cloud platform will run on Alibaba Cloud. I'm familiar with deployment and maintenance. For the embedded system, it'll need to interface with Manager Gus BMS team to work out the data protocol. Xu Chen's eyes lit up. With just a few sentences, Manga had laid out the technical roadmap clearly. He was indeed an insider. As for compensation, Xu Chen got straight to the point. A monthly salary of 25,000 plus year-end bonus and stock options to be discussed separately. The company covers meals and housing. What are you earning in Hangzhou? Manga hesitated, a little embarrassed. 22,000. Then I'm not shortchanging you, Xu Chen said with a smile. Xixing Technology is basically an empty shell right now. The software team will be built from scratch. If you join, you'll be the software lead. Hiring, technology choices, execution. You'll have the final say. Manga lowered his head to think, and when he looked up again, his eyes were resolute. President Xu, how do the stock options work? Xu Chen leaned back in his chair. Xixing Technology is wholly owned by Tianyu. When it goes for independent financing, the core team will be allocated shares. If you join now, you'll be part of the founding team. The exact ratio will be discussed later with the finance department. But one thing is certain, if you deliver, the options won't disappoint you. Manga took a deep breath and extended his hand. President Xu, him in. Xu Chen grasped his hand, shook it firmly, and said with a smile, welcome aboard, Engineer Ma. You can start tomorrow. The Xixing Technology Software office is on the third floor of the RD building. Computers, servers, development environment. Whatever you need, just tell the admin. And get on hiring as soon as possible. They'll have HR coordinate with you. Also, the new Tianyu factory is under construction and will be ready by next summer. Xixing Technology will have its own dedicated office space then. For now, please bear with the temporary arrangement. Mada smiled and shook his head, indicating it was no problem. Before he came back, Gao Feng had told him that Tianyu Travel was building a 200-mu factory and a 16-story office building with a total investment of over 200 million, so funding was definitely not an issue. On his way back, Mada had even searched for Tianyu online and was surprised to find that the viral internet sensation, the Porsche-style senior mobility scooter, was manufactured by Tianyu. He pulled out a notebook from his bag and flipped to the first page, where he had already drawn a technical architecture diagram. Gao Feng leaned over to take a look and muttered under his breath, "You wouldn't have written the code in that notebook too, would you?" Mada grinned modestly. "I wrote pseudocode for a few core modules, ready to run once I get back." After joining, Mada quickly got into work mode. Within a week, 3 more professional software engineers came to join him, and Xu Chen offered them all satisfactory salaries. Behind the generous pay, however, were high standards. But then again, when the pay is right, even a god would work until he's spent. Mada was also amazed to find that after joining Tianyu, his state of mind was excellent, his thinking was clear, and even the code problem that had plagued him for so long was smoothly resolved. He shared this experience with the others, only to find they had felt the same way. After much deliberation, he could only attribute it to Tianyu's healthy corporate atmosphere. He had specifically looked into the wages of Tianyu's frontline workers. They were indeed the highest in the entire Guide region, fully compliant with national standards, 8-hour workdays, a 2-day weekend, and even overtime operated on a 3-shift system, not a 2-shift one. This made Mada sigh. Why hadn't he encountered such a boss when he first graduated? Oh wait, Xu Chen was only a junior high school graduate back then. This realization made him deeply respect Tianyu as a company, and naturally his work enthusiasm soared. The software development progressed rapidly, and Xu Chen helped him connect with the head of the computer science department at Guide Normal University, recruiting several excellent students to assist. This allowed the students to learn real skills while saving Mada and his team time. By the way, the students also received internship stipends. Social insurance and housing fund were handled according to their preferences. Some students wanted to pursue civil service exams, and thus couldn't have social insurance contributions lest they lose their fresh graduate status. September passed swiftly. That month nothing major happened at Tianyu, all tasks proceeded orderly. In particular, Xu Chen visited the new factory site every week to monitor progress. Thanks to high wages and daily pay, the project payments were settled quickly, earning Tianyu a good reputation among the workers. The new factory project became well known throughout the city, with many workers inviting friends, and even calling back those from other places to join the workforce. There was never a shortage of workers, so Xu Chen had Tianyu push all projects forward simultaneously, though the steel structure workshop was the fastest to progress. According to Wang Liwei's plan, the steel structure workshop would be ready by March next year, with the remaining facilities completed by April or May. He also brought good news. Once the new Tianyu factory was finished, Tianyu construction would meet the qualification requirements for a first-grade contractor license, allowing them to obtain the certification. Meanwhile, the 2 companies that Zhou Chengxian had registered in Zhengzhou earlier, Tianxin Semiconductor and Tianguang Imaging, were crucial to Xu Chen's subsequent plans. The recruitment for Tianguang Imaging went relatively smoothly. Zhou Chengxian managed to poach 2 key figures through headhunters. One was Liu Jiangwo, a man in his early 40s who had worked as a senior engineer at an optical module factory in Suzhou for 7 years, specializing in camera module design and image sensor calibration. He was from Zhemadian and wanted to return home. The other was Wang Ziyuan, a graduate of Zhengzhou University's optics program, who had spent 5 years in embedded development at a security company in Zhengzhou with hands-on experience in image processing algorithms. He was from Luoyang and didn't want to leave the area. Zhou Chengxian offered them 1.5 times the salary of similar positions in Zhengzhou, along with a year-end performance bonus, and both signed letters of intent on the spot. With the key personnel in place, the remaining staff could be filled through social recruitment and campus recruitment. However, Tianxin Semiconductor encountered some difficulties. When Zhou Chengxian's call came in, Xu Chen was reviewing resumes from Tianguang Imaging. His phone vibrated. He picked up. On the other end, Zhou Chengxian's voice carried a hint of helplessness. "President Xu over at Tianxin, we couldn't secure the person in charge." Xu Chen set down the resume, rubbed his temples, and leaned back into his chair. "Uncle Zhou, what's going on?" The headhunter recommended 3 candidates. "The first 2 you thought were mediocre, so I won't mention them. The third." The sound of paper rustling came through the phone. "This person's credentials are truly impressive. He came from SMIC with over a decade of experience in process RD, having led complete process projects from 65 nanometers to 28 nanometers, and was a leading figure in major national science and technology projects. I talked to him twice. He said he needed to think it over, but later called back to say he didn't feel it was a good fit." Xu Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, a slight raise of his brow. That resume was indeed impressive. What reason did he give? Xu Chen sighed. He said Tianjin is just starting up with uncertain funding, equipment and team, and he was afraid he wouldn't be able to fully use his skills. He also mentioned that Zhengzhou's semiconductor industry environment couldn't compare with Shanghai or Beijing, and he worried about difficulty recruiting talent and insufficient upstream and downstream support. Xu Chen knew that in 2014 Zhengzhou's semiconductor industry was indeed a barren land. The man had led a team of several hundred at SMIC. Coming to Tianjin meant starting from scratch. Anyone would have to think twice. Send me the materials. We'll take a look. A few minutes later an email arrived with a resume. Xu Chen opened it, and a passport photo came into view. A man in his 50s, silver-rimmed glasses, a steady gaze, hair streaked with gray. Wu Haoming, Ph.D. From University of Science and Technology of China, postdoctoral, at UC Berkeley, senior principal engineer, at Intel, vice president of technology RD, at SMIC, had led complete process RD from 65 nanometers to 28 nanometers. Xu Chen finished reading, furrowed his brow in thought for a moment, then picked up his phone and called back. Uncle Zhou helped me set up a meeting. They'll go to Beijing to see him. Xu Chen was taken aback. President Xu, you're going in person? Yes. Xu Chen's tone was calm. People like this can't be convinced over the phone. I need to talk to him face to face. 2 days later in a coffee shop in Zhongguancun, Xu Chen met this formidable figure. What Wu Hanming didn't expect was that Xu Chen plopped down opposite him, tapped away on his phone, and then shoved the screen right in front of Wu Hanming's face. President Wu, take a look at this first. Wu Hanming leaned back, focused his eyes. It was a profit statement from Tianyu Travel. The numbers were huge. He squinted for a few seconds, his brows slowly rising. This is 600 million. Xu Chen leaned back, crossed his legs, and suddenly his tone became like chatting with an old friend. President Wu, let me be honest with you. This 600 million came from my old man's Joy low-speed electric vehicles. It's only the end of September, and this year's bottom line is 800 million. Funding is not an issue. But think about it. A guy who makes old man's Joy is not going to stick with it, but instead wants to get into chips. Isn't that interesting? Wu Hanming picked up his coffee, but didn't drink, smiling in reply. President Xu, that's quite a shift. Shift? Let me give you an example. Xu Chen uncrossed his legs and leaned forward. Back then Lei Jun was doing software at Kingsoft, thriving, and at 40, he suddenly went into making phones. People laughed at him, saying, what does a software guy know about hardware? And what happened? Xiaomi is now worth tens of billions. Do you know what Lei Jun said? He said, standing at the wind's mouth, even a pig can fly. President Wu, now chips are the wind's mouth, and we are that pig. Will you fly? Wu Hanming's mouth twitched this time. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. President Xu, your analogy. The analogy doesn't matter. What matters is whether we do it. Xu Chen slapped the table, his voice low but firm. Let me tell you, I don't have many strengths, but I dare to think and dare to act. You've been at SMIC for over a decade. You have the technology, the credentials. What are you missing? A place where you have the final say. Tianjin is that place. If you come, you'll be in charge. They'll be responsible for two things, adding money and shutting up. Wu Hanming was stunned. He understood adding money since chip investment was huge, but the second word puzzled him. Shut up. Yes, shut up. Xu Chen looked serious. I don't understand chips, so I won't mess around with orders. If you say we need to buy equipment, he'll buy it. If you say we need to hire someone, I'll hire them. If you say when to tape out, he'll wait. If I meddle, you just tell me. President Xu, shut up. I promise he'll shut up. Wu Hanming was left speechless, his hand holding the coffee hovering in midair. Xu Chen struck while the iron was hot, slowing down his speech, but every word sincere. President Wu, let me ask you a question. What do you think is my biggest dream in life? Wu Hanming thought for a moment, then ventured. Making cars. No. Xu Chen shook his head. It's to make Chinese people's own cars. Not assembly, not OEM, but from motor to battery to chips. All core components made by ourselves. Don't you think this dream is a bit big? Wu Hanming was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That's why I need someone like you. Xu Chen pointed at Wu Hanming. If you don't come, my dream is just a dream. If you come, it becomes reality. So will you come? Wu Hanming took off his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. He looked at Xu Chen, the hesitation in his eyes slowly turning to determination. President Xu, I have a condition. Go ahead. The equipment must be the best. I can't make do with secondhand stuff. Xu Chen slapped the table and stood up. Deal? You list the equipment, he'll pay? If it's not enough, well, add more. Also, I've prepared a 7-story standalone office building for you in Zhengzhou high-tech zone, with a small courtyard, quiet and suitable for RD. If you think it's too small, well, get a bigger one. Wu Hanming was amused and exasperated. This President Xu was not what he had imagined. He had pulled a nearly bankrupt company back from the brink, created miracles in just a few months, and this year's profits were already in the hundreds of millions. He was undeniably an outstanding young talent, but he never expected him to be like this. He asked curiously, President Xu, you even prepared a building? Of course. Xu Chen looked as if it were only natural. I invited you here, I can't let you think I'm a man who only paints a rosy picture, can I? Wu Hanming stared at Xu Chen for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. He extended his hand. President Xu, he'll take the job. Xu Chen grasped his hand and shook it vigorously, his eyes narrowing into slits with a smile. President Wu, welcome to Tianjin. Don't worry, we'll work together, and I promise you won't regret it. When Tianjin grows big, we'll also ring the bell for an IPO and you'll stand in the center. Wu Hanming shook his head in amusement, but couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Beside him, Zhou Qingxian quietly picked up his coffee cup to hide his face, thinking to himself, little Zu's skill at persuasion is truly masterful. But this time his persuasion was quite sincere. Thus, Xu Chen's ship of Tianjin Semiconductor welcomed its helmsman. When Wu Hanming submitted his resignation letter, the entire upper management of SMIC was shaken. Wu Hanming's resignation letter stirred no small waves within Zhongxin Guoji. The position of Vice President of Technology RD was not one that just anyone could occupy, much less for a core figure who had led the development of the complete process from 65 nanometers to 28 nanometers. Once the news spread, the first to be shaken was the RD center where he worked. Several old subordinates who had followed him for years directly blocked the office door, asking if he had been poached, which company, and what the offer was. Wu Hanming said little, just smiled, and waved his hand saying, I'm going to work with an interesting company and a very interesting young man, then packed up and left. But when the news reached the top management, the reaction was far from calm. The sudden departure of a vice president-level figure in charge of RD was no small matter at Zhongxin Guoji in 2014. That year the company was already teetering. The CEO had resigned at the beginning of the year. The board was embroiled in infighting, and the conflict between the Taiwanese executives and the returnees from overseas had been laid bare. Wu Hanming's resignation was like throwing another stone into an already turbulent lake. In fact, this was part of the reason Wu Hanming wanted to leave. Zhongxin Guoji was no longer the same. As a technical man, he couldn't bear the situation and had no choice but to leave. Soon the HR department traced his whereabouts to a company in Nanha called Tianyu Mobility. Tianyu Mobility, someone in the office frowned. What do? They make three-wheeled vehicles. The HR specialist flipped through the documents, a hint of disbelief in his tone. And also four-wheel low-speed electric vehicles, which some people call old folks' cars. The boss is Xu Chen, 26 years old. He took over the family's three-wheeler factory less than a year ago, and this year's profit is said to be 6 or 700 million yuan. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Someone sneered, someone shook their head, but more were silent. A young man making three-wheeled vehicles who had turned a year's profit into the foundation of a chip production line was not something to be dismissed lightly. Soon a brief report on Tianyu Mobility and Xu Chen was placed on the desks of several top executives. The report was not long, but it was packed with information. Tianyu Mobility, headquartered in Gai Nanha, was originally a little-known three-wheeler assembly plant. After Xu Chen took over, the company transformed to produce electric three-wheelers for express delivery, opening the market with self-developed motors and LCD instrument panels. Then it entered the three-wheeler passenger vehicle sector, achieving success, and launched the Tianyu 01 and Tianyu 02, old folks cars, which sold well. In August alone, they sold over 2,000 vehicles, with net profit this year exceeding 600 million yuan. A guy making three-wheelers wants to dabble in chips. Someone scoffed after reading the report. Does he even know what a chip is? But others remained silent, their eyes fixed on the last line of the report. Xu Chen's 3-year development plan for Tianjin Semiconductor, with an initial investment of 80 million yuan in the first year. The team, led entirely by Wu Hanming, the technical roadmap targeting automotive-grade MCUs and motor driver chips, with the goal of providing domestic alternatives for Tianyu's own vehicle models. Automotive-grade MCUs. Motor driver chips. Someone murmured, then suddenly laughed. He certainly knows how to pick his direction. In these two fields, no domestic company has done well. No one spoke again. Outside the window, the autumn sunlight of the capital poured through the glass, falling on the thin document on the desk. A 26-year-old young man chasing from Guide Nanha all the way to the capital had used a profit statement and a few words to poach the vice president of technology RD from Zhongxin Guoji. In the context of China's semiconductor industry in 2014, this seemed tinged with a hint of absurdity. But behind the absurdity lay the obsession of a young man building three-wheelers for a Chinese chip and the confidence he had forged with real money. After Wu Hanming left, a few others followed. Most of them were his protégés, and the majority went to Tianjin Semiconductor to continue working under him. This made the entire Zhongxin Guoji remember this three-wheeler company. Many were watching for a laugh, waiting for the so-called Tianjin Semiconductor to go bankrupt. After all, how could anyone dare to play in the chip industry without substantial capital? When Wu Hanming landed in Zhengzhou, Xu Chen and Zhou Chengxian personally greeted him and took him to a 7-story standalone office building on Suizhou Street in the high-tech zone. Wu Hanming looked up at the impressive building. Zhou Chengxian had specially renovated the exterior to give it a high-tech feel, and a sign had already been hung: Tianjin Semiconductor Tianguang Imaging. Wu Hanming turned to Xu Chen and asked curiously, Tianguang Imaging? Is it an imaging company? Is it also yours, boss Xu? Xu Chen smiled and nodded, explaining, Tianguang Imaging was established together with Tianxin Semiconductor mainly to conquer vehicle camera modules and image processing algorithms, laying the visual perception foundation for Tianyu's future intelligent driving system. After hearing this, Wu Hanming stared at Xu Chen for a long time, only stopping when Xu Chen looked at him with confusion. Good, very good, boss, so your plans are excellent. Wu Hanming said good 3 times in a row. He truly hadn't expected Xu Chen to have considered intelligent driving. Perhaps this time they could really create something different. Having worked at Zhongxingguiji for so many years as a company driven by national policy, he sometimes felt helpless. The feeling of being restrained, unable to fully demonstrate his abilities, was something he had truly had enough of. At the time, Xu Chen had persuaded him, and he had agreed in a momentary lapse of judgment. In fact, when he arrived in Zhengzhou, he still felt a bit of regret. After all, Zhengzhou in every aspect was not comparable to the metropolises like the capital. But running a business comes down to people. Sometimes following the right person is more important than the environment. He had a feeling that Xu Chen was that right person. Recalling what Xu Chen had said to him that day, perhaps they were indeed the pigs standing at the wind's mouth. After settling Tianxin Semiconductor, Xu Chen left Zhengzhou, leaving Zhou Chengxian in full charge. There was no better candidate than him. Still lacking talent, Xu Chen sent a message to a headhunter on the way back asking him to find a few reliable management professionals with clean backgrounds, otherwise he would truly exhaust himself in the future. Back at Tianyu, Xu Chen steadily pushed forward development according to the established plan. On September 27th, Zhixing KG's first smart electric motorcycle rolled off the production line, named the Zhixing X5. On September 28th, Tianyu Chuxing's first 3-wheeled passenger vehicle came off the line with a single front seat and a double rear seat, named the Tianyu Leda series. On the same afternoon, Tianyu Chuxing's first 2-wheeled electric bicycle came off the line, and Xu Chen named the series Tianyu Lexing series. On the day before the National Day holiday, Xu Chen received a special call. Hello, is this Mr. Xu Chen of Tianyu Chuxing? Yes, speaking. Hello, Mr. Xu, I'm the Enterprise Liaison Officer for the 4th China Electric Vehicle Expo Guide, and I would like to invite Tianyu Chuxing to participate in this expo. Director Li Tianyu is very eager to participate in this expo. As you know, we have a wide variety of vehicles since we started as a special vehicle manufacturer. Moreover, Tianyu is a local enterprise of guide. Could you give us a larger and better location? Well, Director Li of the expo hesitated. After all, there were many electric vehicle brands and manufacturers such as Yadiyama and others all attending. Whether Tianyu could get a larger spot was not something he could decide on his own. How about this, President Su? I need to consult with my superiors. I'll get back to you this afternoon, is that okay? Alright, Director Li, thank you for your trouble. Xu Chen agreed cheerfully. Director Li hung up the phone, pondered for a moment in his office, then got up and went to the office of Deputy Director Zhang, who was in charge of the expo. Deputy Director Zhang was looking at the list of exhibitors for the expo, which was densely packed with a long string of names. Director Li knocked and entered, then briefed Deputy Director Zhang on the matter. Director Zhang, President Su, from Tianyu Chuxing, called requesting a better location with a larger area. He said they are a local enterprise with many vehicle types and hoped we could give them some consideration. Deputy Director Zhang put down the list, leaned back in his chair, and smiled. Tianyu Chuxing, isn't that the company that's been making those popular 4-wheeled old man's joy vehicles online? Director Li also laughed. Yes, that's the one. But they officially started with special vehicles, a local guide enterprise, and have grown rapidly in the past 2 years. Deputy Director Zhang nodded lightly, tapping his fingers on the table. This expo is Guide's first national-level electric vehicle exhibition. Many big brands will be attending like Yadiyama, Jinping, and others. There are only a few good spots. If we give one to Tianyu, won't other brands have objections? Director Li thought for a moment and said, Director Zhang, hey, raise my thinking. Tianyu is after all a local enterprise. From the perspective of attracting investment and supporting local brands, giving them a good spot is justifiable. Moreover, Tianyu has indeed been on a strong momentum these past 2 years with tricycles, 4-wheeled vehicles, and special vehicles. Their product line is even more comprehensive than Yadi's and Ima's. I've visited their new factory site, 200 acres with a dozen-story RD building under construction, an investment of several hundred million. It would be hard to justify not supporting an enterprise like this. Deputy Director Zhang pondered for a moment and asked, which spot do they want? Director Li pointed to an area on the exhibition hall floor plan. It's this spot next to the main aisle on the right side of the entrance, about 300 square meters. Deputy Director Zhang looked at it and smiled. Alright, give it to Tianyu. Tell President Su that the city government highly values the development of local enterprises, and this time we specially reserved the booth next to the main aisle for him. Tell him to prepare well and showcase Tianyu's strength. It's not easy for our guide to have a decent electric vehicle enterprise. We must support when it's time. Director Li acknowledged and turned back to call Xu Chen. The call connected and Xu Chen's voice carried anticipation. Director Li, how did it go? Director Li laughed. President Su, after some persuasion on my part, the leadership finally approved it. Next to the main aisle, right side of the entrance, 300 square meters. Is it enough? Xu Chen was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Enough. Thank you so much, Director Li, and thank the leadership. When the expo is over, I'll treat you to a meal. Director Li laughed heartily. No need for a meal. President Xu, just make sure your booth looks impressive and doesn't embarrass guide. Don't worry, Director Li. Tianyu will definitely not let you down this time. Xu Chen hung up the phone, looking at his phone, surprised that Director Li was so helpful. Then he turned to his assistant and said, Xiao Zhang, the venue is settled, 300 square meters next to the main aisle. Notify Manager Gao that the booth design needs to be grand, not petty. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang took the documents and went out to find Gao Feng. This was Tianyu's first time participating in such a national exhibition, so they really needed to put on a good show. The expo was scheduled for October 20th. Dealers from all over the country and tourists interested in electric vehicles would also attend, providing a perfect opportunity for Tianyu to directly promote Xixing Technology's new car, the Xixing X5. After receiving this news, Gao Feng held a meeting with the design department overnight and finally came up with a suitable plan. While ordering the custom materials needed for the exhibition from the factory, Xu Chen also had the R&D and software departments continue debugging the Xixing X5 and upload the Xixing app for review. Once approved, it could be launched on the app stores of major phone manufacturers. The review of the Xixing app went more smoothly than expected. Mata led his team, working overtime, finishing all functional debugging and compatibility tests before mid-October. The Android version was submitted to major app stores first, while the iOS version, due to a longer review period, was expected to be launched by the end of the month. When Mata called Xu Chen to report, his voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. President Xu, the app stores of Huawei, Dami, Haichang, and Lanchang have all passed. Users can now search for the Xixing app, download and install it, and check battery level location and remotely lock the car. All functions are working normally. Xu Chen laughed on the other end of the line. Good engineer Ma, you've worked hard. After the expo is over, I'll have a celebration for your team. Mata chuckled. President Xu, celebration aside, could you get a coffee machine for the software department? The guys have been staying up all night writing code, surviving on instant coffee, and we're about to puke from it. Get it? They'll have admin by 1 tomorrow. No instant coffee, get the kind with coffee beans you can grind it yourselves, and it'll give you all bonuses. Mata hung up the phone contentedly and turned around to share the good news with his team. Xu Chen opened his phone, which was a Dami 2's, who considered a legendary device. Xu Chen felt it was quite good to use. He opened the App Store, searched for the Xixing app, and the software appeared before him. Following Xu Chen's suggestion, Ma Des team designed the software with a black and white color scheme. The app icon was black background with white text, the white text being Xixing, giving a minimalist tech feel. Xu Chen downloaded it. The overall experience was fairly smooth with a unified minimalist design. After all, it was the first version and it needed users to find issues. On October 18th, the Expo organizing committee notified exhibitors to enter and set up. Tianyu's booth was at the right side of the main aisle entrance and hall, E1, 300 square meters, one of the best locations in the entire hall. Xu Chen personally brought Gao Feng and the construction team to the site. Looking at the empty booth, he was already calculating how to make the best use of these 300 square meters. Gao Feng unrolled the design drawing and pointed as he spoke. President Xu, according to our plan, the booth is divided into 4 major sections and 1 small section: the 2-wheeled vehicle area, the 3-wheeled vehicle area, the 4-wheeled vehicle area, the special vehicle area, and the new car launch area for Xixing Technology. The Xixing X5 will be placed separately at the most prominent position near the entrance with a circular booth and an LED screen looping promotional videos. Xu Chen looked at the design drawing, then up at the actual site, and suddenly said, Manager Gao, can we modify the booth design? Gao Feng froze for a moment. President Xu, is there something not right? Xu Chen pointed to the empty space behind the Xixing X5 booth. Add another experience area here. Put a few chairs and tablet computers so visitors can download the Xixing app on-site and experience the remote vehicle control function. Just looking isn't enough, they need to operate it themselves. The app is already live, so let's use the expo to boost downloads. Gao Feng's eyes lit up. President Xu, that's a great idea. They'll have the manufacturer change the plan right away and expedite it. 2 days should be enough. Xu Chen nodded and added, also have the design department make a standing sign next to the experience area with a QR code printed on it. Scan it to download the app. Simple and direct, no need for them to search. Gao Feng gave a thumbs up. President Xu, with your mind, it's a shame you're not in marketing. Xu Chen laughed and kicked him playfully. Get to work, stop flattering. Gao Feng scurried off to contact the manufacturer about modifying the booth plan. Xu Chen stood in the empty exhibition space and looked around. The nearby booth was still being set up, and on the renderings were the words, Yadi. Beyond that was Ima, and further on Jinping. Almost every well-known electric vehicle brand in the country was here. With the launch of the Xixing X5, they were now in direct competition with Yadi and Ima. Given the nature of these 2 giants, Xu Chen wondered what countermeasures they would come up with. Price cuts, free gifts, celebrity endorsements. Probably all of the above, since Tianyu was different this time. Their previous models hadn't encroached on Yadi and Ima's territory. Standing in front of the booth, a thought suddenly struck: Xu Chen models. At auto shows, big brands always hire models to stand at the booth, strike poses, and attract attention. Why couldn't they do the same at an electric vehicle expo? No rule said they couldn't, so he decided to go for it. He pulled out his phone and called Dong Jin, who was busy arranging reception work for the expo. Dong Jin answered a bit confused. President Xu, what's up? Manager Dong, do you have any part-time job channels at Guide Normal University or nearby colleges? Xu Chen got straight to the point. Dong Jin thought for a moment. Yes, I've dealt with student affairs offices at a few schools when we were recruiting interns. What's the matter? Help me find a group of part-time models. Female, height above 165 meters, photogenic enough to withstand camera scrutiny. 3 days of the expo, 1 model per vehicle, model shift system. 2 hours of work, 1 hour of rest. No need for special vehicles, but all 3-wheelers, 4-wheelers, and the Xixing X5 need models. Pay at market rate, 500 a day, including 3 meals. Dong Jin was taken aback. President Xu, that's over a dozen people. 3 days would cost tens of thousands. Manager Dong, Tianyu can afford it. Xu Chen interrupted him. Think about it. Yada, those big names probably won't hire models. If we do, whose phone cameras will the audience point at? Whose photos will spread online? Whose topic will be hot? Spending tens of thousands for nationwide exposure. Is it worth it? Dong Jin was silent for 2 seconds on the phone, then laughed. President Xu, I understand. They'll contact the student union at the normal university and find someone with good looks and temperament. Oh, should we have a uniform? Xu Chen thought for a moment. Yes. Ask the design department to make short-sleeve tops and short skirts black and white with Tianyu's logo and name printed on them. Not too revealing. We're a legitimate company. Dong Jin acknowledged and hung up to start contacting people. He first called several university student affairs offices. When they heard about a part-time opportunity paying 500 a day with free lunch, they agreed on the spot, saying they had art college students with excellent looks. Dong Jin asked them to send photos, selected 12, and added, also find a few backups in case someone can't make it at the last minute. The photos were obviously retouched, so Dong Jin arranged for them to come to Tianyu Chuxing's office for a unified interview that afternoon with pickup and drop-off. After settling the model matter, Dong Jin called Gao Feng again, asking him to quickly design the uniforms, simple and elegant with Tianyu Chuxing printed on the front and Xixing technology on the back. Gao Feng, already busy modifying the booth plan, was overwhelmed but agreed, assigning the task to an intern in the design department. After hanging up, Xu Chen smiled slightly. He looked up at the nearby Yachty booth where workers were still setting up and a few men in suits were pointing and discussing. Likely Yachty's marketing team. Xu Chen silently assessed Yachty's booth was smaller than Tianyu's, positioned in a less favorable spot with a standard design that was probably a corporate template. Ima's was similar. Jinping's booth was larger, but its design style was old-fashioned, completely different from Tianyu's youthful approach. When the models are there with the lights and music. Xu Chen gave himself a mental thumbs up. This move is solid. He turned and walked toward the exhibition hall entrance. Sunlight streamed through the glass curtain wall, brightening the floor. In the distance, workers were still setting up, the sounds of drills and hammers mingling, making the whole hall feel like a boiling pot of porridge. When Xu Chen returned to Tianyu Chuxing, Dong Jin was already waiting at the meeting room door, holding a stack of resumes with an expression that said, President Xu, you're the best. President Xu, they're here. 12 of them, all waiting in the meeting room. A few are really impressive, even the photos caught my eye. Dong Jin lowered his voice. But who knows what they look like in person? You know how photos are these days. Xu Chen smiled and pushed open the meeting room door. The 12 girls stood up in unison, their eyes showing a mix of curiosity and nervousness. Most were from Guide Normal University's art college, a few from Guide College. They were dressed differently, but they all shared one thing: youth beauty, the kind that stood out in a crowd. Xu Chen glanced over them and made a quick assessment. The photos were indeed retouched, but the girls had good foundations, some were even prettier in person. Hello everyone, I'm Xu Chen from Tianyu Chuxing. Thank you for coming to this interview. Xu Chen sat down at the head of the table, his tone relaxed. Manager Dong should have told you we're recruiting vehicle models for the expo. 3 days, 2 hours of work followed by 1 hour of rest, and so on until the expo ends. That's it. Pay is 500 per day, lunch included with dedicated transportation. A girl with a ponytail and a fresh face raised her hand timidly and asked, President Xu, what kind of clothes will the models need to wear? The question immediately drew everyone's attention to Xu Chen. The girls had looked up information online and seen what models wore at some shows. As college students who hadn't graduated yet, they were afraid Tianyu would have similar requirements. Don't worry, everyone, Tianyu Travel is a legitimate company. Xu Chen looked at Dong Jin, who continued, well, provide uniforms, short-sleeve tops and skirts in black and white with our Tianyu logo printed on them. Don't worry about the clothes, well, distribute them according to your sizes. Dong Jin took out the renderings from the design department and showed them to everyone, saying the clothes are quite normal, but the short-sleeve tops are fitted. Everyone looked and finally relaxed, relieved that it wasn't anything like deep neck backless or see-through outfits. After the most important questions were answered, everyone relaxed. Since Xu Chen seemed not much older, they lost the initial tension and began chatting quietly. A girl murmured, President Xu looks about our age. The person next to her nudged her, and she quickly fell silent. Xu Chen heard her and smiled, saying, it's true, I'm 26, just a few years older than you. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly relaxed, and several girls couldn't help laughing. Xu Chen added, so don't call me President Xu, just call me Brother Xu. The interview was simple. Xu Chen asked a few basic questions: height, weight, prior similar experience, and whether they could be present for all 3 days. All 12 girls were qualified, so he didn't eliminate any and kept them all, just in case Xu Chen still had Dong Jin find a few backups. Report your sizes to Manager Dong, and the clothes will be made accordingly. Xu Chen stood up, looked around, and added, by the way, exchange WeChat, and create a group. Manager Dong will also be in the group for easy communication. After the exhibition, if we work well together, I'll contact you first for any future Tianyu events. The girl with a ponytail brightened up, Brother Xu, there will be more opportunities. Xu Chen nodded with a smile. Tianyu has plenty of events throughout the year. Expos, new product launches, dealer conferences. All need people. If you do well this time, we'll have a long-term partnership. The girls exchanged glances, smiles on their faces. A girl in a white dress said, frankly, Brother Xu, rest assured, we'll work hard and not let Tianyu down. Xu Chen nodded and had Dong Jin take them to measure their sizes and take ID photos for records. After everyone left, Dong Jin leaned in, President Xu, with this move you've not only taken care of the expo, but also built a talent pool for the future. Xu Chen leaned back in his chair and smiled. Manager Dong, this is called making the best use of talents. These girls have good looks and temperament. In the future, Tianyu can use them for promotional videos and posters. Save the trouble of hiring outsiders every time, which is expensive and not always reliable. Dong Jin gave a thumbs up and left to get busy. Xu Chen sat in the empty conference room, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, already planning the arrangements for the expo day. Now that the models were found, what else needed attention? Wait, how could he forget this person? He took out his phone, found a number, and dialed. After a few rings, a slightly hoarse voice answered, hello. President Xu, what made you call me? Mr. Chen, hello. I'm calling to invite you to the Electric Vehicle Expo and Guide. Oh, Electric Vehicle Expo. Chen Zhen's voice was puzzled. How could he, a car reviewer, go to an electric vehicle expo? Xu Chen explained with a smile, Tianyu has recently launched several new products. You can test drive them yourself and give your comments. Chen Zhen was stunned. You guys have new cars again. I'm still recovering from the last 2 elderly scooters. This time it's different. Real smart electric motorcycles and new passenger tricycles. You'll know when you come. Xu Chen paused. Round-trip tickets and accommodation will be fully covered by Tianyu. Just consider it a trip to guide and check out our new products. Chen Zhen thought for a moment and asked, you're not asking me to write sponsored content, are you? I tell you that's impossible. No need to write anything. You can criticize or praise as you wish. I won't stop you. I just want you to come and pick out flaws in our products. Laughter came from the other end. All right, President Xu, I like your attitude. Which day? October 20th, the expo opens. You can arrive on the 19th, and I'll have someone pick you up. Deal, it's settled. They'll see what new tricks Tianyu has up its sleeve. After hanging up, Chen Zhen looked at the call log, frowning. Real smart electric motorcycles. What new thing had Xu Chen come up with? Xu Chen's lips curled slightly. Chen Zhen was someone Xu Chen had met by chance before, and he had helped review the Tianyu 0102 models. Although his comments were honest, he was professional and influential. If he could test drive the Xixing X5 at the expo and make a review video, whether he criticized or praised it would generate plenty of buzz. After all, the Xixing X5 was priced high, targeting users in big cities, so Chen Zhen was a good choice for promotion. Over the next 2 days, Xu Chen practically lived in the exhibition hall. Gao Feng led the construction team, working through the night. The steel structure of the booth had been erected, the LED screen was installed, and they were debugging the visuals. Tablets for the experience area were also delivered. Mada and his team installed the app on each one, tested the remote vehicle control function, and confirmed everything was fine. QR codes on the standees were printed and placed next to the experience area. Scanning them directly led to the browser download page. A foolproof operation. Dong Jin was also busy. The clothes for the 16 models were rush-produced, short-sleeve tops and skirts in black and white, with Tianyu Travel logo on the front and Xixing technology on the back. He had the models try them on in advance. The sizes fit perfectly and the effect was youthful and elegant. Not revealing, but the fitted tops were eye-catching, accentuating their figures, and the skirts revealed dazzling long legs. Backup models were also arranged for extra, just in case. On the afternoon of October 19th, Chen Zhen and his assistant arrived in guide by train. Xu Chen personally picked him up at the station. Chen Zhen looked thinner than in his videos, wearing a dark gray jacket, carrying a backpack, and holding a camera bag. As soon as they met, Chen Zhen looked Xu Chen up and down. President Xu, you're much younger than I imagined. Mr. Chen, you look thinner than in your videos. Xu Chen smiled and took his bag. Let's go, we'll take you to see the exhibition hall first. Chen Zhen didn't decline and followed Xu Chen into the car. On the way, Xu Chen briefly introduced Tianyu's recent new products. The Xixing X5 smart electric motorcycle, the Tianxing lithium battery, and the upcoming passenger tricycle. Chen Zhen listened attentively, occasionally asking about technical parameters, and Xu Chen answered each one without holding back. Arriving at the exhibition hall, Xu Chen stood in front of Tianyu's booth looking at the nearly completed stage silent for several seconds. President Xu, your booth is much larger than Yadea and Ima's. He looked around, his gaze falling on the row of tablets behind the Xixing X5 display experience area. What's this for? Xu Chen walked over, picked up a tablet, opened the Xixing app, and demonstrated the functions of remotely checking battery level location and locking the vehicle. Xu Chen leaned in to watch the screen, his eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes showing more interest and seriousness. Did you develop this app yourselves? He asked. Yes, the software team built it from scratch in over a month. Xu Chen took the tablet, fiddled with it a few times, then looked at the actual Xixing X5 and suddenly laughed. President Xu, if this car is really as you say, lithium battery smart under 100 yuan, then my last video might really need a sequel. Xu Chen smiled. Teacher Chen, don't rush. The expo opens tomorrow. Let's talk after you test drive. October 20th, Guide Sports Center. At 8 a.m., a long queue had already formed at the entrance of the exhibition hall. Dealers, media, electric vehicle enthusiasts from all over the country, along with many local citizens, crowded in a vast sea of people. Huge hydrogen balloons floated above the exhibition hall, with a banner reading, the 4th Huagua Guide Electric Vehicle Expo, swaying gently in the wind. Tianyu's booth was on the right side of the main aisle in Hall E1, covering 300 square meters, the largest and most dazzling in the entire hall. The LED screen played the promotional video of Xixing X5 in a loop with dynamic music mixed with a subwoofer, making the floor tremble slightly. 12 models had already taken their positions, dressed in black and white short-sleeve tops and skirts, standing beside the vehicles they were assigned to with gracious smiles and professional poses. The Xixing X5 booth attracted the largest crowd, with many visitors holding up their phones to take photos, flashes popping like firecrackers. Outside the venue, a young man in a white t-shirt was anxiously waiting in line. His name was Lu Jiqiang from Beihu, an electric vehicle enthusiast. He had come all the way from Wuhan by high-speed rail specifically to see the new electric motorcycles launched by Yadi and Ima this year. Rumors online said Yadi would release a flagship electric motorcycle and Ima would also unveil new products. He had been looking forward to it for a month, requested leave in advance, and arrived at the exhibition hall gate early in the morning. Lu Jiqiang was squeezed in the crowd, with people in front and behind being pushed forward. The queue at the ticket window twisted into 3 turns. It took him nearly 10 minutes to get a ticket. The ticket was free, but entry required queuing. Once inside the hall, all he could see was a sea of heads. Lu Jiqiang stood on tiptoe to find his bearings, then followed the crowd toward Hall E1. The booths of Yadi and Ima were both over there. As soon as he entered the hall, he heard a commotion ahead, flashes flickering, and a crowd encircling something in layers. This piqued Lu Jiqiang's curiosity instantly. What brand was so attractive? It didn't look like Yadi or Ima. Excuse me, please let me through. He squeezed sideways, finally making his way to the front, and his eyes lit up. A white electric vehicle was quietly parked in the center of the area. The entire vehicle had minimalist lines without the bulky plastic shell of traditional electric vehicles. It was pure white with a simple and clean design. The front featured a long, slender LED light strip with the headlights hidden underneath, still bright, even in daytime. Front and rear disc brakes with the Tianyu logo printed on the calipers. The dashboard was an LCD screen larger than the usual electric vehicle dashboards, displaying battery level, speed, and mileage with a soft blue light. This design. Lu Jiqiang crouched down to look at the front wheel. Inverted front fork dual piston calipers. A configuration he had seen on imported motorcycles, but never on a domestic electric motorcycle. Beside it stood 4 or 5 girls, all in tight white t-shirts and black short skirts with long straight legs and particularly friendly smiles. One of them leaned against the vehicle holding a sign that read, Xixing X5. Lu Jiqiang was stunned, rubbed his eyes, and couldn't believe it. Bro, an electric vehicle expo actually hires car models. A young man beside him was constantly filming with his phone, muttering, damn, this Tianyu is making it look like an auto show. The person next to him added, so this is the one that makes the Porsche old man's joy online. Tianyu. Lu Jiqiang had a vague impression. It was that rather popular old man's joy brand online. But this booth was too extravagant. The LED screen played a cool promotional video. The sound quality was excellent, clearly a huge investment. The booth was much larger than others, and several tablet computers were set up at the entrance with a few people tapping on the screens. Lu Jiqiang walked around to the other side of the booth and saw several models standing beside tricycles and four-wheelers. He also saw the viral Old Man's Joy online. He stared curiously. He knew about this Old Man's Joy. It was truly impressive, he silently exclaimed. He also saw several equally high-quality car models standing nearby. He was almost moved to tears. Tianyu even had one for every vehicle. A middle-aged man with a DSLR took several shots of a girl in a short skirt and was pulled by someone nearby. Don't just take pictures of people, take pictures of the car. The man retorted, gotta shoot the models first. Their quality is even higher than the auto show I attended last time. They'll share them with my online buddies. Then, noticing some rugged vehicles on the other side, Lu Jiqiang walked over curiously and discovered they were all special-purpose vehicles, certified national standard vehicles. At that moment, a young woman in a professional suit walked over with a badge pinned to her chest. Lu Jiqiang glanced at it. She was a receptionist from Tianyu. The young woman had a delicate face and was quite attractive. This made Lu Jiqiang notice something. Looking around. Not only were Tianyu's vehicles good-looking, but all the staff were above average in appearance. It seemed the boss of Tianyu had an eye for beauty. Hello, sir. I am a staff member of Tianyu. Would you like me to introduce our vehicles? Lu Jiqiang, also curious, said yes please. No trouble at all. Please follow me. The young woman smiled gracefully and led Lu Jiqiang to the far end, starting the introduction. Sir, this is our Tianyu special purpose vehicle section. This is a 3-wheeled sanitation cleaning vehicle with a fully enclosed corrosion-resistant box suitable for cleaning communities and streets, compliant with national sanitation vehicle standards. Lu Jiqiang leaned in to take a look. The bodywork was solid. The box was tightly sealed, indeed different from the assembled vehicles on the market. Next to this is a garbage collection truck with hydraulic self-dumping function, large box capacity, simple operation. Many city governments have already purchased this model. Lu Jiqiang crouched down to examine the chassis. The rear axle was sturdy, the hydraulic rods were robust. Further over are flatbed transport trucks and engineering dump trucks designed specifically for rural areas and construction sites. They have strong load capacity, high motor power, and can climb slopes without difficulty. Finally, this is a patrol vehicle used in many residential communities and scenic spots with low noise and long range. Lu Jiqiang grew more astonished as he looked around. He had thought Tianyu only made old man's joys, but unexpectedly their business spanned so widely, even producing special-purpose vehicles, and each model looked very professional. Your Tianyu also makes these? Lu Jiqiang looked up and asked. The young woman smiled. Tianyu actually started with special-purpose vehicles. 3-wheeled delivery tricycle sanitation vehicles. These are our core business. The 4-wheeled old man's joys came later. Lu Jiqiang nodded thoughtfully, his perception of Tianyu completely refreshed. Please follow me. Let me introduce our blockbuster new product, Xu X5. The young woman led Lu Jiqiang to the area where the tablet computers were placed. The promotion for Xu X5 is lithium battery, lightweight, intelligent. This is the Xu app developed by Tianyu with functions for remote battery check, location tracking, and remote locking. What? Lu Jiqiang was baffled. Bro, what did you just say? He hadn't even glanced at the promotional video, his attention entirely captivated by the young lady. So this Tianyu intelligent electric scooter was truly smart. Lu Jiqiang snapped back to reality, hastily averted his gaze from the young lady, and looked down at the dashboard of the Xu X5. On the blue LCD screen, data such as battery level, range, and mileage flickered, the interface as clean as a mobile app. Beside it stood a tablet showing the Xu app interface with a small red dot on the map marking the vehicle's location. So you can try it out. The app has been specially optimized to ensure smooth and lag-free operation, the young lady said, handing over a tablet. Lu Jiqiang took it and casually tapped remote lock. The Xu X5 on the display flashed its lights twice, and the dashboard went dark for a second before lighting up again. He then tapped the Find Vehicle button, and the lights flashed continuously, accompanied by a short horn. Well, that's actually quite handy. Lu Jiqiang was somewhat surprised. The interface responded as quickly as a smartphone, without the lag of inferior software. When will this scooter be available? He asked. The young lady smiled and replied, pre-orders are already open and delivery is expected to begin in mid-November. By the way, where are you from, sir? Wuhan. That's convenient. Xu Technology has a direct sales store in Wuhan on Liu Road in Hanshan District. You can visit the store to see the scooter and take a test ride. Lu Jiqiang's eyes lit up and he asked again, how much does it cost? The young lady didn't give a direct number, only saying under 7,000 yuan. The exact price will be announced at launch. Lu Jiqiang did a quick mental calculation. Yidia's new electric scooter was reportedly priced over 8,000, and its features were far inferior to this Xu X5. He couldn't help but steal another glance at the white scooter. Inverted front fork, dual piston calipers, large LCD screen, smart app. Under 7,000, wasn't that a steal? Lu Jiqiang returned the tablet to the young lady and turned to walk toward the Yidia booth. Yidia's new electric scooter was displayed in the most prominent spot, its mecha-style exterior sharp and angular undeniably handsome. He sat on it to try it out. The dashboard was a monochrome LCD, simple in display, lacking the technological feel of the Xu X5's large screen. He pulled out his phone to connect to the app, but the salesperson said it only supported basic vehicle status checks, without remote locking or location tracking. Lu Jiqiang then strolled over to Lima's booth. Similar story, good looks, but the smart features relied on Bluetooth modules, barely more than a gimmick. What surprised him most was the battery. Both Yidia and Ima's new electric scooters still used lead-acid batteries, with the salesperson claiming a range of about 60 to 70 kilometers. Lu Jiqiang frowned. The Xu X5, on the other hand, used a lithium iron phosphate battery, and the young lady had just mentioned a range of over 90 kilometers. One under 7,000. Lithium battery, smart features, high specs. The other over 8,000. Lead-acid, half-smart, ordinary features. Lu Jiqiang stood in front of the Yidia booth, clutching the promotional flyer, his mind already made up. He glanced back at the Tianyu booth where the crowd was growing and camera flashes still flickered. He pulled out his phone and texted himself a memo. Xixing X5, mid-November, Wuhan Liu Road direct sale store. At the back of the Idea exhibition hall, Zhao Jigang peered through the crack in the curtain, his eyes fixed on the surging crowd at the Tianyu booth, his face as sour as if he had just bitten into a whole bitter gourd. General Zhao, that Tianyu Xixing X5 has some outrageous specs, the marketing manager whispered, leaning in. Inverted front fork, dual piston calipers, large LCD screen, and that smart app. Even our flagship model doesn't have all that. Zhao Jigang frowned, saying nothing. He had come today just for formality's sake. Headquarters hadn't taken the expo seriously, sending only him the vice president in charge of channels. He hadn't expected Tianyu to be a dark horse. Not only had they copied the tech, but they also borrowed the car show trick of hiring models. And if they had to hire models, why did they have to pick a whole lineup of long-legged ones? That morning he had personally witnessed a man taking photos of the model next to the Xixing X5 for half an hour probably, without even getting a clear look at the scooter. What infuriated him more was that several male salespeople at the Idea booth who had been sitting upright all craned their necks in unison when Tianyu's music started and the models appeared, their stares straighter than an electric scooter's high beam. Zhao Jigang felt like cursing but held back. They weren't slacking off, just their eyes were insubordinate. What about the battery? He asked through gritted teeth. Lithium iron phosphate, rated range of 90 kilometers. We're still on lead acid, the marketing manager replied cautiously. Zhao Jigang was silent for a few seconds, then waved his hand. Write a report listing all the specs, pricing, and smart features, and send it to headquarters. This isn't something we can decide on our own. The marketing manager nodded. Ima is also watching. Their people were standing by the Tianyu booth taking photos the whole time. Zhao Jigang sneered. Let them take photos, they'll have to write a report anyway. He turned and walked a few steps, then stopped, lowering his voice. By the way, send someone to the Tianyu booth to get detailed spec sheets. And see where they found those models. The marketing manager was taken aback, but didn't dare ask. At the IMA booth, Vice President Sun Lihua leaned back in her chair, twirling a pin, her expression calm, but her mind already cursing. The marketing director stood before her, reporting the day's dismal situation. General Sun, there are too many people at Tianyu's booth. Our salespeople are idle. Sun Lihua glanced toward the booth, where several male salesmen were listlessly leaning against the scooters, their eyes occasionally straying toward Tianyu. She took a deep breath. Xixing X5, under 7,000. Yes. Better specs, lower price. Sun Lihua put down her pen and rubbed her temples. Tell RD to evaluate the cost of this scooter. Also, for the new model next year, add more smart features. She paused, then added this, Tianyu. I've never heard of them making two-wheelers before. Where did they suddenly come from? The marketing director gave a wry smile. General Sun, that's not the worst part. The real killer is that they hired models. I just walked past their booth and saw several of our potential customers taking selfies with the model without even glancing at the scooter. Sun Lihua's mouth twitched, but she said nothing. The situation at Jinpeng was even worse. Old Zhou, the regional manager for Jinpeng, had come to check out the three-wheeler market, but the moment he arrived, he saw only a handful of old men in front of his own booth, while Tianyu's area was packed. The proportion of old men was surprisingly high. He walked closer and saw several elderly men holding up cameras to photograph the models, muttering, "What a pretty girl." Old Zhou was speechless. Bro, it's an electric scooter expo. Why are you competing like this? Hiring models is one thing, but making such a big scene. You're even stealing our elderly customer base for three-wheelers. He pulled out his phone and called his boss. Boss, you need to come here. What's wrong? Asked the voice on the other end. All the crowd has flocked over to Tianyu's side because they hired car models. Our booth is left with just a few old men staring at the three-wheelers, and even their eyes keep drifting toward Tianyu. The voice on the phone fell silent for 3 seconds, followed by a sigh. They'll be there right away. Half an hour later, the boss of Jinpeng arrived in person. Standing in front of his own booth, he looked at the sea of people across at Tianyu, then at the few lonely old men on his side. He took a deep breath, turned to the design and RD staff, and said, "You few go over to Tianyu and get their configuration sheet. If they can sell at 7,000 with that setup, why can't we?" The design department manager muttered under his breath, "Boss, they also hired car models." The boss glared at him. "You go hire car models too. But first figure out the configuration." The men set off, approaching the edge of Tianyu's booth, pretending to examine the vehicles, while their gazes involuntarily drifted toward the models. From a distance, Jinpeng's boss watched his employees craning their necks like giraffes, stomping his feet in frustration, yet he too couldn't help sneaking a couple of steps closer. Representatives from Yadi and Ima also arrived. The three groups stood on the periphery of Tianyu's booth, each with their own agenda. Yadi's marketing manager snapped photos with his phone, Ima's supervisor jotted down configurations in a notebook, and Jinpeng's designer crouched down, pretending to inspect the chassis while actually eyeing the model's legs. Zhao Jigang had somehow slipped in as well, standing at the back of the crowd, squinting at the Xixing X5. A Yadi salesperson beside him whispered, "Mr. Zhao, should we also hire some models?" Zhao Jigang shot him a glare. "We'll discuss that later." Xu Chen stood on one side of the booth, watching a crowd of people approaching from afar. Leading the group was Wang Jiangwo, the mayor of Guide City, accompanied by the deputy mayor in charge of industry and information technology, followed by Song Kai and several other department heads. Xu Chen straightened his suit and strode forward to greet them. Mayor Wang, you're here, he said with a polished smile, extending his hand. Wang Jiangwo shook his hand, looked him up and down, and said with a smile, Mr. Su, young and promising. Out of all the booths I've passed, yours is the liveliest. Xu Chen broke into a sweat knowing that Mayor Wang was referring to the car models Tianyu had hired. But who said electric vehicles couldn't have car models? Wang Jiangwo looked up at the promotional video looping on the LED screen, then at the surging crowd in front of the booth, nodding with approval. This Xixing X5, I hear it's high spec. Xu Chen quickly humbled himself. Mayor Wang flatters us. Tianyu started out making special vehicles, and only recently entered the civilian market. This Xixing X5 is our first smart electric motorcycle paired with a dedicated app. It uses Tianyu's self-developed lithium iron phosphate battery and high-efficiency motor with range and features leading the competition in its class. Wang Jiangwo bent down to examine the inverted front fork and dual-piston caliper on the front wheel, then straightened up and tried out the Xixing app. A smile spread across his face. He had learned about Tianyu's smart app before coming, and it was the first of its kind nationwide. He patted Xu Chen on the shoulder. Good. An enterprise in Guide City should have such technical ambition. The city has always supported local manufacturing. Tianyu has ideas, technology, and products. That's excellent. If you ever face difficulties, come directly to me or Director Song. Your earlier production capacity issue was resolved with Director Song's help, wasn't it? Song Kai nodded beside him. Mr. Su, Mayor Liu has always been closely following Tianyu's development. Xu Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for Mayor Wang's concern and the city's support. Tianyu will live up to expectations. We'll make great products and build a strong brand. Wang Jiangwo waved his hand, smiling. All right, you're busy. We'll check out other booths. Mr. Su, keep up the good work. The future of Guide's electric vehicle industry rests on the shoulders of young people like you. Xu Chen watched Mayor Wang and his entourage leave, letting out a long sigh of relief. Dong Jin emerged from the crowd, barely able to contain his smile, and leaned in close. Mr. Su, the day's sales results are in. Xu Chen turned to him. How many? Dong Jin swallowed hard, his voice trembling. In just one morning we have over 810 orders. The Xixing X5 accounts for 60%, and the three-wheelers and four-wheelers together add up to over 300. We've collected over 70 business cards from dealers, and 7 or 8 general agents from southern provinces have come to discuss exclusive deals. He caught his breath. Just now that dealer from Zhejiang ordered 200 Xixing X5 units on the spot, saying the specs are too aggressive. They'll sell like hotcakes. Another dealer from Guangdong wanted to sign the contract immediately with the deposit ready. Xu Chen raised an eyebrow, inwardly stunned. People from the south really had money. He had planned to price the Xixing X5 at 6,999 yuan, a true high-end electric vehicle, but he hadn't disclosed the exact price, only saying it would be under 7,000. Yet so many orders had already come in. The Xixing X5 was indeed highly competitive. Dong Jin continued reporting. On Yadi's side, only 30-odd intent orders in the morning. Ama fared worse with just over a dozen. Jin Peng had some volume, but mostly from elderly customers looking at three-wheelers, completely out of step with our young target demographic. He glanced around, lowering his voice. Also, a few people in plain clothes spent a long time filming at our booth. I had someone tail them. They were from Yadi and Ima. They were muttering while filming, saying they couldn't even match our configuration at their cost. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xu Chen's mouth as his gaze swept over the crowd, still queuing in front of the booth. The Xixing X5 was surrounded by people. A young man in a plaid shirt was crouched in front of the front while taking photos and murmuring, inverted front fork dual piston caliper. Those nearby urged him to move along, but he replied, hold on, I need to get a clear shot to show the guys in the group. Xu Chen turned and patted Dong Jin on the shoulder. No rush, we still have 2 days. Make sure the models take shifts and rest well, don't let them get too tired. Prepare a few more tablets in the experience zone. Mata mentioned the app downloads have already increased by 30%. Tell them to keep a close watch on the servers and make sure they don't crash. He added, oh, and about those southern agents, don't rush into negotiations. Let them look around more. The more they see, the more impatient they'll get, and the stronger our bargaining position will be. Dong Jin nodded with a smile and disappeared back into the crowd. Xu Chen stood at the side of the booth, gazing at the ocean of people before him, silently calculating in his mind. 810 orders on the first day. Over 3 days it might break 2,000. Tianyu had won this battle. On the 3rd day of the expo, Qinjin's video went live on Autohome, right on schedule. The title was straightforward. What kind of company is Tianyu? Do you think it only makes old people's scooters? Camera pulls back. Qinjin stands at the center of the Tianyu booth, with a sea of spectators behind him. He opens with his familiar style. Hello everyone, this is Qinjin Talks Cars. I am Qinjin, and today I have come to Tianyu's territory, Nanha Guide City. Qinjin poses a question. Do you think Tianyu only makes those old person scooters? Let me tell you today you're wrong. Dead wrong. He turns and walks toward the special vehicle section on the left side of the booth, the camera following him. This three-wheeled sanitation cleaning vehicle. Fully enclosed box corrosion-resistant steel plate used in more than 30 cities nationwide. This garbage truck features hydraulic self-dumping reinforced rear axle, a favorite of property management and sanitation stations. This one, a flatbed transport truck, hauls grain and building materials in rural areas with a cargo bed that can hold 800 gene. And this one, the engineering dump truck, a little ace at construction sites. Xu Chen finishes his introduction in one breath, takes a deep breath, and raises a finger to the camera. These vehicles, you might not know their names, but 1/3 of the courier tricycles and sanitation tricycles you see on the roads are made by Tianyu. #1 in the country, no boasting. Most importantly, these vehicles use Tianyu's self-developed universal chassis, the rock-solid chassis, and all 3 electric technologies are also self-developed. Tianyu truly has real technology. Xu Chen gives a thumbs up and praises. A barrage of comments scrolls by, so the courier vehicles on the road are all made by Tianyu. Wow, Tianyu actually has real tech. I thought they only made Porsche's little brothers. Of course, besides special vehicles and the familiar old person scooters, this time they launched a major new product, a truly smart electric motorcycle. What does truly smart mean? Everyone come with me and see. The scene cuts to the Xishing X5. Xu Chen walks around the car, crouches down, and points at the front wheel, inverted front fork, dual piston caliper, floating brake disc. What does this mean? Domestic fuel motorcycles costing 20,000 yuan wouldn't even provide these. Look at this, a 7-inch LCD screen, the first smart app for remote control, lithium iron phosphate battery, range of 90 kilometers. This Xishing app is very well made, arguably the best in domestic electric motorcycles. The Tianyu head told me that every provincial capital will have an official direct sales store opening. Other cities will follow. He stands up, pats the seat. The overall design language is minimalist without a single unnecessary line. Frankly speaking, even the flagship models of big companies like Yidea and Ima don't have as high configurations, yet they are more expensive. The camera pans over the Xishing logo on the front. Xu Chen adds, price, within 7,000 yuan. I know you're going to say it's expensive. Don't worry, keep watching. The scene switches to the other side of the booth, where 2 similarly minimalist electric bicycles and a 3-wheeled passenger vehicle are parked side by side. Xu Chen walks over, pats the seat of one of the two-wheelers. Tianyu Xishing, a 2-wheeled electric bicycle. Lead-acid battery, range of 60 kilometers, no smart app, no inverted front fork, just an ordinary honest commuter vehicle. How much? 2,299. He then points to the 3-wheeled passenger vehicle next to it, Tianyu Ejia 3-wheeled passenger version, also with lead-acid battery, range of 65 kilometers, enough for grocery shopping or picking up kids in the city. Price 4,499. He spreads his hands, his expression turning serious. Tianyu's idea is simple. It depends on which one you need. At the end of the video, the comment section is quickly flooded by netizens. Wait, who is that beautiful woman next to the electric scooter? Damn, is she a model? Damn it, why didn't anyone tell me? An electric vehicle expo with such high-quality models. I'm freaking out in Zhengzhou. This is a first for Tianyu, hiring so many models for an electric vehicle expo. Awesome. Did Xu Chen not get paid today? He's praising so sincerely. Did Tianyu top up his meal card? Inverted front fork, dual piston caliper for 7,000. I'd spend more than that just on a modified set. Where can I buy it? I really need it. Special vehicles, #1 in the country. No wonder all the garbage trucks in my neighborhood bear the Tianyu logo. A 3rd Tianyu 2-wheeler and a 7th Tianyu 2-wheeler. Such a huge difference. So Tianyu has so many businesses. I thought they only made Porsche-style old person scooters. So after messing with Lading and Jinping, they're going after Yidea and Ima. Where is the Wuhan direct sales store? I think this Xishing X5 is great, want to experience it. Xu Chen looked at the video viewership data of Xu Chen, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that hiring Xu Chen was the right move. His influence on Autohome could not be underestimated, and besides, most of the audience were adult men. For electric motorcycles, they were potential customers. At this moment, Dong Jin knocked and entered holding a report in his hand, his face beaming with a smile. President Su, we were right to participate in this expo. Xu Chen took the report, his eyes quickly scanning the numbers. Dong Jin reported excitedly beside him. Over the 3-day expo, Tianyu's entire model lineup received cumulative intent orders of 2,300 units, with the Xishing X5 alone accounting for 1,400 units. Dealers from several southern provinces signed intent agreements on the spot. Just in Guangdong province, 3 dealers want to obtain the agency rights. We also received over 20 franchise inquiries for Xishing Technologies direct sales stores, all from provincial capitals, asking about store opening conditions and initial stocking policies. He turned a page and continued reading. The Xishing app's downloads have increased by 1,000 in the past few days. Backend data shows high user activity. Many people repeatedly open it to check vehicle information and demo functions. Mata said the server load is a bit tight. and they are already expanding capacity. In addition, dealers from Yadea and Ima also secretly came to talk, saying they want to do business with both sides, asking about our regional protection policy. Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, tapping the armrest lightly with his fingers. 230 intent orders with an average unit price of 6,000 alone represents over 10 million yuan in potential sales. More importantly, brand awareness. Shunjin's video was up on Autohome for a day with over 500,000 views, over 2,000 comments, and the topic, Tianyu Zhixing X5, on Weibo also surpassed 1 million reads. Previously, Tianyu was just a maker of old-person scooters in consumers' minds, but now that impression is gradually being turned around. He put down the report and said to Dong Jin, keep a close eye on the intent orders, but don't let the birds in hand fly away. Work out a plan for Zhixing Technologies' franchise policy as soon as possible. Give priority to provincial capitals and make sure regional protection is well done to avoid internal competition. Also tell Manga to speed up the app server expansion. After the Zhixing X5 is launched, the user experience must not collapse. Wuxi Yadea headquarters. The atmosphere in the meeting room was oppressive. A promotional video of the Zhixing X5 was playing on the screen. The middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table spoke. Everyone, let's discuss. How should we respond to the Zhixing X? Dong Jingwei set the remote control on the table, the screen frozen on a close-up of the Zhixing X5's inverted front fork. The executives of Yadi in the meeting room exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak first. No one says anything. Dong Jingwei picked up his teacup, then set it down again. Then he'll start. We signed. Li Miho shouted. Higher-end electric vehicles and raked in 5.8 billion in revenue last year. And then, a company that makes old people's scooters with a 700 yuan vehicle ground our flagship model's specs into the dirt. The marketing director cautiously ventured. President Dong, maybe we should switch to lithium batteries. The RD Center is already evaluating. Evaluating? Until when? By the time they finish, Tianyu's direct sale stores will have opened in Wuxi. Dong Jingwei slammed the cup down heavily. Starting tomorrow, channel all RD resources to high-end smart lithium electric vehicles. Next year, I want a product that can go head-to-head with the Zhixing X5. Not cheaper, better. That's Yadi's bottom line. At IMA headquarters in Tianjin, Jin leaned back in his chair, twirling a pen in his hand. He stared at the photo of the crowd at Tianyu's booth on the PPT and let out a long sigh. IMA is #1 in sales this year. 3 endorsers, J. Cho, Kim, Suhyun, EXO. All that money spent, the brand is loud. And what? Their 700 yuan vehicle has higher specs than our Explorer. The Explorer, we spent a fortune on Bosch to co-develop the golden dual-core control system. Inverted front fork, dual-piston calipers. And us. Regular fork, single-piston, front disc, rear drum. I blushed just saying it. The marketing manager carefully said, President Zhang, maybe we should hire models too. The model at Tianyu's booth went viral on certain sites. Hire models. Can models solve the configuration problem? Zhang Jian tossed the pen aside. Get a Zhixing X5, have the RD Center produce a teardown report. I want to know how they squeeze down the cost. Also reach out to Yadi, see how they plan to respond. At Tailong headquarters in Shenzhen, Sun Muzin pushed up his glasses and stared at the screen showing Tianyu's booth. His expression was calm, but his fingers tapped lightly on the desk. The best thing Tailong has this year is the cloud electric vehicle. We thought it was the industry's ceiling. But the Zhixing X5's app came out. Remote lock, GPS tracking, real-time battery monitoring. Users control everything with one tap on their phone. Our cloud still uses Bluetooth. They're on 4G modules. The technical director leaned in. President Sun, maybe we should upgrade our app too. Add a location feature. Sun Muzin glanced at him. Add location. Our hardware doesn't support it. To upgrade, would have to redesign the whole vehicle circuit, change the controller, add a GPS module. That alone adds at least 300 yuan per vehicle. How do you expect the marketing department to price it? The technical director fell silent. Sun Muzin rubbed his temples, picked up his phone, and sent a message to the procurement department. Check who supplies Tianyu's batteries and controllers. See if we can intercept. In Shuzhou, Liu Shouguang leaned back in his chair, watching the live footage of Tianyu's expo on the projection screen. He watched it twice, then froze on the structural diagram of the rock-solid chassis. Can we make this modular chassis? He asked. Old Liu, in charge of technology, took off his glasses and wiped them, choosing his words carefully. Chairman, we can, but it takes time. Tianyu's system connects the rear axle, suspension, motor, and battery through universal interfaces. We tore down one of their 3-wheelers. The structure isn't complicated, and we understand the principles. But the problem is our supply chain has always been built on traditional lines. To switch to modular, we'd have to reselect upstream suppliers, retool the production line, and retrain workers. How long? Old Liu held up one finger, at least half a year. Within 6 months to a year, Jinping's modular chassis can be deployed. Liu Shouguang was silent for a moment, his fingers tapping gently on the desk. Half a year to a year, neither long nor short. He thought for a moment, then asked, if we concentrate resources, can we compress it to 6 months? Old Liu gave a wry smile. Chairman, 6 months isn't impossible. But RD investment would at least double, and would have to pull the core people from the 3-wheeler division. The problem is that division has its own RD tasks. Lu Shouguang waved him off, pushed the three-wheeler tasks back. Tianyu's chassis is no empty showpiece. It's truly capable. Jinping has been making three-wheelers for years. We can't fall behind in chassis technology. Go back and draft a plan. I want to see a prototype by the end of the year. If you need more people, hire them. If you need more money, approve it. Jinping doesn't lack money. It lacks determination. Old Lu nodded solemnly, packed up his notebook, and strode out of the meeting room. Lu Shouguang sat alone, staring at the chassis diagram on the screen for a long time. Suddenly, he smiled. A company that makes old people scooters has forced a company that's been deep in three-wheelers for years to accelerate RD. Our times are changing. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside, rows of three-wheelers stood ready for shipment, Jinping's logo glinting in the sunlight. It can be done, but it takes time, he repeated old Liu's words to himself, his tone carrying a mixture of helplessness and certainty. Then we'll race against time. After the expo and the Xixing X5's muscle-flexing, Tianyu had officially transitioned from a regional brand to a national one, ready to compete head-to-head with established players like Yadiyama and Tailong, which had been deeply rooted in the passenger vehicle market for years. Time flowed like water, fleeting as a white horse passing a crack. October slipped away. In the office, Xu Chen listened to Dong Jin's report on the October sales figures and summarized them. The October sales data quickly assembled on Xu Chen's desk. For the old people scooters, total monthly sales broke through the 300 mark, reaching 31000 units. Among them, 1900 were manufactured by Tianyu in-house and 100 were OEM by Heji. The OEM ratio was slightly higher than last month, mainly because the new factory hadn't started production yet, and the in-house lines were at full capacity. Riding the expo's momentum, the three-wheeler business pushed hard in the last 10 days, achieving monthly sales of 230 units, an increase of nearly 10 compared to September. For the two-wheeler business, the Tianyu Xixing officially launched and sold 200 units in 10 days. The Xixing X5 was still in the pre-sale phase, but pre-orders had accumulated to 220 units, with customers paying substantial deposits awaiting delivery in mid-November. The three-wheeled passenger vehicle Ejia launched the latest, with deliveries starting only in the last week, achieving sales of just 800 units. But considering its recent launch, the number was still acceptable. Xu Chen flipped to the last page of the report, his eyes settling on the cash balance column. As of the end of October, Tianyu's liquid cash on hand was approximately 380 million yuan. This amount included the profit accumulation from the first half of the year, monthly sales collections from the second half, minus cumulative investments of over 100 million in the new factory, over 110 million in Road 7, 5 million for 5 direct sales stores, and other routine operating expenses. The initial payments and dealer deposits from the 200 plus pre-orders for the Xixing X5 were also included, but the bulk was still real revenue from vehicle sales. Net profit had accumulated to 600 million, completing 60 of the system task. It was estimated that by the end of the year, the next keyword could be unlocked. Xu Chen looked eagerly at the system panel, wondering what the next divine artifact would be. Staring at the effects of the character divine artifact, he suddenly smacked his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this keyword effect? How could he have forgotten this? Continuous investment in self-developed technology would yield unexpected results. That is to say, Xu Chen could now invest modestly in some enterprises or RD, and with not much capital, he could still achieve some outcomes. Xu Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his mind racing. Semiconductors were in place, image sensors were in place, but the connection between automobiles and smartphones still lacked several pieces of the puzzle. He picked up a pen and wrote down a few keywords on the whiteboard. In vehicle system, vehicle, networking, mobile, RF, smart cockpit. Tianxin is making MCUs and motor drive chips. Tianguang is making cameras and image processing. But that's not enough, Xu Chen murmured to himself. In the future, cars and phones need to be fully integrated. Users should be able to control the car with their phones, and the car should transmit data to the phone. What is the core of this? Communication chips. He recalled that around 2014, in his previous life, 4G had just become popular, and the concept of vehicle networking was still limited to Bluetooth calling and navigation. But by 2018 and 2019, CV2X and 5G were integrated into cars, truly turning them into smart terminals. Now is the perfect time to lay the groundwork. Xu Chen added another line on the whiteboard, a communication chip design company, specializing in automotive-grade V2X communication chips and Bluetooth Wi-Fi modules. This market was large enough, the barriers high enough, but not insurmountable. Invest a few tens of millions, assemble a team of a dozen people, start from reverse engineering, and slowly chip away. Additionally, the in-vehicle operating system was a major pitfall. In 2014, Android hadn't yet been widely adopted in cars, and QNX was mainstream but expensive in licensing fees. If Tianyu had its own lightweight in-vehicle OS installed in its own cars, costs would be controllable and the user experience unified. Xu Chen picked up the pen and wrote down 2 company names on the whiteboard: Tiantong Technology, Communication Chip Design, Tianyuan Software, in-vehicle operating system. No rush, take it slow. He put down the pen and leaned back into his chair. Invest in one company per quarter, start with 10 to 20 million each, and let the teams get going. Success or failure, the verdict will come in 2 or 3 years. Once the automotive-grade system was up and running, they could pivot to the consumer side, such as mobile operating systems. In his previous life, only Harmony OS, Android, and iOS formed a tripartite balance. Now it was only 2014, and Tianyu could enter this field. Whether by acquiring a mobile phone company or starting one from scratch, both options were viable. Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, staring at the densely packed company names on the whiteboard, and suddenly realized a problem. Under Tianyu Chuxing, there were already several companies. Tianxing Energy, Tianxin Semiconductor, Tianguang Imaging, Xixing Technology, Tianshun Construction, plus the newly conceived Tiantong Technology and Tianyuan Software, as well as the already built provincial parts centers and direct sales stores across various regions. Some of these companies were wholly owned, some were subsidiaries, and some were independent brands. The management structure had already begun to become chaotic. It wasn't yet obvious, but as the scale grew larger, issues of unclear responsibilities, resource waste, and internal conflicts would surface. Xu Chen sat up straight, picked up the pen, and drew a large box in the center of the whiteboard, writing 4 big characters above it: Tianyu Group. Establish a group company, he muttered to himself, the pen tip-tapping on the box. All subsidiaries will be placed under the group, operating independently, but functions like finance, legal, PR, HR, design, and R&D will be centrally managed by the group. Each company will have a general manager reporting to the group. He then drew several smaller boxes beside it, each with the name of a company, and connected them with arrows. The positioning of Tianxing Energy needed to be reorganized. Battery R&D should actually be elevated to the group level, establishing a 3 electric technology R&D center that unified management of motors, electronic controls, and batteries. Tianxing Energy itself, as a manufacturing enterprise, would be responsible for battery mass production and sales. In the future, it could be listed independently to raise funds for expansion. By the same logic, Tianxin Semiconductor would handle chip design and sales, Tianguang Imaging would handle sensors and camera modules, Xixing Technology would handle the high-end smart 2-wheel brand, and Tianshun Construction would continue with engineering projects. Each company's R&D functions would gradually be consolidated under the group, but each would retain its own production and sales systems. Xu Chen put down the pen and stared at the organizational chart for a long time. Some companies were not suitable for listing, such as Tianshun Construction. Good cash flow, but limited growth potential, no need to list. But Tianxing Energy was different. Batteries were the core track for the next decade. Listing independently to raise funds for expansion would yield a high valuation. If Tianxin Semiconductor could produce automotive-grade MCUs, it would also be a strong candidate for listing. Xixing Technology, following a high-end brand route, didn't need to rush into listing, but should first establish its brand. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhou Qingshuan. Uncle Zhou, let's have a meeting next week to discuss forming a group company. Also help me find some headhunters to recruit a vice president experienced in group management and a CFO. After sending the message, he placed the phone on the table, leaned back, and stared at the ceiling. Tianyu's scope was expanding rapidly, and he could no longer rely solely on his own intuitive decisions. Professionals should handle professional matters. Group management was long overdue. After receiving Xu Chen's message, Zhou Chengxian was silent for a long time. He knew that the establishment of the group was inevitable, otherwise managing so many companies would be chaotic. And with the group's formation, little Xu would surely want to reclaim the shares of Tianyu Chuxing. He pulled out a document from his office drawer, the original equity structure of Tianyu Chuxing. After Xu Weiguo's passing, Xu Chen inherited 80 of the shares, while the remaining 20 was distributed among a few old comrades. Zhou Qingxian himself held 8, Xu Yan held 5, Dong Jin held 3, and 2 early partners who had already retired each held 2. These were the people who had fought alongside Xu Weiguo to build the company. The shares were not large, but each was invested with real money and represented Xu Weiguo's loyalty to his brothers. Little Xu, have you thought it through? He pushed open the door and came straight to the point. This time, he didn't call him President Xu, indicating it was a private matter. Xu Chen was standing in front of the whiteboard, which bore the organizational chart of Tianyu Group. He turned around and looked at Zhou Qingshuan. Uncle Zhou, Tianyu's scope is expanding. Forming a group is only a matter of time. The group must be wholly owned by me personally. Our equity cannot be dispersed. Otherwise, future decisions will become very troublesome. Zhou Chengxian was silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Then I'll just give you my 8 directly. Xu Chen walked over, pulled a document from the drawer, and handed it to him. At Tianyu Travel's current valuation of 200 million, 8% is 16 million. Uncle Zhou, this is the highest price I can offer. Zhou Chengxian took the document without looking at it, instead fixing his gaze on Xu Chen. Xiao Su, when your father gave me these shares back, then the company wasn't even worth a fraction of this. Your father is gone, and you saved the company single-handedly. These shares were always rightfully yours. He picked up the pen and signed the document. As for the money, just give me whatever you think is fair. But I have one condition: I still want to manage Tianyu Travel. It's not about the benefits. It's just that I've watched it grow step by step, and I can't bear to sit idle yet. Xu Chen took the signed document, a lump forming in his throat. He managed to smile. Uncle Zhou, Tianyu Travel will definitely need your oversight. After the group is established, you'll also serve as the group's vice president, and Tianyu Travel will still be under your control. Zhou Chengxian waved his hand, rose to leave, but turned back at the door. He'll handle Su Yin and Dong Jin. Those two old timers won't necessarily accept the money if you offer it directly. Let me negotiate for you. Don't get involved, or they'll lose face. Xu Chen nodded, watching Zhou Chengxian leave. Over the following days, Zhou Chengxian visited Su Yin, Dong Jin, and the two retired old colleagues one by one. Su Yan's 5% valued at 10 million. He signed with only a single remark: Tianyu's future rests on Xiao Su now. Dong Jin's 3% 6 million. His hands trembled as he signed, not because of the money, but because from this day forward Tianyu would no longer be the small workshop they had all held together. The two retired old colleagues, each holding 2%, took 4 million each, chuckling. Old Su up there must be grinning from ear to ear, seeing how capable Xiao Su has become. In less than a week, all shares were bought back. Xu Chen, with 100% controlling stake, achieved absolute control over Tianyu Travel. When Su Weigua founded Tianyu Travel, it might not have been worth even a fraction of this money, but these were loyal veterans who had worked alongside his father for years, Xu Chen's elders. Even when Tianyu was on the verge of collapse, no one had thought to disband and split the money. He couldn't bring himself to discard them after their usefulness was over. He paid what was due, and such a share buyback would only happen this once. On the funding side, Xu Chen withdrew a portion of dividends from the company's accounts to gather the full acquisition amount. Though the company's working capital decreased somewhat, it remained within a safe range. On the day of signing, Xu Chen invited all the shareholders to the Tianyu cafeteria, setting up 2 tables of drinks. He raised his glass, looking at these uncles who had built the empire alongside his father. After a long silence, he spoke. Dear uncles, Tianyu is not my Tianyu alone. Without you, there would be no today. Zhou Chengxian was the first to stand, draining his glass in one gulp. Eyes reddened. He patted Xu Chen's shoulder. Xiao Su, if your father were still here, he would be proud of you. After the banquet, Xu Chen went straight to the company. With all shares recovered, the next step was to thoroughly reorganize Tianyu's structure. The next morning, he called Zhou Chengshuan, the financial director and the legal advisor, for a closed-door meeting. I plan to rename Tianyu Travel to Tianyu Group Co. Ltd. Xu Chen got straight to the point. Then register a new company, Tianyu Travel Technology Co. Ltd. And transfer all original business units, vehicle manufacturing, sales and after-sales, into it. All other subsidiaries will become wholly owned subsidiaries of Tianyu Holdings, operating independently with equity under the holding group. The legal advisor nodded. The operation unfolds in several steps. First, rename the original company. Second, register Tianyu Travel Technology and transfer assets, liabilities, personnel, and qualifications. Third, transfer subsidiary equity to the holding group. Fourth, assign each subsidiary's legal representative to its respective general manager aligned with the position. Xu Chen asked about the timeline. The legal advisor replied, industrial and commercial changes take 1 to 2 weeks. Asset transfer and equity changes proceed simultaneously, roughly 1 month. Contract renegotiation and qualification transfer are the slowest. With hundreds of dealerships, it may take 1 to 3 months. Qualification recertification could take 3 to 6 months. Let's act separately. Uncle Zhou, please oversee the new company registration and asset transfer. Legal and finance coordinate well. After the meeting, Xu Chen didn't leave immediately. Instead, he flipped through a stack of resumes sent by headhunters. The group's structure was in place, but they lacked people, senior executives capable of leading independently. During that week of interviews, Xu Chen met with over a dozen candidates. The choice for CFO ultimately fell on Chun Lifeng, who had worked in finance at Yutong Bus for 8 years, led a Hong Kong IPO, and was well-versed in manufacturing and capital operations. CHO Zhao Min jumped from Huawei, having spent 6 years in their HR system handling overseas employee incentives and organizational restructuring. Xu Chen planned to have Zhao Min, once on board, start designing the organizational structure and employee incentive plans for each subsidiary. Sun Hao, general manager of Tianqing Energy, had previously managed Eastern China operations at CXL, holding a portfolio of major clients. Gu Yunfei chose to stay as technical director, stepping back from management. Li Xiqing, market director of Tianqing Semiconductor, came from Texas Instruments, understanding both chips and automotive-grade standards. He was put in charge of sales and marketing, easing Wu Hanming's burden to focus on chip development without these distractions. Wang Shui, general manager of Xixing Technology, came from a Xiaomi ecosystem company, having handled related projects with a knack for fan economy and online marketing. After a week of interviews, Xu Chen settled on 7 people. Their reasons for joining Tianyu were largely the same. After reviewing the company's development materials, they believed it was small, but growing fast with room for expansion and real work to be done. Xu Chen didn't offer group equity directly, but laid his cards on the table. I won't touch Tianyu Group's equity, but the subsidiary you run will grant you profit sharing. Tianqing Energy, Tianqing Semiconductor, and Xixing Technology each operates independently. At year-end, 5% of the subsidiary's net profit is distributed to the management team. As the head, you take the lion's share. For group executives, dividends were based on group profits according to agreed ratios. He paused, then added, but let me be clear up front. If a subsidiary operates at a loss, there's no profit sharing, and the group will evaluate management's retention. Perform well, and your dividends exceed your salary. I'll perform poorly, and you know what to expect. Almost everyone showed hesitation upon hearing this. Should they accept? After listening, several people pondered for a moment, and then chose to sign the letter of intent. Over the next month, Tianyu was frantic with activity. By the end of November, all procedures were basically completed except for the qualification certificates. The original, Tianyu Travel Co., Ltd., was renamed Tianyu Group Co., Ltd., with the legal representative Xu Chen holding 100 personal shares. A new company, Tianyu Travel Technology Co., Ltd., was registered with a registered capital of 100 million yuan, wholly owned by Tianyu Group, with Xu Chen as the legal representative. The original company's vehicle manufacturing, sales, after-sales, dealer network, parts center, and other businesses, along with assets, personnel, and contracts, were all transferred to the new company. The equity of subsidiary companies such as Tianqing Energy, Tianqing Semiconductor, Tianguang Imaging, Xixing Technology, and Tiansheng Construction was all transferred to the group. The names of each company remained unchanged, registered as wholly owned subsidiaries of Tianyu Group in the business registry. The legal representatives of each subsidiary were appointed by their respective general managers: Sun Hao for Tianqing Energy, Wu Hanming for Tianqing Semiconductor, Liu Jiangwo for Tianguang Imaging, Wang Shui for Xixing Technology, and the original general manager of Tiansheng Construction remained in position. Xu Chen also established a strategic investment department and a central research institute under the group, led by 2 newly recruited senior executives respectively. In addition, at the group level there were 4 centers and 4 departments. The Financial Management Center, Human Resources Center, Administrative Management Center, and Supply Chain Management Center, plus the Legal Compliance Department, Supervision and Audit Department, Information Technology Department, and Brand Public Relations Department, together with the Strategic Investment Department and Central Research Institute, totaling 10 functional departments. The Supervision and Audit Department reported directly to Xu Chen, serving as the eyes and fist of group governance. By the time the work was done, it was already early December. Xu Chen sat in his office looking at the thick stack of change documents on the table and let out a long sigh of relief. With 7 subsidiaries, 1 research institute, and 1 strategic investment department under Tianyu Group, the organizational structure was finally set up. He took out his phone and sent a message to Zhou Qingshuan, notify the general managers of all subsidiaries that the group's first business analysis meeting will be held next week. Each company should report its annual summary and next year's plans. Zhou Qingshuan instantly replied, received. Xu Chen placed his phone on the table, leaned back in his chair, and fixed his gaze on the night scenery outside the window. Tianyu's development was just beginning. During this period, although Xu Chen had been busy with the establishment of the group company and executive recruitment, the development of Tianyu Travel would not stop because of this. Throughout November, as the weather turned colder, demand for enclosed electric vehicles rose, while demand for 3-wheeled and 2-wheeled vehicles declined. However, sales of Tianyu 01 and 02 increased that month. The design department, based on the designs of these 2 models, launched a new design, namely the Tianyu 03. After the release, someone posted photos directly onto Mercedes-Benz Wagwo's official Weibo account, leaving Mercedes-Benz's official team speechless. The official team then had the legal department conduct an investigation. The result was the same: no infringement was found, as patent avoidance measures had been taken. What could Mercedes-Benz do? They could only let it slide, offering no response nor issuing any announcement. The funniest part was that Porsche Huawei, apparently forgetting to switch accounts, actually liked a comment on that image's comment section, followed by Land Rover Huawei, as if performing some kind of welcome ceremony. The other luxury car brands trembled in fear, worried that the next one to be imitated would be them. Xu Chen, don't rush after finishing yours, well do yours. After finishing his, well do yours. Everyone will have a luxury car, baby, to drive. But this time rivals like Lei Ding also dared not openly copy. They had learned their lesson and made changes to their new car designs to align with the luxury car aesthetic. Thanks to Chen Zhen's exposure, the government stepped in with fines, and everyone behaved themselves, not daring to cheat, honestly improving quality. However, this farce also drew the attention of the authorities to this unregulated market, and some had already begun proposing policies to rectify this sector. Xu Chen probably did not expect that his slick moves would actually make the country notice the old man's joy low-speed electric vehicle sector earlier and introduce regulations. The sales data for November was also tallied. On the 4-wheeled vehicle side, the 3 enclosed models, Tianyu 01, Tianyu 02, and Tianyu 03, sold a total of 38000 units. As the weather turned cold, users who had originally ridden in the open air switched to the weatherproof, old man's joy vehicles. Additionally, Tianqing Energy's mass-produced low-temperature assistant lead-acid batteries were officially launched. Old customers could trade in their old batteries for new ones with an additional 100 yuan, ensuring no loss of range in winter and completely dispelling the concerns of northern users. The newly launched Tianyu 03 performed particularly impressively. Adopting the square and rugged Mercedes-Benz Big G style, the Tianyu 03 contributed 600 units in just 20 days. The two older models Tianyu 01 and Tianyu 02 also sold 300 units. Overall four-wheeled vehicle sales increased significantly compared to October. The three-wheeled vehicle business experienced slight fluctuations due to the weather, but the low-temperature assistant batteries, with a trade-in policy of adding 50 yuan for old customers, stabilized the foundation. Household cargo and delivery vehicles totaled 12,000 units. Special vehicles continued to benefit from the momentum of the expo, with sanitation trucks, garbage trucks, patrol cars, etc., totaling 3,000 units, a 20% increase over the previous month. In the two-wheeled vehicle segment, the Xisheng X5 began deliveries in mid-November. With conversion of pre-orders and new orders, the monthly total reached 2,500 units. The Tianyu Yixing saw sales decline to 120 units due to winter riding conditions, and the three-wheeled passenger vehicle Ejia sold 800 units. All models across the group combined total sales exceeded 5,800 units. The effect of the expo was not only reflected in the numbers, but also in market recognition. Dealers from southern provinces such as Dongguan, Xiguang, Nanyun, and Fuxing proactively approached, and for the first time Tianyu sales network truly covered the entire country. The winter in the south is not cold, so the range of the old man's joy vehicles is unaffected, and the consumption capacity is also strong. Tianyu's foundation in the south is rapidly taking root. Since the trade-in campaign launched in November, dealer feedback from all regions has been explosive, and word of mouth among the people is more effective than any advertisement. The old batteries collected by dealers from various regions quickly filled the warehouses. Gu Yunfei had been prepared in advance. Tianyu Energy had already obtained the qualification for recycling waste lead-acid batteries and built a dismantling and reprocessing line. After the old batteries were transported to the workshop, the waste acid was treated harmlessly. The plastic shells were crushed into granules for recycling, and the lead plates were smelted into 99.9 pure recycled lead ingots. The recycled lead ingots were reused to produce new batteries. The cost of recycling 1 ton of old batteries is about 400 yuan, and the market price of the recycled lead is 700 to 800 yuan. After deducting labor and energy costs, there is still a profit margin of 100 to 200 yuan per ton. The lead in lead-acid batteries can be recycled infinitely, and each regeneration is much cheaper than mining primary ore. Tianyu Energy's recycling system not only digested the old batteries from its own trade-in program, but also achieved a closed-loop resource system. Monday, December 7th. In the Tianyu Group conference room, formerly the Tianyu Travel Conference Room, the room was packed. This was the first formal business analysis meeting after the group's establishment. After the heads of each subsidiary reported their November results, Xu Chen was about to give a concluding speech. Dong Jin suddenly pushed open the door and entered holding a tablet with a strange expression on his face. He walked over to Xu Chen, lowered his voice, and said a few words, then handed the tablet to him. Xu Chen glanced down, his brow slightly furrowed, and the atmosphere in the conference room instantly fell silent. On the screen was a photo of a document with the heading "Draft for Comments on the Specification for the Low-Speed Electric Vehicle Industry." The regulations came so quickly. After the meeting concluded, Xu Chen, Zhou Qingxuan, Zhao Min, and Chen Lifeng gathered in Xu Chen's office. Gazing at the tablet's content, they fell into a momentary silence. Xu Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the sofa armrest, recalling from his past life how this policy had slashed the sales of competitors like Lading and Jinpeng in half, who no one dared to defy the nation's directives. Tianyu now sold nearly 40,000 units monthly, already a leading enterprise in the four-wheel low-speed electric vehicle sector. Although the policy would take about half a year to be formally enacted, once implemented Tianyu sales would inevitably suffer, triggering a chain reaction. So what path should Tianyu take? Zhou Qingshuan's face showed distress, while Chen Lifeng and Zhao Min, new to the company, had no clue. After a long pause, Xu Chen slowly spoke. National policies are certainly unchangeable. Then we must seek new directions. Xu Chen pulled over his favorite whiteboard, grabbed a marker, and boldly wrote in large characters, "New energy vehicles. Since the state intends to restrict four-wheel low-speed EVs, we shall build cars." Xu Chen smiled at Zhao Min and Chen Lifeng. To be honest, I've always harbored a dream of building cars, to create truly new energy vehicles. Chen Lifeng pondered and inquired, President Xu, to build cars, we first need manufacturing qualifications. Exactly. That's Tianyu's next move. Acquire a car manufacturing company. Xu Chen outlined the plan. Chen, what's the available cash on Tianyu's books? Chen Lifeng glanced at his tablet. President Xu, as of November 30th, the available funds are about 520 million plus approximately 60 million in accounts receivable from subsidiaries, totaling around 580 million. Xu Chen nodded. That amount sufficed to acquire a qualified car manufacturer. He returned to the main topic. The most critical task now is to obtain the new energy vehicle production qualification. Let's start searching for suitable companies immediately. With Xu Chen's order, the legal and investment departments began a flurry of activity as acquiring a company required thorough due diligence to avoid any disastrous pitfalls. Over the next week, the legal and investment departments reviewed all qualified companies nationwide, but the results were grim. Those with clean qualifications and normal capacity were not for sale. Those willing to sell were either heavily indebted or had flawed qualifications, making them hot potatoes. In the conference room, besides Xu Chen and his 3 colleagues, the heads of the investment and legal departments were present. Han Song, the investment head 39, had spent 8 years in investment banking, leading multiple manufacturing M&A projects with a sharp eye for opportunities. The legal head Zhang Wei was the legal pioneer Zhang Yida, who had helped Tianyu win the patent lawsuit. After that victory, Xu Chen recruited him to lead the company's legal affairs. His professional skills were solid and his work ethic reliable. President Xu, there are only a limited number of companies nationwide with new energy vehicle production qualifications. We screened 3 rounds according to your criteria: clean qualifications, normal capacity, and willingness to sell, and found none. The ones willing to sell are mostly shell companies. Some don't even have production lines, just a license asking for hundreds of millions. Han Song pointed at the red text on the screen. Acquiring such a company carries too much risk. Currently, there are no directly acquirable car manufacturing qualifications on the market. Han Song's conclusion was bleak. Silence filled the room for a few seconds. Zhou Chengxian suddenly spoke. President Xu, I recall a company. He flipped open his notebook. In Luoyang, there's Lincoln Motors. They had been applying for a new energy vehicle production qualification with all materials ready and a prototype that passed tests. Only the final review was pending. But this year the parent company's funding chain broke, halting the project. If someone takes over, injects capital to continue the process, they can obtain a brand new energy production and sales license. Xu Chen's eyes lit up. Taking over an application that had reached the final step was even better than buying an existing license. The parent company had collapsed, the qualification not yet approved, but all prerequisites were met. It was as if the approval was only a step away and Tianyu could take that step. What's the situation with this company? Xu Chen asked. Zhou Chengxian turned a page. Lincoln Motors has a newly built A0 class new energy sedan factory in Luoyang high-tech zone, with complete 4 major production lines: stamping, welding, painting, assembly. Equipment installation and commissioning are basically finished, but due to funding issues, the final step of the production qualification approval MIT announcement was not completed, leaving the factory built, but not yet operational. Xu Chen stood up, walked to the whiteboard, and wrote Luoyang Lincoln in a large qualification. Lincoln's qualification hasn't been granted yet. He turned, scanning the room, and Lincoln also has a new energy sedan factory, saving us construction time. Chen Lifeng nodded. If it's only a matter of the final review, timing is critical. Delays could cause prototype certification to expire or standards to change, forcing a restart. Speed is essential. Xu Chen stood, walked to the whiteboard, and wrote Luoyang Lincoln. He turned back, scanning the room. Han Song, lead a team to Luoyang for an on-site assessment. Investigate Lincoln's assets, liabilities, personnel, and technical capabilities thoroughly. Zhang Wei, assist with legal due diligence. Focus on whether the parent company has mortgaged Lincoln's assets or has hidden debts. I want a complete report in 3 days. Han Song and Zhang Wei nodded simultaneously. Understood. The next day, Han Song and Zhang Wei flew to Luoyang with their teams. Over 2 days, they inspected the factory, checked equipment lists, and reviewed financial statements. Lincoln's new factory in the high-tech zone had its 4 major production lines nearly complete, awaiting only the final qualification approval. The factory had an annual capacity of 500 vehicles. A layer of dust covered the workshop, and the protective film on the machines remained untouched. The reason for the parent company's funding collapse was also clarified. The boss had acquired 3 plots of land in Luoyang, Zhengzhou, and Xi'an for real estate development. When the housing market declined in 2014, capital couldn't be recovered, and Lincoln became a casualty. The factory buildings and equipment were unencumbered. The parent company simply lacked funds to complete the approval process. After hearing the report, Xu Chen contacted the Luoyang Municipal Committee that very day. Upon learning that Tianyu Group intended to take over Lincoln, they responded enthusiastically. Given Tianyu's achievements and guide over the past 6 months, the company's willingness to invest in Luoyang was a welcome opportunity for political achievement. The Luoyang Committee promised full support for the qualification approval, with all processes fast-tracked. Simultaneously, Chen Lifeng led a team to Zhengzhou to register a new company, Boundless Auto, with a registered capital of 200 million yuan, wholly owned by Tianyu Group. Xu Chen personally chose the name, symbolizing breaking boundaries and freedom. Boundless Auto would serve as the main entity under Tianyu Group for the new energy vehicle business, absorbing Lincoln's qualifications and factory. With everything prepared, Xu Chen decided to meet the owner of Lincoln Motors in person. The appointment was set for Friday afternoon at the Lincoln factory's conference room. Zhou Chengxian drove with Xu Chen in the passenger seat, reviewing Han Song's due diligence report. Outside the window, the highway was flanked by barren fields. The December sky over Nanha was gray, with occasional trucks overtaking them. Uncle Zhou, what if the owner demands an exorbitant price? Xu Chen closed the report. Zhou Chengxian kept his eyes on the road while negotiate. When have you ever been afraid of bargaining? Xu Chen gave a resigned smile and said nothing. The car exited the expressway toll station passing signs for Luoyang High-Tech Zone. At the gate of Lincoln Motors, a middle-aged man in a dark blue jacket stood with a few others waiting. Xu Chen pushed open the car door, a cold wind rushing in. He pulled his coat tighter and walked toward the man. President Xu, an honor to meet you. The man extended his hand, his smile weary, but eyes holding something unreadable. President Zhao, hello. Xu Chen shook his hand, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Was this man truly willing to sell, or did he have other plans? Only Xu Chen and Director Zhao were in the meeting room. The air conditioner hummed warmly, and a thin layer of mist had formed on the glass like a veil. Director Zhao motioned for him to sit, and personally poured him a cup of tea. Xu Chen picked up the cup, but didn't drink, immediately waiting for him to speak. Director Zhao set down his cup, his voice a little dry. The real estate market collapsed in 2014. The 2 plots I took in Luoyang and Zhengzhou couldn't be sold, and the banks called in the loans. The cash flow snapped instantly. Lincoln project really can't hold out any longer. He paused and looked up at Xu Chen. The factory and the pending qualifications. Package deal for 100 million. President Xu, I calculated this at 1/3 of my investment. Xu Chen didn't hesitate. He nodded. Deal. 3 days later, Tianyu Holding Group officially signed the acquisition agreement with Luoyang Lincoln Automobile. Wujia Automobile, as the acquiring entity, swallowed Lincoln's factory assets and the rights to apply for new energy vehicle production qualifications. The Luoyang Municipal Committee was quite cooperative, opening a green channel for the qualification approval and vowing to complete the MIT announcement process within a month. On the day of the signing, Tianshun Construction's construction team and Tianyu's technical team moved in. The equipment needed to be recalibrated and the production line had to be upgraded to Tianyu's standards. Xu Chen stood in the empty final assembly workshop watching the workers tear off the protective film from the machinery. The metallic luster of the machines glinted under the lights. This was where Tianyu's first true new energy vehicle would be born. Back in Guide, Xu Chen's first order of business was to recruit talent. He issued a notice within the group call for volunteers from the Tianyu Mobility technology production line. Those willing to work in Luoyang would receive an additional 150 yuan monthly as a remote allowance plus free accommodation. Once the news came out, a long line of applicants formed. Tianyu's workers were young, and the new factory meant more promotion opportunities. The 120 spots were snapped up in 2 days. On the other side, Chen Lifeng rented an entire floor of an office building in Zhengzhou's Zhengdong New District as Wujia Automobile's headquarters. Xu Chen still needed to find a capable leader, someone who understood full vehicle development, had management experience, and could grasp his vision for car manufacturing. The headhunter recommended 2 candidates, but Xu Chen wasn't satisfied. Later, Director Zhao recommended someone Meng Xuejuan, former deputy dean of Cherry's New Energy Research Institute. In his early 40s, he had led the development of 2 generations of micro-electric vehicles and had just left due to internal restructuring. Xu Chen flew to Wuhu that night and talked with Meng Xuejuan for 3 hours. The sentence that moved Xu Chen most was, "A micro-car isn't a low-end car. It's about making the car small, refined, and affordable so ordinary people can drive a safe and reliable new energy vehicle." Xu Chen made the decision on the spot, compensation at the level of a subsidiary head plus 5 equity options in Wujia Automobile. After summoning Meng Xuejuan to the small meeting room of Tianyu Group, Xu Chen needed a closed-door discussion to finalize the direction of Wujia Automobile's first vehicle. The whiteboard was covered with market analysis reports brought by Meng Xuejuan's team. Xu Chen glanced at them, then picked up a marker and wrote a few keywords in the blank space: low-speed electric cars qualifications, urban sinking mini model. President Meng, tell me first, what's the situation with the currently available mini electric vehicles that can be licensed? Meng Xuejuan stood up, pointing at the data with the marker. Currently, the micro-electric vehicles that qualify for subsidies and have legitimate licenses are only a few models. Zodi Cloud 100 Jito D1, O and JCI V4. They all sell for around 500 yuan with a range of 120 kilometers and a top speed of 85 km/h. Their product strength is very mediocre. Apart from having a license, some aspects are even worse than our Tianyu 01. Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers. So in the price range of 300 to 400 yuan, the legitimate new energy vehicle market is a blank. Completely blank, Meng Xuejuan nodded. Consumers in this price range either buy entry-level fuel cars like the BYD F3 or Geely Jingyang, or they step down to unlicensed low-speed electric cars. In the new energy sector, no one is willing to play in this price bracket. The big automakers don't see enough profit, the small ones fear they can't recoup costs, so prices are generally high, leaving ample profit margins. Xu Chen smiled. Then that's an opportunity. He stood up, walked to the whiteboard, and drew a boxy little car outline. Next to it, he wrote several lines: 2-door 4-seat, range over 150 kilometers, a price starting at 400 yuan, capped at just over 400, must have road legal qualifications. President Meng, this is the direction for Wujia Mini. Not an upgraded low-speed electric car, but but a real mini electric vehicle that can get a green plate and qualify for national subsidies. The government now exempts new energy vehicles with a pure electric range over 120 kilometers from purchase tax and offers over 2,000 yuan in national subsidies. We must seize this policy window. Meng Xuejuan pondered. President Xu, the positioning you mentioned is indeed a blue ocean. But RD costs in the supply chain are major issues. Currently, new energy components are immature and many parts need separate development, making it hard to control costs. Plus, building a compliant car from scratch, the RD investment alone would be tens of millions. Xu Chen nodded, picked up the marker, and wrote a number in the corner of the whiteboard. 500 million. RD budget 100 million. Supply chain integration 50 million. President Meng, don't worry about the money. What you need to worry about is how to get the Wujia Mini off the production line within a year. Meng Xuejuan was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. President Xu, your pace is exactly twice as fast as what I had at Cherry. But I like it. Xu Chen patted him on the shoulder, then returned to his seat and picked up a design sketch. It was one of the preliminary drafts his design department had prepared, with soft rounded lines and a pair of half-closed headlights on the front exuding a calm, yet contemptuous aura. The exterior must be unforgettable. It needs its own original design language. Meng Xuejuan took the sketch, examined it carefully several times, and his eyes lit up. President Xu, this front design is very intriguing. It's instantly memorable, and compared to what's on the market, it's a crushing level of design. Xu Chen nodded. Dimensions: length 3. 7 meters, width 1. 7 meters, height 1. 55 meters. 2-door 4-seat. A bit larger than a low-speed electric car, a bit smaller than a mainstream sedan. Convenient for city parking, sufficient for short-distance commuting. The two discussed for another half hour, finalizing details one by one, from range to components, from suspension type to intelligent features. By the time the meeting ended, it was already completely dark. Xu Chen asked Meng Xuejuan to produce a detailed design report as soon as possible, then reapply for the qualifications because the Wujia Mini and the previously designed Lincoln automobile applications were not compatible. However, Xu Chen had already communicated with the designated personnel at the Luoyang and Zhengzhou municipal committees who would assist Wujia Automobile in applying for the qualifications. After all, Nanhai province did not yet have a single enterprise capable of producing new energy household vehicles. The best car manufacturer there was Yutong Bus. Beyond these issues, the power battery for new energy vehicles was crucial. Xu Chen dialed Gu Yunfei's number. President Gu, how is the battery preparation for our new energy vehicles coming along? President Gu, how are the batteries for our new energy vehicles coming along? On the other end of the phone, Gu Yunfei's voice carried an irrepressible excitement. President Xu, you've called at the perfect time. The energy density of the lithium iron phosphate battery has just broken through 110 Wh/kg, and there's still room for improvement. Xu Chen clutched his phone, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A leap from 110 to 120 meant that with the same battery pack, the range could increase by nearly 20 kilometers. For a micro-electric vehicle priced at 40,000 yuan, this range figure was enough to make a splash in the market. They'll head to Tianjin tomorrow and discuss it in person. Early the next morning, Xu Chen's car pulled up at the entrance of Tianjin Energy's factory. Gu Yunfei was already waiting in the lab, the whiteboard covered in electrochemical formulas and material ratio diagrams, with several disassembled battery cells spread across the table. President Xu, take a look at this. Gu Yunfei picked up a silver-white battery cell, weighing it in his hand. Energy density 110 Wh/kg, cycle life 1500 times, and capacity retention rate of 85 at -10 degrees Celsius. These metrics already place it in the top tier for lithium iron phosphate batteries in 2014. Xu Chen took the battery cell, turning it over in his hands. What can the mass-produced version of the Boundless Mini achieve? If we maintain our current RD pace by mid-next year, 120 Wh/kg should be no problem. Gu Yunfei adjusted his glasses. But President Xu, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Xu Chen leaned against the lab bench, waiting for him to speak. Gu Yunfei paused for a moment, as if making a decision. Since Tianjin Energy was founded, you've been continuously injecting capital, and my shares have been diluted to almost nothing. Rather than holding onto this pittance, I'd rather sell them directly to you. I want to lead my team into the group's Central Research Institute, dedicating ourselves full-time to battery technology RD. It'll manage both lead-acid and lithium lines, but without involvement in operations. Xu Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Gu Yunfei to propose this voluntarily. President Gu, have you thought this through? Gu Yunfei nodded, his tone calm. President Xu, when I came back to take over this factory, I never intended to be a boss. I just wanted to work on batteries. Tianjin Energy has grown too big now, going public, raising funds, negotiating contracts with clients. These are things I'm not good at and don't enjoy. Let me stay in the lab, and I'll be much happier than sitting in an office signing documents. Xu Chen looked at Gu Yunfei's bloodshot eyes from staying up late, shook his head with a smile, and extended his hand. Regarding the shares, we'll calculate them based on the valuation. I won't shortchange you. The Central Research Institute will be established in Zhengzhou, and from now on battery R&D will rely on you and your team. Continue optimizing lead acid and push lithium to higher levels. As for the battery pack for the Boundless Mini, keep a close eye on it. Gu Yunfei grasped his hand, giving it a firm shake. President Su, rest assured. Tianqing's batteries will never let Tianyu down. As Xu Chen walked out of the lab, he glanced back to see Gu Yunfei already standing before the whiteboard, pen in hand, scribbling more on the dense formulas. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on his shoulders like a thin layer of golden powder. Xu Chen got into the car and sent Chen Lifeng a message. Acquire Gu Yunfei's shares at the group's internal valuation, don't let him suffer a loss. Chen Lifeng replied instantly with 2 words, understood. As the car drove out of Tianyu Energy's gates, Xu Chen leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. Batteries, qualifications, factories, RD teams. The pieces of the boundless auto puzzle were falling into place one by one. He opened his eyes, watching the fields recede rapidly outside the window, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Now all that remained was to wait for Meng Zujin's design report. December flew by in a flash. Before he knew it, Xu Chen had been in this world for 9 months, and Tianyu's development far exceeded his expectations. As the weather continued to drop, the elderly mobility scooter business soared. The demand for enclosed electric vehicles among northern users fully unleashed this month, with the 3 models, Tianyu 01, 02, and 03, selling a combined 410 units, an increase of 300 from November. Of these, Tianyu produced 2100 units in-house, while Heji manufactured 200 units as an OEM. Heji's capacity had been fully maxed out by Tianyu, leaving no room for even a single additional vehicle. The 3-wheeler business was affected by the cold weather, with sales further declining from the previous month to 900 units for the entire month. In the 2-wheeler segment, Xixing X5 delivered 300 units, while Tianyu Yixing managed only 800. The 3-wheeled passenger vehicle Ejia barely scraped past 500 units. Special vehicles remained stable, with a total of 320 units sold, including sanitation vehicles, garbage trucks, and patrol cars. The group's total sales for December reached approximately 5800 units, roughly flat compared to November. 4 3-wheelers 900 units at an average price of 400 yuan generated sales of 36 million yuan. Special vehicles 320 units at an average price of 100 yuan brought in 32 million yuan. 4 2-wheelers Yixing sold 800 units at an average price of 230 yuan, yielding 184 million yuan in sales. Xixing X5 sold 300 units at an average price of 690 yuan, contributing 27 million yuan. Ejia sold 500 units at an average price of 4500 yuan, adding 25 million yuan. Total sales revenue for December was approximately 12 billion yuan. On the production cost front, the cost reduction from economies of scale was particularly evident this month. The per-unit cost of in-house 4-wheelers had dropped to 1150 yuan, with total costs for 210 units reaching 240 million yuan. For the OEM portion, although each vehicle required a processing fee of 300 yuan to Heji, the per-unit cost was 1350 yuan, but the 200 units of OEM production helped Tianyu absorb nearly half of its capacity pressure, with total costs amounting to 270 million yuan. The cost of 3-wheelers was squeezed to 2500 yuan per unit, totaling 22.5 million yuan for 900 units. Special vehicles 320 units at 700 yuan each, with total costs of 22.4 million yuan. 4 2-wheelers Yixing didn't sell many. 800 units at 180 yuan per unit, costing 144 million yuan. Xixing X5 sold 300 units at 420 yuan per unit, totaling 12.6 million yuan. Ejia sold 500 units at 300 yuan per unit, costing 1.5 million yuan. The total production cost for all models came to approximately 580 million yuan, with a gross profit of about 540 million yuan. After deducting taxes, wages, bonuses, RD investments, and various operating expenses, the net profit for the month was approximately 220 million yuan. The equity issue at Tianyu Energy was also completely resolved this month. The initial acquisition of 70 of Gu Yunfei's shares cost 20 million yuan. Subsequently, Xu Chen continuously injected capital into Tianyu with 20 million yuan for the lithium battery production line, 10 million yuan for the recycling workshop, and 5 million yuan for factory expansion, all in the form of capital increases and share expansions. Gu Yunfei's shareholding had been diluted from the initial 30 to just around 3. Based on Tianyu Energy's current valuation of 200 million yuan, this 3 was worth approximately 6 million yuan. Gu Yunfei voluntarily offered to sell this last bit of shares to Xu Chen, completely exiting the shareholder sequence and leading his team into the group's Central Research Institute. Xu Chen did not drive a hard bargain and bought the shares for 6 million yuan. Including the previously acquired 70, Xu Chen's stake in Tianyu Energy reached 97, with the remaining 3 reserved for future core technical personnel as equity incentives. After deducting the 100 million yuan for the acquisition of the Lincoln factory, 50 million yuan for production line renovations, 6 million yuan for Gu Yunfei's share transfer, and 80 million yuan for the initial RD of the Boundless Mini, the working capital in the account still remained above 600 million yuan. Xu Chen had just finished reviewing the financial report when the long silent system prompt appeared in his mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving a net profit of 1 billion yuan. Now commencing the extraction of a new term. A net profit of 1 billion yuan had actually been achieved. It seemed that choosing to develop the elderly mobility scooter project had indeed been the right decision. Xu Chen looked on with anticipation, his eyes fixed intently on the system interface. Congratulations, you have drawn the term. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the trait Zhongcheng. Xu Chen, what the system panel materialized before his eyes. Name: Xu Chen Company, Tianyu Group, subsidiaries: Tianyu Travel Technology, Tianxing Energy, Tianxin Semiconductor, Tianguang Imaging, Xixing Technology, Tianshun Construction, Boundless Auto. Employees, approximately 320. Total revenue, approximately 5.9 billion yuan. Total net profit, approximately 1.5 billion yuan. Liquid capital on hand, approximately 500 million yuan. Traits: Ziyin. Zhongcheng. Gazing at the transformed system interface, Xu Chen's heart swelled with pride. Tianyu's current brilliance was primarily due to his own unparalleled wisdom and the trivial, yet crucial assistance of the trait system. Tapping on the Zhongcheng trait, the system page in front of Xu Chen shifted. Trait Zhongcheng Effect 1. When your company pays social insurance and housing fund in full for its employees and core supply chain employees, product yield increases by 15. Effect 2. When the actual salaries of your company's employees and core supply chain employees are 15 or more above the domestic industry average, employee loyalty increases by 25. Effect 3. When your company's employees and core supply chain employees comply with overtime regulations, overtime paid in full or compensated with time off, with no malicious wage arrears or deductions, workplace accident rates decrease by 30 and equipment failure rates by 30. Effect 4. When your company directly employs over 100 people, overall productivity, RD, efficiency, product quality, and employee loyalty each increase by 5. When over 100 people, the above gains double. Effect 5. When your company provides high-quality dormitories, private bathroom, air conditioning, 24-hour hot water, employee canteens, free meals, balanced nutrition, fitness centers, assistance with children's education, medical subsidies for critical illnesses of immediate family members, and paid leave plus special condolence payments for employees or their families facing sudden major crises, employee loyalty and cohesion increase by 50, and voluntary turnover rate decreases by 50. Effect 6. Your public speaking ability is permanently enhanced by 500 passive trait effect. Next trait, draw cumulative profit of 10 billion yuan. Xu Chen stared at the line of text on the system panel, his pupils abruptly dilating. He rubbed his eyes and read it again. Zhongcheng. Not Zhongcheng, but Zhongcheng. He was all too familiar with this term. In his previous life, he had encountered this scene countless times on the internet. Now this trait had fallen upon him. What the A? He couldn't help but exclaim, a tremor of disbelief in his voice. The effects of this trait were incredible. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and then digested the meaning of the trait item by item. Full social insurance and housing fund payments, wages above the industry average, overtime compliance, employee welfare facilities, and humanistic care. Each clause conveyed the same lesson: treat your employees well, and they will treat the company and the product well. Xu Chen stood up, walked to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and began to outline a plan. First, a comprehensive upgrade of the compensation system. Tianyu's salaries were already the ceiling and guide, but there was still a gap to reach 15 above the industry average. He decided to raise the wages of RD positions and core supply chain workers to 1.2 times the industry average by the end of this year, and simultaneously require all core suppliers to follow suit. What's that? You're unwilling. Then I'll have to make a substantial investment to ensure we are fully integrated. If unwilling to accept investment, he thought there must be companies eager to be heavily invested in by Tianyu, shouting, I want to, give it to me. He doesn't want it, I do. Second, the standardization of overtime. Tianyu had always operated on a 3-shift 8-hour workday system, with overtime pay fully dispersed, but the situation among the supply chain was uneven. By the first quarter of next year, he would bring all Tier 1 suppliers under Tianyu's compliance management system. Those that did not meet the standards would be eliminated, while those that did would receive preferential order allocation. Third, launched the Tianyu Home project. The 6 dormitory buildings in the new plant area would be configured to the standards of boutique apartments, with private bathrooms, air conditioning, 24-hour hot water, and a laundry room on each floor. The employee canteen would provide 3 free meals a day, nutritionally balanced. The plant area would also include a gym, a reading room, and a basketball court. Xu Chen specifically added assistance for employees, children's education, medical subsidies for critical illnesses of immediate family members, and paid leave plus condolence payments for families facing sudden emergencies. Fourth, established the Tianyu Care Fund. Set aside special funds from the group's profits for relief when employees or their families encounter major crises. This would not deduct from personal salaries, and there would be no cumbersome approval process. As long as it was genuine approval, could be quick. Fifth, the clause would only take effect after the employee count exceeded 10,000. Xu Chen calculated that with the new plant area Boundless Auto Production, Xixing Technology direct sales stores, and Boundless Auto 4S stores launching next year, there was a high probability of surpassing 10,000. He needed to have the system operational before the numbers came in. He put down the marker and stared at the densely written plans on the whiteboard, a surge of pride welling up within him. The trait was a cheat code, but what truly brought Tianyu to where it was today were the cars built by the employees. Now he wanted everyone to know that Tianyu was not just about building cars. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Zhou Qingshuan. Uncle Zhou, schedule a group management meeting next week. I have something important to announce. Zhou Chengxian replied instantly, what is it? Xu Chen smiled and typed a few words, distributing benefits. Big benefits. Zhou Chengshuan's response came quickly, big benefits. How big? Xu Chen did not reply further. He placed the phone on the table, his gaze falling on the dense plans on the whiteboard. He took a deep breath, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This would be the most important management meeting in Tianyu's history. 3 days later at the Tianyu Group headquarters, the main conference room. Both sides of the long table were filled with people. Zhou Qingshuan, Chen Lifeng, Zhao Min Dongjin, Qin Gong, Gaofeng Sun, Haoli Xiqing, Wang Shuemada, Gu Yunfei, Lu Jiangwo, along with Wang Liwei from Tianshun Construction, Meng Xuejuan from Boundless Auto, and the mid-level heads of various departments. A dense crowd. Xu Chen stood at the head of the table. Before him, there was no prepared speech, only the plans on the whiteboard that he had long since memorized. Everyone, I called you here today, not to discuss performance or targets. He swept his gaze across the room, his voice not loud, but every word clear. We are discussing benefits. The conference room fell silent for a moment, then a few low laughs broke out. Dong Jin whispered to Qian Gong beside him. Is President Xu handing out bonuses again? Qian Gong did not respond, but the corners of his mouth clearly lifted. Xu Chen did not laugh. He turned around and pointed to the first line on the whiteboard. First, a comprehensive upgrade of the compensation system. Starting now, the wages of all Tianyu regular employees will be raised to 1.2 times the national industry average by the end of the year. Note the entire industry. Not just Guide, not just Hunan, but the whole country. Wages for RD positions and core supply chain workers will be increased by an additional 10% on top of this. The conference room instantly erupted. Dong Jin's smile froze on his face. Qian Gong adjusted his glasses. Chen Lifeng bowed his head and calculated rapidly on his tablet. Zhao Min was utterly stunned. She had come from Huawei and seen grand spectacles, but a company less than 2 years old directly benchmarking against the national industry average at 1.2 times. Even Huawei had never been so aggressive in its day. President Xu, this. Chen Lifeng raised his head. The group's labor costs will increase substantially. A rough estimate suggests at least 30 to 40 million yuan more per year. This will put tremendous pressure on the group's finances. Yes, President Xu, maybe we should reconsider. Although this is a good thing, isn't it a bit too aggressive? Facing the doubts from everyone, Xu Chen smiled slightly and began to speak. Xu Chen smiled slightly, looked around at everyone, and said, I know. But this isn't a cost, it's an investment. Keep reading. He pointed to the second item, second, overtime compliance. Tianyu has always operated on a 3-shift 8-hour work system with full overtime pay. Starting today, all first-tier suppliers must implement this standard simultaneously. Those that do not meet the requirements will be given a deadline to rectify. If they fail to rectify, cooperation will be terminated. Those that meet the conditions will receive order priority and prices can be negotiated. Wang Shui furrowed her brows. As the head of Xixing Technology and most familiar with the supply chain, she said, President Xu, the suppliers are a mixed bag. Some small factories haven't even paid social insurance premiums in full. Suddenly imposing such high standards might cause them to back out. Xu Chen turned around, his gaze calm. Let them leave. Tianyu's orders don't lack takers. Besides, I've set aside a special fund to invest in suppliers who are willing to cooperate, but temporarily face difficulties. If you cooperate with me, I'll help you upgrade. If you're unwilling, then we'll find someone else. He paused, lowering his voice slightly, but with greater weight. Our workers and the suppliers' workers, they're all people working for Tianyu. If their treatment doesn't improve, our yield rate won't improve either. This isn't soft-heartedness, it's business. Wang Shui was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Xu Chen pointed to the third item. Third, launch the Tianyu home plan. The 6 dormitory buildings in the new factory area will be equipped to boutique apartment standards. Private bathrooms, air conditioning, 24-hour hot water, and a laundry room on each floor. The employee cafeteria will provide 3 free meals a day, nutritionally balanced with no outsourcing. Tianyu will manage it itself. The factory area will also build a gym, a reading room, and a basketball court. Additionally, assistance with children's school enrollment, medical subsidies for critical illnesses of immediate family members, paid leave, and condolence payments for family emergencies will all be included in the group's welfare system. This time, even Zhou Chengxian couldn't sit still. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but looking into Xu Chen's determined eyes, he swallowed his words. He recalled a phrase Su Weigui used to say, treat employees as human beings, and they will treat the company as their home. Little Su was truly putting those words into practice. Zhao Min took over speaking rapidly. President Su, if all these benefits are implemented, just the operating costs of the dormitories and cafeteria will increase by 10 to 20 million yuan annually. With the wage increases, labor costs will rise by at least 50 million yuan. Xu Chen nodded. I know, but have you calculated another account? For every percentage point increase in yield rate, how many fewer vehicles are scrapped each year? If the voluntary turnover rate drops by half, how much money can be saved just on recruitment and training costs? He turned around and pointed to the last line on the whiteboard. Fourth, establish the Tianyu Care Fund. Set aside a special fund from the group's profits to provide assistance when employees or their families encounter major emergencies. It will not deduct from personal wages, nor will there be cumbersome approval procedures. As long as the situation is verified, approval will be granted quickly. Zhao Min will lead this, and I will oversee it directly. The meeting room fell completely silent. No one questioned further, no one calculated costs anymore. Everyone's gaze fell on Xu Chen, this 26-year-old young man standing before the whiteboard like a deeply rooted tree. Dong Jin stood up first and began to applaud. Then Engineer Qian, then Zhou Chengshuan, followed by Zhao Min, Chen Lifeng, Wang Shuesun, Hao Meng Xuejuan. The applause went from sparse to thunderous and uniform, lasting for nearly half a minute. Xu Chen raised his hand to quiet them, and after the noise subsided he said, after the meeting, responsible persons of each subsidiary will communicate today's content to every employee. Zhao Min, you are responsible for formulating the implementation details and have a plan within a week. Uncle Zhou, you will handle the supplier side. First, pull out the list and manage it by levels. Engineer Qian, you are responsible for compiling the wage levels of workers in the core supply chain and coordinate with President Chen to make the budget. Several people nodded simultaneously, writing quickly in their notebooks. The last item. Xu Chen looked around, a hint of a smile finally appearing at the corner of his mouth. All the above benefits will take effect from January 1st next year. This year's end, everyone grit your teeth and get through the last month well. After New Year's Day, Tianyu will let everyone know what a good company truly means. After the meeting, the news spread like wildfire within Tianyu. Dong Jin immediately posted a notice in the work group. The wording was very official, but the employees' replies were anything but official, while wages raised to 1 times the national average. 2 times. President Su, you are my god. Dormitories with private bathrooms. And air conditioning. My rented apartment doesn't even have air conditioning. Free meals. Can I apply to take food home for my mom to try? Care fund. Medical subsidies for critical illnesses of immediate family members. My dad was hospitalized last year and spent tens of thousands. If only we had this earlier. Dong Jin replied in the group, don't rush everyone. The detailed rules will be out next week. Those who meet the conditions will all be eligible. Also, dormitories will prioritize out-of-town employees and frontline workers. The specific allocation plan will be announced by the HR departments of each subsidiary. The news quickly spread to the production workshop. Chen Yifei was debugging a new motor test bench when a colleague rushed over with a phone. Brother Fei, checked the group. President Su has dropped a big move. Chen Yifei took the phone, read through each item, and his hand trembled slightly. Not because of excitement, but because he saw that line. Assistance with children's school enrollment. His parents had been working in the South for over a decade, and he had grown up with his grandparents. He knew that feeling all too well. He returned the phone to his colleague, turned back to continue debugging the equipment, but his mind was already churning. His parents had said that once he was established at Tianyu they would come back. Now he was established. His salary was higher than the industry average, the dorm had air conditioning and hot water, the cafeteria was free, and there was assistance with children's school enrollment. He wasn't married yet, but his younger brother was in middle school. What if his parents could also come to work at Tianyu? The moment this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. Chen Yifei stared at the fluctuating data on the test bench, a smile curling unconsciously at the corner of his lips. He didn't tell anyone, not even send a message to his parents. He would wait until all the benefits were implemented, until the detailed rules came out, until he was absolutely sure before speaking. By then he would give his parents a surprise. The day the detailed rules were released was December 15th. Zhao Min and the HR department worked non-stop for 5 days, detailing every item of the Tianyu home plan on paper. Dormitory allocation would be based on a comprehensive score of seniority and home address. The cafeteria menu would be posted weekly and subject to employee voting. Assistance with children's school enrollment would be coordinated by the group, with 3 public elementary schools in Guide City, and medical subsidies for critical illnesses would be set in 3 tiers, with a maximum of 5,000 yuan. Condolence payments for emergencies would start at 1,000 yuan. The notice was posted in the most prominent spots of every workshop, every dormitory building, and every subsidiary's bulletin board. Black ink on white paper stamped with the red seal of Tianyu Holding Group. Chen Yifei saw it during his lunch break. He stood in front of the bulletin board with his lunchbox, read it from beginning to end twice, then took out his phone, snapped a photo, enlarged it, and read it word by word again. The fourth clause of the detailed rules concerned employment assistance for employees' immediate family members. Positions at Tianyu Group and its subsidiaries would be given priority to employees' family members. Those who met the hiring conditions would be exempted from the probation period and directly confirmed as regular employees. He stared at that line for a long time, unaware that the food in his lunchbox had gone cold. At 7 in the evening, Chen Yifei returned to the dormitory, sat on the edge of his bed, took out his phone, and scrolled to his father's number. His thumb hovered over the dial button for more than 10 seconds before he finally pressed it. "Fei, what's up? Are you short on money?" His father's familiar voice came through the phone with background noise of machinery rumbling, as if he was working overtime. "No, Dad. I don't need money." Chen Yifei took a deep breath. "Dad, I want to tell you something." "What is it?" "You and Mom don't work in the South anymore. Come back." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. His father's voice lowered slightly as if he had moved to a relatively quiet spot. "Come back. What for? The grain in the fields isn't worth much. My company is hiring. Tianyu, the factory, am working it now." Chen Yifei's speech quickened as if afraid of being interrupted. "Dormitories, a cafeteria, full social insurance, and housing fund, all provided. The salary is no lower than in the South. I'm making over 6,000 a month now, and ITLL go up at year-end. You and Mom come, and he'll talk to HR. We have an employee family policy, no probation period, direct regularization." His father didn't speak. Chen Yifei heard a very faint sigh on the other end, as if holding something back. "Dad, my little brother is still in school. If you and Mom go out to work, he'll look after him at home." His voice was a little choked, but he held it in. "Come back. I can earn money now. You and Mom don't have to go far away anymore." There was a long silence on the line, so long that Chen Yifei thought the call had dropped. Then he heard his father's voice, a little husky, but clear. "That factory you mentioned. Can it really arrange things?" "Yes. It's written in black and white." "Then, let me talk it over with your mother." Chen Yifei hung up his hand, holding the phone, trembling slightly. He didn't tell his father that he had already inquired at HR. There was another clause in the Tianyu home plan, not written in the fine print, but mentioned by Zhao Min in a meeting for employees' family members joining the company. The firm would provide an additional 300 yuan monthly rental subsidy until the employee themselves received a dormitory. He would tell his parents all that when they arrived. On the first day the fine print was posted, the entire Tianyu campus erupted. The cafeteria line stretched from the window to the door, not because of insufficient food, but because everyone was looking down at their phones, forwarding notifications and making calls. Wang Dushing, an old master worker from the assembly shop, carried his tray, forgetting to eat, and read aloud to his workmate. At the same table, staffed children's school enrollment assistance. Critical illness medical subsidy for immediate family members. Up to 50,000 yuan. "Oh my God, my daughter starts elementary school next year. This is a huge help." The news spread through all the villages around Guide that very day. 40% of Tianyu's workers came from nearby towns. During dinner, every family's table buzzed with discussion. Some posted a screenshot of the notice in family group chats with the caption, "The benefits my factory gives. Check it out, isn't it awesome?" Some directly called brothers working in other provinces, "Don't work in the South anymore. Come back. Tianyu is hiring. Dormitories with AC and hot water, 3 meals a day at the cafeteria, even help with your kids' schooling." The next day someone posted the screenshot online on a local forum with the line, "Tianyu Group's new benefits. Feel the vibe." The screenshot went viral. From forum to Weibo, from Weibo to Tieba, from Tieba to various WeChat groups. The titles were wildly modified. "This company in Nanha is crazy. Employee dorms are better than my house. Salaries raised to 1.2 times the national average, free cafeteria, and help with kids' schooling." The comment section was utterly flooded. "Holy crap, is this real? If it is, I'll eat 10 pounds of shit. Upstairs is just here for free food again. Say no more, I'm quitting and heading to Guide. Is this company still hiring? I'm a 985 grad, can fix computers, cook, take care of kids. Please take me in. Upstairs they need production line workers. Are you willing to turn screws? I'd turn screws gladly. Look at those dorms, 100 times better than my rented shantytown. Let's analyze calmly what's Tianyu's net profit. I don't know, but the question is, how many bosses are willing to spend that much? My boss is willing to spend. He spends what I earn for him on a Porsche for himself. Please stop posting. My boss is reading this thread too. I'm afraid he'll see it and make us work overtime without a raise. Screenshot taken, forwarded my boss. Boss, do you see this? XXX Electric Vehicle Co. Ltd. Upstairs, your account is doomed. The hottest comment with thousands of upvotes read, if this is true, I'll live stream washing my hair while standing on my head. If it's fake, Tianyu better come out and take the beating. Someone replied below, get your head washing video ready. My friend works at Tianyu, and he says ITLL start next month. The netizens' carnival of absurdity lasted all day. Xu Chen didn't read the comments. Zhou Chengxian did, and laughed through the afternoon. At the Guide City Government, the mayor's office. When the secretary knocked and entered, Lu Jiangwo was reviewing the year-end industrial economic report. The secretary handed him the phone, the screen showing a local media report titled, Tianyu Group launches Tianyu Home Plan employee benefits rival first-tier cities. Below the report was the full notice along with several renderings of the new factory dormitory buildings. The mayor put down his pen, took the tablet, and read it carefully from beginning to end. He took off his glasses, wiped the lenses, put them back on, and read it again. Then he picked up the internal line phone and dialed the number of Bureau Chief Zhang from the Industry and Information Technology Bureau. Lao Zhang, have you noticed this company Tianyu? Mayor, I was just about to report to you. Tianyu's welfare package is indeed substantial, the first of its kind among private enterprises in the city and even the province. The mayor was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Don't we have a key enterprise support quota? Give it to Tianyu. If we don't support a company like this, who do we support? Submit the quota, and he'll sign it." After hanging up, the mayor picked up the tablet again, looked at the dormitory renderings, and muttered to himself, "If Su Weiguo were still here seeing his son run the factory like this, he'd be overjoyed." At the IMA Guide Branch General Manager's office, Wang Rui slammed his phone down on the desk screen, facing down with a dull thud. The marketing manager across from him shrank his neck, not daring to breathe. "Look at this. Look at this." Wang Rui pointed at the phone, though the screen was already down. The content he'd just read was still etched in his mind. Tianyu's benefits. Air-conditioned dormitories with hot water free, 3 meals in the cafeteria, and they're raising salaries to 1.2 times the industry average. How are we supposed to compete? The marketing manager ventured cautiously, "President Wang, maybe we could raise ours a bit too." Raise? With what? The headquarters is squeezing us on profit targets. Every extra cent needs a report. Besides, if we raise here, will the guide factory raise? What about Shuzhou, Tianjin headquarters? If it goes nationwide, how many workers would that be? Have you calculated? The marketing manager fell silent. Wang Rui waved his hand irritably. "Get out. Let me think." At the door, the marketing manager turned back and whispered, "President Wang, I heard 3 workers from our factory handed in their resignations yesterday, saying they're going to apply at Tianyu." Wang Rui's face turned completely dark. "Get the hell out." The office door closed, leaving only the hum of the air conditioner. At the Yachty Guide Branch General Manager Zhao Jigang's reaction was slightly calmer, but the calm was unnerving. He sat at his desk, twirling a pen, staring at the already viral report on his phone. He looked at it for a long time, then put down the phone, picked up the desk phone, and dialed HR. "Lao Lu, check how many resignations we've had." There was a pause on the line, then a reply. "Got it, President Zhao." He hung up, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the ceiling. Tianyu's move wasn't poaching from the wall. It was opening a hole right in the wall. The water would flow out on its own. Xu Chen was in his office reviewing the detailed implementation plan submitted by Zhao Min. A thick document, dozens of pages long, each item annotated with execution milestones and budget figures. He read, carefully marking several lines with a red pen. His phone rang. It was Meng Xuejuan. "President Su, all the design drawings and supplier lists for the Wuji Mini are confirmed. There are a few key nodes before the prototype mold opens that need your final approval. Should I come to Zhengzhou, or will you come back to Guide?" Xu Chen closed the folder, glanced at the darkening sky outside the window, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "He'll go to Zhengzhou." The first snow of winter in Guide fell on the morning when Xu Chen set out for Zhengzhou. As the business van drove out of the Tianyu Group headquarters, the snow was not yet heavy. Fine snowflakes pattered against the windshield, swept away by the wipers with each stroke. Xu Chen sat in the middle seat, with Zhao Min beside him. He flipped through the report outline sent by Meng Xuejuan. Outside the window, the gray sky and the white ground blurred into one. In the front row sat the driver and Chun Li-Feng. In the rear were Technical Director Qian and 2 newly hired assistants. 7 people at GL8. From Guide to Zhengzhou, 2.5 hours on the expressway. Xu Chen went through the report outline 3 times, then closed it and rested his eyes. In his mind, he was thinking about the Wuji Mini. Whether this car could succeed would determine if Tianyu could transform from a low-speed electric vehicle manufacturer into a true new energy vehicle company. By the time they arrived in Zhengzhou, the snow had stopped. The roads in Zhengdong New District were wet, and a crisp coldness filled the air. Meng Xuejuan was waiting downstairs at the temporary office of Wujiao Auto. He wore a dark gray jacket, his hair meticulously combed. There were dark circles under his eyes, but his gaze was sharp. He had been working overtime for 2 weeks straight. "President Su, welcome." Meng Xuejuan stepped forward and shook Xu Chen's hand. Without much small talk, he led the way upstairs. "The meeting room is ready. Let me walk you through the overall plan first." The meeting room was not large, with a long table and a presentation whiteboard already displaying a PPT. Meng Xuejuan stood in front of the PPT, holding a laser pointer. Once Xu Chen was seated, he began directly. "President Su, the vehicle definition for the Wuji Mini is locked." He pressed the laser pointer, and the first slide projected onto the whiteboard. Length 3. 7 meters, width 1. 7 meters, height 1. 55 meters, 3 doors, 4 seats, curb weight approximately 900 kilograms. Target range 150 kilometers, top speed 100 km/h. Positioning, urban short-distance commuting. Target users, young people just starting work, parents picking up and dropping off children, and those with long commutes who prefer not to use public transportation. Xu Chen nodded and did not interrupt. Meng Xuejuan switched to the next slide, which showed the technical architecture of the vehicle with the 3 electric system highlighted in blue. The 3 electric system, motor, electronic control, and battery, will all be provided by Tianyu Central Research Institute. The motor is a permanent magnet synchronous motor with a peak power of 20 kilowatts, continuous power of 10 kilowatts, and maximum efficiency of 94. The electronic control system is upgraded based on Tianyu's existing FOC vector control platform adapted for a high-voltage platform and onboard charger. He paused and turned to the next slide, which showed an exploded view of the battery pack, with each component labeled. The battery is the key part. Tianyu Energy's existing lithium iron phosphate battery production line can produce cells, but the pack integration and BMS need upgrading. We calculated that to meet the production demand for the Wujia Mini, a plan to move 0 units in the first year, we need to add a new pack line to the existing production line with an investment of approximately 30 million yuan. Additionally, cell production capacity is insufficient, so we need to build a new lithium iron phosphate battery plant in Luoyang. Xu Chen frowned. Luoyang. Why Luoyang? Meng Xuejuan was prepared. He turned to the next slide, a map of Luoyang high-tech zone densely marked with transportation networks and supporting facilities. Tianyu Energy has already negotiated with the Luoyang high-tech zone, and they have offered very favorable terms. Land at zero-cost tax exemption for the first 3 years and half for the following 2 years plus equipment subsidies and RD subsidies. The total investment is about 200 million yuan, to be spread over 2 years. Moreover, Luoyang already has a supporting foundation for the power battery industry, with upstream raw material suppliers much more mature than in Guide. Chen Lifeng opened his notebook and interjected, President Su, we still have over 500 million yuan in working capital. Investing 200 million in the Luoyang plant won't affect the progress of other projects. With the preferential policies from Luoyang, the actual net investment may be less than 150 million. Moreover, once the battery plant is built, it won't just supply the Wujia Mini. Tianyu's elderly scooters and tricycles can also gradually switch to lithium iron phosphate batteries. Xu Chen was silent for a few seconds, then asked Meng Xuejuan, when can the Luoyang plant start production? Construction period is 10 months plus equipment commissioning and production ramp-up, so it can be operational by the end of next year. The existing line modification can be completed in 2 months without affecting the initial mass production of the Wujia Mini. Meng Xuejuan paused and added, Tianyu Energy has already signed a letter of intent with Luoyang, pending group approval. Xu Chen nodded. Sign it. Have Sun Hao oversee Tianyu Energy's matters. Meng Xuejuan continued, switching to the next slide, which showed a comparison table of chassis platform research. 3 options were listed in 3 columns with pros and cons clearly visible. For the chassis, we surveyed all mature small car chassis platforms on the market. There are roughly 3 usable types. The first is modified from fuel vehicle chassis, low cost, but difficult battery layout limiting range. The second is elderly scooter chassis, does not meet passenger car safety standards at all. The third is a forward-developed pure electric chassis, high cost, long cycle, but best performance and safety. He glanced at Xu Chen, not directly giving a conclusion. The meeting room was silent for a few seconds, everyone waiting for Xu Chen's decision. Xu Chen stood up, walked to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and wrote 2 characters in the blank space. Self-developed. We'll develop the chassis ourselves. He turned around, his tone calm, but unyielding. The Wujia Mini is the first car, but not the last. Once the chassis platform is well developed, other models in the Wujia series can use it. Forward development costs are high, but spread over 3 to 5 future models, the cost per model decreases. Moreover, chassis tuning capability is a core technology that Tianyu must master. To build higher-end cars in the future, if the chassis is not up to par, everything else is zero. Meng Xuejuan was taken aback, then nodded. President Su, I agree with this direction. But I must point out that forward development of a chassis will take at least a year with an investment of at least 50 to 80 million yuan and requires a specialized chassis tuning team. Currently, Wujia Auto does not have this capability. It needs support from the Central Research Institute. Xu Chen looked at engineer Qian, who pushed up his glasses and put down his notebook. President Su, the Central Research Institute can allocate chassis engineers, but we are short-handed. We need to recruit externally. I calculated that we need at least a team of 15 to 20 people with an annual salary budget of about 5 to 8 million yuan. If we poach from mainstream domestic car companies, the cycle can be shortened, but the cost will be higher. Hire them. Have Xiaomin assist you. Get the team in place by the end of the year. Xu Chen turned to Meng Xuejuan again. Compress the chassis development cycle to 10 months. By the end of next year, I want to see the engineering prototype of the Wujia Mini roll off the line. Meng Xuejuan gritted his teeth. All right. They'll have the project team reschedule and count backward from 10 months. The meeting lasted 2 hours. No one got up to pour water, no one checked their phones. Everyone's attention was fixed on the rows of numbers and arrows on the whiteboard. Xu Chen glanced at his watch. It was already 4 in the afternoon. The light outside began to dim and lights gradually illuminated the office buildings in Zhengdong New District. He was about to continue listening when his phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Min with only one sentence. President Su, President Wu of Tianyu Semiconductor said there are results. He asked you to come over as soon as possible. Xu Chen glanced at it, didn't reply, placed his phone face down on the table, looked up at Meng Xuejuan, and said, but Zhao Min sitting beside him noticed that Xu Chen's fingers began to tap lightly on the table at a slightly faster frequency than before. Meng Xuejuan, oblivious to this subtle change, turned to the next page and continued reporting on the interior and smart configuration plans. For the entertainment screen, we've selected a supplier that provides components for joint venture brands. A 7-inch high-definition screen with 1080p resolution and touch functionality, unit price controlled within 500 yuan. He paused, his tone becoming more cautious. The vehicle infotainment system hasn't been finalized yet. The available Android systems are unstable, the QNX licensing fee is too high, and the adaptation cycle is long. If we go with a third-party solution, subsequent upgrades and maintenance will be a major problem. Xu Chen was silent for a few seconds, his fingers stopped tapping. The air in the conference room stagnated. Everyone was waiting for his decision. Outside the window, the sky grew darker, and the clock on the wall pointed to 4:15. Zhao Min and Chun Lifeng exchanged a glance, but said nothing. Xu Chen reached out and tapped the word self-developed. He had written earlier, the implication clear. Everyone in the room was well aware of what this decision meant. The vehicle infotainment system was no small project. From the underlying operating system to application layer adaptation, it involved embedded development, communication protocols, and human-computer interaction design, with every link needing to be built from scratch. Mature solutions were not lacking on the market, but Xu Chen was clearly not satisfied with good enough. Tianyu Group doesn't have a software R&D center in Zhengzhou yet. Xu Chen put down his pen, his voice low, but every word clear. I plan to establish a new company called Tianyu Software dedicated to developing vehicle infotainment systems. We'll start with the underlying operating system, not aiming for all-encompassing, but first getting the Boundless Mini's infotainment system up and running. Then we'll iterate and upgrade, gradually expanding to other models. He had one more thing he didn't say, laying the groundwork for a future mobile phone system. Meng Xuejuan simply nodded, jotted down Tianyu Software in his notebook and drew a 5-point star next to it. Additionally, for the reversing camera, Tianguang Imaging has already produced results. Meng Xuejuan turned to the next page and pulled up several comparison images. The high-definition camera module they developed has a resolution of 1.28 million pixels, a night vision effect 30% better than similar products on the market, and a cost 20% lower. I recommend that the Boundless Mini's reversing camera directly adopt Tianguang Imaging's solution. Xu Chen nodded. Tianguang Imaging's products, why not use them? Have Lu Jiangwo's team cooperate with you for full vehicle integration. Meng Xuejuan finished reporting the last page, closed his laptop, and looked at Xu Chen. Mr. Xu, that's the overall plan. The main items needing your approval are the investment in the Luoyang battery factory, self-developed chassis establishment of Tianyu Software, and adoption of Tianguang Imaging's reversing camera solution. Also, the entertainment screen supplier needs your confirmation. Xu Chen didn't hesitate. The Luoyang battery factory, definitely invest. We'll also pursue self-developed chassis. Tianyu Software, register it next week as soon as possible. For Tianguang Imaging's reversing camera, coordinate with Lu Jiangwo. The entertainment screen will go with this supplier. He finished in one breath, paused, and added, Mr. Meng, the project code name for Boundless Mini from now on is Morning Star. This is Tianyu's first star. Meng Xuejuan took a deep breath, nodded, and wrote, Morning Star, on the cover of the project plan. The meeting ended. Xu Chen didn't rush to leave. He stood in front of the whiteboard, gazing at the dense drawings and numbers, silent for a long time. Zhao Min and Chun Lifeng were tidying up documents while Engineer Qian was discussing the chassis team's candidate selection with Meng Xuejuan. Xu Chen's phone vibrated again. He picked it up. It was another message forwarded by Zhao Min. Wu Hanming from Tianyu Semiconductor said they had achieved results and asked Xu Chen to come over as soon as possible. Xu Chen didn't reply in front of everyone. He put the phone in his pocket and walked to the window. Outside, the skyline of Zhengdong New District blurred into the twilight, and the lights of several office buildings had all turned on. Zhao Min approached and said softly, Mr. Xu, regarding Tianjin, will you be going? Xu Chen turned around, glanced at the clock on the wall, then at Meng Xuejuan and the Morning Star code name on the whiteboard. He thought for a moment and said, notify the driver. Tomorrow morning, first go to Tianjin Semiconductor, then to the Luoyang Tianjin Energy Factory. Zhao Min nodded and began to make arrangements. Xu Chen glanced again at the message from Tianjin Semiconductor on his phone. Wu Hanming was not the type to call someone in without absolute confidence. Tianjin was probably holding back a big move. But he didn't show any urgency in front of anyone. He walked back to the conference table, picked up his notebook, and said to Meng Xuejuan, Mr. Meng, send me the recruitment requirements for the chassis team tonight, and he'll sign off. Also, Chun Lifeng oversee the registration documents for Tianyu Software. It must be completed by next week. Both responded in unison. Xu Chen walked out of the conference room. He stood in the stairwell for a moment, took out his phone, and replied to Wu Hanming, "I'll arrive tomorrow morning." Wu Hanming instantly replied with 2 words, "Received." Xu Chen stared at those 2 words for 2 seconds, locked the screen, and put the phone back in his pocket. He walked down the stairs, pushed open the ground floor door, and a cold wind hit him, making him squint. The business vehicle was parked at the entrance, its engine already warmed up, white steam rising from the exhaust pipe. Xu Chen pulled open the door, got in, leaned back in the seat, and closed his eyes. Zhao Min and Chun Lifeng got in one after another, sitting in the front row. Engineer Qian was the last to board, still holding a chassis development timeline, reading it under the car's interior light. The car started, drove out of Zhengdong New District and onto the expressway. Outside the window, the lights of the office buildings gradually faded away. Xu Chen never opened his eyes, but his mind never stopped spinning. The Boundless Mini's 3 electric system, chassis, infotainment, battery, reversing camera. Every line was moving forward, and every cent was flowing out. Tianyuan software needed to be registered, the Luoyang factory needed to start construction, the chassis team needed to be recruited, and Tianguang Imaging's camera needed to be adapted. And then there was Tianxin Semiconductor. What exactly had Wu Hanming achieved? For someone who had spent over a decade at SMIC, to be so eager to call him over it couldn't be trivial. Xu Chen opened his eyes and glanced at the night scene outside the window. Zhengzhou's night was beautiful. He took out his phone and opened the project group for Tianxin Semiconductor. The last message in the group was a photo sent by Wu Hanming. A micrograph of a chip revealing nothing obvious. Xu Chen zoomed in to look, then zoomed out, and turned off the screen. He would know when he arrived tomorrow. He closed his eyes again, and the car drove steadily through the darkness. Early the next morning, Xu Chen packed up early and led his team to the building purchased on Suzhou Street. The car drove into the Zhengzhou high-tech zone, finally stopping before a quiet 7-story standalone building on Suzhou Street. The silver characters, Tianxin Semiconductor, on the rooftop shimmered faintly in the winter morning light. Wu Hanming was already waiting for Xu Chen in the first-floor lobby. He wore a dark blue work uniform, his dark circles deeper than the last time they met, but his focus was sharp. Without much small talk, he directly led Xu Chen and his team toward the elevator. "Mr. Xu, let's head straight to the design center. The main achievements of the past 90 days are all there." His voice carried the hoarseness of prolonged high-intensity work as well as the solemnity of a technical expert reporting critical progress. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor. At the end of the corridor was an open-plan design center. Dozens of engineers were focused intently on their screens, and the air was filled with the sound of keyboard tapping and low conversations. Against the wall stood a large whiteboard covered in complex circuit symbols and connections. Wu Hanming placed a thick document on the central conference table. The cover read, Tianxin PMU 001 Front-End Design Completion Report. "Mr. Xu, this is the first substantial achievement our team has pushed to the limit over the past 3 months." Wu Hanming opened the report, and the red dot of a laser pointer fell on the architecture block diagram on the first page. A fully independent forward-designed automotive-grade power management chip, internal codename, Chengying 1. He pointed to the core of the diagram. Its primary task is to provide stable, reliable, and clean power for the future core devices we design in-house, such as automotive-grade MCUs and motor driver chips. In automotive electronics, power is the foundation. If the foundation is unstable, none of the upper-layer functions can be realized. Why start with a power management unit PMU? Xu Chen asked, his gaze sweeping over the dense module labels. This is the most pragmatic and strategically valuable first step, Wu Hanming explained, his tone clear and down-to-earth. In 2014, with our newly formed team and the process support available domestically, directly tackling complex digital computing or high-power analog chips would carry too high a cycle time and risk. However, a high-performance, high-reliability multi-output PMU is a fundamental need for automotive-grade systems, and currently, it is almost entirely dependent on imports. He quickly wrote a line on the whiteboard. Chengying 1 integrates 3 core power rails, 1. 2V2A for the future MCU core, 3. 3V1. 5A for I/O and peripherals, and 1 adjustable 5V output. Crucially, we have added complete power-up sequence control, voltage monitoring, and overcurrent over temperature under voltage lockout protection. All protections are implemented in hardware with response times at the microsecond level. Engineer Qian added, "Mr. Xu, once this chip is made, the heart's blood supply system of our future core control boards will be independent and controllable. Imported PMUs are black boxes. If something goes wrong, it's hard to trace. With our own, we understand everything from design to failure modes. This is a qualitative leap in the reliability and maintainability of the entire electronic control system." Wu Hanming nodded and continued, "We designed the chip based on a mature 0.18-micron BCD process from a domestic foundry, leaving sufficient design margin for ACQ 100 automotive-grade certification. Front-end architecture design, RTL code, and functional simulation have all been completed, and the simulation results meet expectations." He turned to the project schedule on the last page of the report. Next comes the back-end physical design and the first tape-out MPW. We have already made initial contact with Huahong in Shanghai. They are very willing to support domestic automotive electronics chips. If everything goes smoothly, the first engineering samples are expected to be back by the end of the second quarter next year. He paused and looked at Xu Chen, his tone turning unusually serious. Mr. Xu, I must be honest. This is Tianxin's first chip. From design to tape-out, and then months of packaging testing and reliability verification, every step may encounter unforeseen difficulties. The success rate of a first tape-out in the industry is not high. This road is destined to be full of unknowns and challenges. Xu Chen listened quietly to the entire report, his fingers lightly stroking the cover of the report. He understood the weight of this Chungying 1. It was not cutting-edge, nor did it directly boost performance, but it was the cornerstone of whether all the future brains and nerves of Tianyu's vehicles could operate stably. Choosing to start here in 2014 also demonstrated the clarity, pragmatism, and far-sighted vision of Wu Hamming's team. Mr. Wu, you and your team have worked hard, Xu Chen said, closing the report and looking at Wu Hanming and the engineers behind him, their faces weary, but their eyes focused. The road of chip development has never been smooth. That Tianxin dares to start here and now with a solid power management chip. This choice alone deserves full support. He made an on-the-spot decision. The funds needed for tape-out will go through the group's special channel, fully guaranteed. For all resources required for test vehicles and subsequent verification, engineer Qian and Zhao Min, you will coordinate and cooperate fully. The R&D budget for next year should be tilted toward Tianxin. Talent recruitment, especially for back-end design and testing, should be unrestricted. Also, Tianxin can contact me directly if needed. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the design center. This Chungying 1 is the first brick Tianyu has laid in the semiconductor field. It may seem insignificant, but in the future all our self-developed chip buildings will stand on the reliable foundation it establishes. If one tape-out fails, we'll try again. Tianyu is committed to the path of self-developed chips. Xu Chen was unwavering in his conviction about self-developed chips. Even if it required more investment, he was determined to create their own chips, so they would not be controlled by others. Without our own core technology, others can cut us whenever they want without any reason. Wu Hanming took a deep breath, nodded heavily, and said nothing more, but his eyes brimmed with the weight and determination of being understood and entrusted. Leaving Tianxin Semiconductor, Xu Chen sat in the car and gazed out at the rapidly receding cityscape. He knew that the spark of independent design had been ignited in that building. Though it was faint for now, the direction was clear. It would need time, patience, and continuous investment to nurture and grow. To Luoyang, he said to the driver, withdrawing his gaze. Let's check on the battery factory of Tianxin Energy and the progress of the transformation at the Wujia Auto Factory. Inside the car, Zhao Min was swiftly sorting through the talent profiles for chip back-end design verification and testing on her tablet. Xu Chen closed his eyes, and in his mind several battlefronts unfolded simultaneously: the design of Tianxin and its future tape-out, the construction of Tianxin's factory, the chassis research at the institute, the vehicle system development of Tianyuan, and the imaging deployment of Tianguang. A myriad of threads, yet the goal was crystal clear. At the intersection of Fenghua Road and Huaxiao Road in the northeast corner of Luoyang High-Tech Zone, the 120 mu of land had been leveled. The bare lush was covered with large patches of green dust-proof nets gently undulating in the wind. Sun Hao, the general manager of Tianxin Energy, stood alone at the edge of the land, his dark jacket resisting the northern chill, holding a roll of well-worn planning blueprints. Mr. Xu, this is the plot, Sun Hao greeted without much small talk, tapping the ground with his foot. The paperwork is almost complete. Zero land cost. Taxes are fully exempt for the first 3 years and have for the next 2. The equipment subsidies and R&D incentives we can apply for altogether are expected to be around 20 million yuan. He crouched down, grabbed a handful of soil, and crumbled it between his fingers, dry and loose. The land is fine. The first phase plans an annual capacity of 2 gigawatts, exactly matching the battery demand for Wujia Mini in its first year. The 50 mu next to it, he pointed eastward to the equally empty lot, is reserved for the second phase, and the management committee has promised a lock-in period of at least 3 years. Xu Chen looked around. The view was open, with a few excavators and rollers working in the distance, emitting low rumbles. What are the critical time points? He asked directly. By the end of next year, the pack assembly line must be built and operational. The equipment installation, commissioning, and capacity ramp-up for the cell production line take longer and must be pursued simultaneously. Recruitment for the technical team and core backbone staff has already begun, and the key process equipment and quality teams are expected to be fully in place by the second half of next year. Sun Hao's reply was concise and clear, each time point meticulously calculated. Leave the professional matters to you. I only need the results. Xu Chen nodded. He thought of the group's new CFO Shun Yi, a former foreign automotive financial executive with an almost obsessive rigor in cost control. With Shun Yi vigilantly tracking the flow and efficiency of every penny, Xu Chen felt more at ease charging ahead. With Shun Yi keeping a tight watch on every penny's flow and efficiency in the rear, Xu Chen felt more assured as he sprinted forward. The afternoon sun tilting westward cast long slender shadows. The cold wind carried dust and the scent of dry grass. This land now barren and desolate must by this time next year become a modern battery factory. Let's go to the management committee and meet with Director Li. Xu Chen turned and walked toward the car parked nearby. The high-tech zone management committee building was quite new. In the meeting room, Deputy Director Li, in charge of investment and industry, had already brewed tea. He was in his 40s, wore glasses, and spoke with a distinct local accent, but his words were fast and logical with no superfluous pleasantries. Welcome, Mr. Xu. You're truly young and talented. Director Li shook hands firmly and invited everyone to sit. Tianyu's projects, especially your battery factory, are the top priority in our district this year. Everyone from top to bottom is watching closely. Director Li, you're too kind. We're the ones causing trouble for Luoyang. Thank you for the generous conditions. Xu Chen smiled as he responded. No trouble at all. It's a win-win. Director Li waved his hand and got straight to the point. New energy is a national strategy and a key part of Luoyang's industrial upgrade. With Tianyu's technology products and market landing here is like a shot in the arm for our high-tech zone. We couldn't be more eager. He directly addressed the most practical issues. Don't worry about the land certificate. It's on the green channel. At the latest by next month, it will be fully processed and delivered to you. You've seen the 3 connections and 1 leveling. The foundation is solid. I can guarantee that water, electricity, gas, and road connections will be brought to the edge of your plot before your factory building is up. We won't delay your project a single day due to our supporting infrastructure. With your assurance, we're completely at ease. In manufacturing, time is the lifeline. Every day saved counts. Xu Chen's words were down to earth. Dealing with local authorities, the worst thing is empty promises or buck passing. Meeting a problem solver like Director Li makes for the highest efficiency. Mr. Xu, let me ask one more thing. Director Li leaned in slightly, his tone more serious. Your first phase is 2 gigawatts and the 50 mu reserved for the second phase. Do you have a rough timeline in mind? We'll definitely keep the land for you. No one can touch it. But the district also needs to plan ahead for surrounding infrastructure like substation expansion and logistics route optimization, so we'd like to hear your expectations to coordinate preparations in advance. Sun Hao was prepared for this and took over Director Li weather, and when the second phase starts depends mainly on the market performance of our vehicle project, the Wujia Mini, after its launch. If sales meet or exceed expectations, we can begin preliminary planning and design as early as the second half of next year. The capacity plan is to roughly double the first phase, reaching a total capacity of around 4 gigawatts. We'll present the detailed plan and investment intensity to the management committee at least half a year in advance. Good. Having this expectation is excellent. Director Li smiled, clearly satisfied with the well-planned, evidence-based answer. Also, it's not just your factory. We're putting effort into building the industrial chain. Cathode materials, anode materials, electrolyte separators. Our investment department is actively targeting these upstream companies. We aim to have some of your future raw material procurement sourced locally in Luoyang, or at least within the Central Plains economic zone, to minimize your logistics and hidden supply chain costs. That's exactly what we need most. Xu Chen immediately agreed. As long as quality is stable and meets standards and prices are competitive, we'll prioritize local supply chains. Moving forward, Sun Hao will maintain close communication with your investment team, and we can visit potential suppliers together when opportunities arise. Exactly. That builds a virtuous cycle. Director Li laughed. Then he added, there's also the talent issue. Universities in Luoyang like Heek University and Luoyang Institute of Science and Technology have relevant majors in chemical engineering, materials mechanics, and automation. We can take the lead in setting up school enterprise cooperation, order-based training, and internship bases. For the large number of mid and senior level technicians you need, the district's Human Resources Bureau can help organize specialized job fairs or deepen ties with local vocational schools to customize courses according to your requirements. The meeting was pragmatic and efficient, lasting another half hour. Director Li had a thorough grasp of the project details, asked questions that hit the mark, and made very specific support commitments. For issues that could be resolved on the spot by coordinating a department, he called or instructed his secretary to follow up immediately. For matters requiring higher-level meetings, he set a clear deadline for feedback. When leaving, Director Li escorted Xu Chen all the way to the elevator. He shook Xu Chen's hand firmly. Mr. Xu, we're family now. Come often. If you encounter any specific problems, don't hesitate to call me anytime. Our goal is identical: to build this benchmark project into operation as quickly and well as possible and generate benefits early. Back in the car heading toward Wujia Automobile. This Director Li is someone who can and wants to get things done, Xu Chen said to Sun Hao. Yes, very efficient in communication. Not like some places where all the effort goes into banquet tables. With such supportive and pragmatic local government, we can avoid a lot of unnecessary resistance and internal friction during the early permit process, construction, and later recruitment and production. Sun Hao summarized based on his experience investing in factories in different places. You're the overall manager for the factory construction, progress, quality, and safety. These 3 lines must be tightly monitored, not one of them can be relaxed. Xu Chen began assigning specific tasks. For money, go through the process and report to Group CFO Xu Chen for approval. He's extremely principled and will review very carefully, but if your reasons are solid, budget reasonable, and data solid, he won't unreasonably hold you up. Just be prepared. Every cent must be accounted for. Sun Hao nodded. He had already experienced the rigorous new CFO. Understood, Mr. Su. I'll ensure all data calculations and quotes can withstand scrutiny at Shen Yi's end. For personnel issues, if you need support from the Group HR Center in recruitment systems, compensation frameworks, or headhunting for senior talent, coordinate directly with CHO Zhao Min. For specific technical professionals and core teams, use your own network and channels to go all out. I only want one result. Xu Chen looked at Sun Hao, his tone calm, but undeniable. By the end of next year, the first batch of fully qualified performance-compliant lithium iron phosphate battery packs must come off this production line, ready to be installed in the Wujia Mini. Rest assured, Mr. Su, mission guaranteed. Sun Hao's reply was resolute. Xu Chen leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. The battery factory in Luoyang was settled another solid step forward. At that moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He opened his eyes and took out his phone. The screen lit up. It was a message from Meng Xuejuan. An invitation. Meng Zhujian's reply came swiftly. The new Energy Vehicle Supply Chain Innovation Summit, hosted by the China Association of Automobile Manufacturers, will be held from the 18th to the 20th of next month at the Huqing International Convention Center. The invitation was sent directly to our Wujia Auto Company. I've looked at the preliminary list of attendees. Major domestic suppliers of batteries, motors, electronic controls, and smart cockpits, along with several leading and emerging OEMs, will be there. The attachment contains a detailed agenda and a partial confirmed list. I noticed a few leaders in niche sectors and some emerging intelligent driving companies worth paying attention to. Xu Chen opened the PDF file Meng Xuejuan had sent. The summit's name was formal and the agenda was packed with policy interpretations, industry reports, technical forums, and dedicated supply chain matchmaking and negotiation sessions. The list of participating companies was long, covering most of the active players in the domestic new energy vehicle sector. For a newly established brand like Wujia Auto with no products yet unveiled, receiving an invitation to such a high-level industry summit was somewhat unexpected. It might have been due to the significant stir Tianyu Group had made earlier in the tricycle and low-speed electric vehicle field. Regardless, it was an opportunity. Attending such a summit offered at least several benefits. First, understanding the latest technological trends and policy dynamics. Second, getting a first-hand look at potential suppliers' technologies and products, and even discovering promising up-and-coming companies. Third, gauging the pulse of competitors and peers to sense the market temperature. More importantly, Wujia Auto needed to proactively step out, make its presence known in the supply chain ecosystem, and build familiarity. Automaking is a long-chain industrial collaboration. Not everything can be built in-house. Establishing a stable and reliable supplier system is crucial. Reply to the organizers that Wujia Auto confirms its attendance. You and I will go together, make the preparations, Xu Chen messaged Meng Xuejuan. Understood, President Su. Also regarding the chassis parameters. The parameters and the model, tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the small conference room of the Central Research Institute. You, I, and Engineer Qian will review them together. Receive. The car was heading toward the former Lincoln Auto Factory site, which was under renovation and would become the future Wujia Auto production base. The factory was larger than expected, but the facilities were clearly outdated. The old factory sign had not yet been fully removed, and several tall steel-structured workshops inside the walls were the main targets for renovation. Unlike the emptiness of the previous battery factory site, this place was bustling with activity. Construction machinery roared, transport vehicles shuttled, and workers in hard hats were busy at various work fronts. The project manager from Tianshun Construction, Engineer Zhang, met Xu Chen and his team at the entrance of the main workshop. He wore a dusty work suit, his skin tanned, a man of action. President Su, President Sun were pushing full speed ahead inside. Let me show you around, Engineer Zhang said without much small talk, leading them directly into the main workshop. The interior was vast, and a wave of noise and heat rushed at them. Overhead, the steel structure was being reinforced with welding arcs flashing. In some areas of the floor, old equipment foundations had been broken up and removed, and new steel rebar foundations were being tied. On another side, workers were laying thick cables and compressed air pipes. A detailed construction schedule hung on the wall. This will be the final assembly workshop, Engineer Zhang explained, pointing at the blueprint. We're renovating it exactly according to the process layout provided by President Meng and his team. The current focus is on foundation work, structural reinforcement, floor rework, and all pipeline embedding. What stage is the progress at now? Xu Chen asked, his gaze sweeping across the construction site. We started at the end of November. Demolition and removal are basically complete, and we're now fully into the foundation construction phase, Engineer Zhang replied in detail. Steel structure reinforcement is 70 done, floor demolition is 80 complete, new rebar tying is at 50, and main pipeline embedding is at 30. At this pace, when will it be ready for equipment installation? Engineer Zhang clearly knew the timeline well. Our target is to complete all civil engineering and foundation renovations before the Spring Festival, including floor hardening, pipeline laying, cable tray installation, lighting, and ventilation. That way, once the Spring Festival holiday is over, process equipment can start arriving and being installed. How long will equipment installation and commissioning take? If the equipment arrives on time, the entire process, installation, wiring, single machine, commissioning, line integration, process validation, and trial production, will take about 4 to 5 months under smooth conditions, Engineer Zhang estimated. So an ideal target is that by around July next year, this final assembly workshop will be capable of small-scale trial assembly. What about the budget? Xu Chen turned to Sun Hao. Engineer Zhang took a notebook from his tool bag. President Xu, according to the final approved renovation plan, the total budget for the main workshop's reinforcement flooring, all pipelines, electrical, fire protection, and environmental systems is about 85 million yuan. The adjacent office building and RD building's full renovation budget is roughly 12 million yuan. That adds up to nearly 100 million, not including the procurement costs for the production lines later. Xu Chen nodded. The figure was within expectations, but it served as another reminder that automaking was a heavy asset investment. Fortunately, the battery project had subsidies, and the group's cash flow could still support it for now. The renovation standards must be strictly enforced, especially floor flatness, pipeline quality, and electrical safety. These are the foundations for future production quality and efficiency, Xu Chen stressed. Keep a close eye on the schedule, but safety always comes first. Understood, President Xu. We monitor the standards and schedule daily, and safety is always the first topic at our morning meetings, Engineer Zhang replied solemnly. Leaving the noisy workshop, Xu Chen sat in the car and took one last look at the construction site, which was still bustling with activity even in the cold winter. This place was being reshaped from the inside out. It would become where the dream of Wujia Auto began. Back to Zhengzhou, he told the driver. The car headed onto the highway back to Zhengzhou. As the sky darkened, Xu Chen leaned back in his seat, reviewing the day's itinerary. The land for the battery factory was secured, and the renovation of the vehicle factory was progressing at full speed. Both heavy asset projects were rolling forward as planned. The next important agenda item was the supply chain summit in Huqing. Step out, see the outside world, and see where he stood in this emerging arena. The car moved steadily toward Zhengzhou in the deepening night. The interior grew quiet with only the low hum of the engine. Xu Chen's mind was already planning what to do in Huqing. By the time they returned to Zhengzhou, the sky was fully dark. Xu Chen didn't go back to the hotel. Instead, he had the car drive directly to the leased address of the Central Research Institute. Meng Xuejuan was still waiting for him there. In the office, the printed invitation for the Huqing summit lay on the table. Xu Chen didn't go back to the hotel. Instead, he had the car drive directly to the leased address of the Central Research Institute. Meng Xuejuan was still waiting for him there. In the office, the printed invitation for the Huqing summit lay on the table. I've got the details, Meng Xuejuan said, pointing to the contact person on the invitation letter. It's Deputy Secretary General Liu of the association, who personally extended the invitation. I discreetly inquired on the side, and they're mainly inviting us based on our recent acquisition of Lincoln Auto and our push to obtain passenger vehicle production qualifications. He continued. The association said they welcome every new player with determination and strength to join the new energy vehicle track. They believe Tianyu's approach, starting from commercial and special purpose vehicles, then acquiring qualifications through acquisition, is a pragmatic and efficient development path worth noting. This summit provides the perfect opportunity for a new face like us to meet the entire automotive industry chain. Xu Chen picked up the invitation and carefully studied the agenda. Besides the main forum, there were dozens of subforums, a dedicated supplier exhibition, and matchmaking areas covering nearly every aspect of automobile manufacturing, from the 3-electric system, chassis body, interior, and exterior, to intelligent connectivity and production equipment. This summit looks more like a large-scale professional auto parts marketplace. Xu Chen flipped to the preliminary list of exhibitors, which was densely packed with hundreds of companies from giants to small and medium-sized specialized suppliers. Yes, President Xu, Meng Xuejuan nodded. Deputy Secretary General Liu also mentioned on the phone whether you're looking for major assemblies like batteries and motors, a specific connector, a piece of soundproofing material with particular requirements, or even specialized tooling equipment for an automated production line, you'll basically find the right suppliers to talk to at this event. For a newcomer like us, just starting to build our vehicle supply chain, this will be much more efficient. Understood. Xu Chen put down the invitation, his thoughts becoming clear. This is indeed a great opportunity. Reply to the association. Boundless Auto will attend on time. Prepare yourself, you're coming with me. The objectives are clear. First, understand the mainstream technology levels and cost brackets in the industry. Second, focus on finding potential suppliers that match our needs in quality, cost, and delivery, especially those small and medium-sized companies with unique strengths in their niches. Third, get a feel for the industry atmosphere and competitive landscape. Got it, President Xu. He'll immediately prepare a detailed participation plan and a list of target contacts. Meng Xuejuan noted down the key points. The association's invitation came at just the right time. It not only recognized Tianyu's new identity in vehicle manufacturing at the industry level, but also provided an efficient centralized window for Tianyu to quickly get in touch with the vast and intricate supply chain network of China's automotive industry. For Tianyu, which was sourcing thousands of components for the Wujia Mini, this was undoubtedly a timely ring. Meng Xuejuan then shifted topics. The initial digital model of the chassis platform is ready, but there are a few key parameters where engineer Qian and I have disagreements that need your final decision. He opened his laptop and brought up a 3D model. A simplified white frame hovered on the screen. The main debate is about the wheelbase and track width combination as well as the front suspension type. Meng Xuejuan pointed to the model. Plan A wheelbase 2,000 mm, front track 1,420 mm, a rear track 1,430 mm. The advantage is maximum interior space utilization, especially rear legroom, nearly a fist more than competitors. But the downside is a slightly larger turning radius affecting handling agility. Plan B wheelbase 1950 mm, front and rear track, both 1,410 mm. The body is more compact, turning is agile, and handling is theoretically better. However, rear legroom is compressed about 4 fingers less than Plan A. He switched to another set of data. Engineer Qian favors Plan A, arguing that Wujia Mini's core users are sensitive to space and large space is a hard requirement. I lean toward Plan B, believing that electric vehicles need a more agile city driving experience, and the compact size for easy parking is itself a selling point. Xu Chen looked at the data comparison on the screen without answering immediately. What about the suspension? Front suspension McPherson strut is mainstream low-cost, low-space occupation. But engineer Qian suggests that if we consider launching a model with a hint of sportiness or premium attributes later, we could go straight to a more complex double wishbone structure. Of course, cost, weight, and tuning difficulty would all increase. Meng Xuejuan looked at Xu Chen. This determines how high the ceiling of our chassis platform can be. Xu Chen pondered for a moment. Space and agility don't have to be an either-or choice. Use Plan as 2,000 mm wheelbase to ensure the basic space advantage. But for the rear suspension, can we use a trailing arm design with special geometric tuning to optimize steering characteristics and compensate for the longer wheelbase? Meng Xuejuan's eyes lit up. We can try. Although tuning will be challenging if done, while it can balance space and agility. What about the front suspension? Use McPherson, Xu Chen decided decisively. First, solve the problem of existence, pursue extreme cost control and reliability. Double wishbone will be reserved for future high-performance versions or upgraded platforms. The Wujia Mini's top priority is volume and reliability, not showing off. Understood. Meng Xuejuan quickly took notes. What about the material strength and process at the key stress points of the monocoque body and the integration method of the battery pack with the body? We'll finalize those specific technical details tomorrow morning with engineer Qian, Xu Chen interrupted. One principle under the premise of meeting safety regulations and durability standards optimized for cost. We don't want the most advanced chassis, we want the chassis that is best suited for the Wujia Mini. Meng Xuejuan closed his laptop feeling confident. At the Shanghai Summit, you should focus on a few suppliers specializing in chassis lightweighting and electric power steering assistance, Xu Chen instructed as a final note. There's still room for improvement in our chassis software tuning and lightweighting. Got it, President Xu. Leaving the research institute, Xu Chen got into the car. The general direction of the chassis was set, and the Shanghai itinerary was clear. He rubbed his forehead. The next tough nut to crack would be the vehicle infotainment system from Tianyu Software. He wondered how Ma De's recruitment efforts were going. Over at Ma De's side, Ma had been losing hair lately. Not literally from worry, though he was indeed quite bald. President Xu asked him to form a team to develop the in-house vehicle infotainment system. The money and title were given, but finding top talent had been met with rejection. The elite from the connected vehicle departments of BAT and the UI masters from mobile phone manufacturers he contacted all had remarkably similar reactions over the phone. Tianyu, the one that makes three-wheelers and old man's mobility scooters, going in-house for vehicle infotainment. The disbelief and barely suppressed laughter in their voices could be felt even through the phone line. Mr. Ma, the vehicle infotainment field is deep, you can't handle it. Stability safety OTA, without years of accumulation you won't even get your foot in the door. There are mature Huiqiang solutions, why bother reinventing the wheel? A well-meaning senior acquaintance advised. Others were more direct, offering ridiculously high prices as a joke. Double the salary, a signing bonus of 50,000 equity, based on valuation. Oh, you haven't even had a funding round yet. This in-house development, is it just something Boss Xu cooked up on a whim? Mata was fuming with frustration, but he had to admit that in the eyes of seasoned talent Tianyu's in-house vehicle infotainment seemed like a joke. Brand prejudice, technical doubts, and distrust of a startup's stability. These three barriers shut him out. The shortcut of poaching mature talent with high salaries was temporarily blocked. Mata downed a large cup of iced Americano to calm down. If the experienced ones couldn't be lured, he would have to cultivate his own. He recalled President Xu's words about liberating the mind and turned his attention to the campus. This time he set his sights on Zhengzhou University. As the only 211 institution in the province, its computer science, software engineering, and electronic information programs boast solid foundations, ensuring student quality. The key was that young people possessed high malleability, lacking the myriad preconceptions of workplace veterans, and the cost was relatively elegant. He arranged a dedicated recruitment talk at Zhengzhou University held in the lecture hall of the School of Computer Science. On the day of the talk, the hall, which could seat 200, was packed to the brim, with people standing in the aisles and at the back. The Tianyu group enjoyed considerable recognition among local non-as students, particularly due to the rumored high salaries and the Tianyu home apartments, which held a fatal allure for Sunto graduates entering society. Mada stepped onto the podium, gazing at the youthful faces below, vibrant with eyes mingling curiosity, desire, and a hint of confusion. He felt a bit more confident. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mada from Tianyuan Software, a subsidiary of Tianyu Group. Today I'm here to find a group of partners to do something cool and challenging together. He opened the PPT, and two large characters appeared on the screen. Car system. Not that laggy, ugly screen in a car that can only play radio. What we want to build is a smart, smooth, and truly user-friendly brain for automobiles. He displayed several simple UI concept diagrams and some interaction ideas. This requires the most hardcore system-level experts, the most aesthetically minded designers, the most user-understanding interaction geniuses, and the most rigorous testing specialists. A buzz of discussion arose from the audience, and many students' eyes lit up. During the QA session, a boy sitting in the front row wearing black-rimmed glasses raised his hand first. His question was highly technical. Mr. Ma self-developed car system involves chip adaptation, multiple bus protocols, functional safety standards such as ISO 26262, and demands extremely high reliability and real-time performance. As a brand new team, how do you ensure that you don't end up with a big Android toy, but a true automotive-grade product? The question was sharp and hit the nail on the head. Ma Dest's spirits lifted. This was exactly the kind of thought-provoking question he needed. Good question. First, we are not starting entirely from scratch. We will deeply customize based on a proven real-time kernel. Second, he paused briefly, revealing a bit of information. Our hardware, from core chips to key sensors, is self-developed or deeply customized by our group's sister companies, which greatly reduces the complexity and uncertainty of underlying adaptation. Third, the functional safety team is already being assembled. Finally, and crucially, he scanned the room. We have an agile environment for rapid experimentation and iteration. While a major corporation finishes one feature process, we may have already iterated 3 versions. Of course, this means high intensity and high pressure. Hair loss warning. He pointed to his forehead, drawing a ripple of laughter. But the reward is that you will personally participate in creating a system from scratch that may be installed in hundreds of thousands or even millions of cars in the future. Such growth and sense of achievement are unparalleled. Ma Dest's words were half empty promises and half heartfelt. The talk was quite effective, and they collected a thick stack of resumes. In the subsequent written tests and interviews, there were many amusing incidents and surprises. A boy whose resume claimed proficient in C, led multiple large projects, was asked to write a simple string processing function during the interview. He was stuck for 10 minutes, his face flushed red. A girl applying for UI design had a portfolio filled with strong personal artistic style, extremely cool. Mada asked, if we need to design a warm, easy-to-read interface for family users, can you adjust your style? The girl replied without hesitation, no. Compromising style is betraying art. Mada didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, there were also times when they found treasures. A boy with near-perfect written test scores, but a slight stutter when speaking during the interview, when faced with a complex concurrency problem, drew a flowchart on the whiteboard with such clear logic that the interviewer nodded inwardly. A girl studying software engineering analyzed the pros and cons of the architectures of several mainstream car system apps on the market with great insight, and even proposed many seemingly naive yet clever optimization ideas. Mada was like sifting gold from sand, working hard to select candidates with potential diligence and passion for technology. Cheap. The salaries of fresh graduates compared to elite engineers at big companies were indeed highly cost-effective. For now, they were all blank slates, but with strong plasticity and no fixed mindsets. Most importantly, they were filled with almost naive enthusiasm and confidence for the challenge of self-developed car system and would not be intimidated by the word impossible. After several rounds of screening, a highly young car system startup team of about 30 people began to take shape. The average age was under 24, almost all fresh graduates or those who had graduated a year ago. Watching these young people crowded into a temporarily rented office in Zhengzhou high-tech zone, arguing heatedly over a technical solution, frowning at bugs, and cheering over solving a small problem, Ma felt a mix of emotions. A student army composed mainly of top 211 university graduates was about to attack the automotive-grade smart cockpit system. Speaking of it, some would still sneer. But seeing the unextinguished light in their eyes, the spirit of believing that code can change something, the depression Ma had felt from being mocked earlier dissipated considerably. No experience. Then learn desperately. No accumulation. Then build line by line of code. He walked to the front of the office area and clapped his hands. All right, future masters, he raised his voice. Warm-up is over. First practical task: within 2 weeks, get the first stable version of our basic system running on the target development board and pass a 72-hour stress test. The first team to meet the target will get priority rights to choose a house in Tianyu home next month. He'll personally fight for it. Instantly the office was silent for a second, then erupted with more intense keyboard clattering and discussion. Mata returned to his office, closed the door, and only then rubbed his throbbing temples. He took out his phone and sent a message to Xu Chen. President Xu, the team is assembled. A bunch of top students from Zhengzhou University, smart, driven, and cheap. The car system project is officially underway. Also requesting an increase in the team snack budget and procurement quota for neck massagers. These kids are too scary when they stay up late. Okay, he'll have procurement handle it. He'll come over tomorrow. Ma Des' spirits lifted. President Xu was coming. He quickly put down his phone, walked out of the office, and shouted, "Tomorrow the big boss is coming. Everyone be careful." What? The big boss is coming. That young and wealthy President Xu. I wonder if President Xu will say to someone at first sight, 5 million be my girlfriend. Nobody, you're a guy. How can you be a girlfriend? None of your business. Hate it. Humph, the other boys. Watching this group of clowns, Mata sighed, helplessly, only hoping nothing would go wrong tomorrow. The next afternoon, Xu Chen arrived with his assistant at the entrance of the office space rented by Tianyu Software, punctually as always. As the door swung open, a wave of heat, mingled with the scent of caffeine, the sweat of young workers, and the clamor of heated technical discussions, rushed out to greet them. The office was an open-plan area where about 30 people were crammed together. Their desks were cluttered not only with computers, but also with various development boards, cables, and snack wrappers. The whiteboard was covered in hasty architectural diagrams and function names. President Xu, Mata Sharpie immediately stepped forward. Today he had deliberately put on a new white shirt, trying to appear more like a responsible person. His shout instantly silenced the previously noisy office. Dozens of gazes shot toward the doorway. Curious, excited, nervous, and with a hint of scrutiny reserved for a legendary figure. Xu Chen was dressed casually today as well. Slacks, and a white shirt, a smile on his face. He nodded to everyone busy. I'm just taking a look. Go on with what you're doing, don't mind me. Despite his words, no one could truly go on with what they were doing. However, Xu Chen's easygoing attitude eased the tension a little. Come over here, everyone. President Xu wants to say a few words, Mata called out. The young people swarmed around, some clutching notebooks, others holding half-empty energy drinks, standing loosely, but with bright eyes fixed on Xu Chen. Hello, everyone, the founding members of Tianyu Software. I'm Xu Chen, he began, his voice not loud, but clear. President Ma tells me that your team's combat effectiveness is off the charts, but your hair is falling out a bit too fast. I came to see for myself, and to bring some ammunition. A few low chuckles arose from the crowd. First of all, on behalf of the group, I want to thank you all for your choice and trust. I know that many of you here probably had more than just Tianyu's offer in hand. The fact that you came here means you believe we can really make this in-vehicle system happen, and that you've chosen a path that's tougher, but might also be cooler. Xu Chen's gaze swept over the young faces. People outside say that Tianyu, a company that makes tricycles, knows nothing about in-vehicle systems. They say we're daydreaming. I've heard plenty of that. But I want to say this precisely because they think it's impossible. If we succeed, that's what makes it truly awesome. We don't do empty talk. Hard work is tough, I know. So starting next month, the group has decided to provide the following support for everyone at Tianyu Software. The young people's ears perked up immediately. First, accommodation. The company is currently scouting suitable apartment buildings in Zhengzhou's high-tech zone for bulk leasing. 2 or 3 people per room, fully equipped with air conditioning, water heater, and Wi-Fi, truly movie-in ready. Anyone who wants to stay can apply. The company will cover the main rent. You'll only need to share the utilities and property management fees. At the same time, we'll provide a commuter shuttle to pick you up and drop you off directly at the office. Why? So you can sleep an extra half hour every day, skip one less subway or bus ride, and save your energy and hair for codes and bugs. After Xu Chen finished this point, suppressed exclamations of damn and excited whispers erupted from the crowd. Free almost apartments plus a shuttle? That was more concrete than any Pinefesky promise. Second, meals. We're not setting up a cafeteria, but we'll provide meal allowances based on the average dining expenditure in Zhengzhou directly deposited into your salary cards. You can decide what to eat, more freedom. Third, and this is a longer-term plan, the group has decided to acquire land in Zhengzhou's Zhengdong New District to build our own apartment buildings. There will be single rooms, couple rooms, family rooms, and even our own residential community. Employees will have preferential purchase options in the future, but that will take some time. At this, even the most taciturn tech geeks widened their eyes. Housing was the biggest burden weighing on young people today. Xu Chen's proposals precisely targeted their pain points. Of course none of this comes for free. Xu Chen shifted his tone, still relaxed, but with solid content. I need all of you to deliver within 1 year the first version of the in-vehicle system that can be installed on our Wujie Mini, stable, reliable, and with an experience no worse than mainstream standards. Tight deadline, heavy task. Do you have confidence? Yes. The 30-odd young people roared in unison, their morale visibly soaring. Benefits were the catalyst, but a clear and challenging goal was the core that ignited the fighting spirit of these top students. Good. Xu Chen smiled. For the specific technology, President Ma will lead the team. You can discuss it among yourselves. If you need resources from the group, find President Ma, or have him come directly to me. I have only one requirement: don't be afraid to make mistakes, but move fast. Alright, that's all I have to say. I won't take up any more of your time. Oh, by the way, he added, President Ma is now the official head and legal representative of Tianyu Software. His work at Xixing Technology has been handed over. From now on, he's the one in charge here. Mada straightened his chest, feeling that his shirt seemed even more crisp. After speaking, Xu Chen really began to stroll around the office, looking at screens, asking what people were debugging. The young people were a bit stiff at first, but soon he drew them into technical questions, and they started explaining excitedly. President Xu, look at our service process, keep alive mechanism. Isn't it clever? A boy proudly displayed. President Xu, I think the startup animation of the in-vehicle system could be like this: that Billy little TV crashes in and turns into our logo. A designer gesticulated wildly. President Xu, do you think my hair can hold out until the project goes live? A boy with a receding hairline asked with a mournful face, triggering a burst of laughter. Xu Chen laughed to hold on. The bonus for project launch will be enough for you to get 2 hair transplants. Strolling past a workstation by the window, Xu Chen noticed a sticky note on the computer with a printed picture of his side profile, one of the few that had circulated online, and a handwritten line of bold art text: President Xu, look at me. I can sacrifice my liver and hair for the in-vehicle system. Heart gesture. Xu Chen. This is a... Bro, are you okay? The baby-faced boy at the workstation instantly turned red to the roots of his neck, snatched the sticky note down, crumpled it into a ball, and stammered, Press President Xu, I motivate myself. Yes, motivate. The people around were already laughing their heads off. Mada covered his face, unable to look. Passing another workstation, he found a remarkably vivid, worried-looking caricature of Mada drawn in marker on the side of the computer tower with the caption Monder pressured, and a line of smaller text below, another code, error Mada's hair 1. Xu Chen suppressed a laugh and pointed. The boy at that workstation said with a righteous face, President Xu, this is pressure visualization. It urges us to write robust code and protect President Ma's hairline. Mada. Thank you, I'm so grateful. After making a round, Xu Chen had a general sense of this young, energetic, quirky-minded, but technically solid team. Though immature, they had that fearless newborn calf spirit, a pure passion for technology and the future, and with tangible welfare guarantees, they might just carve out a path. Before leaving, Xu Chen patted Ma Da on the shoulder. It's in your hands now. I know the pressure is heavy, but I've given you the troops and the supplies. How you lead a team that can fight tough battles is up to you. If anything comes up, come directly to me. Understood, President Xu. You can rest assured. Ma Da nodded heavily, feeling the weight of responsibility, but also a fiercer fire in his heart. After seeing Xu Chen off, Ma Da returned to the office and found that the group of jokers had quickly reverted to their original forms, but the atmosphere of discussion was noticeably more heated, the keyboard clatter more intense than before. He cleared his throat. You all heard it. President Xu's compensation is top tier in the industry, but the work must also be top tier. The one who drew my bald head. Yes, you. Tonight's stress test data report, you turn it in first. Oh. A chorus of wails and gloating laughter erupted. Mada shook his head, but couldn't help the corners of his mouth turning up. Although these kids were abstract and sullen, they seemed somehow different. After Xu Chen got into the car, he asked his assistant beside him, Xiao Li, do you think I can make it to the other side? Xiao Li. Seeing Xiao Li's bewildered expression, Xu Chen laughed heartily and said to the driver, go to Tianguang Image. He had been in Zhengzhou for so long and hadn't yet visited Tianguang Image. The car drove toward Suizhou Street in Zhengzhou High-Tech Zone, where Tianguang Imaging's office and R&D center were located. Unlike Tianyu Software's atmosphere of youthful restlessness, this place was much quieter, with a faint blend of solder and cleaning agent in the air. Lu Jiangwo, the person in charge, was in his early 40s with a lean build and sharp eyes that exuded the focused concentration typical of a technician. He had previously served as the R&D deputy director at a top-tier optical module factory in China and was drawn here by Xu Chen's philosophy of starting from the basics and creating differentiation. Welcome, President Xu, Lu Jiangwo said crisply. Timely, we're testing several basic camera modules for the Boundless Mini. He led Xu Chen into the testing area. On the workbench were several cameras connected to testing instruments. This is the rear-view camera for the reversing image, Lu Jiangwo said, picking up a compact one. Small as it is, it uses an automotive-grade sensor with optimized low-light performance and wide-angle distortion control. Even in very poor light at night, it can clearly outline obstacles within a few meters behind the car, far better than the blind cameras found in many similarly priced vehicles. The adjacent screen played test footage. In a simulated, dimly lit underground garage, the image from this camera was indeed clearer than that of an ordinary product beside it, with license plate numbers and obstacle edges more discernible. What about the cost? Asked Xu Chen. It's only about 8 higher than the cheapest solution, but the experience improvement is significant. We believe it's worth the money, Lu Jiangwo answered firmly. Good. The reversing image is a must-have. It must be clear and reliable. This solution passes. Xu Chen nodded, then looked at another similar-looking module. Is this for the dashcam? Yes, the forward-facing recording camera, Lu Jiangwo explained. It also emphasizes night vision capabilities and has optimized dynamic range to avoid blinding white or pitch-black images when entering or exiting tunnels. The recording resolution supports 1080p at 30 frames per second with stability as the key, ensuring no frame drops or crashes under long-term bumpy conditions. Xu Chen picked it up for a look. For a small car costing 40,000 yuan, a clear and reliable reversing camera and dashcam were already significant configurations that enhanced safety and practicality. The thinking is right. First, make these basic but critical automotive imaging functions solid and reliable, Xu Chen affirmed, then shifted the topic. But President Liu, while we focus on the basics, we must also look ahead. Today I'd also like to discuss Tianyu Imaging's longer-term positioning. They entered the conference room. On the whiteboard were sketches of sensors and optical structures. Besides providing stable and reliable eyes for our cars, Tianyu Imaging's future core mission is to become a company with core image processing technology and algorithm capabilities, Xu Chen stated directly. Lu Jiangwo and several core engineers listened attentively. Hardware, like sensors and lenses, is the foundation, but many parameters are dictated by upstream suppliers. The real differentiation, especially in consumer electronics and future smart vehicles, increasingly depends on algorithms. How we process and optimize the raw data captured by hardware, turning it into better, more intelligent information. Xu Chen tapped the table. For example, multi-frame HDR, night mode, portrait bokeh, AI scene optimization on smartphones. These transformations in mobile photography are all driven by algorithm competition. Like those smartphone manufacturers in his past life, they were obsessed with capturing the moon and pores, striving to turn phones into DSLRs that could make calls. Especially that brand famous for imaging flagship and color mysticism. They were truly immersed in art beyond escape, probably dreaming of color calibration. The camera modules grew larger and larger, truly becoming Oreo itself. Although the Boundless Mini doesn't need advanced assisted driving vision at present, that doesn't mean we shouldn't study related algorithms. From basic image enhancement, noise reduction, and distortion correction to more complex object recognition and scene understanding, these technologies are the trend in our technical reserve. Lu Jiangwo nodded thoughtfully. President Xu, I understand. Developing proprietary image algorithms, especially those for advanced vision, requires continuous investment in top talent and massive data. Do you mean we should first build a team and stockpile technology? Exactly. 2 steps with a long-term vision, Xu Chen said clearly, having a comprehensive plan. Step 1. Focus on the present, serve existing models. Concentrate efforts to optimize the ISP image signal processing for basic functions like reversing camera and dashcam, making the image quality, stability, and reliability the benchmark in the same price range. That's our foundation. Step 2. Layout for the future, invest in R&D. Xu Chen's gaze swept the room. Establish a pre-research team for computational photography and visual algorithms. Initially, this team doesn't have to be confined to automotive standards. It can even start by training in the mature and fiercely competitive field of mobile imaging algorithms. Several engineers showed interest. Yes, mobile phones, Xu Chen confirmed. The mobile imaging market is large with rapid iteration, making it an excellent stage to refine algorithms and attract talent. We can develop our own night scene algorithms, portrait algorithms, and video stabilization algorithms. The goal is not to make phones, but to hone the team, accumulate algorithm IP, intellectual property, and even potentially provide algorithm solutions to other manufacturers in the future. This has several benefits. First, the technology is transferable. Advanced algorithms refined on mobile devices can adapt to future higher-end automotive needs and even expand into other smart hardware domains. Second, it attracts top algorithmic talent. After all, optimizing smartphone photo effects is often more appealing and fulfilling to many excellent engineers than calibrating a reversing camera, and it's easier to build industry influence. Third, algorithms themselves can become future profit points or technical barriers. Xu Chen's explanation was clear. Lu Jiangwo's eyes lit up. This plan pointed Tianyu Imaging toward a development path beyond its current supplier role. Of course, challenges are immense. Well-faced competition from mobile phone giants and traditional algorithm companies. But our advantage is that, backed by Tianyu, we have a stable core business to support R&D investment without immediate pressure to deliver. We can plan calmly from a long-term technical evolution perspective. Xu Chen looked at Lu Jiangwo. What do you think, President Liu? Lu Jiangwo nodded firmly. President Xu, I fully agree with this direction. Solidify the foundation, research the frontier, walking on 2 legs. This ensures both the competitiveness of current products and the reserve of core technology for the future. Well, start forming the algorithm pre-research team as soon as possible, targeting promising university graduates and innovative algorithm engineers. You lead the personnel with group support. For funds, seek approval from Shani. Hey race, my goal: first, ensure the camera modules for the Boundless Mini are stable, reliable, and have good image quality. Second, the algorithm pre-research team should be set up within 6 months, starting with a specific small point, like a night scene noise reduction algorithm or smart HDR, to create a distinctive demo. Don't rush for results, but aim for depth. Xu Chen gave clear instructions. Understood. Well, complete the mission. The responses from Lu Jiangwo and the technical backbone carried a sense of responsibility and anticipation for technical exploration. When Xu Chen left, Tianguang imaging night had already fallen. Sitting in the car, Xu Chen gazed at the lights outside the window. Start from the basics, but always look ahead. Tianguang Imaging is now providing clear and reliable eyes for the Boundless Mini, while also reserving the ability to understand the world in the future. Technical reserves are like saving money. Investing now may yield compound interest in the future. The car merged into traffic. Xu Chen knew that building a car was a marathon, not just about who runs faster now, but who has stored more energy for the later track. Algorithms are one of the key energy blocks. Sowing now, hoping they will take root and grow in the future. All matters in Zhengzhou were concluded. Having been away from Tianyu Travel for so many days, it was time to return. Xu Chen decided to go back to Tianyu Travel tomorrow. Meanwhile, at Tianyu Travel, many things had happened, leaving Zhou Chengxian overwhelmed and busy. Tianyu Travel, the old factory district of Guide City, the office of the person in charge. Zhou Chengxian felt he had become a spinning top, recently constantly being whipped. The tangible benefits of the Tianyu home plan, especially the free dormitory and shuttle buses, spread rapidly among the local residents of Guide and the migrant workers from their hometowns. The consultation hotline was instantly flooded with calls. Zhou Chengxian's own phone also rang incessantly, many of the calls from fellow townspeople who had found him through back channels, their voices brimming with eagerness. Too many people were returning or wanting to come back. The old factory district, after the previous lean reform, had high production line efficiency, but the number of positions was precisely calculated. Now, with so many people pouring in, the existing production lines simply couldn't absorb them. The HR director, holding a long list of candidates awaiting placement, stood before Zhou Chengxian with a worried expression. General Zhou, these are all candidates who passed the initial screening. They are highly motivated and many are experienced workers. But we simply can't squeeze any more in here. Zhou Chengxian rubbed his temples looking at the list. Turning them down directly. Not an option. Forcing them in. Also not feasible. His gaze drifted to the group's business map on the wall, slowly moving until it rested on Tianqing Energy Luoyang. The battery factory President Su had planned would begin capacity ramp-up in the second half of next year, requiring a large number of industrial workers. According to the original plan, Sun Hao's large-scale recruitment and training should start early next year. An idea took shape. He picked up the phone and called Sun Hao, the general manager of Tianqing Energy. After the phone conversation, the two parties finalized the reserve team plan. Tianyu Travel would organize training, and after passing the assessment, the workers would be sent to the Tianqing Energy factory in Luoyang. Hanging up with Sun Hao, Zhou Chengxian looked at the long list and did the math. The first phase of the reserve team planned to recruit 80 people, but there were still over 100 on the list needing placement. Among them were many experienced workers with electric vehicle assembly skills. He recalled the news from Xixing Technology. The Xixing X5 had received a flood of pre-orders at the exhibition, and the existing OEM factory's capacity was about to be strained. And Tianyu Travel's own brand, aside from three-wheelers and senior scooters, had only a very basic product line in the two-wheeled electric vehicle segment. Zhou Chengxian made another call, this time to the group's CFO Shani. General Shun, it's Zhou Chengxian. I need the group's support for something. I want to urgently lease a medium-sized factory near the old factory district and set up two-wheeled electric vehicle assembly lines. Zhou Chengxian spoke quickly. 2 reasons. First, to absorb some of the experienced workers returning from their hometowns. Second, to expand Tianyu Travel's two-wheeler product line. One line will produce the Xixing X5 to supplement OEM capacity. The other line will produce our own Tianyu Travel brand two-wheelers, a simplified version with a lower price point for volume sales. On the other end of the phone, Shun Yi was silent for a few seconds, then came the sound of pages turning. What's the budget? How long is the lease? Do you have a return on investment timeline? Sign the lease for 2 years, first matching the construction period of the new factory district in the economic development zone. Once the new factory is built, this line will be relocated entirely. He'll have the project department send a detailed list this afternoon, but a preliminary estimate, including factory rent, assembly line equipment, and material turnover funds, is about 8 million yuan. The return period. Zhou Chengxian paused. For the Xixing X5 OEM orders, manager Wang has confirmed assigning some of our capacity to them, so the profit is guaranteed. If the Tianyu Travel version is priced reasonably, leveraging existing channels, it should break even within 6 months. Have the project proposal on my desk before tomorrow morning. As long as the numbers look good, he'll approve it. Xu Chen replied decisively. But General Zhou, as the new production line goes online, quality control must keep pace. Don't tarnish the brand. Understood. 3 days later, the lease for an idle factory 3 kilometers from the old factory district was completed. The factory covered about 5,000 square meters, originally a furniture factory workshop. The basic conditions were passable, but it needed modifications to the electrical wiring and installation of some overhead cranes. Simultaneously, the equipment procurement list was sent out. One line was a relatively high-end electric motorcycle assembly line configured according to the Xu X5's process requirements. The other was a cost-effective electric bicycle simple electric motorcycle universal line. Personnel deployment proceeded in parallel. From the list of returning workers, Xu Chen selected 45 experienced workers with electric vehicle assembly skills plus 15 key personnel from the old factory district to form the initial team for the new factory. Of the remaining people, 60 entered the reserve team training, and the rest continued to wait for opportunities. The new factory was named Tianyu Travel Two-Wheeler Project Temporary Base. Inside the workshop, equipment installation and production line commissioning were carried out simultaneously. The production documents and technical standards for the Xu X5 were transmitted from Xu Technology, while the product definition for the Tianyu Travel version was quickly finalized by Xu Chen and the R&D department. Based on the Xu X5 platform, they made reductions, smaller battery capacity, using lead-acid battery options to lower costs, removing some smart features, retaining core performance and basic appearance, with a target price within 3,500 yuan. 2 weeks later, the first production line, Tianyu Travel version, at the temporary base, began trial operation. The first batch of vehicles off the line was the Tianyu Yixing R1. After another week, the second production line, Xu X5, was commissioned and began small batch trial production. The vehicles produced were shipped to Xu Technology for final inspection and calibration, and after confirming quality standards, they would take on some incremental orders. At the old factory district, the reserve team training proceeded as scheduled. During the day, there were classes and Hansen practice. In the evenings, free time. Xu Chen installed a TV in the training classroom, playing technical instructional videos or movies in the evenings. A month later, both production lines at the temporary base had entered stable production. The Tianyu Yixing R1 electric vehicles began distribution through existing dealer channels targeting the county and township markets with a truly competitive price. The OEM production of the Xu X5 went smoothly, relieving the delivery pressure on Xu Technology. Xu Chen shuttled among 3 locations every week: the old factory district, the temporary base, and the reserve team training point. He had a huge Gantt chart hung on the wall of his office. On the left were the indicators of the old factory district, in the middle the capacity and yield data of the temporary base, on the right the training progress and pass rate of the reserve team. Sun Hao visited once from Luoyang, looked at the reserve team's training, and then toured the temporary base. "General Zhou, you move fast," Sun Hao said, watching the electric motorcycles being assembled on the line. "Absorbing manpower while expanding new business." "It's all forced by circumstances," Xu Chen replied frankly. "Waiting for manpower, waiting for factories, waiting for equipment. There's no sitting around waiting. Move first, then optimize. We'll conduct a midterm assessment for this batch of the reserve team next month," Sun Hao said. "Those who pass can start specialized training for battery production ahead of schedule. But I see your new line also needs people. Will you be able to spare them?" "Don't worry, we'll execute the agreement as signed," Xu Chen said. "After the capacity ramp up here, they'll continue recruiting to fill the gaps. The reserve team is prepared for you in Luoyang. They won't be moved." 2 weeks later, photos of the new factory district's construction progress arrived. In the photos, tower cranes stood tall, and the construction site was bustling. Xu Chen printed the photos and posted them on the bulletin board at the temporary base. Below the photos, he wrote a line. "The new home is being built. This is temporary. Keep up the drive, uphold quality, moving next year." Workers on the production line would gather to look during breaks, pointing and discussing. "So this is where we'll be moving. It looks really big. Of course, I heard the dormitory building is right next to the factory, just a few minutes walk to work." The photo was also posted in the reserve team training classroom. The instructor pointed at the photo and said, "See this? This is the group's strength. The Luoyang factory you'll be going to is similar to this. Study hard, and when you get there you'll all be key personnel." Watching everything gradually fall into place, Xu Chen finally took a slight breather. He sent a brief work report to Xu Chen, including the first month production data of the temporary base and the progress of the reserve team training. Xu Chen's reply was quick: "Good. Proceed as planned. I'm keeping an eye on the construction progress of the new factory district. We'll move on schedule next year." Xu Chen put down his phone and walked to the window. Outside in the yard of the temporary base, newly produced electric vehicles were being loaded onto trucks for shipment to various destinations. On the other side of the yard, trainees from the reserve team had just finished their practical session and were heading in small groups toward the dormitory Tianyu had rented. He recalled a phrase Xu Chen had said long ago: "When a problem comes, don't panic. Hidden within it is often an opportunity." Now he was beginning to understand. After Xu Chen returned and saw what Zhou Chengxian had done, he couldn't help but sigh that it was quite a challenge for a man in his 50s. Seeing that Tianyu travel was running smoothly under Zhou Chengshuan's management, Xu Chen felt relieved. That day, he contacted Wang Liwei of Tianshan Construction and asked him to take him to the construction site of the new factory. When the car stopped at the construction site of the Guide Economic Development Zone, Xu Chen nodded approvingly at the transformed landscape. Last time he visited, it was still a pitted, uneven expanse covered with dust-proof nets. Now a different scene unfolded before him. The massive steel framework of the factory building had risen from the ground, its dark gray columns and beams gleaming with a cold, hard luster under the winter sun. Several tower cranes moved slowly like giant arms among the framework, hoisting the next batch of steel components. On one side of the main factory building, concrete mixers and pump trucks roared as they poured the foundation for the auxiliary structures. Further away, several multi-story buildings, the planned RD Center dormitories, had already emerged above ground level. The entire construction site was enclosed by blue hoardings, bustling with silhouettes of workers, and the clamor of various machinery wove into a busy symphony. Wang Liwei of Tianshan Construction was already waiting at the entrance, wearing a white safety helmet and holding a walkie-talkie and a roll of blueprints. Seeing Xu Chen alight from the car, he strode over quickly. "President Xu, you're finally here. Take a look. This speed, I didn't let you down, did I?" Wang Liwei's voice was loud, carrying the hearty directness of a construction worker, and his face was brimming with undisguised pride. After Tianshan Construction was acquired by Tianyu, this new factory project was the first major job they received and a crucial test to prove themselves. Taking the white safety helmet handed by his assistant, Xu Chen put it on, surveyed the surroundings, and nodded. "The progress is even faster than I expected. President Wang, you've worked hard. Hey, you've paid well and provided enough manpower, President Xu. If we couldn't get things done quickly, we'd be useless." Wang Liwei chuckled, gesturing to lead the way. "This way, President Xu, I'll show you the details." The two entered the site. The temporary roads had been hardened, but were still covered with tire tracks and dust. Workers in various colored uniforms busied themselves at their posts. Sparks from welding torches flashed intermittently on the steel beams. The main factory building uses a light steel structure. Design, fabrication, and hoisting are carried out simultaneously. That's the key to saving time. Wang Liwei pointed at the massive structure before them. "We divided it into 5 major zones for concurrent construction. Look over there. The roof panels for Zone A are already being installed. The crane beam hoisting for Zone B will be finished today. At the current pace, the entire main structure and roof enclosure of the factory will be completed before the Spring Festival. We won't stop completely during the holiday. Some workers will stay for internal electrical and pipe embedding. After spring, ground hardening, interior finishing, and equipment foundation work will be in full swing. 7 months. Main structure delivered for installation. Any problems?" Xu Chen asked. "There's pressure certainly, but at this rate it's manageable." Wang Liwei patted his chest. "We're working 3 shifts with people resting, but machinery never idle. Bonuses are set for key milestones, and the workers are highly motivated." "How much has been spent so far?" Xu Chen inquired directly. Wang Liwei was prepared. He pulled a brief report from his folder. "Since the official start in early August, over 4 months, including the land purchase, we've disbursed about 120 million yuan in project payments. The bulk went to steel structure procurement and fabrication, earthwork, concrete, and large machinery rental and shift fees. That doesn't include subsequent interior work, landscaping, and municipal utility connections yet. What about personnel? How many of our people and how many subcontractors are on site now?" Tianshan Construction's core management and technical team, about 120 people, handle overall management and key technical trades. The field workers at peak, over 800, come mainly through several long-term reliable subcontracting teams. Rebar workers, carpenters, concrete workers, welders, scaffolders. All trades are covered. Wang Liwei recited the figures like a practiced list. Wages are paid in full every month, supervised directly by Tianshan with no delays. On average, each worker takes home 6,000 to 7,000 yuan per month. Skilled masters can earn over 1,000. This income is unmatched in Guide's construction industry, so the workforce is stable and skilled. Xu Chen nodded as he listened. Though money flowed like water, seeing tangible progress made it worthwhile. High wages attracted and retained good workers, ultimately reflected in project quality and speed, a virtuous cycle. They walked beside the auxiliary building where concrete was being poured. Wang Liwei pointed at the structures. "That's the RD Center. Over there, the cafeteria and activity center. The southernmost buildings are the first phase dormitories of Tianyu Home. The fastest progress, already up to the 4th floor. According to your requirements, the standards are high. Unit types include single rooms, double rooms, and quadruple rooms, all with private bathrooms and balconies. They're expected to be ready for initial occupancy by May or June next year." Xu Chen looked toward the dormitory area, seeing dense scaffolding and safety nets. This was the solid foundation of the Tianyu Home plan. "President Wang, quality and safety are red lines. Never to be relaxed," Xu Chen said solemnly. "We need speed, but never at the expense of quality and safety." Tianyu Construction's reputation and Tianyu Group's credibility all rest on this project. President Xu rest assured. Wang Liwei replied, his tone equally serious. Full-time safety officers patrol the site daily, and we hold a safety meeting every week. On quality, our own supervision team is relentless. Every process must pass inspection before moving to the next. All incoming materials are spot-checked. If any quality issue arises, Wang Liwei will take full responsibility. Xu Chen patted his shoulder. I trust your work. If you need more funds or resources from the group, contact Xun Yi directly or me. There's only one goal. Build this new home with quality, quantity, and on schedule. He spent another hour touring the site, inspecting several key construction points and chatting briefly with the heads of various subcontracting teams. By then, Xu Chen had a solid grasp of the situation. Though Wang Liwei's style was rough, he indeed knew how to manage a site. The schedule was tight, and the site was reasonably organized. Leaving the site, Xu Chen sat back in the car, a thin layer of dust on his clothes. He gazed at the bustling scene receding through the window, feeling a sense of calm settle in his heart. With this new base, Tianyu Mobility could finally shed the constraints of the old factory, achieving a comprehensive upgrade in capacity and image. When the RD centers of Tianjin and Tianguang moved in, technical collaboration would also become more convenient. Time passed swiftly, machines ran without rest, and blueprints turned into steel and concrete. When the last page of the 2014 calendar was torn away, the new year quietly arrived. Tianyu Group's overall December revenue data, after intense calculation, lay quietly on Xu Chen's desk. He opened the report, and a string of figures caught his eye, making his gaze brighten. Xu Chen flipped open the year-end financial report, and the dancing numbers made the corners of his mouth curl upward involuntarily. In December 2014, Tianyu had fought a brilliant final battle. The promotional strategy of lowering the price of four-wheeled elderly mobility scooters by 1,000 yuan had yielded remarkable results, with monthly sales reaching 41000 units. The annual total sales of the four-wheeled senior scooters settled at 201000 units. Reducing prices to capture the market. That was the right move, Xu Chen murmured, tapping the desk lightly. The total annual revenue was approximately 5.9 billion yuan, with a net profit of around 1.06 billion yuan. More crucially, the group's total employee count had surpassed 500. The construction of the new factory was more than halfway done, and all subsidiaries were progressing as planned. He picked up the internal phone. President Shun, if it's convenient, please come to my office and bring the preliminary plan from the Compensation and Benefits Department. 5 minutes later, Shun Yi entered. The new CFO always wore impeccably pressed suits and shirts, his gaze sharp and composed behind gold-rimmed glasses, holding a black folder in his hand. President Xu, you wanted to see me. Shun Yi sat down opposite him and opened the folder. This is the preliminary salary adjustment plan drafted by the Compensation and Benefits Department under the Tianyu Home Initiative. It's tiered by position and performance, with an average increase between 15 and 25 effective from this month. Also, the interior decoration standards and budget for the new dormitory building are here. Set those aside for now. Xu Chen pushed the year-end report toward him. Take a look at this. Shun Yi took the report, his eyes quickly scanning the key figures, his expression unchanged. The promotional campaign in December brought significant incremental volume, but the per-unit gross profit was squeezed. Shun Yi cut to the heart of the matter. However, overall net profit still increased. This deal was worthwhile. The annual net profit of 1.06 billion yuan is about 70 million higher than our internal forecast. So Xu Chen leaned forward, clasping his hands on the table. I plan to give a New Year's work start bonus to every employee across the entire group. Shun Yi's hand reaching for his glasses froze in midair. President Xu, you mean? Everyone. Yes, everyone. From assembly line workers to cleaning staff, from RD engineers to front desk receptionists. Every regular employee who joined before December 31st, 2014, and is still on the payroll gets 500 yuan cash. Xu Chen's tone was calm, but resolute. Handed out on the first day after the New Year holiday, as a New Year's red envelope. Wrap it in red packets and give it personally to each person. Shun Yi quickly calculated. The group currently has 520 regular employees, at 500 each, that's 2.6 million yuan in cash. He frowned slightly. President Xu, if we distribute cash, there are several practical issues. First, security risks. The withdrawal, transport, storage, and distribution of 2.6 million yuan in cash requires strict security measures at every step. Second, distribution efficiency. With over 500 people, even if we divide by department in batches, it will require a lot of manpower and time. Third, financial accounting. Cash distribution involves signing receipts, vouchers, and accounting procedures that are far more complex than bank transfers. I know these difficulties, Xu Chen nodded. But think about it, a line worker receives a real cash red envelope from their supervisor on the first day of the year containing 5 crisp 100 yuan notes. What would they feel? That experience is completely different from just seeing a number added to their salary account. He paused and continued. Many of our frontline workers may never have received a cash red envelope from their boss in their lives. I want them to truly feel that the company is making money and hasn't forgotten them. That experience is worth the extra operational cost. Xu Chen was silent for a few seconds, weighing risks and costs in his mind. Finally he spoke. If you insist on cash distribution, I suggest the following. First, the group security department and finance department jointly draft a detailed plan covering the entire process from bank escort to on-site distribution. Second, distribute by subsidiary and department in batches with department heads supervising and signing off on-site. Third, pre-pack and seal all red envelopes to avoid counting cash on the spot. Fourth, schedule the distribution for the morning of January 5th, right after each department's morning meeting. Agreed. Follow that scheme. Xu Chen approved. Also, what about the New Year holiday arrangement? Xu Chen flipped through the file. According to national regulations, New Year's Day is an honorary holiday. Our group's usual practice is to have January 1st off and resume work on the 2nd. What do you think? This year is different, Xu Chen said. The entire group will have a 3-day unified holiday from January 1st to 3rd. January 4th is Sunday, making it a consecutive break. January 5th is Monday, the official workday, and we'll distribute the red envelopes. This time Xu Chen was genuinely surprised. For days off. Shutting down the production lines for 4 days means not only lost output, but also equipment recalibration and production ramp-up after restart. That cost. President Xu Chen interrupted. You're calculating financial cost. I'm calculating the cost of people's morale. At the end of the year, let everyone rest well for a few days, spend time with their families, and enjoy a proper new year. After they come back, their spirits will be high and efficiency will naturally rise. The short-term production loss will be repaid by long-term loyalty and work enthusiasm. From the perspective of enterprise development, this deal is definitely worthwhile. Xu Chen looked at Xu Chen, a complex gleam in his eyes behind the lenses. He came from a foreign company accustomed to rigorous cost control and KPI-driven management. Xu Chen's earthy methods clashed with his professional training. But he had to admit that Tianyu's transformation from near-death to explosive growth in just 1 year was precisely due to Xu Chen's unconventional decisions. I understand. Xu Chen finally nodded. I will make arrangements immediately. 2. 6 million yuan in cash red envelopes distributed across the entire group on January 5th. The New Year holiday will be 4 days, and work resumes on January 5th. Also, regarding the regular salary payment date, according to our current policy, it's the 15th of each month for the previous month. Should we adjust? Adjust to the 8th of each month, Xu Chen said. Pay the full month's salary on the 8th of the following month. No salary arrears. Let employees get their money earlier so they feel at ease. Xu Chen noted in his notebook. Pay on the 8th of each month 1 week earlier than the current schedule. This will increase the financial department's settlement pressure, but it can be adjusted. I suggest starting execution from February with January's salary still paid on the original 15th to give the finance team a buffer. Agreed. Pay January's salary on February 8th, and execute that. Xu Chen said briskly. Also notify all subsidiary heads and department directors to hold a year-end summary meeting tomorrow morning. Prepare the key financial data. I want to personally announce these good news to everyone, including the red envelopes, the holiday, and the adjustment of payday. All right. Xu Chen closed the folder, and as he stood up suddenly asked, President Xu, may I ask an off-topic question? Go ahead. This rather generous management style of yours, did you plan it from the start, or did it develop gradually as the company grew? Xu Chen smiled, gazing out the window at the new factory complex under construction. President Xu Chen, when my father ran this small workshop back in the day, every New Year's Eve, he would give each worker a fish and a slab of meat. It wasn't much, but it came from the heart. Later, after he passed away during the factory's toughest times, there were still veteran workers who came back to help without asking for wages. Tell me, why is that? Xu Chen remained silent. Money matters, but it's not everything. Xu Chen turned his gaze back. Now that Tianyu has money, it's only right that those who work alongside us truly share in the fruits of the company's growth. Giving out cash bonuses, extended holidays, paying wages early, building dormitories, raising salaries. These things may seem simple, but the difference between doing them and not doing them is enormous. The generation of my father valued loyalty and affection, while we now talk about corporate culture, but it amounts to the same thing. You have to make employees feel that working here gives them hope, dignity, and warmth. Only then will they treat the company's affairs as their own. Xu Chen listened carefully, then pushed up his glasses. It's a very simple truth, but many enterprises fail to live up to it. They'll implement your requirements as soon as possible. After he left the office, Xu Chen turned his attention back to the year-end report. In 2014, Tianyu had completed its transformation from a tricycle factory to a diversified mobility group. In 2015, even greater challenges lay ahead. The Wujia Mini must launch on schedule. The battery factory had to begin production. Chips needed to go into mass production, and the vehicle system had to be delivered. Every step was arduous. But looking at the figure of 5200 employees on the report, Xu Chen felt reassured. As long as people were united in heart, even the toughest challenges could be conquered step by step. As soon as Tianyu Group's notice of a 3-day New Year holiday was released, the internal chat groups exploded. Am I seeing this right? Off from the 1st to the 3rd, and the 4th Sunday is also a day off. For days? Really? Even the production lines stop. Yes, they've stopped. The workshop notice is already posted: full production halt for maintenance from the 1st to the 3rd, oil and voluntary overtime on the 4th with triple pay. President Xu is awesome. I'm buying a ticket to go home right now. On the last day of 2014, as work ended, the Tianyu factory complex was filled with a festive atmosphere, like Chinese New Year. Workers walked out of the workshops chatting and laughing, discussing how to spend the 4 days. Some planned to return to their hometowns to see their children, others made appointments to visit the newly opened shopping mall in the city, and a group of young people formed a team to go to Zhengzhou for fun. On New Year's Day, the city center of Guide was bustling with excitement. A veteran Tianyu master worker was watching a movie with his wife and children. It was the first time the whole family had watched a New Year blockbuster together in a cinema. His wife whispered as she watched, "Your factory is really different this year, even giving holidays." That's right, President Xu said, "We need to rest when we should." Master Cheng's tone was filled with pride. A few young Tianyu employees were shopping in the mall, their hands full of bags. One of them exclaimed excitedly, "Got paid, and now a holiday. This is what life should be." Meanwhile, at the other end of the same street, in the workshop of a certain electronics factory, the assembly line was still humming. Xiao Wang, working on the line, looked at the moment's post from a former colleague at Tianyu. A photo of steaming hot pot and beer with the caption, "Happy New Year, it's great to have a holiday." He then glanced at the endless stream of circuit boards before him, and a wave of bitterness washed over his heart. "What are you looking at? Focus on your work." The line leader came over and glared at him. Xiao Wang quickly put away his phone, but in his mind he had already started pondering, maybe after the new year I should go check out Tianyu. I heard they're hiring, and they offer free dormitories. In another factory, quality inspector Xiao Zhang muttered to a co-worker while inspecting products over at Tianyu, "They get 4 days off, but we only get 1, and we have to come back for overtime in the evening. The gap is too huge. What can we do? The boss is stingy." But I heard Tianyu also has high standards. Not everyone can get in. High standards are fine, but still better than being exhausted here. My cousin works at Tianyu, and he said they're going to have a general salary adjustment this time, with a minimum raise of 15%. Really? Then I should go check it out. Similar conversations were quietly taking place in several other guide enterprises that were still working overtime on New Year's Day. Tianyu's holiday benefits were like a stone thrown into water, with ripples spreading outward. Among the management, reactions varied. Several workshop directors from Tianyu Mobility gathered for a meal discussing the holiday arrangements. 4 days off will definitely affect January's production volume, one director said, with some concern. President Xu said that short-term production loss is exchanged for long-term motivation. I think it makes sense. Another director took a sip of tea. Just look at the workers' morale these past 2 days. It's completely different from before. In the past, when a holiday notice came down, people were half doubtful. Now, when they hear about a holiday, the joy is genuine. That's true. The human heart is made of flesh. Treat your workers well, and they'll work hard for you. We used to be too focused on short-term production. Over at the RD Center, several project managers were quite calm. A holiday is great. I can finally sort out that algorithm idea properly, one engineer said. I'm planning to take my family to Luoyang for a couple of days to relax. They'll be more efficient when I get back. The 4-day holiday passed in the blink of an eye. On January 5th, Monday at 8:30 in the morning meetings at Tianyu Group's subsidiaries and departments were all exceptionally brief. Because after the meetings, the department heads mysteriously announced, "Everyone gather in the main conference room workshop floor office area in 5 minutes. There's an important announcement." Workers and staff exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was about to happen. At 8:40 in the final assembly workshop of the old Tianyu Mobility factory, nearly 1,000 workers stood in neat formation. Workshop director Old Yang stood at the front, flanked by colleagues from the finance and HR departments, while 2 security guards watched over a large cardboard box. "Dear colleagues, Happy New Year." Old Yang's voice echoed through the workshop via the loudspeaker. "Today is the first day of work in 2015, and President Xu has prepared a special New Year gift for everyone." He gestured for the finance staff to open the cardboard box, revealing neatly stacked red envelopes. "This is President Xu's New Year start of work red envelope for everyone. Everyone gets one. When your name is called, come up to collect your envelope, count it on the spot, then sign and fingerprint the receipt form." The workshop was silent for a second, then erupted into a buzz of excitement. A red envelope. It really is a red envelope. I thought it would just be a verbal commendation. Quiet, quiet. Old Yang shouted. Now I'll start distributing. First assembly line, Li Yaij. A veteran worker in his 40s walked up hesitantly and took the red envelope. He instinctively squeezed it. Opening it, he saw 5 crisp 100 yuan bills. This is... Li Yi's hands trembled slightly. He had worked in a southern factory for over a decade, but had never received a cash red envelope from the boss on the first day of the new year. 500 yuan, President Xus, start of work red envelope. Sign here next. The finance staff member said with a smile. Similar scenes were unfolding simultaneously in every corner of Tianyu Group. In the large conference room of the RD Center, young engineers opened their red envelopes, letting out exclamations of surprise. Whoa, 500. President Xu is generous. This red envelope is even more exciting than the year-end bonus from my last company. We have to have a dinner party to celebrate tonight. In the office building, administrative finance and HR staff held their red envelopes, their faces beaming with smiles. The young receptionist excitedly took a photo and posted it on Moment's first day of work, and the boss gives out red envelopes. What kind of fairy tale company is this? In the office of Tianyu Software, Manga personally distributed the red envelopes. When he saw the wide-eyed expressions of the young programmers as they opened their envelopes, his heart felt warm. He recalled his previous company where the best they could do for the new year was a group email wishing everyone a happy new year. Work hard, President. Xu won't let you down, Mada said to his team. The distribution of red envelopes continued for the entire morning. During lunch at the cafeteria, the entire factory complex was buzzing with the topic. How much did you get? 500. Me too, 500. I heard it's 500 for everyone, from workshop workers to President Xu's assistant, all the same. President Xu really treats everyone like family. My wife just called. She said her factory only gave out a box of oranges, and some were even going bad. When she heard we got 500 in cash, she couldn't believe it. Tell her to come work at Tianyu. They're hiring, aren't they? In the afternoon, Xu Chen sat in his office looking at the red envelope receipt summary sheets from each department. There were 5200 signatures, 5200 fingerprints, and all 5200 red envelopes had been distributed. He nodded with satisfaction. The money was well spent. Just as he was about to start processing the backlog of documents, the landline phone on his desk rang. It was an external call forwarded by his assistant. President Xu, there's a call from the Guide City Veterans Affairs Bureau. They say they have something to discuss with you. Do you want to take it? Veterans Affairs Bureau. Xu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Tianyu had never had any dealings with this department. Why would they suddenly reach out? Put them through. The call connected, and a calm middle-aged male voice came through. Hello, is this President Xu Chen? I'm Wang Jianjun from the Guide City Veterans Affairs Bureau. Sorry to bother you, but I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Director Wang, hello. I'm Xu Chen. Xu Chen responded politely, quickly calculating the other's purpose in his mind. President Xu, you're too polite. Just call me Old Wang. Wang Jianjun's voice came cheerfully over the phone. Hey, race the thing. Recently, our city has been conducting a survey on the employment situation of veterans, and we're also actively reaching out to high-quality enterprises to build an employment matching platform. Tianyu Group has developed rapidly this year and is a benchmark enterprise in our guide. So I'd like to ask if your company has any positions suitable for veterans. Xu Chen's eyes lit up. Veterans. Their discipline, execution, and loyalty are impeccable, and their physical fitness is excellent. His mind instantly flashed several images: the security posts outside the clean room of Tianjin Semiconductor, the access control system of Tianguang Imaging's RD Center, the patrol of the Luoyang battery factory, and the assembly line of future boundless automotive. Director Wang, your call couldn't have come at a better time. Xu Chen's tone became sincere. Our group has indeed been strengthening the security system and standardized management of key areas recently. We especially need a batch of security personnel with strict discipline and strong sense of responsibility. Veterans are the most suitable. He paused and added, and it's not just basic security posts. If there are those with backgrounds in automotive repair, electrical or mechanical fields, we also need technicians on the production line and equipment maintenance positions. If there are non-commissioned officers with management experience, we are also building teams for property and logistics management in our new factory areas. Wang Jianjun's voice came through the phone, clearly delighted. That's wonderful. President Xu, to be honest, quite a few young men have been discharged from the military and guide over the past 2 years. Most are in their 20s, trained for several years in the army with impeccable quality. The problem is that after returning, finding a job. Some are stuck in a dilemma. Factory work feels too monotonous, security guard jobs seem unpromising. But if they could join a company like Tianyu with formal contracts and room for growth, they'd definitely be willing to come. Director Wang, this matter can't be discussed in detail over the phone. When would it be convenient for you? I could bring our HR director to your office for a face-to-face talk, or you could visit our company for an inspection, Xu Chen suggested proactively. That would be great. Wang Jianjun immediately agreed. How about tomorrow morning? Come to our bureau, and they'll have the colleagues from the employment section give you a detailed report on the survey. Let's work together to make this a success. All right then, tomorrow morning at 9, we'll be there on time. After hanging up, Xu Chen immediately asked his assistant to notify HR Director Lu Wei to come to the office. Lu Wei, around 35 or 36, was capable and sharp. She had previously worked as an HRD at a large manufacturing group and was recruited by Shen Yi. When she knocked and entered, she was holding the just drafted detailed rules for the general salary adjustment. President Xu, you wanted to see me. Director Lu, have a seat. Xu Chen gestured for her to sit. There's an urgent matter. The Municipal Veterans Affairs Bureau just called wanting to discuss veteran employment with us. I've agreed to go to their bureau tomorrow morning for a detailed talk. Lu Wei quickly shifted into work mode, pulling out a notebook from her bag. Veteran employment. This is a good thing with great social significance, and the quality of veterans indeed matches some of our position requirements. Do you have any specific ideas? My idea is to make this collaboration the starting point for our group's systematic introduction and training of veterans. Xu Chen leaned forward. Especially the security system. The Luoyang factories of Tianjin, Tianguang, and Tianqing. These units involve core technologies, and their security must be high standard and strict from the very beginning. Veterans have a natural advantage in this regard. Lu Wei nodded while taking notes. Understood. Besides security positions on the production line such as equipment maintenance, quality inspection, and warehousing logistics, which require discipline and responsibility, are also suitable. Additionally, if there are those who served as vehicle drivers in the military or have maintenance experience, they can be trained for after-sales technical service positions. Right, we need to think broadly. Xu Chen was pleased with Lu Wei's quick response. Tomorrow you'll come with me. We need to focus on several aspects. First, the approximate numbers, age, education, and professional background distribution. Second, their military experience and relevant skill certificates. Third, their employment expectations and salary expectations. Fourth, what supporting policies the city has for this matter. All right, President Su. He'll prepare a preliminary job requirement list and a draft hiring plan tonight. Lu Wei was decisive. As for salary, what do you think it should be? 10 to 15 higher than the market rate for the same position, Xu Chen said, without hesitation. But it must be clear that this extra amount is for their retired but not faded discipline and sense of responsibility. After joining, they will undergo a 1-week training on group culture, rules, and safety, and then be assigned to various subsidiaries as needed. Outstanding performers will be given priority in future promotions and job rotations. Understood. What's the bottom line for tomorrow's negotiation? No bottom line. Xu Chen smiled. As long as the people are suitable, we'll take as many as we can get. Of course, they must pass normal interview screening. Director Lu, you have full authority over this matter. Give me people, give me resources. I want to see results. A team of veterans who can truly fight hard battles, becoming the backbone of Tianyu's key positions. At 9 o'clock the next morning in the small meeting room of the Guide Municipal Veterans Affairs Bureau, the atmosphere was lively. Wang Jianjun was a middle-aged man around 50, well-built, with a strong voice. Beside him sat the section chief of the employment section and 2 staff members with several thick rosters on the table. After the pleasantries, they got straight to the point. President Su, Director Lu, I want beat around the bush. Wang Jianjun opened the top roster. This is a summary of the basic situation of demobilized soldiers from 2013 and 2014 in our city. Just from these 2 years, those who are still unemployed or dissatisfied with their current jobs and have a strong desire to find work, the preliminary count is. He stated a number. Lu Wei's hand paused in her note-taking, and she looked up to confirm. Director Wang, are you saying 320 people? 326 to be precise, Wang Jianjun said seriously. And this is only for the past 2 years. If we extend to those discharged within 5 years, the number would double. Moreover, this is only for Guide City itself. If neighboring counties and cities hear that a large enterprise like Tianyu is openly recruiting, there will likely be many more coming. Xu Chen's expression remained calm, but inwardly he was shaken. Over 300 people. That was much more than he had anticipated. However, he quickly did the math. Tianyu Mobility's new and old factory areas, Tianjin Energy Shankyu, and Luoyang plants, Tianjin Semiconductor, Tianguang Imaging, Boundless Automotive, Jixing Technologies, Direct Sales Stores Group Headquarters. Spreading across all these points and equipping them with high-standard security and key personnel, 300 people were actually not that many. The number is not a problem. Xu Chen spoke, his tone steady. Director Wang, we care about quality. Among these 300-plus people, what is the approximate distribution of age, education, service branch, and professional skills? The employment section chief took over, obviously well-prepared. President Su, let me report to you. In terms of age, 90 are between 20 and 28 years old, though very young. In terms of education, 85 have high school education or above, among which 47 have associate degrees and 11 have bachelor's degrees. These were obtained through military college entrance exams, promotion, or self-study exams. In terms of service branches, the Army accounts for the majority, among which vehicle drivers, signal corps, and engineers, those with technical expertise, account for about 1/3. In addition, 17 are from the armed police and 5 are from the Navy ship crew. What about professional skill certificates? Lu Wei asked. About 80 people hold primary or intermediate certificates for auto repair, electrician, and fitter. Another 20+ have driver's licenses, mainly class. Also, about 150 people have received awards such as Outstanding Soldier at the company level or above. The chief flipped through the materials. Overall quality is relatively good compared to previous years. Xu Chen and Lu Wei exchanged glances, both seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. This foundation was even better than expected. Director Wang, since we are all being frank, he'll speak plainly. Xu Chen looked at Wang Jianjun. We at Tianyu will take all of these 300+ people. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Wang Jianjun's face showed an expression of incredulous delight. Oh, all of them. President Su, this is no joke. Accommodating over 300 people is no small matter. It's no joke, Xu Chen replied with a serious expression. But the prerequisite is that they must go through our normal interview screening and pre-job training. We offer formal labor contracts, pay social insurance and housing fund, and provide a salary 10 to 15 higher than the market average for similar positions with clear promotion pathways. The work locations could be in Guide, or in Zhengzhou, or Luoyang. Those who are willing can come for our interviews. Those who pass will be assigned to training and then to their posts. He paused and continued, additionally, if there are other annual veterans in the city or retired soldiers facing employment difficulties with good qualifications, as long as they meet the conditions, the doors of Tianyu will always be open. But for subsequent batches we will need stricter selection. Wang Jianjun stood up, excitedly walked around the table, and shook Xu Chen's hand firmly. President Xu, on behalf of all the veterans in Guide, thank you. You've solved a huge problem for us. Director Wang, you're too kind. It's a win-win situation, Xu Chen said with a smile. You provide us with excellent talent, and we solve our labor needs. But I have another idea. Please go ahead. After these veterans join our company, I would like to invite your bureau to send people regularly to give them lectures on policies and ideological guidance. Although they have taken off their uniforms, they can still feel the care of the organization. This is also a way to maintain team cohesion, Xu Chen proposed. No problem. We will certainly cooperate. Wang Jianjun agreed wholeheartedly. So President Xu, Director Liu, let's finalize the specific plan as soon as possible. I will immediately start notifying and organizing and strive to launch the first batch of interviews before the Spring Festival. After leaving the Veterans Affairs Bureau and getting into the car, Liu Wei let out a long breath, her expression both excited and pressured. President Xu, absorbing over 300 people at once is a considerable test for our human resources system and the management capabilities of each subsidiary. Once we pass the test, it will become our wealth, Xu Chen said, looking out the window. Plan it well. I want to see them become benchmarks in their positions 3 months from now. The car started and drove toward Tianyu Group. Xu Chen leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Veterans, skilled workers, returning youth, college graduates. Tianyu's talent pool was becoming increasingly rich and layered. He suddenly remembered the veteran master worker in his father's factory back then who always maintained the equipment best and was the most reliable worker. After leaving the Veterans Affairs Bureau, recruitment and training progressed rapidly. In the end, 217 veterans passed the screening, completed the intensive training, and were assigned to various companies within the group. The changes came quickly and directly. Tianjin Semiconductor Research and Development Center corridor. At 825 a.m., engineers arrived at their posts one after another. The newly transferred security team leader, Zhao Liang, stood like a spear by the access control gate, his steady gaze sweeping over everyone who swiped in. Engineer 1, your badge lanyard is frayed. It's recommended to replace it to prevent breakage and loss. Zhao Liang called out to a senior engineer, his tone calm but firm. Engineer Wang was startled, looked down at his badge, and indeed the lanyard was almost worn through. Okay, I'll change it as soon as I get back. Before entering, please confirm again that your personal electronic devices have been stored away, Zhao Liang added. This was a new regulation. Previously it was all based on self-discipline, but now someone was checking. During the lunch break, some engineers muttered, "Is it necessary to be so strict?" Another person replied, "You know, since they came, I feel much more at ease. Now that you mention it, I feel the same way." Tianqing Energy Guide Yuqing Factory Raw Material Warehouse. Veteran Zhang Chang led 2 veteran warehouse keepers in the monthly inventory. Instead of using traditional notebooks, he drew a warehouse map and used a PDA to scan and verify on-site. Masterly, this barrel of electrolyte has a batch number label with slightly curled edges, which could easily fall off. It needs to be covered with a new label and firmly affixed. The information must be 100 clear and readable, Zhang Chang pointed out. Xiao Zhang, isn't this too meticulous? The veteran warehouse keeper felt it was troublesome. Masterly, if the label is unclear, if we send the wrong material, or mix up the first in first out order, it could affect battery consistency at the least, or cause safety issues at worst. It's better to be thorough in this line of work, Zhang Chang explained logically. Oldly thought for a moment, nodded, and went to find new labels. A few days later, the matching rate between material cards and physical items in the warehouse reached an unprecedented 100. Group Fleet Daily Vehicle Inspection. Previously, drivers would just walk around the car before departure, check tire pressure, and do it perfunctorily. Now 4 retired military drivers were assigned to the fleet. They developed their own 10-step pre-departure inspection checklist, printed it out, and posted it on every vehicle, requiring signatures for confirmation. The dipstick must be wiped clean before measuring to get an accurate reading. The brake fluid level must be within the cold marking line range. For tire tread depth, insert this coin and check. If it's below this level, it must be reported. The veteran drivers were initially dismissive until one time a new driver, following the checklist, discovered a tiny oil seepage mark on a business vehicle's brake pipe and immediately reported it. After inspection, the maintenance team confirmed it was an aging joint and replaced it in time, preventing a potential driving hazard. From then on, that inspection checklist was fully implemented across the fleet. Tianyu Mobility, new factory construction site. Sun Hao, a veteran assigned to Tianyu construction for site safety, patrolled the construction site every day wearing a hard hat and carrying a record book. He had sharp eyes and always spotted problems others overlooked: slightly loose scaffold fasteners, worn insulation on temporary power cables, individual workers not securing their safety harnesses correctly during high-altitude work. He didn't yell when he found issues. Instead, he took photos, then found the corresponding team leader, pointed out the problem, gave corrective suggestions, recorded it, and focused on re-inspection during the next patrol. After a few times, all subcontracting teams on the site knew that Tianyu's new safety officer had sharp eyes and stuck to his principles. They couldn't fool him, so they voluntarily adhered to safety regulations more strictly. Project manager Wang Liwei privately said to Xu Chen, "The soldiers President Su brought in are really good at safety work. They've saved me a lot of worry." A month later, the group's safety committee held a meeting and each department reported safety incidents hazard statistics. The data showed that the number of recordable safety hazards that month had dropped by 40 month-on-month, with significant improvements in areas such as fire protection, warehousing, traffic, and construction sites. Although there were no earth-shattering achievements, this subtle, solid foundational improvement made all management appreciate the value of this new force. Just as Xu Chen finished arranging the veteran soldiers, news came from the 3 Electric Technology Department of the Central Research Institute. Breakthroughs had been made in all 3 electric technologies. Upon receiving the news, Xu Chen immediately set off for the Central Research Institute in Zhengzhou. Tianyu Central Research Institute was ultimately located in Zhengzhou High-Tech Zone, near the intersection of Science Avenue and Ruida Road. This area was originally part of a Science and Technology Innovation Incubation Park, planned by the zone, but due to less than ideal investment attraction in previous years, the several completed RD and laboratory buildings had a high vacancy rate. When Xu Chen decided to centralize the RD center in Zhengzhou, he had his eye on this place. Large enough with ready-made buildings, complete infrastructure, and close to universities like Zhengzhou University. He asked Shun Yi to lead the negotiations with the High-Tech Zone Management Committee. The negotiations went smoothly. Tianyu Group leased the 2 best-located and largest buildings in the park, signed a 10-year long-term lease, and promised to invest no less than 500 million yuan in road equipment and bring in over 500 high-end road personnel within the next 3 years. For the high-tech zone, which was eager to upgrade its industrial level and attract high-tech enterprises, having a powerhouse manufacturing company like Tianyu willing to place its RD brain, there was a desirable achievement. The management committee offered highly attractive rent reductions and talent introduction support policies. In just over a month after simple interior renovations and basic laboratory construction, some core RD teams from Guide moved in one after another, and the sign, Tianyu Central Research Institute, was hung up. That morning, Xu Chen's car drove into the Institute Park. He first went to the battery core laboratory on the 3rd floor of Building A. The laboratory was filled with the faint odors of electrolyte and high-temperature baking. Gu Yunfei and several engineers were gathered around a test bench on which a silver block much larger than a common automotive battery cell was fixed. "President Xu, you've come just in time." Gu Yunfei, upon seeing Xu Chen, immediately stepped forward and pointed at the large block, his tone brimming with barely contained excitement. "This is the first round of engineering samples of the large single-cell wound battery we developed following your earlier idea. We just completed the 3rd round of charge-discharge cycle tests. How are the data?" Xu Chen walked to the test bench, eyes fixed on the scrolling curves on the screen. "Single-cell capacity 135, energy density." Gu Yunfei smiled slightly. 125 Wh/kg. After 300 cycles, capacity retention rate is 98.7. The nail penetration, crush, and overcharge tests all passed the new national standard. Xu Chen's eyes lit up. An energy density of 120 Wh/kg at this point in 2015 was a highly competitive figure for the Wujian Mini, an A0 class small electric vehicle. More importantly, this marked the successful development of another large single-cell technology path by Tianqing Energy in addition to the Skywalker small cylindric polymer route. The latter was better suited for automotive battery packs that demanded strict spatial layout and higher grouping efficiency. "What do you call the cell internally?" Xu Chen asked. "Temporarily, it's called a sample large single cell no." One Gu Yunfei adjusted his glasses. "No. 1. Not catchy enough." Xu Chen gazed at the gleaming square cell, thought for a moment, and said, "Since the Skywalker is our companion galloping across the ground, the energy that carries us toward a broader sky should be like the starry sea. This series shall be called Star C. Immediately proceed with a full patent layout under the name Star C." Star C, a wonderful name. Gu Yunfei and the surrounding engineers nodded. Use the Star C cells to quickly design a verification module compatible with the Wujian Mini's chassis battery pack. "I want to see it on the next prototype," Xu Chen decided. This is the key to whether the Wujian Mini can stand firm on range. Leaving the battery lab, Xu Chen arrived at the motor and electric drive lab on the 1st floor of Building B. The noise was higher here. 2 motors of distinct shapes were spinning at high speed on dynamometers. The person in charge was Engineer Qian. He first introduced the one on the left. President Xu. This is a low-speed, high-torque, permanent magnet synchronous motor developed for special engineering vehicles such as electric forklifts and small tractors. Rated power 18 kilowatts, but peak torque reaches 280 Newton meters, and it delivers 90 of maximum torque from zero speed. It is especially suitable for heavy load starting and low-speed climbing scenarios with a wide efficiency plateau. We internally classify it into the Hidden Dragon series. This specific model is Hidden Dragon T280. T stands for torque. Can this Hidden Dragon T280 be immediately used in the electric forklifts and factory tugs we plan to develop? Xu Chen inquired about the application. No problem at all. We have already connected with the Special Vehicle Division of Tianyu Mobility. The prototype test results on the vehicle are excellent with significantly stronger power and better energy efficiency than the previous asynchronous motors, engineer Zhao affirmed. Excellent. Engineering vehicles are one of our core businesses. Using the best self-developed motors is only right. Xu Chen praised, then turned his gaze to the motor on the right, which was more compact in size and more refined in structure. This one is a high-speed motor pre-research for our next generation a class passenger vehicle platform. Engineer Zhao introduced, his voice unconsciously rising. Peak power 70 kilowatts, maximum speed 110 RPM, using hairpin flat wire winding and rotor oil cooling technology. The power density and continuous output capability are significantly improved over existing solutions. We are still optimizing the electromagnetic design and cooling efficiency, aiming for a system efficiency plateau above 95. Its model is Hidden Dragon 70S, stands for speed. Xu Chen carefully examined the Hidden Dragon 70. This meant that Tianyu had formed a tiered technology reserve in the motor field from low-speed special vehicles to high-speed passenger cars under the Hidden Dragon series. Finally, they arrived at the electronic control lab. It was much quieter here with various circuit boards and computers programming firmware on the workbenches. The person in charge of electronic control, surnamed Chen, showed Xu Chen a highly integrated motor controller mainboard. President Xu, this is our new generation domain control prototype, which deeply couples the vehicle control unit VCU and motor control unit MCU. We call it the Ling Shu electronic control system. Ling Shu. Xu Chen found the name unique. Ling means intelligence and agility. Shu means pivot and core. It is derived from the classic Chinese medical text, Ling Shu, the spiritual pivot, implying that this system, like the pivot regulating human qi and blood intelligently and precisely, coordinates the vehicle's three electric system, the smart core of power and energy. Engineer Chen explained, then pulled up test data. Through finer motor control algorithms and intelligent vehicle energy management strategies, the Ling Shu system achieves smoother torque control, more efficient energy recovery, and dynamically adjusts the energy consumption of high-power accessories like air conditioning and heating based on real-time conditions. He pointed to a set of comparison curves on the screen. In our simulation tests and limited real vehicle road trials, the prototype equipped with the Ling Shu system showed a 5 to 8 improvement in driving range under comprehensive conditions compared to equivalent vehicles using the previous generation control strategy. This extra range is achieved with almost no additional hardware cost. 5 to 8. Xu Chen quickly calculated in his mind. In the early electric vehicle market where range anxiety was prevalent, this was a considerable number and an important product selling point. How well does this Ling Shu system match with the battery and motor? We are doing the final joint calibration, Engineer Chen said confidently. Ling Shu is like the intelligent brain commanding the battery, heart, and motor limbs. Our goal is to make the overall three-electric system efficiency of the Wujie Mini the best in its class. After the tour, Xu Chen felt reassured. The Research Institute's efforts over the past few months had not been in vain. Solid and targeted progress had been made in all three electric areas. The Star C battery, Hidden Dragon motor, and Ling Shu electronic control had cleared the most critical technical obstacles for the mass production of the Wujie Mini. Before leaving the Research Institute, he called together Gu Yunfei, engineer Zhao, engineer Chen, and several other leads. The Star C battery, Hidden Dragon motor series, and Ling Shu electronic control. I am very satisfied with these achievements. They are the backbone of the Wujie Mini, Xu Chen said, looking at them. But our vision must not stop at the Wujie Mini. The next step for the Research Institute is to begin pre-research on key technologies for the next generation pure electric platform, such as the 800V high voltage architecture SiC electric drive, and also, as I mentioned last time, have Tianjin Semiconductor start contacting the design of automotive-grade IGBT chips. Even if we start with the lowest power, we must plant the seed. The technical leads wore solemn expressions, sensing Xu Chen's determination to push forward on the path of technological independence. Getting into the car and driving away from the Research Institute, Xu Chen looked at the white building gradually receding in the rearview mirror. Every parameter and every drawing produced here might one day translate into tangible market competitiveness. Technological high ground must be conquered inch by inch. The concentrated breakthrough in three-electric technology gave Meng Xuejuan greater confidence. He continuously leveraged his connections to recruit talent, especially automotive-related professionals. The Wujia automobile, which had been nothing but an empty shell, actually assembled a respectable team within a little over a month. Xu Chen looked at Meng Shuejuan's overtime work with some concern. Could a middle-aged man nearing 50 hold up? He should find an opportunity to arrange a health checkup for all employees. The effect of the trade entry was truly amazing. Everyone was as motivated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. A few days later, the new energy vehicle supply chain innovation summit that Tianyu had been invited to was about to begin. Xu Chen asked Meng Shuejuan to prepare the materials. The two of them, each with an assistant, planned to take the high-speed rail to Huqing. This was Tianyu's first time participating in a national-level industry summit. Hope everything goes smoothly. Huqing International Convention and Exhibition Center, the site of the new energy supply chain summit. The vast hall was bustling with noise, the air a complex blend of new car leather, electronic components, and perfume. The crowd surged like a tide toward the renowned booths. Under the logos of CATL, Bosch, and Innovance Technology, people stood shoulder to shoulder, the clamor of exchanging business cards and negotiating deals nearly drowning out the broadcast. In contrast, Zone C, located in a remote and narrow aisle, was far more desolate. Most of the booths here were modest with sparse visitors. Xu Chen and Meng Shuejuan walked through them, their eyes scanning the somewhat lonely company signs. According to the list of non-mainstream technologies we gathered before the conference, there are a few worth checking out, Meng Shuejuan said, flipping through his handbook. There's Shinro technology for special fabric interiors, tactile feedback for micro-vibration motors. And the one you circled, Tianyu Acoustics. The two stopped in front of a booth that was only 9 square meters and extremely simply arranged. The booth name was Tianyu Acoustics, with a clean sound wave diagram on the background board and a line of small text, specialist in custom high-fidelity in-car audio systems. On the long table, several black mat amplifiers and a few speaker unit samples were quietly displayed with testing equipment connected nearby. A man in his early 30s wearing black-rimmed glasses sat behind the table, staring blankly at the acoustic curve chart on his laptop screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, his brows slightly furrowed. Beside him, a younger assistant rested his chin on his hand, his eyes vacant. Almost no one had stopped here the entire morning. Xu Chen picked up a mid-bass unit labeled NS1, weighed it in his hand. It felt solid with a special diaphragm material. Hearing the commotion, the man with glasses snapped back to reality and immediately stood up quickly, putting on a professional smile. But the fatigue and a hint of habitual disappointment behind that smile were hard to fully conceal. Hello, welcome to Tianyu Acoustics. We specialize in deep customization of high-fidelity in-car audio systems. Deep customization. What does that mean specifically? Xu Chen put down the unit and asked. This question made the man focus more. He adjusted his glasses and spoke faster, unlike the common approach of purchasing off-the-shelf speakers and generic amplifiers from the market. We perform joint tuning of speakers, amplifiers, and DSP algorithms based on the specific vehicle's cavity, interior materials, and spatial acoustic characteristics. The goal is to compensate for the harsh in-car acoustic environment so that every seat, especially the driver's seat, gets a clear and balanced sound rather than simply stacking power or low frequencies. He pointed to the curve chart on the screen. For example, we can use algorithms to attenuate the buzzing caused by door resonance at specific frequencies or enhance the clarity of vocals that are weakened by seat absorption. This is a systematic audio engineering approach, not selling parts. Meng Shuejuan raised a question. That sounds similar to the custom audio systems of some luxury brands, but what about the lead time and cost? That's exactly our advantage. Li Wenbin, the founder and technical director of Tianyu Acoustics, explained, his tone carrying the earnestness typical of a technologist along with a barely noticeable eagerness. We have developed a semi-automated sound field modeling and algorithm generation tool that can compress the customization development cycle and cost to a fraction of the traditional approach. For developing a complete audio system for a brand new vehicle platform from data to a testable sample, ideally 8 to 10 weeks. What about the cost? Compared to directly purchasing entry-level solutions from international brands or mature domestic generic solutions? Xu Chen asked directly. The light on Li Wenbin's face dimmed for a moment. He paused before speaking, his voice lower. If the demand reaches a certain scale, our material cost can be controlled to be very competitive. We believe the sound quality experience of the entire system can surpass any generic solution in the same cost range. Compared to entry-level solutions from international brands that require high licensing fees, our total cost of ownership advantage is even more significant. He looked around at the desolate surroundings, gave a bitter smile, and this time didn't hide it. But the reality is that OEMs either pursue brand premium and directly buy low-end branded series, or they go to the extreme of cost-cutting using the cheapest public mold solutions. For a tech-oriented company like ours, which requires upfront joint development investment and has no brand halo, it's very hard to get on the procurement list. In the whole day here, you're the first person to stop and ask about technical details. The last sentence was spoken softly, as if stating a fact he had long accepted. Do you have a real vehicle demonstration? Any car will do, Xu Chen asked. Li Wenbin's eyes lit up for a moment, then were suppressed by the reality of the situation. Real vehicle demonstration. We have a modified old test car parked in the garage downstairs with a demonstration system developed for a segment car installed inside. But the garage environment is noisy, so the demonstration effect will be compromised. Let's go take a look, Xu Chen said without hesitation. The underground garage was dim and noisy. The modified old car was unremarkable. Sitting in the driver's seat once the door was closed, most of the external noise was isolated. Li Wenbin connected his phone and played several test tracks and a complexly arranged pop song. The moment the sound started, Xu Chen's eyebrows lifted slightly. The sound was exceptionally clean, the vocal image was precisely positioned in the center of the dashboard, the instrument separation was clear, and the bass was elastic without being muddy. When playing a piece of small-scale classical music, although the soundstage width was limited due to the car's size and number of speakers, the positioning and layering of instruments were still discernible. This was definitely not just an audio system that makes sound. How many speakers? Total power? Xu Chen asked. Front doors two-way, rear doors coaxial, 6 speakers in total. Class D amplifier with ample actual usable power. The core is this self-developed DSP processing board. Li Wenbin pointed under the center console. If we consider future higher-end vehicle platforms, such as those with more stringent NVH noise, vibration, and harshness requirements, and more refined cabin materials, how would your solution evolve? Xu Chen steered the question toward the future. This question made Li Wenbin pause. Most potential customers only cared about the cost and delivery of immediate projects. A few asked about technological evolution. He thought for a few seconds, then his answer became more forceful. That's exactly where we excel. Better NVH means lower background noise, allowing us to focus more on reproducing musical details and dynamics. Superior acoustic properties of interior materials give us a higher starting point for tuning. We can introduce more complex multi-channel processing, personalized sound modes, and even dynamically adjust the sound field based on vehicle status. This requires deeper upfront collaborative design, but the resulting effect is a qualitative difference. Xu Chen nodded noncommittally, then turned to ask, "What's the current scale of your company?" Li Wenbin's expression completely dimmed. He pursed his lips, seeming reluctant to speak, but still told the truth. Full-time 5 people. Me, 2 acoustics engineers, 1 electronics engineer, and 1 structural engineer. We also have some cooperation with the university lab. To be honest, the money in the account might only be enough for next month's salaries. The cost of this exhibition was pooled together by everyone. He looked at Xu Chen, his eyes complex with a last faint glimmer of hope, as well as a defense against the fear that this hope might be extinguished again. Xu Chen was silent for a moment. The stale air in the underground garage seemed to freeze for a few seconds. General Manager Xu Chen began, his voice steady. Tianyu Group is planning its future product line, and we need genuine differentiation in user experience. The audio system is an important component. Li Wenbin's heart began to race, his fingers unconsciously curling up. I value your technical approach and engineering capabilities. But you lack experience in automotive-grade mass production, lack data from deep collaboration with OEMs, and lack the systematic ability to transform laboratory technology into stable products. Xu Chen continued, his words hitting the core. He then shifted his tone, his gaze becoming more penetrating. What we need is a long-term, stable, exclusive audio technology partner that can keep pace with Tianyu's product iteration rhythm. Li Wenbin held his breath, not understanding Xu Chen's meaning. So what I'm considering is not simply purchasing or funding research. Xu Chen's voice was particularly clear in the quiet underground garage. He looked at the nervous Li Wenbin and delivered the decisive conclusion. I'm considering a strategic investment in Tianyu Acoustics, becoming a shareholder. Shareholder. Li Wenbin was completely stunned, his mind momentarily unable to process the information. What a surprise. What the hell kind of surprise was this? The most optimistic scenario he had envisioned was securing a research prepayment or a distant intention for technical cooperation. Direct investment and equity participation was entirely beyond his expectations. After the shock, a massive, surreal wave of ecstasy rushed to his head, making his fingertips tingle. Becoming a shareholder meant that Tianyu regarded them not merely as a supplier, but as part of the future ecosystem, truly one of their own. For a small team on the verge of dissolution, struggling at the edge of the industry, this was like a beam of light in the darkness, illuminating a completely different path for survival and growth. Xu Chen added, Tianyu Capital will take a stake. The specific ratio and valuation will be negotiated by the professional team with you. This money will be used to support you in perfecting the automotive-grade system, expanding the necessary engineering and testing teams, and conducting preliminary research on next-generation audio technology platforms. And Tianyu Acoustics must within a certain future period become the core audio technology partner for Tianyu Group's high-end product lines, providing exclusive in-depth audio solutions. He looked into Li Wenbin's eyes. This means you need to quickly learn and establish a quality system and engineering capabilities that meet the automotive industry's requirements. We will provide necessary guidance and resources, but the climb will be very arduous. This is far more challenging than simply taking a research fee. Correspondingly, if you succeed, what you gain will not only be a stable client, but also a platform that can help you truly integrate into the automotive supply chain and realize your technical value. Mr. Lee, what do you think of this proposal? Li Wenbin's chest heaved violently. He cleared his throat forcefully, his voice slightly distorted with excitement, but his eyes blazed with unprecedented fire. President Xu. We accept. No matter how hard or difficult, we accept. You've given Tianyu a second life, not just money but a path. A path to truly apply our technology to fine automobiles. Our team may be small, but every one of us is genuinely passionate about this and has a tenacious spirit. Rest assured we will not disappoint you. Good. A faint smile appeared on Xu Chen's face as he extended his hand. For specifics, contact Chen Lifeng from Tianyu Capital, who handles the investment division and is also technically knowledgeable. He will send people to conduct due diligence and negotiate details. Here is his business card. Li Wenbin took the elegantly designed card with trembling hands, as if accepting a heavy future. Thank you, President Xu. I'm so grateful. He'll go back and prepare all the materials immediately, he said repeatedly, his excitement overflowing. Leaving the underground garage during the brief elevator ride up, Meng Xuejuan finally couldn't help asking, President Xu investing in equity. Isn't that a bit too bold? Their technology is good, but the team is too weak with almost zero automotive-grade experience. The investment risk is very high. We could have just signed a research agreement first and seen the results. As the elevator rose steadily, Xu Chen watched the changing floor numbers and said slowly, Old Meng, what do you think Tianyu will rely on to go far in the future? Meng Xuejuan thought, technology products and the market. Yes, but ultimately it's the supply chain that supports our technology products and market, especially the core supply chain. Xu Chen turned to look at him. Not the standard part supply chain that anyone can buy on the open market, but a partner-type supply chain that understands our product philosophy, can iterate with us, can even customize for us, and has unique expertise in certain areas. Companies like Ningde Sherdai and Bosch are giants, but they serve the entire industry. We need them, but we can't rely solely on them. More babies like Tianyu Acoustics have unique technical seeds, but lack the soil to cultivate them into towering trees. Funds, engineering capabilities, automotive-grade experience, and stable orders. Now we have the opportunity to become their soil. Xu Chen's tone was profound. Direct procurement or research funding is a transaction. But investment and equity participation is mutual growth. We provide money, direction, and a platform. They provide technology, passion, and the future. The few million we invest now buy not just the technology, but the possibility of being a step ahead of others in a certain niche field in the next 5 to 10 years. The option to define product differentiation. More importantly, in this process, we can deeply participate in and even shape their development path according to Tianyu's needs, cultivating core supply chain partners who truly understand us and belong to us. This is far more proactive and solid than waiting until they are acquired or bound by other giants and then begging for cooperation. Meng Xuejuan nodded thoughtfully. I understand, President Xu. What others don't have we have, or what others have we have better. Exactly. Xu Chen nodded in agreement. And Chen Lifeng's move to Tianyu Capital to oversee investments is precisely for this purpose. With his financial background, he excels in risk control and value discovery, helping us do this more systematically and sustainably. After all, we can't rely solely on sentiment and intuition to invest. The elevator doors opened, returning them to the bustling exhibition hall. Without stopping, Xu Chen and Meng Xuejuan headed straight for another key area marked in the exhibition materials. Zone E, where a cluster of early-stage companies focused on sensors and autonomous driving technology were gathered. According to the directions you circled before the meeting, there are very few domestic startups working on LiDAR. Meng Xuejuan quickly reported as they walked, but there is one called Guangtong Technology, founded less than a year ago. The founding team is said to come from the Institute of Optics and Electronics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and a renowned overseas laser laboratory. They're not in the main exhibition area, but in a small booth in a joint incubator in Zone E. There's very little information about them. Only that they are experimenting with a LiDAR technology route different from the mechanical rotation type. Let's go take a look. Xu Chen kept walking. He knew that in 2015, autonomous driving was still a field explored only by a handful of top companies and laboratories. Related sensors, especially LiDAR, were expensive, bulky, and difficult to automotive-grade laboratory treasures. But just as he had laid out plans for chips and batteries, some core elements must be contacted, understood, and positioned as early as possible. Zone E, the Innovation Incubation Exhibition area, was even more cramped and congested than Zones C and D. The booths were mostly simple partitions adorned with logos and brief introductions of various startups. Guangtong Technology's booth was particularly inconspicuous. Just a single table bearing a small, roughly cased black device connected to an oscilloscope and a laptop. A young man seemingly under 30 with thick glasses was engrossed in recording data on his laptop, occasionally glancing at the black device. Excuse me, is this Guangtong Technology? Meng Xuejuan stepped forward to inquire. The young man looked up, adjusted his glasses, and nodded with a hint of shyness. Yes, I'm Lin Feng, co-founder of Guangdong Technology. And this is our optical engineer. He gestured to a companion who was adjusting a lens. We're from Tianyu Group. We have some interest in LiDAR technology. Could you introduce your product? Xu Chen got straight to the point, his gaze fixed on the black device. Lin Feng, clearly not adept at business pleasantries, lit up at the genuine interest. His speech quickened involuntarily. This is our first-generation solid-state LiDAR prototype employing a MEMS microelectromechanical system scanning solution. He carefully picked up the black device, pointing to a small window on its front. Traditional LiDAR relies on mechanical rotation for wide-range scanning, resulting in large size, high cost, and vibration sensitivity. We've eliminated all moving parts. The core is this. He pointed to a mirror the size of a fingernail inside the device. Our self-developed two-dimensional MEMS micromirror. Through its high-frequency, precise minute deflections, it controls the direction of a laser beam, achieving an equivalent scanning effect. Scanning range, resolution, ranging capability. Xu Chen's questions cut directly to core performance. For the current prototype, the horizontal field of view can reach 120 degrees, the vertical 30 degrees. Scanning frequency is 10 Hz, O equivalent lines. Currently around 16 to 32 lines, depending on algorithm optimization. The maximum detection distance for a target with 10 reflectivity is 150 meters. Lin Feng recited the data, his tone mixing pride and frankness about the shortcomings. Of course, this is only a lab prototype, far from meeting automotive-grade requirements. The reliability of the MEMS mirror, laser power, and lifespan background light suppression point cloud algorithms, these are all challenges we must overcome. Why choose the MEMS route? As far as I know, some international teams are trying it, but none are mature. Xu Chen pressed on the technical path. Because we believe it's one of the inevitable paths for future automotive-grade LiDAR to achieve low-cost miniaturization and high reliability. Lin Feng's answer was resolute, imbued with the glow of technological idealism. Mechanical rotating LiDAR inherently has physical bottlenecks. If MEMS can solve reliability and cost issues, it could theoretically be embedded as a front-end component, becoming a standard car feature like a camera. Of course, it's difficult. It might take 5 years, or even longer. What about your team? Do you have funding plans? Xu Chen nodded and asked directly. Lin Feng's expression dimmed slightly. Our core team is just the 3 of us plus 2 interns. I just got my PhD and the other 2 have master's degrees. Funding. Basically some initial support from our advisor and our own savings, which are almost exhausted. We came to this exhibition hoping to find industrial resources or early-stage investment. But people rarely show interest in such early-stage hardcore technology. He gave a helpless smile. Xu Chen silently studied the prototype and the pure exploratory gleam in Lin Feng's eyes. He knew investing in such a company carried extreme risk and a long cycle, possibly losing everything. Yet the direction represented by MEMS solid-state LiDAR, smaller, cheaper, more reliable LiDAR, was one of the keys to unlocking advanced perception in future smart vehicles. Dr. Lin, I believe your technical path is forward-looking. Xu Chen began slowly. Tianyu Group has a long-term plan for automotive intelligence. LiDAR is a critical perception component, an eye that will become as ubiquitous as windshield wipers. Lin Feng held his breath, his heart pounding. Tianyu Capital can make an angel investment in Guangdong Technology. Xu Chen gave a clear signal. The amount won't be huge, but it will support you in the next year to focus on MEMS reliability and core algorithms, producing an engineering prototype with significantly improved performance. At the same time, Tianyu will open up some non-core testing scenarios and data to help align your technology with automotive needs. He looked at Lin Feng with sharp eyes. This funding is a trial. If you deliver results, we'll continue investing, and Tianyu's optical imaging subsidiary can collaborate with you. Overwhelming surprise and pressure descended simultaneously. Lin Feng felt his head grow hot. He glanced at his partner, who nodded vigorously. A few million yuan was a lifeline for their makeshift team, an opportunity to push their conceptual vision closer to reality. As for performance clauses and pressure, technologists are least afraid of challenges. We're willing. President Xu, we're willing. Lin Feng nodded heavily, his voice tight with excitement. Thank you for giving us this chance. We'll spend every penny wisely and deliver better results as soon as possible. Good. Hey, race the business card of Chun Lifeng, president of Tianyu Capital. Prepare your business plan and technology roadmap. Xu Chen finished his instructions without lingering. Leaving the incubation area, Meng Xuejuan couldn't help but remark, President Xu, isn't our investment pace today a bit risky? All are very early stage, high risk. Exactly, because the risk is high, it's cheap now. And because the span is wide, our future possibilities are abundant. Xu Chen replied calmly. In his past life, all these technologies would thrive and become part of the boundless car supply chain. No matter how you calculated, it wouldn't be a loss. Audio relates to experience, LiDAR to safety. Both are indispensable dimensions for future smart cars. If we don't start preparing now, are we going to wait until others have paved the way and then pay exorbitant tolls? Meng Xuejuan nodded in deep agreement. Over the next 2 days of the summit, Xu Chen became an angel investor, contacting and quickly deciding in the name of the group or Tianyu Capital to invest small early-stage amounts in several other startups with unique technologies. A team from Xi'an focused on low-cost ceramic-based composite materials advantageous in lightweighting, high-temperature resistance, and electromagnetic shielding usable for battery pack casings and motor components. A small lab in Shenzhen developing novel silicon-carbon anode materials that significantly boost lithium battery energy density, though the process was highly immature, but the technical route was novel. A startup in Shanghai specializing in UWB ultra-wideband-based centimeter-level high-precision indoor positioning and car key solutions, seeking breakthroughs in digital car keys and automated parking scenarios. These investments were small, but targeted, using limited funds to lock in technology seed teams with unique ideas in key materials, core components, and cutting-edge interaction. Tianyu didn't expect immediate output. Instead, it provided them with soil to survive and explore, opening doors to future technologies. When Xu Chen and Meng Xuejuan left Shanghai, their luggage contained not only conference materials, but also a weighty list of nearly a dozen startups' contact details and preliminary investment intentions. The summit hadn't yielded any direct procurement orders, but in unnoticed corners it had quietly sown a seed field for the future. When those seeds would sprout, and what they would grow into, Xu Chen thought that since the investments were now his own, he would rely on the system to drive progress. Instead of returning to guide, Xu Chen rendezvoused with Xu Chen. Since most of Tianyu Group's subsidiaries were established in Zhengzhou, Xu Chen decided to relocate the group's headquarters there. Guide would remain the headquarters and production base for Tianyu Mobility, as well as the production base for Tianqing Energy's lead-acid batteries and some electric vehicle-specific lithium batteries, and would expand into lead-acid battery recycling. As they exited the high-speed rail station, Zhou Chengxian was waiting at the exit, a smile on his face when he saw Xu Chen. "Uncle Zhou, you've worked hard. Have you been waiting long?" Xu Chen and Meng Xuejuan quickened their pace. "Just arrived a moment ago. President Xu." "President Meng, you've had a tiring journey." Zhou Chengxian took Xu Chen's simple luggage. "The car is over there. Let's go directly to the Zhengdong New District Management Committee. The leaders there know you're arriving today and have specifically set aside time for the meeting." The car drove onto the wide road near Zhengzhou East Station. Outside the window, modern buildings were rapidly rising from the ground alongside dense clusters of construction cranes. In early 2015, the Zhengdong New District had already begun to exude the majestic momentum of a future national-level new district, yet many corners remained empty, brimming with the vitality and imagination of a construction period. "Uncle Zhou, how did the preliminary communication go?" Xu Chen asked. The tone was very good. "They are very welcoming." Zhou Qingshuan, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and reported earnestly, "The director of the management committee is surnamed Wang. He previously worked in the Municipal Bureau of Industry and Information Technology, understands the industry, and is pragmatic. They studied the preliminary materials we provided in detail and are very interested in Tianyu's transformation from tricycles, especially its layout in batteries, chips, and now its foray into automobiles. They believe this perfectly aligns with the provincial and municipal guidelines for promoting industrial upgrading, developing advanced manufacturing, and strategic emerging industries. In particular, Tianjin Semiconductor's development of automotive-grade chips is considered a project that fills a provincial gap and has strategic significance. Our bargaining chips are concrete industrial layout, R&D investment, and future growth expectations." Xu Chen nodded. "Uncle Zhou, did you bring everything I asked you to prepare?" "Already." Zhou Chengxian patted his briefcase. "The audited annual financial summary of the group for 2014, tax payment certificates, registration and qualification documents of subsidiaries, list of authorized core patents and technical introductions, and achievement appraisal materials of several key projects of the Central Research Institute. In particular, the energy density data of Shanghai battery torque parameters of Qianlong motor, the preliminary research report, and initial design results of Tianjin Semiconductor's automotive-grade chip, and the list and significance explanation of the technology seed companies we contacted and invested in at the Shanghai Summit this time, are all organized. To be honest, with this report, we would be welcomed in any other first-tier city in the country." "That's good." The Zhengdong New District Management Committee building was brand new and imposing. In a small meeting room, Xu Chen met Director Wang, an official around 50 years old with a capable demeanor, along with several deputy directors and bureau chiefs responsible for investment promotion, science, and technology and industry. After the exchange of pleasantries, Director Wang got straight to the point. "President Xu, President Zhou, welcome to the Tianyu Group's inspection of Zhengdong New District, and even more welcome is your consideration of relocating your headquarters to Zhengzhou. We have carefully studied Tianyu's materials. Your development is rapid, your thinking is novel, and your layout is very ambitious. Especially the extension from basic manufacturing to high-tech fields such as new energy and semiconductors. The provincial and municipal leaders are very concerned. Let's get straight to the point. What are the core needs for your company to settle in Zhengzhou? We will do our utmost to support what we can provide." Xu Chen first expressed his gratitude, then calmly stated his well-prepared speech. Director Wang respected leaders Tianyu is rooted in Nanha, and its development cannot be separated from the support of our hometown. Moving the group headquarters and R&D center to Zhengzhou is a strategic choice based on long-term development. Our company has several main needs, and we hope to receive support from the management committee in Zhengzhou City. First, support for R&D and talent. Xu Chen first raised the most core point. Tianyu's future competition is technological competition. We have already established a central research institute in Zhengzhou, but we need stronger intellectual support. We hope to establish deep institutionalized mechanisms of industry education integration and collaborative innovation with local universities such as Zhengzhou University and Nanhe University, including jointly establishing laboratories, targeted training of graduate students, co-building postdoctoral workstations, undertaking national major research projects, and engineering the transformation of cutting-edge research results from universities at Tianyu. We need the management committee to help bridge the connections and provide strong support in terms of government matching funds for joint R&D projects, as well as subsidies and resettlement for talent introduction. Director Wang nodded repeatedly and said to the director of the Science and Technology Bureau beside him, "This thinking is good. Universities have intelligence, enterprises have market and engineering capabilities. When combined well, it becomes productivity. Your Science and Technology Bureau and Human Resources and Social Security Bureau should take the lead, come up with a specific plan, and treat Tianyu as a key cooperation enterprise, ensuring good coordination." Second, support for industrial policies and funding. Xu Chen continued, especially the semiconductor industry. Tianjin Semiconductor's R&D of automotive-grade chips requires huge investment and carries extremely high risks, but it is of great significance concerning automotive industry security and national strategy. We hope to enjoy the most favorable tax policies, special fund subsidies, and cost subsidies for key links such as tape-out and IP procurement at the national, provincial, and municipal levels for the integrated circuit industry. At the same time, we hope the management committee can assist us in applying for major national science and technology projects such as He-Gao-Ji and 02 Special Project, as well as provincial strategic emerging industry investment guidance funds. The deputy director in charge of industry and information responded, "President Su, rest assured. Integrated circuits are a strategic direction for breakthrough in our province. Your Tianjin has products and teams a real handle. For related policies, we will arrange dedicated personnel to help you connect properly. For funds and projects that can be applied for, we will give full support. The city also has industrial funds, and we can explore supporting Tianjin's development through phased equity participation." Third, space and infrastructure guarantees. Xu Chen raised practical needs. For the group headquarters, we hope the management committee can provide a batch of large office spaces with good conditions that are ready for immediate occupancy. In terms of rent, we hope to receive certain concessions or subsidy periods. At the same time, our self-built Tianyu Home employee dormitory model also needs to be promoted in Zhengzhou. We hope to get support in site selection and construction approval. This is no problem. The director of the Investment Promotion Bureau agreed readily. Our new district's high-speed rail station area near the west square of Zhengzhou East Station has developed rapidly in recent years. A batch of high-standard Grade A office buildings and commercial complexes have been newly built with extremely convenient transportation linking to the whole country. Currently, many enterprise regional headquarters, financial and modern service companies have settled in with mature business atmosphere and supporting facilities. We can recommend several ready-made buildings with guaranteed quality and coordinate with the owners to offer competitive leasing terms. For employee housing, we can include it in the overall planning of the new district's talent apartments or open a green approval channel after Tianyu determines its self-built plot. Fourth, support for application scenarios and market. Xu Chen added lastly, Tianyu's products from new energy logistics vehicles and special vehicles to future passenger cars, the province and city themselves are a huge market. We hope to have fair opportunities for participation and policy preference in areas such as the electrification replacement of municipal vehicles, the new energy transformation of public transportation, and encouraging local enterprises to procure. For example, the Shanghai battery system we developed is very suitable for Zhengzhou's needs as a national logistics hub. Having said that, Xu Chen gestured to Zhou Chengxian beside him to distribute the materials he brought to the members of the management committee. These are the development achievements of our Tianyu group. Please take a look. Hearing this, everyone was very curious about how Tianyu had risen so rapidly in just 1 year. Director Wang opened the first page, and upon seeing the numbers, his eyes widened instantly. Director Wang opened the first page of the document. Zhou Chengxian had handed him, his eyes landing on the bold title at the top. Tianyu Group Co. Ltd. 2014 Annual Financial Audit Report Summary. He had initially intended only to skim through it, but as his gaze swept over a few key figures, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his fingers gripping the edge of the document tightened involuntarily. He uttered an involuntary short syllable, his atoms apple bobbing as he brought the document closer, as if to confirm he hadn't misread. The director of the Science and Technology Bureau sitting beside him curiously glanced over, and then sucked in a sharp breath. Annual revenue. 5.9 billion. Net profit 1.06 billion. His voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet meeting room, laced with disbelief. In 2014, for a company that had just transitioned from traditional manufacturing headquartered in a prefecture-level city, while simultaneously deploying multiple new businesses to deliver such a profit statement was a testament to its operational efficiency and product competitiveness that drew attention. Instantly, the meeting room was filled with the rustling sound of papers being quickly flipped. Several other directors and deputy directors also looked at the financial report summary in their hands, their faces uniformly displaying a complex expression mixed with shocked scrutiny and reassessment. The originally formulaic meeting atmosphere was injected with something substantial and weighty by these numbers. The director of the Investment Promotion Bureau adjusted his glasses, his sharp eyes scanning the profit margin and cash flow data, and murmured in a low voice, "Healthy cash flow, low debt ratio. This isn't simply built on scale, the profit quality is very high." As someone who had dealt with all kinds of enterprises over the years, he knew well the difficulty of maintaining such a financial state during rapid expansion. Director Wang had already quickly flipped to the section attached at the back, introducing the technological achievements. The director of the Science and Technology Bureau almost leaned in, and the two browsed together. Shanghai Series Power Battery Energy Density 120 Wh/kg, Capacity Retention Rate above 87 at 20 C, Cycle Life 1,500 times. The Science and Technology Bureau director read aloud word by word, speaking slowly, "These numbers. They've already touched the edge of the first tier of domestic commercial vehicle batteries. Didn't they say they've only been making batteries for a short time?" The deputy director of the Industry and Information Technology Bureau pointed at another line. "Look at this Qianlong series motor low-speed version developed for special vehicles, peak torque 280 Newton meters. This parameter is also very competitive in the field of engineering machinery. They also have a high-speed platform under development." Everyone's eyes moved down. Tianyu Semiconductor has completed the front-end design of its first automotive-grade power management chip, Qingying 1, based on 0.18-micron BCD process targeting AEC-Q 100 standards. Upon reading this, the deputy director in charge of industry and information lifted his head, looked at Xu Chen, and his gaze became exceptionally focused. "President Xu, this chip of yours, is it purely independently designed? Has it already reached the stage before tape-out?" "Yes, the architecture and front-end design were completed independently by our team. The design verification is already done, and we are about to enter the back-end physical design and first tape-out MPW stage," Xu Chen confirmed calmly. "We chose to start with power management chips, which are essential for automotive systems, but currently heavily dependent on imports to first solve the issue of autonomous control over core power supply." "Very solid thinking," the industry deputy director blurted out, a look of approval appearing on his face. "Not greedy for big and comprehensive, but starting from a key and achievable point. Our province has been calling for the integrated circuit industry for so many years, but there are few teams that have ideas, dare to invest, and can implement so pragmatically. Tianyu has found the right direction and taken the most crucial first step. Director Wang, this layout is very meaningful." Director Wang nodded heavily, pointing at that line with his finger, and said to the Science and Technology Bureau director, "Director Li, do you see? This is not empty talk about concepts, it's solid design drawings and tape-out plans. Starting from the most difficult and fundamental automotive chips, this determination and path deserve attention." The Science and Technology Bureau director nodded repeatedly and eagerly flipped further also. Self-developed Lingshu electronic control system claiming to improve the range of vehicles on the same platform by 58. High-definition vehicle camera module completed automotive-grade testing. Acquired new energy vehicle production qualification. Investment layout in Li-DAR solid-state batteries, new anode materials, high-precision positioning. He read on, his shock growing, and his voice involuntarily rose. This is not just a tricycle factory transformation. This is clearly systematically building a complete new energy vehicle, no, a smart mobility ecosystem technology framework. And most of it is not just on paper, there are phased results. And the financial data is so healthy. The meeting room was deathly silent, only the faint sound of the air conditioner running. All the leaders of the management committee put down the documents in their hands, and when they looked at Xu Chen and Zhou Chengxian again, their gazes had completely changed. It was no longer looking at a transforming enterprise that might bring investment and employment, but at a power player, with clear thinking, solid steps, enormous potential, and already having laid out pieces in core technology fields. The needs Xu Chen had previously proposed in the face of such a report card combining healthy financials, technological achievements, and a clear strategic path were of a completely different nature. This was no longer simply investment attraction, but how to grasp a competitor who had already started running with strong momentum and how to deeply integrate its development into the local industrial ecosystem to achieve a joint leap. Director Wang took a deep breath, gently closed the document, but his fingers still pressed on the cover. He looked around at his colleagues, seeing the same shock and determination in their eyes. He turned to Xu Chen, his tone more solemn than before, even with a hint of eagerness. President Xu, President Zhou, this material is amazing. To be honest with you two, we knew before that Tianyu was developing fast and had ideas, but we truly didn't expect your steps to be so solid so fast. Intensive technological breakthroughs, clear strategic path, and such solid revenue and profit. He paused and said decisively, please rest assured. The 4 points you just proposed, I can now represent the Zhengdong New District Management Committee to express our support. All will be supported, and they will be elevated to the highest priority for implementation. For talent cooperation, I will personally communicate with the secretaries and presidents of Zhengzhou University, Nanhe University, and other universities, and strive to hold a high-level meeting within a week to set up a special task force. For industrial policies, especially chips and new energy, the Industry and Information Bureau and the Science and Technology Bureau will establish a Tianyu Special Service Team with dedicated personnel and hotlines to thoroughly understand the policies and help you secure the maximum national and provincial support. The city's industrial fund I will personally coordinate. For office space, the Investment Promotion Bureau will take President Xu and his team to look at locations this afternoon. Not just the high-speed rail station area, as long as you like the best locations and the best conditions in the new district, we will fully coordinate. For employee housing, it will be included in the top talent guarantee sequence with special handling. For local market application, the Transportation, Urban Construction, and State-Owned Assets Systems, our management committee will take the lead to open a green channel for Tianyu's products and organize special promotions. He finished in one breath, his tone unquestionable. Tianyu choosing Zhengzhou is a trust in us. Zhengzhou must also demonstrate sincerity and efficiency, matching Tianyu's speed and development potential. President Xu, if you have any other requirements, feel free to raise them at any time. As long as they don't violate principles, we will handle what we can immediately. For those that need coordination with higher authorities, we will go together. Xu Chen could clearly feel the hot change in the atmosphere in the meeting room. He couldn't help but sigh that the development of Zhengzhou today was inseparable from the efforts of this group of people. Thank you very much for the strong support from Director Wang and all the leaders. With the committee's words, our confidence in settling in Zhengzhou is even stronger. We will immediately set up a working group to fully cooperate in advancing all matters. The subsequent conversation proceeded rapidly in an extremely enthusiastic and pragmatic atmosphere, finalizing many details and timelines. At the end of the meeting, Director Wang personally escorted Xu Chen and Zhou Chengxian to the elevator and shook hands firmly. After seeing off Xu Chen and his team, Director Wang immediately turned back to the meeting room with a serious expression. He picked up the Tianyu Group report document and said to his deputies and directors, the meeting won't be adjourned yet. Director Li Yu immediately prepare an analysis based on Tianyu's technology list, comparing their technical level in key areas with domestic and international benchmarks, highlighting its breakthrough and strategic value. Director Zhang, Investment Promotion Bureau, you immediately prepare several detailed plans for high-end office locations and compare their advantages and disadvantages. I will go to make an urgent report to the city's main leaders. He waved the document in his hand, his eyes burning. Tianyu is a big fish, and our Zhengdong New District must firmly hook it. This is not just a corporate headquarters relocation, but possibly the starting point of a 100 billion level industrial cluster. Move fast. Half an hour later, in an office at the city government, Director Wang respectfully placed the document, still warm from the meeting room, on the desk of the city leader, his voice slightly low due to excitement. Leader, please take a look at this document. The deputy mayor in charge of investment promotion and industrial planning meticulously reviewed the summary of the Tianyu Group report submitted by Director Wang. His gaze lingered repeatedly on the sections covering revenue, profit, technology, listings, and strategic layout, while his fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the desk. This Tianyu is no ordinary entity. The deputy mayor finally spoke, his voice steady and composed. Their solid revenue and profit figures indicate a robust cash-generating capacity in existing operations. Unlike some online ventures that burn money on storytelling, their technology roadmap spanning batteries, motors, and automotive-grade chips aligns precisely with the critical points of industrial upgrading, and each step has yielded phased results, not castles in the air. What's even rarer is their clear thinking. Starting with a fundamental chip like Chungying 1 is very pragmatic. He closed the dossier and looked at the slightly nervous Director Wang, making a direct decision. The Tianyu Group is a prime candidate to become the chain leader of the industrial chain. They are willing to relocate their headquarters and R&D center to Zhengzhou, which is a golden opportunity for us to build a cluster of advanced manufacturing industries and seize the commanding heights of the new energy and semiconductor sectors. We must seize it. Lao Wang, the deputy mayor's tone shifted to an order. Your new district management committee will immediately establish a Tianyu project landing service team, led by you. The principle is simple: present our best policies, highest efficiency, and most attentive services to fully support the Tianyu Group's establishment, growth, and expansion in Zhengzhou. land, capital, talent, and market applications. Any demands they raise, as long as they comply with regulations, will be fully met, and we must anticipate their needs before they do. Any issues that require coordination at the municipal level, report to me immediately, and I will personally handle them. The only goal is to ensure Tianyu operates in Zhengzhou without any worries and charges ahead at full speed. He knew that both the provincial government and the municipal party committee were resolute in seizing the opportunity in the new energy wave. They had to ride this tailwind to take off. He recalled the earlier situation with the Jiazhou Industrial Park, which had been untenable. Now with the wave of new energy vehicles, Zhengzhou had finally found a leading enterprise. It reminded him of Hefei, the capital of neighboring Anhui province, a classic Allen player that had actually succeeded. If they had that kind of audacity, how could the Central Plains with 5,000 years of history lack it? The Central Plains, once prosperous for millennia, had lagged behind in modern development. Now the provincial authorities understood a fundamental truth: to prosper, one must go Allen. Rebuilding the glory of the Central Plains is our duty. Yes, Mayor. We will resolutely implement and execute immediately. Director Wang felt a surge of confidence. With the city leaders' explicit support, the intensity and speed of all subsequent work would be completely different. Almost at the same moment Director Wang left the city government, Xu Chen and Zhou Chengshuan's car had already entered the park of the Central Research Institute in Zhengzhou High-Tech Zone. 3 hours later, the large conference room in the Research Institute, which could accommodate nearly 100 people, was filled to capacity. Subsidiary heads, group executives, and core RD personnel, who had rushed from Guide Luoyang and other locations on urgent notice, gathered together, murmuring and speculating about the agenda of this sudden high-level meeting. As Xu Chen stepped into the conference room, the noise quickly subsided. Without pleasantries, he walked directly to the podium. The projection screen behind him lit up with a single line: Tianyu Group headquarters officially settles in Zhengzhou. Everyone will keep it brief. Xu Chen's voice, amplified by the microphone, resonated clearly through the venue. After comprehensive evaluation and in-depth communication with the Zhengzhou authorities, the group has decided to officially relocate its management and RD hub to Zhengzhou. This will be our future strategic decision-making center, core technology RD center, and talent aggregation highland. A low murmur of discussion arose from the audience, quickly subsiding into silence. This is not a simple relocation, but an inevitable choice as the group enters a new phase of development, Xu Chen continued. Zhengzhou offers us broader development space, richer talent resources, a closer industry-academia collaboration ecosystem, and more substantial policy support. Next, the group's administrative department will take the lead in formulating detailed relocation and resettlement plans to ensure a smooth transition of operations and proper arrangement for employees. His gaze swept across the room. All subsidiaries and departments must cooperate fully. During the migration and integration period, if any issues arise in your area, you will be held accountable. The atmosphere in the room was solemn and grave. Taking this opportunity, he'll announce a few specific arrangements. Xu Chen switched the PPT slide. First, brand image upgrade. Mada. He looked at the head of Tianyu Software. Yes, Mr. Su. Mada responded immediately. You are responsible for leading the construction of a unified website cluster for the group and its subsidiaries. Requirements: consistent style, advanced technology, clear information, and secure stability. Tianyu Software will serve as the contractor, signing contracts with each company at market fair prices, and expenses will be settled through proper procedures. This is our external facade and the future base for online services and brand communication. It must be done well. Understood, Mr. Su. I will immediately form a project team and deliver a complete plan and quotation within a week. Mada quickly took notes. Second, internal collaboration efficiency. Xu Chen highlighted the next point. Also led by Tianyu Software, develop a unified internal office and collaboration platform for the group, named Tianyu Tong. He elaborated on the requirements. Core functions include single sign-on for all employees across the group, instant messaging process, approval, document collaboration, and knowledge management. The key design feature: automatic identification of the employee's legal entity through their work ID, with the interface and permissions adapted accordingly upon login. The underlying architecture must be robust, with ample upgrade and expansion interfaces reserved for future integration with ERP, CRM, and other systems. The most important: user experience, stability, fluidity, and zero lag. This is our internal highway. It must be unimpeded. Understood. Mada felt immense pressure, but also excitement for the challenge. Third, chip progress. Xu Chen turned to Wu Hanming, who was seated in the front row. Wu Hanming stood up, nodded slightly to the audience, and reported concisely. The front-end design of the Chang'e 1 chip has passed final verification, and the back-end physical design was completed yesterday. The design files, after rigorous inspection, have been officially handed over to the foundry Shanghai Huahong. According to the process, the first wafer-run MPW is expected to commence next week. A sincere round of applause erupted in the conference room. This marked the first critical technical milestone on Tianyu's self-developed chip journey, approaching the first real physical test. Xu Chen nodded, gesturing for the applause to subside. The tape-out is just the beginning. There are still packaging testing and lengthy reliability verification ahead. But this step must be taken and taken well. General Manager Wu, the team has worked hard. Stay focused, and the group awaits your good news. He finally scanned the entire room. Relocating the headquarters to Zhengzhou is a new starting point that demands higher standards. I hope everyone sets aside all hesitation and gives their full effort. Meeting adjourned. As the meeting ended, the crowd dispersed with a sense of urgency and new assignments. Xu Chen stood by the window of the now empty conference room, watching the bustling employees in the park below. At that moment, Meng Xuejuan approached him. Mr. Xu, great news. Xu Chen turned from the window. What good news? You're so happy. Meng Xuejuan pulled Xu Chen to sit at the conference table, opened the folder, and spread several documents on the table. We just received formal written feedback. Our access application has passed the preliminary review and entered the stage of technical evaluation and on-site inspection preparation. It's at least a month earlier than we estimated. Really? That fast? Xu Chen was pleasantly surprised. He remembered it had only been submitted a little over a month ago. Meng Xuejuan smiled and nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be this fast either. He pointed to several annotations on the document. The review department approved our application under the new entity Wujia Auto, believing that this makes the history clear and easier to manage. More importantly, he flipped to the technical summary section. This time the construction plan for the Luoyang factory, the equipment procurement intentions, and especially packaging Tianqing's Shanghai battery and the Research Institute's Qianlong motor as core self-developed components. This move is very impressive. The other party responded that this shows we are seriously building a system, not just playing around. They raised a few points of concern. Meng Xuejuan pushed up his glasses and moved a list of issues in front of Xu Chen, mainly focused on production consistency control, supply chain management, and after-sales service system. They are all routine questions, but very detailed. Are these questions they raised accurate? Xu Chen pointed to one of them. Accurate. Meng Xuejuan had obviously done his homework. For production consistency, our entire vehicle and core components battery motor are self-developed or deeply controlled, which is easier to explain than externally purchased assemblies. For the supply chain, the small companies we invested in Huqing and the Luoyang local government, helping to connect materials, can demonstrate our layout. For after-sales, we have Tianyu Chuxing's foundation in making special vehicles and tricycles, and the network and processes can be directly upgraded. I've already asked the relevant teams to prepare supplementary materials. They can be done within a week. When is the on-site inspection roughly? Xu Chen closed the folder. Preliminary communication indicates that if the supplementary materials are fine, it will be arranged after the Chinese New Year. The focus is on the progress of our new factory in Luoyang and the R&D and testing capabilities of the Research Institute. Meng Xuejuan said. Over in Luoyang, engineer Zhang guarantees that the main factory's foundation work will definitely be completed before the Chinese New Year, meeting the conditions for inspection. Over at the Research Institute, several laboratories and pilot workshops have been running non-stop. Good. Xu Chen's face broke into a smile as he handed the folder back to Meng Xuejuan. This is a critical milestone. Seize the time to make all materials solid and detailed. Double-check with the Luoyang side and with engineer Zhang to ensure that when the inspection comes they see real tangible things, no slip-ups. The sooner the qualification comes through, the sooner we can pick up the pace. Understood. They'll follow up daily. Meng Xuejuan put away the documents and stood up. Then you go ahead with your work, they'll go make arrangements. He walked to the door, then remembered something and turned back. Oh, by the way, President Su, regarding several parameters of the chassis platform, after final verification with the engineers, I have an optimization plan. Shall I give you a dedicated report tomorrow morning? Send it to my email first. I still need to continue contacting the management committee. Meng Xuejuan nodded, closed the door behind him, and the conference room fell silent. Xu Chen walked back to the window and looked downstairs. If the qualification goes smoothly, the Wujia Mini will have truly earned its ticket. There was still factory construction, equipment, debugging, prototype, verification, production ramp-up. The road was long, but the first step had finally been taken. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out, a landline number from Hangzhou with no note. Xu Chen answered the call. Hello, Xu Chen. The voice on the other end was slightly aged, but full of vigor. Speaking. Who is this? There was a pause, then 3 words came through. Yang Zhenbang. Yang Zhenbang. Xu Chen was puzzled. Memories of his previous life flooded in, and a voice aged but robust rang out. You are truly the worst batch of students I've ever taught. Damn, Professor Yang. Xu Chen's tone immediately turned respectful and surprised. Professor Yang. Oh, it's really you. I didn't recognize it at first. I didn't have your number saved. How have you been lately? Yang Zhenbang was a professor at the School of Mechanical Engineering of Zhejiang University, a doctoral supervisor, a distinguished professor of the Changjiang Scholars Program, and a top expert in mechanical engineering. When the original self was a senior doing his graduation project, he worked under Professor Yang on a topic about lightweight chassis structure optimization for small electric vehicles. Professor Yang admired him greatly, believing that he not only had solid theoretical knowledge, but also outstanding hands-on ability and problem-solving skills for practical engineering issues. He had more than once said that Xu Chen should pursue graduate studies under him, go straight to a doctorate, and even stay at the university for research in the future. Later, the original self's father was getting older and his health was declining. The Tianyu Mobility he had founded then, just a small factory, was facing difficulties. The father hoped his only son would come back to take over. The original self's mother had passed away early and his father had raised him alone. Seeing his father's hopeful, yet weary eyes, the original self struggled for a long time, but finally went to see Professor Yang to bid farewell. After returning, he threw himself into the factory from production to sales, working around the clock, and never contacted the academic circle again. Now it had been nearly 3 years since they last contacted. You could have probably forgotten about this old man, right? In 3 years back home, you haven't called me even once. Yang Zhenbang's tone was very displeased. If he hadn't encountered Li Yiheng at a recent mechanical and electronic academic conference in Hangzhou, he wouldn't have known that Xu Chen had built such a big enterprise. As for my health, still robust. Yang Zhenbang snorted on the phone. But you heartless little rascal, you've been making such a big stir without a word. Building cars. And even chips. Professor Yang, what are you saying? I'm just taking over my father's business, small-time stuff, just making a living. Xu Chen's heart was a bit uneasy, not knowing why Yang Zhenbang suddenly brought this up. Small-time stuff? You're building your own car factory. You've developed the 3 electrics. Yang Zhenbang's speech sped up. I've heard you're even dabbling in automotive-grade chips. Xu Chen's heart skipped a beat. The news had spread fast enough. The 3 electrics technology was one thing, but the matter of automotive-grade chips, he remembered that not many people knew about it. Professor Yang, you're really well informed. The motors and batteries are being developed by our research institute, and the chips are just starting out. How did you find out? How did I find out? It's that old fellow Li Yiheng who told me, saying things like, oh, Professor Yang, Xu Chen came to me for help before, did you know? Not. Why hasn't little Xu come to you? You old rascal, almost 50 years old, knowing full well that Yang Zhenbang is the most petty-minded old man, and you still dare to do something so blatantly mocking. The bad things you did in the end are blamed on me. Xu Chen cursed Li Yiheng in his heart for being inhuman, but his tone toward Yang Zhenbang became even more fawning. Professor Yang, I'll please listen to my excuse. No, listen to my explanation. Fine, let me hear what kind of nonsense you're about to spew. Yang Zhenbang snorted coldly. Having spent decades deeply entrenched in the field of mechanical engineering, it was no exaggeration to say that his disciples spanned the globe. Everyone who met him would respectfully address him as Professor Yang, Senior Yang. He never expected to be forgotten by an ungrateful brat, especially when he once thought Xu Chen had the same flair he had in his youth, intending to take him in as a key disciple. Professor Yang, I had no choice. You're an expert in national-level mechanical engineering. How could I, running a mere tricycle factory, come to you? That would be like using a dragon-slaying blade to kill a chicken. How could I have the nerve to approach you? I simply couldn't bring myself to say it. Xu Chen explained. This struck a chord with Yang Zhenbang, dispelling some of his anger, though he still snorted. That excuse is barely acceptable, much better than the one you gave when you asked for leave back then. Not at all, not at all. These are all my genuine, heartfelt words. Xu Chen chuckled apologetically. But that still doesn't excuse you for not calling me an old man in 3 years. Professor Yang, once I finish this busy period, I'll personally go to Hangzhou to make amends. Oof, that's more like it. Get your ass over here in a few days. I'll introduce you to some people. Your company is definitely short on talent. Most of my former disciples went into research institutes, or the like. You are the only one who's truly made a name in business. My goodness, I'm so grateful to you, old man. The best decision I ever made in this life was to follow you in research back then. Even now I look back on those days with great nostalgia. Xu Chen said in a tone of reminiscence. Old man, I don't see how nostalgic you are, Yang Zhenbang sneered. Alright, I'm hanging up. I've got things to do. Get lost. With that, Yang Zhenbang ended the call. Xu Chen stared at the blank phone screen, shaking his head with a sigh. Now I'd have to go and soothe the old man's temper again. All because of that old Li, that unscrupulous old melon. Just you wait, Li. Xu Chen gritted his teeth, silently marking a grudge against Li Yiheng. But when he goes to Hangzhou to see Yang Zhenbang, he'll bring the chassis data of the Boundless Mini and the universal platform under development. Having Yang Zhenbang, a titan in automotive mechanical engineering, offer a few pointers. Wouldn't that be a crushing blow to the microvehicle market? Like in a novel when the sex's ancient ancestor descends with a supreme imperial weapon ready to sink the low-end market. With that thought, Xu Chen's heart filled with anticipation. If he could fine-tune the Boundless Mini's chassis combined with its naturally short wheelbase, easier to handle than those class cars, it would be a textbook case of no comparison, no harm. Once consumers take it for a test drive, they'll exclaim, damn, this little car actually has handling. Then they try a competitor's car. What the hell is this? After finishing the business at the Zhengdong New District Management Committee and securing Tianyu Group's landing in Zhengzhou, take Meng Xuejuan to see Yang Zhenbang. This time the Boundless Mini is truly solid. No need to worry about sales crushing other competitors. What? Can't sell? Not a chance. A little car costing just over 40,000 with a range of 150 kilometers and even free license plates. The perfect choice for urban commuting. You can even get a payment plan, a down payment of 10,000, and you drive it home. Monthly payments are just a few hundred yuan. If you drive a gas car, your monthly fuel bill is about the same, but electricity costs pennies. After hanging up, Yang Zhenbang looked at the documents on his desk. Development of Tianyu Group. For a big shot of his caliber, obtaining a company's development materials was trivial. Patents, revenue, all aspects. Just a word, and someone would deliver them. I didn't realize Xiao Su had such a tough time last year. Poor kid, Yang Zhenbang sighed. His father's death taking over at a critical moment, pulling the dying company back from the brink. He had the same flair from his own youth. His earlier anger at Xu Chen stemmed from the fact that Xu Chen, when in trouble, never thought to turn to him. Never truly considered him as an elder. Since the little brat is growing so fast, let me give you another hand. Yang Zhenbang put on his reading glasses, opened his phone's contacts, and scrolled one by one. He'll find him a few more. This kid's spreading his operations too wide, he's bound to run into problems. This one in semiconductors, noted. This one in battery materials. Seems to be researching solid state. Noted. This one I recall is in computer science. Should be useful too. Biology. No. This one researches industrial alloys. Seems so, noted. Old Master Yang was about to teach Xu Chen a lesson on what real connections mean. The next morning at 9, Xu Chen was in his office reviewing the materials Zhou Chengxian had sent. They detailed several office buildings in the Zhengzhou East Railway Station area. Area rent, property conditions clearly listed. A few buildings were indeed excellent with good locations and adequate hardware. The materials even mentioned that one new building offered naming rights for tenant companies. Just then his phone rang. It was Director Wang. Busy, President Su. Director Wang's voice carried a smile, but it was more formal than before. Director Wang, your instructions? Xu Chen put down the materials. There's a situation. Yesterday our mayor, the deputy mayor in charge of investment and industrial planning, looked at your Tianyu materials and was very interested. He wants to have a face-to-face chat with you. When is convenient? Is this morning okay? Xu Chen was surprised. It seemed yesterday's report had worked. Even the mayor was involved. He glanced at his watch. 9:10. Sure. How long will it take me to get there? Not far. You are at Tianyu Central Research Institute, right? About 20 minutes. 10 o'clock at the mayor's office. Works for you. Final head out now. Good. Call me when you arrive, and he'll meet you downstairs. At 5 to 10, Xu Chen's car pulled into the municipal government compound. The security guard waved him through. Clearly advance notice had been given. Director Wang was already waiting at the main building entrance. Without much small talk, he led Xu Chen directly upstairs. The deputy mayor's office wasn't large. The bookcases were filled with documents and books. The deputy mayor, appearing to be in his 50s, wasn't wearing a jacket, his shirt sleeves rolled up, reviewing files. When they entered, he put down his pen and stood. Mr. Mayor, this is President Xu Chen of Tianyu Group, Director Wang introduced. Xu Chen stepped forward quickly and shook hands with Mayor Li. Mr. Mayor, hello. President Xu, hello. Come have a seat, the deputy mayor said with a warm smile, gesturing to the sofa and sitting down himself. The secretary came in, poured tea, and quietly withdrew. President Xu, I've read the Tianyu materials, the deputy mayor said, without beating around the bush, picking up the executive summary on the coffee table, the one Xu Chen was familiar with. Solid revenue, a well-thought-out technology layout. Especially the chips, starting from basics like power management. That's a very practical path, no grandiose ideas. He looked at Xu Chen. I called you here today for one thing. Your Tianyu landing in Zhengzhou is being treated as the top priority of this year's industrial development in the city. Director Wang and their new district management committee will establish a dedicated service task force, and I will personally oversee it. Land, capital, talent, and market. Whatever requirements you propose, the task force will be responsible for clearing all obstacles in the shortest possible time and providing clear solutions and timelines. He paused, his tone growing heavier. My demand is that the issues you encounter across the country must be resolved in Zhengzhou with the utmost speed and thoroughness. We must allow the enterprise to focus wholeheartedly on R&D and market expansion. If there is anything the task force cannot handle, you or Director Wang should report directly to me. This is the city's attitude toward you. Xu Chen sat upright, his expression serious, and said, Thank you, Mayor. With your words we feel completely at ease. We will expedite the relocation of our headquarters and the construction of the R&D center and deliver output and contributions as quickly as possible. Good, that's the efficiency we want, the vice mayor nodded. Coordinate specifically with Director Wang. I have one principle: whatever you need from the city, say it directly. Encounter any obstacles, report them directly. Making Tianyu successful is the best reward for Zhengzhou's development. The conversation lasted less than 15 minutes, and Xu Chen left the municipal government building. Vice Mayor Li stood up, gazing at the figures of Director Wang, and Xu Chen downstairs, his eyes profound. Last night he, the mayor, and the secretary had held a small meeting. Although Zhengzhou now boasted a formidable Yutong bus, the entire Nanha province lacked a single viable new energy household automobile enterprise. Yet the winds of new energy had already risen and national-level policies would soon be issued. Zhengzhou must seize this opportunity. The Tianyu Group was that opportunity. He had not seen a company grow so rapidly in a long time, or it had essentially assembled all core new energy technologies, and all of this was self-funded and self-developed. Vision Factory Technology Capital Zhengzhou would provide full support. And qualifications under application were all in place. As long as Wujia Auto could rise, it would mean an industry worth tens of billions for Zhengzhou and employment for tens of thousands. Tianyu had not even taken out a loan, relying entirely on its own cash flow, very down to earth, starting from micro-vehicles, unlike other new forces that directly jumped to cars priced at 200,000. Xu Chen, you must never let us down. You have no idea that the entire Zhengzhou is ready to go all in on you and the Tianyu Group. As Xu Chen got into the car and left the city government, he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his shoulders, a sense of discomfort. Xu Chen frowned, rubbing his shoulder with his hand, thinking, am I just too tired lately? I should get a proper massage soon. At that moment, he had no idea that he had been involuntarily burdened with the heavy responsibility of developing the province's passenger vehicle industry. Instead of returning to the Central Research Institute, he turned toward the vicinity of Zhengzhou East Station. He wanted to inspect the office site selection, which concerned the group's image. For at least 3 to 5 years, Xu Chen didn't want to move again. The car drove to the West Plaza of Zhengzhou East Station. Zhou Qingxian was already waiting at the agreed spot, a folder in hand. Xu Chen got out of the car and joined Zhou Qingshuan, who spread the folder open. President Xu, as per your requirements, I've shortlisted 3 options. They're all nearby, but to be honest, they differ considerably. We need to see them in person. All right, Uncle Zhou, since you've reviewed them, I have a baseline. Let's go, Xu Chen said. The first building was right by the plaza, a 2 to 3 minute walk away. The building was new with a modern design. The property management took them to a reserved floor, roughly 2,000 square meters. President Xu, President Zhou, this floor has a moderate area and excellent views. Our price is very competitive, 2 yuan and 20 cents per square meter per day, the property manager introduced. Xu Chen walked around the empty floor, shook his head, and said to Zhou Qingshuan, Uncle Zhou, this won't work. It looks spacious, but it's only enough to accommodate the current staff of the group. In the future, we plan to consolidate the market, sales, finance, and administrative departments of subsidiaries like Tianqing, Wujia, and Jixing, all non-RD units. 1 floor simply won't cut it. It would have to go through the hassle of moving again. Too small. Let's see the next one. Zhou Qingxian nodded, made a note in his book. Insufficient area. Exchanged a few polite words with the property manager and led Xu Chen away. The second building was on another street, a 6 to 7 minute walk away. It was a bit older but well maintained. The key point was that the owner was willing to lease 3 consecutive floors totaling nearly 7,000 square meters as a whole, with the price negotiable down to 1 yuan and 80 cents per square meter per day. The owner himself showed them around, a straightforward man. President Xu, my place is solid. No flashy frills. Plenty of space, fair price. If you want a centralized office, you can open up these 3 floors or use them separately. Xu Chen inspected the floors thoroughly, then whispered to Zhou Qingshuan. Uncle Zhou, this place is very practical. The area and price are indeed unbeatable, enough for us for several years. But the building is a bit old. The hardware and image leave something to be desired. In the future, we'll need to recruit top-tier market and capital talent. This environment lacks appeal. Moreover, there's no room to enhance the brand image. I understand, Zhou Qingxian said. Let's keep it as a backup, but it's not the best choice. Let's go see the third option and then decide. The third building was Greenland Window Phase 2. The car drove to the intersection of Dongfeng East Road and Kilihi South Road, where a 36-story glass curtain wall office tower stood imposingly adjacent to the West Plaza of Zhengzhou East Station. This was a quasi-Class A office building completed in 2013 with a modern and grand exterior. A general manager, Zhao, from the developer Greenland Group personally received them, leading them from the stylishly decorated lobby to the 15th floor via a high-speed elevator. The elevator doors opened to a standard floor with elegantly finished elevator hall and public corridor. President Xu, President Zhou, welcome to Greenland Window, Mr. Zhao said as he pushed open the fire door to the main office area on the 15th floor. Our Phase 2 office building from the 15th to the 24th floor totals 10 floors. Each floor has a standard area of about 1500 square meters, so the 10 floors together amount to exactly 1500 square meters. Currently, it's reserved as a whole. If that's not enough, the upper floors from 25 to 30 have 6 more floors that are negotiable. The space was square and open with a 4-meter ceiling height that made the entire area feel especially airy. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows offered an excellent view encompassing the entire West Plaza of Zhengzhou East Station. The floors from 16 to 24 were similarly well-organized standard office floors interconnected via the public area's fire stairs and the core's multiple elevators. Xu Chen looked through each floor without saying much, but Zhou Qingxian could see the satisfaction in his eyes. This total area, superior views, and prime location satisfied all of Xu Chen's hard requirements. What about the rent? Zhou Qingxian asked the key question on Xu Chen's behalf. Initial quote. Based on the total area too. 5 yuan per square meter per day. President Zhao stated the figure. Zhou Chengxian did a quick mental calculation. For 15000 square meters at 5 yuan per square meter per day, the annual rent would be 15002. 365 yuan. The total 5-year rent would be approximately 68437500 yuan. This price was market rate in the Zhengzhou high-speed rail station area in 2015 for a quasi-grade A office building like Greenland Window. Xu Chen's face remained impassive. He simply asked, does this price include any special added value? President Zhao smiled, pointing to the towering top of the building outside the window. If a company with such potential as Tianyu Group becomes our anchor tenant signing a 5-year lease for 10 floors, we would be willing to offer the rooftop naming rights as part of our in-depth cooperation. The name of Tianyu Group could stand atop this 36-story landmark. He paused, looking at Xu Chen, his tone growing more meaningful. However, Mr. Xu, the naming rights and the corresponding specific terms of cooperation are beyond my authority. This requires a face-to-face meeting between our leadership and you to finalize. Our leader will be back tomorrow. Would you be willing to spare some time for a meeting? Xu Chen did not answer immediately. He once again surveyed the spacious open plan first floor, then gazed at the blue sky through the glass. 10 floors are not enough, Xu Chen suddenly said. I want floors 15 to 30, 16 floors in total. 24,000 square meters. Over the next 5 years, all non-RD departments of Tianyu Group must be moved in with room reserved for expansion. Uncle Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Chengshuan's heart jolted. He quickly calculated 24,000 square meters. That was nearly half the entire building. But he soon realized that Xu Chen was securing space for the coming years in one go, avoiding the passive situation of needing to expand later. Mr. Xu, 16 floors would indeed provide sufficient space for the next 5 to 8 years of development, Zhou Chengxian said cautiously. But the total rent? Xu Chen waved his hand and turned to President Zhao. General Zhao, 16 floors, 5 years. What terms can you offer? President Zhao's eyes lit up. This was a big deal. Mr. Xu, for 16 floors. I need to consult my leadership. But I can state up front that the price and conditions will certainly be more favorable than for 10 floors. The naming rights are also more feasible. Good, Xu Chen nodded, his tone calm but decisive. Then let's wait until you consult and arrange a meeting between me and Chairman Chen. I think this is the place. Xu Chen gave a slight nod and strode toward the elevator. Zhou Chengxian followed, closing his folder, a barely concealed smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Although the 2.5 yuan per square meter quote was much higher than the old building they had previously considered for the sake of the landmark status and the future face of Tianyu, this expenditure was well worth it. A company's image is crucial for attracting talent. People like Meng Shuejuan, who saw the potential of Tianyu Group, could have entered any company with their qualifications. For professionals at their level, advancing further is extremely difficult. Either start their own business or ride the wave with a promising startup. But the backbone of a company consists of a large number of mid-level employees who look at the company's image, salary, and growth opportunities. To use an imperfect analogy between a mid-level manager at Muyuan Foodstuff, a pig farming company, and a mid-level employee at Tencent's branch office, which would you choose? This is simply human nature. 2 days later, at the JW Marriott Hotel Zhengzhou, in the top-floor executive meeting room, across the long mahogany table sat a vigorous middle-aged man in his 50s. He wore a well-tailored dark suit and a simple business watch, exuding an aura of authority and shrewdness. This was Chun Hongru, the head of Greenland Group's Central China region, the developer of Greenland Window. Mr. Xu, young and accomplished, Chun Hongru said, sipping tea, his sharp eyes fixed on the young man opposite. To have brought Tianyu to its current scale is no small feat. Especially your boldness in leasing 16 floors with a 5-year term. I admire that. Xu Chen gave a subtle nod to Zhou Chengshuan, who immediately handed over a document prepared in advance. Chairman Chen, it'll be direct, Xu Chen said, getting straight to the point with an unassuming yet confident tone. I'm interested in this building not only because of the office hardware itself. Chun Hongru raised an eyebrow, signaling Xu Chen to continue. 5 years, Xu Chen held up 5 fingers. Well, sign a 5-year lease. During this period, all non-RD departments of Tianyu Group will move into these 16 floors. We guarantee an occupancy rate of no less than 80. In exchange, the rooftop naming rights belong to us, but not in the form of a traditional neon sign. With that, Xu Chen took a beautifully designed brochure from Zhou Chengxian and slid it across the table. The brochure featured a minimalist logo design in black, white, and gray. We want this, Xu Chen said, pointing to the lettering in the image. This is Tianyu's new identity. Tianyu Group, with the Chinese characters, Tianyu Group below. Chairman Chen, take a look at this font and layout. Made into 3-dimensional metal letters installed at the highest point of the rooftop with strong spotlights, it will be extremely eye-catching at night. Chen Hongru picked up the brochure and examined it carefully. The logo design was ultramodern, exuding a vibrant tech-forward aura, far more sophisticated than ordinary song font characters. Mr. Xu, is this new identity Tianyu's current brand or a new brand to be launched in the future? Chen Hongru asked. The new group master brand to be launched in the future, Xu Chen explained. The previous Tianyu brand still carried some regional color, but this new logo represents our ambition to go national and international. Chen Hongru set down the brochure, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as if weighing the options. After a moment, he looked up, meeting Xu Chen's gaze. Mr. Xu, since you are so sincere, a 5-year long-term lease and anchor tenant, and willing to invest in a new brand image, Greenland Group is also ready to show our sincerity. The 2.5 yuan quote was based on market conditions. For you taking 16 floors in bulk with a 5-year lease, we can offer 2 yuan per square meter per day. Additionally, considering the renovation and move-in period, we provide a 6-month rent-free period. After the 5-year lease expires, Tianyu Group will have the first right of renewal under the same conditions. Zhou Chengxian quickly calculated 2400 square meters, 2 yuan per day, annual rent, 2402. 365 1927200 yuan. Total 5-year rent 9636000 yuan. Compared to the initial quote, this saved nearly 15 million yuan over 5 years. The discount and terms were quite generous. Xu Chen did not respond immediately. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, appearing to contemplate. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. Chairman Chen is straightforward, Xu Chen said, setting down the cup with a faint smile. We accept this price and these terms. However, I have one more request. Please go ahead. The construction and installation of the naming rights must be handled by an advertising engineering company designated by us with experience in landmark buildings. Greenland Group must provide the rooftop structural drawings, load data, and coordinate property management and power connection. We Tianyu will bear the costs, but we must control the quality and effect. Chen Hongru laughed heartily upon hearing this. No problem. Mr. Xu, your dedication to the brand is commendable. Well, fully cooperate. Then. It's settled. Settled. Xu Chen extended his hand. The two hands clasped firmly. The subsequent process moved quickly. The legal and financial teams from both sides rapidly reviewed the contract details. The final lease agreement specified the leased property is floors 1530 of Greenland Window Phase 2, located at the intersection of Dongfeng East Road and Kilihi South Road in Zhengdong New District, with a construction area of 2400 square meters, approximately 150 square meters per floor, lease term of 5 years starting from the delivery date. The rent is 2 yuan per square meter per day, payable quarterly. Party A, Greenland Group grants Party B, Tianyu Group, a 6-month rent-free period for renovation. Upon lease expiration, Party B has the first right of renewal under the same conditions. In addition, as a supplementary agreement, Party A grants Party B the naming rights to the building. Party B has the right to install its group logo on the rooftop, and Party A shall provide necessary assistance. Chen Hongru personally signed the contract, followed by Xu Chen. Mr. Xu, a pleasure to cooperate. Chen Hongru extended his hand again. A pleasure to cooperate. Xu Chen shook Chen Hongru's hand, feeling a weight lift from his heart. This was not merely leasing 16 floors. It was planting a flag for Tianyu Group in Zhengzhou in the Central Plains region. With the headquarters location settled, the experienced Zhou Chengxian took charge of the overall renovation and move-in arrangements. Xu Chen had only one requirement: to ensure quality in the shortest possible time. After handing over other group affairs to senior executives, Xu Chen asked Meng Xuejuan to organize all the design materials for the Boundless Mini, and the two of them headed to Hangzhou to coax the old man. No. It was to pay respects to the clan's patriarch. The high-speed train departed from Zhengzhou East Station and arrived at Hangzhou East Station 4.5 hours later. Meng Xuejuan spent the entire journey flipping through the design drawings of the Wujia Mayanai, occasionally annotating them with a pencil. Xu Chen leaned back in his seat, resting his eyes, but his mind was racing. This meeting with Yang Jinbang was not only about chassis cooperation, but also about leveraging the influence of this grandmaster of the sect to solidify Tianyu's foundation in the automotive engineering field. President Xu, the Professor Yang were meeting this time. Is that Yang Jinbang from Zhejiang University? Meng Xuejuan finally couldn't help asking. He only knew that Xu Chen was bringing him to Hangzhou to meet a mechanical engineering expert, but it wasn't until just before boarding the train that Xu Chen revealed the specific name. Xu Chen opened his eyes. What, you've heard of him? More than just heard of him. Meng Xuejuan's voice was filled with barely concealed excitement. Professor Yang Jinbang, a titan in the field of mechanical engineering in China, an honorary professor at Zhejiang University School of Mechanical Engineering, the chief scientist of the National 863 Program's Advanced Manufacturing Project. His students now fill the R&D centers of leading automakers like FAWSAIC and Geely. President Xu, how did you get to know such a big shot? Xu Chen smiled, but didn't answer directly. When we meet later, speak less and listen more. Professor Yang has a bit of a strange temper, but he's a good person. Meng Xuejuan nodded, but his curiosity grew even stronger. Xu Chen was only 27 years old. How could he be connected to an academic giant of this caliber? And judging by his tone, the two seemed quite familiar. The car drove into Zhejiang University's Yuchuan campus and stopped at the mechanical engineering building. It was a 5-story building that had seen many years, its exterior walls covered in ivy, exuding a strong academic atmosphere. Xu Chen led Meng Xuejuan up to the third floor with ease and knocked on the door at the far end of the hallway. "Come in." A vigorous voice came from inside. "Come in." A vigorous voice came from inside. Pushing the door open, the office was not large, but was filled with books, drawings, and various car models. An elderly man with graying hair and a spirited demeanor was bent over a large drafting table, sketching something with a pencil in hand. He wore a faded blue work shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and a pair of reading glasses rested on his nose. "Professor Yang," Xu Chen called respectfully. Yang Zhenbang looked up, took off his glasses, and scrutinized Xu Chen for a moment before speaking with a neutral expression. "Sit down." Xu Chen signaled Meng Xuejuan to place the 2 bottles of Mao Dai they had brought against the wall, and both of them sat down on an old sofa against the wall. Meng Xuejuan was so nervous that his palms were sweating. This was a true titan in China's mechanical engineering field, and his own teacher had been one of Professor Yang's first students. Yang Zhenbang leisurely brewed a pot of tea, poured a cup for each of them, and then sat down in the chair behind his desk, his gaze fixed on Xu Chen. "Xiao Su," Yang Zhenbang began, his voice calm, but carrying an undeniable authority. "The last time I saw you was 3 years ago, wasn't it? You said you were going back to help your family, right? What did I tell you?" Xu Chen sat up straight. "You said if I had any problems I should come to you. And what did you do?" Yang Zhenbang picked up his teacup, blowing on the steam. "I didn't make a single call." Xu Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Yang Zhenbang set down his teacup, his eyes piercing as he stared at Xu Chen. 3 years, not a single phone call. "Xiao Su, you didn't take this old man's words to heart." Xu Chen quickly stood up, a sheepish smile on his face. "Professor Yang, let me explain." "Sit down." Yang Zhenbang waved his hand. "I know you're busy. Running a company isn't easy. Tianyu has grown to its current size, and you must have endured a lot of hardship. But no matter how busy you are, you should at least remember to call and let me know you're safe." Xu Chen thought, "Actually, I didn't really suffer much." Xu Chen walked behind Yang Zhenbang and gently began to massage his back. "It's my fault, Professor Yang. I've been really busy these past 3 years, working non-stop, sometimes even forgetting to eat. But I've always kept your words in mind. Every time I encountered a difficulty, I would think about what you would do." "Cut the act." Yang Zhenbang said this, but his body relaxed. "Left side, yes, right there. I'm getting old, my neck is not good." Xu Chen skillfully kneaded Yang Zhenbang's shoulders while apologizing. "I'm here to make amends, R&I. I brought your favorite Mao Tai 2 bottles, enough to last you a while." Yang Zhenbang snorted, but his expression had softened considerably. All right, stop buttering me up. On the phone you mentioned something about a new energy chassis problem. Let me take a look. What's the issue?" Xu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, returned to his seat, and shot a glance at Meng Xuejuan. Meng Xuejuan quickly opened his laptop, brought up the design drawings, and respectfully handed them to Yang Zhenbang. "Professor Yang, this is the Wujia Mini Micro-Electric Vehicle that Tianyu Group is developing along with our planned automotive chassis universal platform solution." Yang Zhenbang put on his reading glasses and examined the drawings carefully. The office fell silent with only the sound of the mouse while scrolling. After about 10 minutes, Yang Zhenbang looked up and took off his glasses. "This Wujia Mini, it's not a big problem. The car is less than 4 meters long with 3 doors and 4 seats, targeting urban commuting. The concept is right. Steel aluminum hybrid body, battery pack flat mounted on the chassis, rear-mounted motor with rear-wheel drive. All these designs are feasible with current technology." He pointed at the chassis structure diagram on the screen. "The difficulty you're facing is how to balance rigidity and lightweight in such a small space, right?" Meng Xuejuan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Professor Yang. Also the suspension system design. With limited space in a microcar, we want to balance comfort and handling, but we haven't found the optimal solution." "That's easy." Yang Zhenbang picked up a pencil and quickly sketched a diagram on paper. "McPherson front suspension plus torsion beam rear suspension. That's the most economical and practical solution. But the stiffness of the torsion beam needs to be carefully calculated. I have existing data in my lab, I'll give it to you later." He changed the subject, pointing to another document. "But this automotive chassis universal platform of yours, it's quite challenging." Xu Chen and Meng Xuejuan exchanged glances, both perking up their ears. In 2015, there wasn't yet a mature electric vehicle platform solution in China. Yang Zhenbang said seriously, "You want to use one chassis to adapt to multiple models, sedans, SUVs, MPVs. The idea is good, but implementing it is very complex. Different models have different wheelbases, track widths, weight distributions, and ground clearances. To achieve these variations on a single platform requires extensive structural optimization and simulation calculations." He looked at Xu Chen. "Xiao Su, stay in Hangzhou for 2 days. I need to study this issue carefully." Xu Chen quickly nodded. "Thank you, Professor Yang. They'll trouble you then. As for you," Yang Zhenbang turned to Meng Xuejuan, "they'll give you the materials later. Go back and study them thoroughly. You can start optimizing the Wujia Mini's chassis first. As for the universal platform, well, wait until I have some progress here." Although Meng Xuejuan was a bit reluctant, he still respectfully replied, "Yes, Professor Yang." They'll go back. When they left Yang Zhenbang's office, it was already completely dark. The streetlights on campus had turned on, casting long shadows of the plane trees on the ground. President Xu, should I book a high-speed train ticket for tomorrow morning? Meng Xuejuan asked. Xu Chen nodded. You go back first and digest the data Professor Yang gave you. He'll stay here and work with him. Oh, and when you go back, tell Uncle Zhou to take care of the headquarters renovation. I might need to stay in Hangzhou for a few more days. Understood. Meng Xuejuan replied. The two parted at the gate of Zhejiang University. Meng Xuejuan took a taxi to the hotel, while Xu Chen checked into a nearby hotel. Early the next morning, while Xu Chen was still washing up, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Yang Zhenbang. Xu Chen quickly answered. Professor Yang, good morning. A vigorous voice came from the other end. Xiao Su, come to the school. I'm taking you to meet someone. A vigorous voice came from the other end. Xiao Su, come to the school. I'm taking you to meet someone. I'm taking you to meet someone. Xu Chen hastily wiped his face, slipped on his jacket, and headed out the door, his mind preoccupied with speculation about whom Professor Yang was about to introduce him to. Pushing open the office door, he found Yang Zhenbang seated at his desk perusing some documents. Upon seeing Xu Chen enter, he set the papers aside. Ah, Xiao Su, you're here. Come, I'll take you to meet someone. Yang Zhenbang rose, retrieving his jacket from the coat rack. An old student of mine, Zhao Jigang. He spent 6 years working on chassis at Zhonghuai, then last year, he left with a team to start his own small design firm. Xu Chen's eyes lit up. Someone with hands-on experience in the automotive industry and a ready-made team. This was practically tailor-made for Wujia Motors. The two descended the stairs, but instead of heading to the lab, they exited the campus, walked a few hundred meters, and turned into an alley. Deep in the alley stood a 3-story building. A sign hung by the entrance, Jigang Automotive Design Studio. Pushing the door open, the first floor was a large open space with 7 or 8 desks, each buried under a pile of blueprints and models. A few young people were huddled around a computer, deep in discussion. They looked up as the visitors entered. Professor Yang, a man in his early 30s, strode out from the inner room. He was of medium height, wearing black-rimmed glasses with slightly disheveled hair, and a gray polo shirt, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing sturdy forearms. Jigang, let me introduce you to someone. Yang Zhenbang gestured towards Xu Chen. This is Xu Chen. He's currently working on new energy vehicles. Turning to Xu Chen, he added, Zhao Jigang, the last doctoral student I supervised. After graduating, he spent 6 years in the chassis department at Zhonghuai, rising from engineer to section chief. Last year, he left with a few people to go independent. Zhao Jigang shook hands with Xu Chen. President Xu, I've heard of you from Professor Yang. Your Tianyu group is quite famous. I've also heard of the Tianyu Old Man's Joy. Now you're making new energy vehicles, right? Yes, Xu Chen replied, somewhat surprised. Engineer Zhao, you've heard of us. In this industry, how could I not? You gave Porsche quite a run for their money. Zhao Jigang chuckled, motioning them to the inner room. Professor Yang called me a few days ago, said a student of his was working on a micro-electric vehicle and needed help with the chassis. He asked me to take a look. The inner room was Zhao Jigang's office, even more cluttered. The walls were plastered with various chassis structural diagrams, and a dozen car models lined the shelves, ranging from the classic Santana to the latest Tesla. The three sat down, and Zhao Jigang brewed tea, handing cups to both. President Xu, your Wujia Mini. It's 7 meters long. Zhao Jigang got straight to the point. Yes, 3-door 4-seat, designed for city commuting, Xu Chen said. Zhao Jigang pulled out a piece of paper from his desk, on which was a simple sketch of a chassis. With a 7-meter length, the wheelbase is at most 4 meters. With such a short wheelbase, how do you solve the rear seat space? Xu Chen's heart stirred. That question hit the nail on the head. We designed a sliding rear seat, Xu Chen said. Normally when passengers are seated, it slides back, sacrificing some trunk space. When you need to load cargo, it slides forward, reducing rear legroom, but expanding the trunk significantly. Zhao Jigang nodded. That approach works. But installing rails on the chassis adds complexity and cost. So we wanted to ask your advice. Is there a better solution? Zhao Jigang thought for a moment, pulled out a notebook from his drawer, and flipped to a certain page. Zhonghuai worked on a microcar project 2 years ago, but it never went into production. We studied several layout options back then. Take a look. Xu Chen leaned in. The notebook featured 3 different rear seat arrangement schemes, each with detailed dimensional notes and cost estimates. The first one, fixed seats with foldable backrests. Simplest and cheapest, but poor spatial flexibility. Zhao Jigang pointed at the sketches. The second, the entire seat flips forward. More complex structure, but maximizes trunk space. The third is exactly what you proposed, rails. He looked up at Xu Chen. I recommend the second option. The forward folding mechanism, though intricate, is more reliable than rails and costs less. Plus, in a microcar, the rear seats are rarely used. When they are, just adjust the backrest angle for comfort. Xu Chen studied the drawings carefully. Zhao Jigang's proposal was indeed more pragmatic, finding the optimal solution within a limited budget. Engineer Zhao, for a 7-meter car, would a McPherson front suspension paired with a torsion beam rear suspension suffice? Xu Chen asked the second key question. It's enough, but it needs tuning, Zhao Jigang replied bluntly. McPherson front, integrated steering knuckle and shock absorber, simple structure, low cost, but limited handling. Torsion beam rear, Less comfortable, but saves space suitable for microcars. He took a sip of tea and continued, the key lies in calibration. Front shock absorber damping spring rate rear torsion beam cross-section, shape bushing stiffness. All must be meticulously matched. Get it right, and a 1000 yuan car can feel like a 2000 yuan one. Get it wrong, and a 2000 yuan car might feel like it's worth only 1000. That was the honest truth. Xu Chen recalled the micro-electric vehicles Tianyu had previously purchased. Their chassis were indeed a mixed bag. Some swayed like a boat, others jolted like a cart, leaving one's backside sore. Engineer Zhao, what is your team currently working on? Xu Chen shifted the topic. We take on design outsourcing, Zhao Jigang said with a wry smile. Chassis design for small factories, modifying drawings, running simulations. Big manufacturers won't give us contracts. They have their own R&D teams. The small ones offer little work and always squeeze the price. Yang Zhenbong interjected. Jigang's team is technically skilled, but they lack a platform. Dabbling in small projects won't lead to anything significant. Xu Chen caught the underlying implication. He looked at Zhao Jigang. Engineer Zhao, if Tianyu were to invite you and your team to collaborate on the Wujia chassis development, would you be interested? The office fell silent for a few seconds. From outside came the sound of keyboard clacking. Zhao Jigang adjusted his glasses. President Xu, do you mean joining full-time? Yes, Xu Chen nodded. Tianyu has established a central research institute in Zhengzhou, and we're in need of a chassis team. You'd bring your team over to head up the entire chassis department's setup and development. Compensation will be comparable to what you had at Jianghuai plus project bonuses and equity incentives. Zhao Jigang was silent, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Xu Chen could see the wheels turning in his mind. From the stable job at a major automaker to the hardships of entrepreneurship, and now to this decision. Each step had been a struggle. President Xu, I have 5 people on my team, Zhao Jigang finally spoke. All of them came with me from Jianghuai. The least experienced among them has 4 years in chassis work. If we come over, how much autonomy would we have? Technical decisions are yours to make, Xu Chen said, without hesitation. I only set the goals. The car must be safe, enjoyable to drive, and cost-controlled. How you achieve that is up to you and your team. Those words struck a chord with Zhao Jigang. In his 6 years at the automaker, what frustrated him most was outsiders dictating technical matters. Leaders making snap decisions with the team, running themselves ragged below. Professor Yang, Zhao Jigang turned to Yang Zhenbong. What do you think? Yang Zhenbong smiled and said, Jigang, you've been in Jianghuai for 6 years, reaching the position of section chief. That's as far as you can go. To climb higher, you either have to bide your time or rely on connections. Although Tianyu is still small, it's on the rise. If you join, you'll be a founding member. Succeed and you'll achieve both fame and fortune. If fail, and at least you'll have tried. These words struck a chord in Zhao Jigang's heart. He took a deep breath, turned to Xu Chen, and said, President Xu, I'm in. At the latest next month, we'll report to Zhengzhou. Xu Chen extended his hand. Welcome to Tianyu. Their hands clasped together. Xu Chen could feel the calluses on Zhao Jigang's hands left from years of drawing and handling tools. Leaving the studio, it was already noon. Xu Chen called Meng Xuejuan. Xuejuan, I've found the person. Zhao Jigang, Professor Yang's student, worked on chassis for 6 years in Jianghuai, and he's bringing his own 5-person team. He's agreed to join our Central Research Institute. Over the phone, Meng Xuejuan's voice was excited. Great. President Xu, when will he be coming? He'll arrange the reception. Next month. You prepare the office space, accommodation, and lab equipment. Also compile the chassis data for the Wujia Mini and send it to me. He'll forward it to Engineer Zhao and his team for a preliminary review. Understood. He'll arrange it immediately. Hanging up, Xu Chen felt much more at ease. His goal wasn't just the Wujia Mini's chassis, but also the general chassis platform to be developed later. That was the real challenge, and the more talent the better. In the afternoon, Xu Chen strolled through the campus with Yang Zhenbong. The old professor walked slowly, hands clasped behind his back. Xu Jigang is technically solid and honest, but sometimes he's too stubborn and sticks to his principles. You'll need to be patient with him. Professor Yang, rest assured, I need people who stick to their principles. In car manufacturing, the worst thing is the Mr. Almost attitude. Yang Zhenbong nodded, took a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket, and handed it to Xu Chen. Take this. Xu Chen took it, unfolded it, and saw it densely covered with names and phone numbers along with brief notes. Zhangwo Power Semiconductors, SMIC, Li Xiuing, researcher at the Institute of Physics, Chinese Academy of Sciences, specializing in solid electrolytes. Chunming, professor at Zhejiang University's School of Computer Science, working on embedded systems and vehicle networking. These are some contacts I found for you, Yang Zhenbong said. I've already spoken to them. If you have any problems in the future, call the corresponding numbers. Mention my name, and they'll help. Xu Chen looked at the paper, a warm current surging in his heart. This wasn't just a list of phone numbers, it was a map of connections in China's industry. Professor Yang, this. Just keep it. Yang Zhenbong waved his hand. This is all I can do for you. The road to car manufacturing is tough, but since you've chosen it, walk it well. If you encounter any difficulties, call me anytime, but don't go 3 years without calling again this time. Xu Chen was deeply moved. He'll call often. After spending 2 more days with Yangzhenbang, Xu Chen set off back to Zhengzhou. The time was approaching the new year. Zhengzhou Tianyu Central Research Institute conference room. This meeting was the last one before the new year. After it, Tianyu Group would start its first annual leave since its establishment. In the month and a half after New Year's Day, Xu Chen had been busy with group affairs, and he had delegated all Tianyu Mobility business to Xu Chen. After all research projects had been transferred to the Central Research Institute, Xu Chen only needed to control the research pace of the Central Research Institute. As the new year approached, this was the best sales period of the year. Tianyu Mobility's overall sales were higher than in December 2014. Affected by the severe cold winter in the north, the traditional market for home-use 3-wheeled and 2-wheeled electric vehicles entered a low season, with overall sales declining about 15% month-on-month. However, relying on the reputation of the Panshur platform and solid materials, Tianyu's performance in special vehicle fields, such as courier services, sanitation, and municipal engineering, remained stable, with sales roughly flat compared to the fourth quarter of last year, firmly holding the top spot in the niche market. The real revenue driver remained the 4-wheel low-speed electric vehicle market. Facing winter travel demand, Tianyu Mobility decisively adjusted the official prices of its entire Tianyu 01, 02, and 03 product lines, cutting 150 yuan across the board. After the price cut, the starting price of Tianyu 01 dropped to 2350 yuan, Tianyu 02 to 2450 yuan, and Tianyu 03 to 2550 yuan. The effect of the price war was immediate. Throughout January and the first half of February, the Tianyu 3 Musketeers combined sales exceeded 490 vehicles, with nearly 800 sold in just the week before the meeting. The production lines were running at full capacity, yet supplies still fell short of demand. At the gate of the guide production base, flatbed trucks loaded with goods formed long queues. This price cut caught competitors such as Lading Jinping and Lichi completely off guard. They had thought the market would slow down in winter, but Tianyu had directly overturned the table. The industry was in an uproar. Lading's sales director, after a drinking session, cursed loudly. "That bastard Xu Chen has no martial ethics. Tianyu is already selling so well, and he still cuts prices. Does he not want anyone to have a good new year?" What made Lading even more uncomfortable was that their models, which had borrowed from the designs of Tianyu 01 and 02, were rushed to market. Quality control and performance issues erupted in winter, with return and repair rates soaring, severely damaging their reputation. The new energy vehicle project that the board had preliminarily discussed was indefinitely shelved under tremendous market and financial pressure. They could only watch helplessly as Tianyu Group completed the acquisition of Lincoln Automobile, began applying for qualifications, and launched a grand march into the real automotive manufacturing field. With 4,900 vehicles and an average unit price of 2,500 yuan, the gross revenue was 1,225 billion yuan. After deducting production costs, marketing expenses, channel commissions, and the 1,500 yuan price cut, the net profit was approximately 280 million yuan. This did not include revenue from special vehicles and other 2-wheeled and 3-wheeled products. After Zhou Chengxian reported Tianyu Mobility's revenue, warm applause erupted in the meeting room. Tianyu Mobility was still the cash cow of Tianyu Group, continuously providing ammunition for the group's development. But Xu Chen knew that such days would not last many months. When national policies were issued, even a third of the current revenue would be good. He had to push for the launch of the Wujia Mini before the policies came, complete Tianyu Mobility's transformation, and shift its main business to 3-wheeled and 2-wheeled vehicles, while the 4-wheeled. Xu Chen already had a plan in mind, and would implement it when the time came. This matter could not be rushed. Then with a smile he said to everyone, "President Zhou has set a good example for us. Next, each subsidiary will speak in turn. Mainly talk about the development and achievements of each subsidiary, and also set the general direction for next year." He paused. "If there are any problems, raise them now, so we can have peace of mind and enjoy a stable new year. Then let's start with Tianqing Energy." Everyone's eyes turned to Sun Hao, the person in charge of Tianqing Energy. Sun Hao adjusted his suit, stood up, walked to the front, and opened the report he had prepared. "Ladies and gentlemen, Tianqing Energy achieved the following results last year. Colleagues, let me briefly go over the situation of Tianqing Energy in 2014. Sun Hao's voice was steady and pragmatic. "We mainly did 3 things: building factories, setting up lines, and recycling. First, the factory. At the battery factory in Luoyang High-Tech Zone, the preliminary work, such as land leveling and planning approval, has been completed. Construction was to start in early spring that year, with the goal of completing a 2 GWh annual production capacity LFP battery pack line before the end of the year. This investment was relatively large, but we received nearly 20 million yuan in local equipment and RD subsidies, which eased the pressure considerably." He turned a page. "Second, setting up lines. That is the RD production line. At our old factory in Yuqing, we successfully built the first pilot-scale Shanghai large-format cell production line last year. The energy density reached 125 Wh/kg, and the low-temperature performance also met the standards. Although this line has limited capacity, its significance is immense. It proves that our self-developed process route is viable, laying a solid foundation for mass production at the Luoyang factory. Third, recycling. The lead-acid battery recycling business. Although this business is not as technologically advanced as lithium batteries, it offers stable profits and good cash flow. Last year, we recycled and processed approximately 800 tons of waste lead-acid batteries with a gross margin of around 12. More importantly, through this business, we have connected many social recycling points across the province, forming a distribution network that can be leveraged for other businesses in the future. He closed the report and looked at Xu Chen. President Xu, overall Tianyu Energy has basically set up its framework last year. This year our core goal is just one: ensure the Luoyang factory is completed on time, and by the end of the year produce the first batch of qualified Shanghai batteries that can be installed in the Wujia Mini. Xu Chen nodded and looked at the middle-aged man sitting next to Sun Hao. President Wang, Tianyu Construction, your turn. Wang Liwei, who was in charge of Tianyu Construction, stood up. His skin was dark. President Xu, everyone. Tianyu Construction mainly did 3 things last year. First, the new factory area of Guide Tianyu Travel. 200 mu of land, 5 main buildings for Phase 1, including workshops, office buildings, and dormitories, broke ground in August last year. Now all main structures have been topped out and interior decoration and pipeline laying are 80% complete. According to the schedule, it will be fully completed and delivered before May Day this year, perfectly fulfilling the tasks assigned by President Xu. After the Chinese New Year, we can proceed with the relocation of the main production lines, but the dormitories and office buildings still need some time for formaldehyde removal before moving in. Once this project is completed, our company can officially apply for the first-class general construction contracting qualification. With this qualification, our group's own construction costs can be significantly reduced, and we will have the confidence to undertake external projects. Second, in coordination with Tianyu Energy, we planned and built their battery production line factory and laboratory in Yucheng and Luoyang. This is a technical job with high requirements for cleanliness, vibration resistance, and fire safety. We completed everything according to specifications. Third, the most urgent one at the moment, the renovation of the Luoyang Wujia automobile factory. His tone became more serious. That old factory of Lincoln's, the renovation is more difficult than building a new one. But we worked 3 shifts with the engineering team, racing against time before the Spring Festival, and completed the main structure, reinforcement flooring, and main pipelines of the final assembly workshop. This ensures that equipment can be smoothly installed after the new year. Xu Chen nodded and turned his gaze to Meng Xuejuan. President Meng, it's Wujia Motors' turn. Meng Xuejuan took a deep breath, walked to the front, and opened the PPT. President Xu, everyone. Wujia Motors is still in the stage of armchair strategy and large-scale construction. But the foundation is being laid. Technically, we have preliminarily completed the styling, frieze, and overall layout design of the Wujia Mini. The general direction of the chassis platform, along with President Xu's trip to Hangzhou, has been clarified with the help of Professor Yang and the Sunajoin Zhao Jigang's team. For the battery, we will use our self-developed Shanghai battery. For the motor and electronic control, we will use the Qianlong and Lingshu from the Central Research Institute. On the supply chain side, we have initially screened over 200 potential suppliers, covering everything from body steel interiors and lights to the smallest screws. The core strategy is batteries, motors, electronic controls, and chips will be mainly self-developed or through deep cooperation for controllability. For other standard parts, priority will be given to domestic suppliers with cost advantages provided quality standards are met. We have already approached high-quality local component companies like Zhejiang Yatai Electromechanical. He concluded currently the 2 biggest critical milestones are first the production qualification approval, second the renovation and equipment installation of the Luoyang factory. As long as these 2 points go smoothly, we are confident to launch mass production vehicles next year. This year. Next was Tianyu Software. The person in charge Mada spoke very quickly. President Xu, leaders. Tianyu Software has 2 tasks: build a facade externally and build roads internally. The facade is the official website. Following President Xu's requirements of minimalist, technological, and restrained, the group's official website has been launched and is running stably. The official websites of each subsidiary are being developed simultaneously with a unified style and are guaranteed to be fully online by next month. In addition, the group's internal collaboration platform Tianyu Tong that you requested, the product prototype, is ready and internal testing can begin after the Chinese New Year. After saying this, Mada took a deep breath. To complete Xu Chen's tasks, Mada had recruited more than a dozen people and rushed to set up the official website in time, losing quite a bit of hair. Finally, Tianguang Imaging. The person in charge, Lu Jiangwo, stood up holding a camera module. We are mainly walking on 2 legs. One is the in-vehicle side, which is the reversing camera and dashcam used in our cars. Last year, we improved the resolution to 720p, optimized the night vision effect, and reduced costs by 10. The other is the consumer side. We tried to miniaturize the same technology to make small sensors for security surveillance and smart doorbells, and attempted to sell them in the smart home market. The volume is still small, serving as a technology reserve and cash flow supplement. Xu Chen nodded. Sensor miniaturization was the goal he had set for Lu Jiangwo. Although conventional wisdom holds that a larger sensor always beats a smaller one, algorithms are becoming increasingly important in the future. Xu Chen now intends to let Tianguang Imaging accumulate its own imaging algorithms. After the reports from the subsidiaries, the atmosphere in the meeting room was somewhat heated. Everyone could see the group's clear layout and substantial progress. Xu Chen's fingers tapped lightly on the table, his gaze sweeping across the room, finally landing on Wu Hanming, the head of Tianjin Semiconductor, who had not spoken yet. Everyone followed his gaze. Wu Hanming felt the attention, instinctively straightened up and placed his hand on the folder in front of him, as if preparing to stand up. President Wu, Xu Chen suddenly spoke, interrupting his movement, a slight smile appearing on his face, his tone relaxed. The matters of Tianjin are very important. Let's not discuss them today. After the Chinese New Year, we'll talk separately. A brief silence fell over the conference room, followed by a few knowing chuckles and murmured exchanges. Everyone understood. This was meant to leave a major cliffhanger. Xu Chen rose to his feet. All right, everyone has seen this year's results and the targets for next year are clear. Meeting adjourned. Happy holidays. Wishing you all an early Happy New Year. After the meeting, Xu Chen and Wu Hanming left together. On their way to Tianjin Semiconductor, Wu Hanming said with a smile, President Su, our Chengning 1 is about to undergo its first tape-out. What does the government say? Xu Chen took the report Wu Hanming handed him. He wasn't worried about the tape-out itself. The system was solid, but the cost of a single tape-out was no small sum. The management committee, upon learning of our tape-out plans, issued a special document granting us approximately 30% subsidy on the tape-out costs, Wu Hanming replied. Xu Chen nodded. 30% was indeed substantial. Although this tape-out was for an automotive-grade chip based on a 0.18-micron BCD process, the cost still reached $1.2 million, roughly 7.5 million renminbi. Keep in mind this was just the cost for one tape-out. If luck was on their side, 1 or 2 attempts would suffice, but if not, 3 or 4 attempts were common and the expenses would pile up. In his past life, while Huawei's overall reputation was questionable, the high-silicon Kirin chips were still commendable. Companies like OV and Xiaomi spent years just to produce a single Xuanjia chip. The investment was enormous, and without strong financial backing it was impossible to pull off. I hope the tape-out goes smoothly, Wu Hanming said with emotion, having spent years at SMIC and witnessed countless tape-out failures. It will. Xu Chen flashed a mysterious smile. The next day, after the meeting on the 27th of the lunar month, the Tianyu factory fell completely silent. The assembly line stopped, only half the lights in the workshop were on, and the occasional sound of equipment maintenance echoed. Early in the morning, the bulletin boards at the factory gate and the cafeteria entrance were crowded with people. A red-headed document was posted neatly with black characters on white paper stamped with a bright red official seal. Tianyu Group Spring Festival Holiday Arrangement, February 16th to February 25th, a total of 10 days. Work resumes on February 26th. A buzz of discussion arose from the crowd. 10 days. 3 more than the national standard. See the small print at the bottom. A sharp-eyed young man pointed to the bottom of the notice. It says employees who need to travel far or have genuine reasons can apply to their direct supervisor, and if approved, the leave can be extended until after the Lantern Festival, March 5th. Does that mean if we get approval we can stay until after the Lantern Festival? Really? That would be nearly 20 days off, someone gasped. There's more, another person read aloud. Employees who return to work on February 26th, the 7th day of the first lunar month, will receive triple pay for that day, and subsequent shifts until the Lantern Festival will be paid at double the rate. Is this encouraging us to come back early? The crowd was silent for a moment, then erupted. Nearly 20 days off, and we can apply. Come back on the 7th and get paid 3 times. Double pay until the 15th. Is Tianyu insane? Insane in a good way. I was worried about not getting a ticket before New Year's. Now I can apply for a later departure, buy a ticket for the 12th or 13th, and ITLL be cheaper. I want to come back early and make money. Work 1 day on the 7th and get paid for 3 work until the 15th. How much extra would that be? Everyone was chattering, calculating the numbers, each with their own thoughts. In the cafeteria, Master Li had just poured his noodles. He was grumbling to his colleague Xiao Zhang and Wang Jie from the next table. The holiday is nice, but cash is what counts. At my old factory, they'd talk big before the holiday, then give us a 200 yuan red envelope and expect us to thank the boss. Wang Jie stirred her noodles and sighed. Isn't that the truth? Tianyu has had good sales this year, but aren't they pouring all the money into building new factories and that car project? How much can they give us? If they gave us a month's salary, so my kid could have a good New Year, I'd be satisfied. Xiao Zhang, younger and more optimistic, said. Wang Jie, don't be so pessimistic. I heard the group made a fortune last year. President Su is so generous. Dormitories, food. I think at least 2 months. 2 months. Dream on. Master Li shook his head, sipping his noodle soup. Bosses are all the same. When you're sweating on the production line, they're sipping tea in the office. If they just pay what's in the contract, that's a blessing. Ding, ding, your account ending in. At Agricultural Bank received a salary deposit of RMB 19400.00 on February 16th at 1029. Master lease Nokia had a small screen. He squinted counting the digits one by one. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. 19,400. His fingers stiffened as he scrolled up to confirm last month's salary record 4850 yuan. For months. Exactly 4 months' salary. His mouth open, throat dry, and he silently handed the phone to Wang Jie, who was craning her neck. Wang Jie took it, brought it close to her eyes, and whispered, 119,004. Masterly, your monthly is 4800, so this is 4 months. What? For months? Xiao Zhang nearly knocked over his noodle bowl, grabbing the phone. Let me see. Holy crap. It really is 19,004. Masterly, you're set. For months. That shout was like a small bomb. People at nearby tables turned to look, pulling out their own phones. Almost simultaneously, Wang Jie's cracked screen smartphone dinged. She fumbled to unlock it and opened the bank app notification. She let out a short cry, covering her mouth, her eyes instantly reddening. Wang Jie, how much? Tell us. Everyone urged. Wang Jie turned her screen around, her voice choked with tears. 12,000. I earn 3,000 a month. This is 4 months too. The cafeteria erupted into a din. Mine came through. 24,000. That's 5 months for me. Let me see mine. 15,000. 3 months. I got 20,000. For months. Old Lou from RD said on the group chat that the top performers there got a full 8 months. But they work on chips and batteries, so it's deserved. 8 months is for the gods. Us getting 3, 4, 5 months. Isn't that sweet enough? Exclamations, excited chatter, and slaps on thighs filled the air. People held up their phones, showing each other faces beaming with joy. Some counted the digits repeatedly, others began planning how to spend the money, buying a big appliance for the family, saving for their children's tuition, or finally renovating the old house back home. Masterly clutched his old Nokia tightly, the stone that had weighed on his heart for years seeming to loosen at the sight of that number. He looked up at the 4 characters, Tianyu Group, on the cafeteria wall, then down at the message, let out a long breath, and wiped his face. 4 months, nearly 20,000 yuan. This new year would be comfortable. Xiao Zhang, grinning from ear to ear, grabbed Master Li's shoulder. Masterly. Wang Jie. See. For months. What did I tell you? This factory, this boss. Reliable. He pulled out his own phone, snapped a photo of the excited workers, and his own message showing the 24,000. 00-inch deposit, then opened WeChat, found the contact labeled former supervisor Zhou Prick, and was about to type. Ding dong. Ding ding. Almost in unison, everyone's phones in the cafeteria rang again with SMS alerts. This time the chimes were even more frequent and crisp. Everyone froze for a moment. Hadn't the bonuses just been paid? Masterly puzzledly pressed the flip key of his Nokia again. A brand new message lay beneath the just received deposit notification. Your agricultural bank account ending in received a transfer of 888 renminbi. 00 on February 16th at 1031 with a note, thank you for your hard work and contributions over the past year. Tianyu Group wishes you and your family a happy new year, and may you be filled with vigor. Xu Chen. Masterly stared at the brief note at that name and froze. 888. Happy New Year. Xu Chen. Next to him, Xiao Zhang also saw the second message on his own phone. The same amount, the same note. He blinked twice, suddenly realized, and his voice shot up an octave, almost a roar, a red envelope. It's a personal red envelope from President Xu. 888. Happy New Year. This shout, like a thunderbolt, sent the just subsiding noise in the canteen soaring to a new height. It really is a red envelope. 888. I got one too. The note says thank you for your hard work and contributions over the past year. Tianyu Group wishes you and your family a happy new year, and may you be filled with vigor. Xu Chen. I received it too. 888. Did President Xu take the time to send each of us a red envelope to wish us a happy new year? The bonus is from the company, but this red envelope must be President Xu's personal gesture. Definitely. It has his name on it. The entire canteen erupted into a frenzy. If the bonus had brought a sense of solid joy and shock, then this 888 yuan red envelope bearing his name and blessings was like a scorching hot stream rushing straight into everyone's heart. Wang Jie stared at the 2 messages side by side on her phone. One was 4 months' salary. She had never dared to dream of the other was an 888 yuan red envelope with a name and blessings. Finally, large tears rolled down her face, but this time, she was crying with a smile. She kept wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, murmuring, how can I accept this? How can I accept this? Masterly also felt his nose sting. He had worked for most of his life, received wages, meager bonuses, and thin, lifeless red envelopes. But never before had he received both a substantial fair exceeding expectations bonus and an auspicious red envelope bearing the boss' own name and blessings. Money aside, it was the thought, the respect. He had felt it for the first time in his life from a boss. Xiao Zhang, now excitedly jumping onto a chair, nearly slipping off, waved his phone, his face flushed red. See that? The bonus is what we deserve. The red envelope is President Xu's gesture. What is a good boss? This is a good boss. Tianyu rules. President Xu rules. The canteen echoed with deafening cheers and laughter. Many people took screenshots of the two messages, posted them on moments and family groups, eager to tell the whole world. The air was thick with a dizzying happiness. This unexpected red envelope, like a final warm ray of light, etched the word Tianyu firmly into everyone's heart. Master Li listened to the roaring cheers around him, looked at the two simple sentences on his phone screen, then picked up the bucket of noodles that had already soaked nearly to mush. He stared at it, suddenly feeling that this cheap instant noodles he had eaten countless times smelled especially fragrant today. He took a deep breath, tilted his head back, and gulped down the soup and noodles in a few big mouthfuls. The empty bucket clattered onto the table. He wiped his mouth, looked at his excited red-faced workmate beside him, and at every face in the canteen brimming with joy and hope. The light in his eyes was unprecedented in its firmness and steadiness. This noodles. How the hell did it suddenly become so delicious? Next year, no more words. I'll bury my bones here. He'll work with President Xu, with Tianyu. His voice was not loud, but heavy. Many around him heard it, and did not laugh. They just nodded vigorously, their eyes meeting with the same determination. The message with the generous bonus and the red envelope message with warmth and a name were more powerful than any slogan or blueprint. This new year was destined to be the richest, warmest, and most hopeful year for countless Tianyu families. And at the Storm's center, Xu Chen, who had just instructed the finance department to disperse the funds in 2 batches, knew that the bonus was recognition of the past, while the 888 yuan red envelope bearing his name was a gesture of respect and blessing for the people themselves. On the afternoon the bonuses and red envelopes arrived, the news that Tianyu Group had splurged nearly 100 million yuan, including the 888 yuan staff red envelopes, on year-end bonuses spread like wildfire. It exploded first in countless internal family phone calls and WeChat groups, then spread with astonishing speed through Guide Zhengzhou Luoyang and even further circles. In Guide, employees called home to tell their families that their company had given bonuses. This year they could have a prosperous new year. In Zhoukou, a young engineer from Tianyu Mobility called his parents, telling them the company had given a bonus of several tens of thousands of yuan, urging them not to be so frugal, and that he would buy them a refrigerator and an air conditioner when he came home for the holiday. In Zhengzhou, a girlfriend of a Tianyuan software engineer who had been somewhat critical of her boyfriend's move to a company founded by a three-wheeler maker fell silent when he silently screenshotted the deposit messages. Looking at the combined 6-figure amount and the blessing note signed with Xu Chen's name, she finally replied, "Does your company still have openings? I have a friend." The news quickly reached competitors and the local business community. Did you hear? At Tianyu, even ordinary workers got year-end bonuses equal to 4 or 5 months' salary. More than that, the boss himself paid out of his own pocket. Every single employee got an 888 yuan red envelope. All 5,000 plus people. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Who runs a business like that? Won't that spoil the employees? Spoil them. Go ask any Tianyu employee if they want to quit now. This move is ruthless. The money buys absolute loyalty. No wonder they dare to cut prices and start a price war. They have strong cash flow and solid backing, not afraid at all. It's not just about the money, it's the thought. How many bosses remember to send a personal New Year's red envelope with their own name to every employee? This Xu Chen is no ordinary man. On local life forums and moments, sporadic posts and discussions began to appear. Really jealous of my brother-in-law. He's a Tianyu Group. This year's year-end bonus made my sister cry with joy. Does anyone know if Tianyu is still hiring porters? I can work overtime. I used to think Tianyu was just a grandpa scooter factory, but now I see their vision and treatment are way better than many so-called high-tech companies. They must be really profitable, and they treat their employees generously. A company like this deserves to be successful. Some local and even provincial financial media reporters, keenly sensing the unusual buzz, began discreetly investigating and verifying. The topic of a traditional manufacturing company making a comeback, lavishing 100 million in bonuses to share development results with employees, was already taking shape in the minds of several editors. Inside Tianyu Group, the Storm's center, a strange mix of calm and agitation prevailed. Calm because the holiday had begun and the factory was empty. Agitation manifested in the joy radiating from countless employee families, in the subtle boasts and inquiries on social media, and most of all in the incredible transformation of the Tianyu brand. From Grandpa Scooter Factory to a company worth trusting, all thanks to the bonuses and red envelopes. At his office window, Xu Chen answered several early New Year's calls from suppliers and friends, all of whom circled around the bonuses. He smiled and fended them off, then put down the phone. Shun Yi stood behind Xu Chen, his expression complex. This was the first time he had seen such a company. In its very first year, the group had spent 100 million on bonuses. Had his advice to give 3 months' salary been followed, half the funds would have been saved. But Xu Chen's words left a deep impression on him, whether it's the first year or any year when the company develops, its employees should share in the benefits. He took a deep breath and some of his ideas began to change. On the 7th day of the first lunar month, the festive atmosphere in Guide City was still thick and lingering. The temperature was several degrees below zero, and exhaling in the early morning turned into frost. Normally at this time, everyone would still be lazing in bed, but at the entrance of the old factory of Tianyu Mobility, there was a bustling scene of a different kind. At 7:30 in the morning, half an hour before the official start of work, the area outside the gate was already packed with a sea of people. Zhao Liang, the head of security, along with a few veteran brothers, was maintaining order at the entrance, staring blankly at the spectacle. "Oh, Masterly, you've brought so many bags. Did you empty your family's pigsty?" Young Xiaozhang shouted from afar, holding 2 plucked chickens and a bag of mountain products in his own hands. Masterly thumped his snakeskin bag on the ground, panting and laughing as he cursed, "Go away. These are all things my wife insisted on bringing. Vegetables grown in our own field and dozens of local eggs. She said President Xu gave us such a huge bonus at the end of the year, even covering our mortgage. With nothing else to repay, she insisted I bring these local specialties to share with the workshop colleagues and leaders. What a coincidence. My mom said the same thing." Xiaozhang grinned, taking that 888 yuan red envelope from President Xu. "My mom praised our boss as a living Buddha to everyone during the new year." Zhou Qingshuan, draped in a military-style overcoat, walked to the main gate. Staring at the line of people clocking in, his eyes nearly popped out. He pulled over the HR manager and asked, "Didn't we say that the 7th day pays triple time, but those who live far away or couldn't get tickets could apply for leave until the 15th? How many actually came back today?" The HR manager checked the clock-in data in his hand, swallowed hard, and said, "President Zhou, except for 4 people who took leave due to family elders being hospitalized, the rest all arrived. Attendance rate 99.9. Zhou Qingshan gasped. Having worked in manufacturing for half his life, he knew all too well what the days after the new year were like. In previous years, to beg workers to come back, factory managers had to call each one and send travel expenses. Some large southern factories even lost a third of their skilled workers after the holiday. But now, not a single one had left. They all came back early, waiting in line at the factory gate in the freezing cold to start work. This is what people's hearts are like. Zhou Chengxian tightened his military overcoat and waved his hand, informed the canteen, "We must have extra meals for lunch. Add a big meat dish. Make sure the finance department records today's triple pay correctly, not a penny less." Meanwhile, at the branch factory of competitor Ima, a few kilometers away, the HR was frantic. Looking at the sparse assembly line, he cursed, "Where are the people? Did they all die at home during the new year? They don't answer calls, and when they do, they say they've resigned and want to go queue for an interview at Tianyu. How the hell are we supposed to schedule production at the start of the year?" The production lines and guide roared back to life, while on the 15th floor of LD window beside Zhengzhou East Station, the newly leased headquarters of Tianyu Group also welcomed its first day back after the new year. Xu Chen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the spacious and bright office overlooking the bustling traffic of Zhengdong New District. All fronts were advancing rapidly at Wujia Auto Meng Xuejuan, and the newly recruited Zhao Jigang team had already plunged into the debugging of the new car chassis. At Tianxing Energy's Luoyang factory, Tianxing Construction had resumed work with their construction team on the 5th day of the new year, racing to set up the production line for the Shanghai battery before the end of the year. All these were proceeding as planned, but Xu Chen's mind was not on cars today. The office door opened, and Wu Hanming, the head of Tianxin Semiconductor, walked in. Wu Hanming had 2 huge dark circles under his eyes. His hair was a mess like a bird's nest. Clearly he had hardly rested during the new year, but his eyes were bloodshot, radiating a nearly manic light. "President Xu, Happy New Year." Wu Hanming rubbed his hands without even exchanging pleasantries, gently placed an encrypted metal USB drive on Xu Chen's large desk. "All the layout data for the Chungying One is here. During the new year, we ran DRC design rule check and LVS layout versus schematic 3 full times. Clean, not a single error." Xu Chen turned around, looked at this tech-obsessed man, and personally poured him a cup of hot water. "President Wu, don't be so tense. First, have a drink. Are we sending the data to the foundry today?" "Yes." Wu Hanming held the paper cup, his hand trembling slightly. "Shanghai Huahong has been coordinated and the machine has been scheduled. As long as the data is transmitted and their review is fine, they can immediately start making mask and the first MPW multi-project wafer." Xu Chen pulled over a chair and sat down, his tone as calm as if discussing what to have for lunch wasn't the over 7 million yuan for the MPW approved before the new year. "The funds are in the account. What's there to be nervous about?" Wu Hanming gave a bitter smile, plopped down on the sofa, and rubbed his face vigorously with both hands. "President Xu, you're new to the semiconductor industry. You don't know how deep the waters are. Clicking the send button for this set of data costs $1.2 million US, and that's using the mature 0.18 micron process." He paused, his voice dry. "Over 7 million yuan buys us a few silicon wafers smaller than a fingernail. If there's a design flaw, even a few misconnected lines or a transistor leakage, that 7 million is gone with a puff. What we get back is a worthless brick. Back at SMIC, I've seen too many MPW failures where millions were thrown down the drain without a ripple. The team at Tianyu Semiconductor was paid top salaries in the industry, and they had received the dedication and resources of Tianyu Group. If the first shot misfired, Wu Hanming felt he couldn't face Xu Chen. President Wu, look at me. Xu Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried a reassuring strength. Wu Hanming raised his head. That money, when I approved it, I already considered it spent. Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, his words exuding dominance. If you're afraid of failure in chip making, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. If it doesn't work the first time, try twice. If not twice, then 3 times. Right now, we are laying the deepest foundation for Tianyu and for future domestic new energy vehicles. If the foundation collapses, we dig it again. I not only have 7 million here. If you dare to ask for 70 million, I'll still take it out for you to experiment. What the hell are you panicking for? These crude words carried a solid truth. After hearing this, Wu Hanming felt as if the huge stone that had been pressing on his chest for months was suddenly shattered by Xu Chen's "What the hell are you panicking for? President Xu, with your words, I'll also burn my boats." Wu Hanming stood up abruptly, his back straight as a ramrod. I'll go back to the lab to arrange the data transmission. Go ahead. After you've sent it, go home and get a good night's sleep. Don't let the talent burn out before the chip is even made. Xu Chen waved his hand with a smile. At 2:00 p.m. in the secure server room of Tianyu Semiconductor, Wu Hanming and several core engineers stared fixedly at the progress bar on the screen. The progress bar slowly but steadily reached 100. Transmission successful. The server at Huahong has received it. A young engineer let out a long sigh drenched in sweat and collapsed into his chair. Wu Hanming picked up the desk phone and dialed the contact person at Shanghai Huahong Wafer Foundry. Hello, old Joe, did the data arrive? Yes, that's the GDS data for our Chungying 1. Have your verification team take a good look and run the review as soon as possible. On the other end of the line, Joe, the chief engineer at Huahong, an old acquaintance in the semiconductor circle, laughed and teased old Wu, I heard you were poached by a local boss who makes old people scooters. I thought you were so desperate for money you'd stoop low. Alright, I'll personally oversee the inspection of your layout. Let's see what kind of chicken scratch your ragtag team can come up with. If the rules don't meet our machine requirements, I won't give you any face, and we'll send it back for revision. Stop talking nonsense, just look at it. Wu Hanming cursed and hung up the phone. 2 hours later, Shanghai Huahong Wafer Foundry back-end data review room. Chief Engineer Zhou, holding a cup of coffee, initially glanced casually at the multi-layer circuit layout of Chungying 1 displayed on the screen. After all, it was a small company that had only been established a few months. It would be good enough if they could draw a complete structure. But as he looked, the coffee cup in his hand froze in midair, and his expression grew increasingly serious.